Enggak.
Enggak. Yang masuk Revenant.
This is your champion.
You kill, I create. This is why I
Halo. We back to Watch Party yang ketiga. Anjay. Nungguin.
This might be a good place to land.
Oh ya. Kita nge-share link dulu.
Going to explore over there.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Target spotted.
Target spotted.
Oh.
Marking our surroundings. I am taking fire, friends. Opening fire on the enemy. Broke that enemy shield. I'm out of heavy ammo. First blood. The battle begins. Using. I'm taking fire.
I'm taking shots. Broken enemy shield.
Giving my.
Throwing arc star.
Down the hostile on Scotty.
Recharging my shields.
Scanning the area. Repairing. Reloading. Healing my wounds.
Catching myself up.
I am repairing myself. Recharging myself.
They might be watching you.
Healing my wounds. All Father, give me sight. Battling the enemy. Shots fired at me. Broken enemy shield. Reloading. I am taking fire, friends. Cracked an enemy shield. Whole squad down.
Ya anjing udahan.
Watch Party ketiga.
Recharging shields. Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
I'm crafting. Giving my shields a
Hostile
recharge.
right here.
Heard that.
Arc star out. Throwing arc star. Reloading. I downed an enemy.
Scanning the area. Setting up a zipline. Broken enemy shield. 30 seconds remain. The ring is nearby. Down the hostile on Scotty. Reloading. Target over there.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least. Whole squad's down. We made the right choices. Heads up. New kill leader.
Tat.
Void running.
Buat gitu gimana sih?
Care package coming in.
Yes, go.
Hostile over there.
Heard that.
We're back and better than ever.
Wow, wow.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my god, what is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
That was insane.
Let's go!
It all comes down to this.
Oh my word!
Today is gonna be our day.
It's the season opening. It's really fun to do stuff.
Let's go!
This sounds like it'll be fun. My squad must be very proud.
Got a crypto and a Watson to deal with.
Double stick!
All of those teams are getting absolutely wrecked right now by 4-7. It's almost like playing a zombies mode.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
Crazy Raccoon are going to dominate this. There they are. Element 6 at least able to eke out a second place. But end of the day, we all knew it was coming. It's Crazy Raccoon who will walk away with the first win.
It's 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, the wingman did not miss. It's 100 Thieves versus players. Can our decking clutch? He's only fighting 2, and players will come down and rise to the top. who find the elimination of the Stay United, and they've got the high ground to finish off strong for APAC North. All they've got to do is take out 100 Thieves. The team that didn't even think they would be here find victory. TSM are still alive and well, and that's the black hole to hopefully send this fight out into space to never be discovered again. Imperial Hal cleans up one, he cleans up two, Unite is out, and TSM are back on top.
The city of Stockholm, beautiful, picturesque, and deadly for some teams facing elimination in today's do-or-die brackets. The best Apex Legends teams from around the world are here and fighting for their chance at Guts, Glory, and of course
to the winners bracket.
My name is Kate, and it's my job to welcome you to the
and I know we're
Legends
the
Global
peace stream
Series
today.
Pro League
Listen,
playoffs here for split number 2. Joining me alongside the desk, we've got Raindale, we've got Bardoff, and we've got Genome. Gents, welcome. Excited to have you here. Excited to have a full desk here on day number 2. Rain, I'm going to start with you. There's so many great things about LAN, but one of them has to be the fact that players.
I mean, I'm not a fan of it. I wouldn't do my hair like that, even though it sort of is.
So many not only accomplished players online, but seeing them in person. Some people fit the description. I know hard
some Kyle to start.
And I said, hey, what's up? I didn't know who he was. I didn't expect the blonde hair, but he was still in that way.
A champs, maybe I can make a cameo.
Together with the play styles, and it's exciting, and it's active.
Dynamic. Bardoff yesterday we saw some team comp. One in particular in the late games of round 3 that I really excited about.
Kate, I was hankering all day for Team Empire to play the A game, right, to pull out the A stun. I feel like they were sandbagging all day. As soon as I leave, go back to the hotel, watch the remaining game, here comes the Caustic, here comes the Maggie, absolutely trashing teams. It was like they were pub stomping on Smurf accounts or something. It was absolutely ridiculous the way they were playing, and I can't wait to see more of that today.
Myself included. Let's shake things up. Genome, one other thing we have to mention. Global Series. APAC is absolutely doing work here, and I want to know how you feel about it as somebody who's been knee-deep in that scene for a while.
I feel fantastic. I mean, I've known that these guys were the best for a long time, but now we're getting to see it. Or at least, you know, they can mix it with the best, right? I mean, look, APAC South, we've got 80% of our teams through to that winners bracket. APAC North, they're doing fantastic. AD Raccoon are up there, we expected that. 4-7, maybe not so much, but hey, they're looking pretty damn good as well.
Absolutely. Well, you know, we have been breaking down the key plays and the key moments all day, and I know, Evan, you are somebody who on YouTube does it all the time, and I would love to know a little bit about some of this, particularly the green wall, and particularly one of your favorites, Skittle Cakes. I know you got something for me.
You know what? I like to talk about these things most of the time on cast, but I think it's better if I show you.
Please.
Come on.
Show and tell.
Follow me, guys. Come on. Let's go on a little bit of a journey to start this one off. Now, what you're going to notice if you are a Twitter fan, I'm sure you should be during this broadcast and during this tournament, a lot of news is flying very quickly. This is a clip that went viral. The green wall is here, Optic Gaming in the ALGS, and this is one of the reasons why they're so deadly. I want to focus on this B-Stream clip from Skittle Cakes, Noct, and Duplex, one of our most exciting and I think interesting new teams coming in to online play and now LAN play for the very first time. They've dominated North America. Part of the reason is because of their synergy. Look at Noct here in this initial engagement. The Valkyrie is doing his best to attract a lot of attention. You're going to see him hanging here. There's going to be gunfire coming from this area that actually allows people to look at Noct more, and he's going to get down. But why is that important? Because it allows Skittle Cakes to come in with the PK and clean up the rest. But stay looking at this, and you'll notice a little bit of green, which a lot of players are always scared of. You see this area right here? Let's draw it. Look at that. It's green. I even got green here. It's the green wall. But he's not afraid of it. Why? Why is Skittle Cakes okay with that? Because he's Caustic. And if you don't know, Caustic takes no damage from Caustic Barrels himself. Plus, he's got 15% extra damage for the Fortified passive that you've got to get through, and it allows him to make plays like this. The quick armor swap to get the damage off and find one kill. Look at this right here. Look at his health. It even gets lower. Hold on. Let's get a little closer there. It gets even lower. Look at that. 1 health. And he somehow finds a way to stay alive. Can we just zoom in on that just so you guys know? That is how much health he survived in. The difference between winning and losing. And look at this. gets the shield swap off immediately. And with a Devotion in your hand and a turbocharger at that, no wonder these guys are hyped up. That's the value of Optic Gaming, but also the value of their lineup because they're bringing one of the most lethal in-game legends to the in-game more often than other teams, and they've got one of the best players in the world in Skittle Cakes. Who's on it?
Wow. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Rain Day. And you know what? One of the many things I learned from you are those in-depth analysis. Thank you so much.
Of course.
And well done on that telestrator here. Now, gents, we've got a big day. We had a big day yesterday. Bardoff, we had 18 matches that these players were playing. That was a grind. Today, however, it's a little different.
It really is, yes. We have 4 arrows. I told you I was afraid of that. Doing this to me. We have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. The important thing is you want to stay in the top half, that top 10. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're
What? Berarti hari ini ada 18 match, Bang.
You're absolutely right. Here's all you need to know, gang.
Ada 18 game.
Here we go. Top 10 from winners, they go to Sunday. Top 10 from losers round 2
go.
also
Please,
go to Sunday.
mulai,
So
woi.
you could either be Genome, you could either be playing twice today and really making your way to
Kau nonton
winners,
siapanya aja
or
langsung.
and finding yourself.
Serah mau nonton di live, aku kadang-kadang dia ngiklan nanti.
We talked about it yesterday, right? It's like that 1 life, 2 life kind
Ya
of
kalau
situation.
aku ngiklan kok nggak ngiklan ya info
Today,
dari
so
sebelah
if you
ya.
lost one of those today,
What's
then not being
happened?
in that
Wait
bottom 10,
on.
the bottom 10.
Absolutely. Let me take a look at our
Oh,
schedule
boy.
here. As you can see, grayed out. We've already done day numero uno, gang. In your way to
Kau nonton
winners.
siapanya aja
That
langsung.
bracket starts 11
Serah
a.m.
mau nonton di live,
CEST.
aku
All of
kadang-kadang
these are
dia ngiklan.
CEST. 3:15
We
and of course
talked about it yesterday, right? It's like
7:15
that
p.m. If
one
you
life,
want to
2
join
life
us
kind of
Ya kalau aku
tomorrow,
ngiklan
and
kok
why
nggak
wouldn't
ngiklan
you?
ya, info
Today,
dari
so
That's right,
sebelah
final
ya.
kicks off 4 p.m. CEST. That's the big kahuna, the time when everything comes absolutely together.
boy.
And as you can see, grayed out. We've already done day numero uno, gang. In your way to
Kau nonton
winners.
siapanya.
These players have been through it. What do you think they're all feeling now that the bright lights are on? As we see, the winners bracket, this is their first round.
Well, I honestly think there's a couple of IRL kind of things happening to them right now. One, players are finally getting adjusted to the time zone. I know that as a North American traveler, this is my first good night of sleep last night heading into today. So expect TSM NRG maybe to bounce back a little bit in this winner's bracket. But I think there's also this element of how do you trust yourself in such a constantly moving environment with such limited time to make adjustments? Do I sleep? Do we grind and review tape for 2 hours and stay up till 3 a.m.? These are the questions they've had to answer themselves, hopefully guided by some good and mature coaches to make the right call. But ultimately, there are a lot of challenges that are off the game, too, that they have to deal with.
There it is. Welcome to LAN, everybody. Let's take a look at who is going to be playing in our first round. That, of course, the winners bracket. Look at
Bang
that
Gondrong
face,
di
gang.
sana.
Face
Anjay, ada Bang
of
Gondrong.
concentration. Genome, let's talk a little bit about who you have here in our winner bracket. There's so many to look at. I'm seeing some great APEC talent here, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Reignite, Burger, Dewa, as well as Sutaraiku all made it through. I mean, Rainday was just talking about the coaches, right? Some of our APAC team, they don't even have coaches, right? They got to do this all on their own.
Incredible.
And it's very impressive that they've been able to make it this far. I mean, even that interview we heard yesterday with Waltzy from Straiku, and he was saying, they just changed it up on the fly. They don't need someone else to do it. IGL Bullet, he's making those calls, and they're working out.
Awesome. And I will say, Bardoff, real quick, before we head off from the winner's bracket, I see 2 teams. I'm looking at Reignite, I'm looking at Cloud9, and there are certainly teams that have made it to this winner's bracket that were dealing with some sub issues, and that IRL stuff that Rain was talking about.
Yeah, Cloud9 especially had a really impressive performance.
Itu Jan Burton nggak main, Mande nggak main.
In the mix,
Jadi
in the high parts of the table, delivering.
kurang seru lah gitu.
Kurang seru ya.
Soalnya kan itu yang terkuat di server kita juga si Jan Burton loh aimnya karena kena COVID itulah.
Absolutely.
Jadi
So
agak
here is
kurang
the
menarik.
bracket. Let's take a look at the losers bracket. Speaking of
Tapi
rolling punches. And Rain, we talk
agak
about this
sulit
being
juga
the
sih,
losers
Dewa.
bracket, but if I'm being honest, I don't know if I want to be in this
Kesulitannya
one.
I do
tapi
not
tetap
want to be
bisa
in this
info
lobby.
crack
Any of
pasti
these teams
bisa.
here, and I see Ascent, GMT Esports, good competitors. Even Detonator, who had a really good day for the first part of yesterday, we thought could be in there. But Space Station Gaming,
Bocor kan itu?
G2, IG International, one of our top teams, CLG. I mean, there's so much firepower in this losers bracket as well that the top 10 teams from here with the teams that lose in the winners, that's going to be almost as exciting as the winners.
You're absolutely right, and I will say every team has proven themselves just to get here at Genome. And yesterday, the way they have been. Hey, there he is. Look at that hair. He knows things. He knows things. Team Hardeki, they call him at some point here. It's my big Anyway, Genome, real quick, we're talking about the losers bracket. There are, as we mentioned, some of those teams that are just absolutely going to slay. And then the teams that got to that losers bracket and winners were based on point totals yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very similar situation today, right? The amount of points you get throughout those 6 games determines whether you are in the top 10 or the bottom 10. That's kind of just it, right? And I think the pacing of those lobbies are going to be very different. So between the bottom 10, the bottom 20 and the top 20, I think we're going to see more aggressive plays happening in that bottom 20 because frankly, the teams who have that kind of play style, a lot of them are the ones that didn't make it through. So I think your absolute just like controller crushers like G2, those kind of guys, they're going to thrive in that bottom lobby.
Why? For them means carnage for us, and I'm very, very excited. Hey, if you want to get the most out of your Apex Legends viewing experience, might I recommend the Multiview? I will. I'll say it right now. Take a look at the command centers down by that Twitch follow button. This is what your screen could look like. You get the POV of your favorite teams, your favorite players, and guess what else? In-game comms, y'all. And not just that, but we've got 2 things debuting here at the ALGS LAN, and that would be our Twitch extension. And one of those things is a stats subpage that you can have as a substream here in the multi-view. Not only that, that's going to give you up-to-the-minute stats, I should say. And you'll be able to be the pro viewer we know, we love, and you'll be literally in the same category as our data, as our stats. You're gonna know everything as we know it. And of course, something else to remember, if you see a little bit of yellow around your favorite team, that means, that's our fight indicator. It means that a fight's going down. So maybe you should find yourself over in that area, watching it all unfold. A huge thank you, of course, to Multiview for having that. Having that is amazing, gang. I mean, Evan, it's like, it's a total game changer.
It is, especially if you're trying to learn. And that's something that, you know, I obviously love teaching people, but I also think when you're watching a tournament like this, if you want to improve your game, even casually, for new viewers or people who don't know Apex Legends esports, it's one of the best ways to step up your game. And having those multiple POVs to understand how these teams are approaching fights, it's something that you would never be able to find in a singular stream of your favorite player. Not to say that I don't love watching Asu, I don't love watching How when they're streaming as well, but there's something different that you can learn that this provides.
Right, straight from the horse's mouth.
That's
you gotta love that. Well, they have made their way through the groups. Now they face elimination. But who should you keep your eye on in that multi-view? Well, let's go to our analyst to find out. It's always such a hard question because there are literally the best of the best Apex genuinely in the room right now. Rain, I'm going to start with you. Who has your heart today? Who are you looking at?
I got to go with Optic. I think the Green Wall, we highlighted them, but I think also the fact that they have proven that they can show up not just online and totally shift the balance dynamic of North America. I recall when Verholst was still on this team, they have usurped the Kings. They have taken over this region. Now they're doing it with an addition of Noct. Losing Verholst to TSM, not only the perseverance to bounce back, but to be so successful on LAN. That's why I've got to go with them today.
Optic are good, but you know what's better? Playing off meta. 4-7 have got to, they went deep. They had some really nice results yesterday, despite the composition they have, which is unorthodox, putting it mildly. Of course, people like Alliance been absolutely nuclear, but the 4-7 guys, they are up there. They're about 4th or 5th place in the overall board at the moment. And again, we just got fences all over the place. We got fences for days, and that's what I'm here for.
I mean, look, that's 2 picks, guys, but you know, really, there's no one else you need to look at today apart from Alliance. These guys are so far ahead of the pack right now. The only team to crack 200 points yesterday. And look, Huckus, Yuki, and Vibes just indomitable performance on day 1. Huckus, he was 1st in damage overall. Yuki was 2nd in damage overall. They were 2nd and 4th in kills. You know, they had some of the highest kill games overall as well. Those guys getting up to 8 kills a game. I have to say though, Rain Day, the only one who beat them was Skittle Cakes with a 9-kill game.
That is the way the cookie crumbles. Fast math here, gents. Well done. Of course, we'll keep your eyes peeled to find out if any of these teams will be on the playoffs finals day, fighting for their lion's share of the $1 million prize pool. Well, speaking of predictions, speaking of keeping your eyes on teams, right now is the time, gents. We're going to talk talent predictions. It's sometimes my favorite and worst thing ever, but here we are. Rain, I'm going to start with you. You went with Team Empire, the team comp to beat.
You know, I'm a North American sounding guy. I live in North America, LA. I kind of lean towards North America in my eyesight, but I said, let me avert my eyes to the other region that has been performing so well here. Alongside all the others, it's EMEA. And I think Empire, they're a team we haven't given their flowers to yet. So I want to just highlight them, say I believe in them. I think they're a great team fighting team. I think they're underrated despite proving with points that they should be in the conversation of best teams here.
There it is, Bardoff. You went E6.
Listen, I've got big legs, and Rainday's always following in my footsteps today. I picked them on the first day, and they absolutely smashed. So we know what they've been doing for a while. Okay, I've got Element 6. Had to go with a UK man. They, again, we have mentioned in the broadcast, I think they are another team who are often under the radar as well. Don't have that brand power just yet, but they're always running around with gold armors and purple at the very least, and they're putting in work. They're being consistent. They're getting their points on the board. So I reckon today they may give the biggest surprise.
Absolutely. Finally, Team Liquid, Genome.
Yeah, look, these guys, Huckus is, the coach, Hodzik, has been behind these guys for a long time. And I've just, seen him around the venue. And every time you look at him, he's got this look like he just knows.
Yeah.
Like, he knows how to play the game. And honestly, he was actually one of the guys that I looked to in terms of his videos and streaming and that sort of thing when I was really trying to understand the
Lama kali mainnya, bacot.
So far, he's led them to, third place so far. And I think today, against this high-level team, that's the kind of Apex you need to play to get ahead.
100%. Well, that Apex we need to play starts right now, which means it's time to throw it over to Fallout and Vicky Kitty to take us into game number 1 of our winners bracket. Gang, over to you.
Let's go.
Let's go. Des, thank you so much. Fallout here alongside Vicky. Listen, if there was a Greek team, I'd go for them as well, James. I don't blame you for supporting the UK boys. One big shocker.
UK boys.
No Alliance. And I'm not going to lie, I was actually going to pick Alliance. I thought everyone else was going to pick Alliance. I'm like, I got to change it up a little bit, but then none of us do that. Maybe we all had that logic. I don't know.
I mean, what happened to Alliance? I mean, there's so many teams coming out here from so many different regions that we haven't been exposed to until we are now at this LAN. 4 out of 5 teams qualifying into winners. Impact South, Impact North showing up. 4 out of 10 teams making it into winners. I mean, this is fantastic to see after the results that we saw in the group stages yesterday.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you're starting to set the stage. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
This man has ultimate swag. I don't care. I drop all my predictions. That guy's winning. 100% of the time. Not even a question. No, but jokes aside here, it's amazing. And you set the stage so well.
Nanti aku fokuskan ke dia aja di watch stream aku.
Apex South. 80% of their teams, 4 out of 5 Apex South teams have made it to this stage. This is the winners bracket. We can't get ahead of ourselves because it's not the champ bracket. This is just the winners bracket. This is just group stages into the first round of the champ bracket. That's pretty darn impressive. Regions like Apex South are being put on the map here, really proving that they can play with the best. They maybe
sengaja kalau aku gedean gini jadi ya. Bocor nggak? Enggak ya?
Teams that perform at playoffs and LAN events will earn more spots for their region.
Oh, War Ads game pertama.
It's beautiful. I love those top 3.
Ini ngambil 10 besar yang bakal final main besok. Yang mana?
Yang itu energi.
Yang mana? Yang bawah-bawah aku nih. Enggak, ini Alliance sama Optic Gaming. Ini udah mulai nih. Kita fokusin ke dia. Ini Alliance sama ini. Kita bisa fokuskan ke player gitu. Mana Dewa? Ini Dewa ada lagi.
Ada cekkan, ada cekkan.
Let's go. Bisa. Waduh.
Enggak keluar. Ada tripnya, Cok.
Ya udah.
Gimana emang dia?
Survei. Di rumah ini kayaknya. Scope sniper kalau ada. Gue 2 kali 4 nih.
Body 2. Gua drop body 3 gua sabar. Tuh, ambil, Bu. Ini sama nih.
Barrel 2 mau nggak?
Boleh, bawain aja.
Nggak bisa, tuh ambil aja deketin.
Oh, iya udah. Telat nggak sih kita? Jauh banget tuh udah.
Bisa kok nih, bisa kok cepet kok. Rotate sekarang aja. Kita mentalan kayak enak kan ya pakai caustic kayak kemarin. Ya. Yuk. Lurus aja lu pada udah, jalannya lurus nggak usah belok-belok.
Oh, body ungu udah diambil pas ya. Gua kira si pas sudah ada sendiri.
Gua ambil. Gua bisa crafting armor juga.
Ya, crafting armor dulu ya sini. Ini crafting armor sekali jadi biru.
Ambil daerah apa? Apa? S.
Enggak.
Lupa enggak tuh. Nama tempat yang SS itu apa? Emerald X.
Apa?
Epicenter. Ya, epicenter.
Ultimate sama gua butuh apa? Udah ada. Oke. Gua bawa 1. Ayo cepet.
Ada yang terbang.
Ya ada. Sniper nice. Armor lu tuh tukar armor nih sama gua atau sama Apis?
Sama gua aja sama gua. Aduh, nge-stuck lagi anjing.
Mobil mana itu, Bob ya? Dapat kalau dapat. Di sini gua pakai mana? Terus naik balon di sini kalau bisa.
Oke. Ini gua lama banget jadi sekarang.
Gimana kalau kita ke sini ke Big Maude terbang lagi? Ke Big Maude Lava City terbang lagi, Bob? Enggak ya? Ke Lava City terbang lagi naik balon. Habis itu gua pakai ultimate dari lo. Ya.
Yang live siapa sih, Le? Siapa sih?
Ya, dia nggak gelap. Dia ini dari nonton langsung dari Play Apex. Kita fokus ke satu orang gitu playernya, jadi suaranya kita tahu. Yang jadi apanya kita tonton si Bastian. Satu tim itu satu orang, live satu orang gitu. Ada comment center gitu. Coba kalau ke Twitch-nya tekan comment center itu.
Oke, boleh.
Oi, yang lu drop baterai apa?
Jauh juga rotor orangnya sampai ke bawah. Ambil posisi.
Orang-orang. Mobil mana, Bab, kita? Kiri.
Hah? Apa?
Yang dewa ya, yang dewa kan?
Iya, yang Dewa United.
Aman kayaknya.
Oh, enggak kalau Ecam.
Hah?
Nih ultimate kalau nanti aja.
Nanti aja.
Hati-hati, Cok. Yang udah sampai harus liatin temennya ini.
Hype-nya cacat banget, Gong.
Ih, sangat orang guys. Ini cacat gak tuh?
Sini. Lari dia.
Sumpah statnya aneh banget. Masa harus sampai tekan kita
Sabar gue cek dong ya. Kalau
iya. Di sini ada kok, di depan lo sini ada.
Armor lu putih, pokoknya mau tukar tadi. Gue liatin gua. Ini ada yang di sini, Bang.
Putih.
Aduh, udah kuartalin. Iya.
Sini aja, Bos, sini aja.
Yaudah. Mobil belakang enggak bisa di sini.
Artiawan dengan 14 damage.
Mana sini?
Di Sweden. Stockholm. Swedia.
Body yang
apa ada ultimate baterai enggak ada gue ya. Gue 5 sel.
Sama.
Hah? 2 tim doang yang masuk Indonesia. Revenant masih di low bracket nanti ya. Ini orang di winner bracket nanti masuk final kalau dia masuk 10 besar.
Ini orang
yang mau
ya. Awas sini ada Bob.
Gua tenar lain. Gua ada ulti.
Bastian dong.
Ada meteor 1 gua lebih.
Boleh.
Gua
lu pakai body gua dulu dah. Bahaya anjing.
Gua ngeri gua, enggak pakai lupa lu.
Mau di sini aja atau belakang?
Sini aja kali ya. Udah ngambil sana belakang ya. Sini boleh juga. Nyantai.
Ya,
liatin.
Pokoknya kita harus lihat semua arah kita.
Armor lu tekan gua aja, Bes. Sel lu pada berapa, coy?
10.
Gua 2 doang. Gua 6. Hasilnya gua drop tadi di sini ya?
Iya.
Enggak ada yang ngambil, Pop.
Enggak ada yang ngambil.
Lu enggak ada sisa apa tadi?
Lu drop di itu di jam tower. Lu drop di jam tower tadi. Nih, Bob, sini Bob. Gua drop sini 2.
Apa nih, gua mau lihat survive-in. Liatin gua.
Oke. Gua nggak ngeliat belakang lagi, Bas. Gua ngeliatin Bobby. Ada
Ini orang DC apa? Ini sel banyak nih.
Mana?
Lu
ambil lah.
Udah gua ambil. 3 sama medkit sama body 2.
Si Bas tuh.
Ambil tuh Bas, body 2 tuh Bas.
Iya. Seharusnya gua aja yang ngambilin, Bas.
Gantian.
Gua aja yang ngambilin.
Ambil dulu. Sisa sama terbang. Gua Voltaire 9 ya. Apa? Voltaire 9.
Gua karbin PK.
Gua 16-2.
Gua 13-0 gua 13-0.
Mana sel? Bentar sel, Bes. Mana sel? Ini pernah enggak? Kontol ke Bes. Bangsat ke Bes.
Gua enggak ada bed ya. Bagi bed 1, Bas.
Rick tumbang itu, Rick Sarki.
TSM siapa yang main?
Siapa?
TSM full squad ini ya.
TSM si Verhulst. Cuma buruk game performanya. Enggak tahu lah ya, orang targetnya mana.
Hancurin. Itu kena, itu yang kena N dapat kill. Pas tembakin, bantuin.
Gua nengkel gua.
Gua loh. Nice. Enggak di N.
Dapat kill kan?
Dapat.
Ini salah.
Liatin gua. Bisa sampai lagi gua.
Iya. Gua maju dikit biar ada nembak ya, Mas.
Ambil sampahnya. Bisa. Udah balik.
Enggak bisa. Orangnya cabut ya, Bos.
Mobil kosong ya.
Iya, dia. Kalau ini ada yang terbang lu enggak tahu, Bas.
Tahu nih. Ini salah bodoh.
Lu enggak liatin ya?
Apa Bora? Ini kan terbang.
Iya. Itu mau ngeres dia.
Mau ambil mobil enggak?
Ayo ke sana kali.
Ayo,
Bas, ayo. Bas.
Yuk. Mobil kosong ya.
Iya, ada lutan juga banyak di sana. Ada 4 ya.
Let's go. Minum dulu.
Enggak, satu doang. Gua kan nambah. Gua enggak.
Itu dapat satu. Oh, enggak.
Kosong kan? Kosong ya. Banyak ledak.
Gas.
Hah? Enggak, satu orang aja.
Enggak bisa ya?
Enggak bisa.
Ultimate gua pakai juga.
Enggak bisa.
Aduh, orang-orang makasih pakai main mulu.
Iya.
Itu yang ada. Ultimate gua juga ya. Ya.
Yang si hapisnya kalau dia kelempar iPad nanti baru gameplay si hapis nampak.
Goyang-goyang.
Duh, ada repeater lagi enggak gua? Kalian pakai lag kayak nih Bob, gua drop karbin. Lo mau karbin?
Karbin boleh as. Sabar ya, guys.
Gua swipe armor dulu. Nih lagnya Bob.
Gua tutup itu apa ya? Gua Voltaire R3.
Gua repeater masif.
Sabar. Banyak nih di sini. Liatin ya. Gua liatin kiri ya. Siapin body, siapin net.
Sabar. Iya.
Ada yang liatin kanan.
Sabar, gua liatin Bas. Bas lu liatin, iya.
Lu biasa liatin kanan, Bas.
Gua drop body,
Gua gas dulu. Lu yang gas dulu.
Ya, gua yang kerja. Kalian liatin.
Net lagi, Bas.
Banyak di sana net, banyak banget. Gua drop net juga di sini. Di dalam apa namanya? Liatin lu enggak usah ngelut anjing.
Cacat lu, orang gua mau nengok net. Liatin kanan.
Kerja lembur bagai kuda.
Mana siapa? Orang lapas itu nggak nengok lagi nih. Gua ada extended like gak? Level 1 gua nembak.
Enggak ada Bob, enggak ada. Gua tadi
di belakang kanan sono nggak ada juga.
Enggak ada juga.
Tip. Enggak ada, lu jelek. Kurang sih, cuma healing-healingan banyak. Belakang kiri, Pis.
Sabar. Gua kan lagi ngambilin. Enggak ada di sana, Bob. Abah, gua kan lagi nih mengkerja, ngedrop baterai, ngedrop net.
Armor lu pada berapa sih, Pis? Lagi, Pis? Bob. Sini lah
itu pakai yang dalam aja, lu ambil yang dalam lu naikin. Ntar tukar sama yang dalam kami. Mana net
ada yang terbang, kosek. Terbang. Armor gua ambil gua. Ambil armor gua 91 dikit lagi udah.
Dia di belakang sekali. Wait, what? Siapa yang nembak gua? Apa?
Di mana? Dorong. Di belah sana gua. Dia.
Oh.
Amrunggu gua pakai aja coy.
Iya, tahu. Gua naikin yang biru juga.
Ini 45 lagi kok. Nggak boleh ada yang di kanan kita ya.
Iya.
Kalau di depan sini nggak apa-apa. Kita bisa TP. Pokoknya yang depan kita harus kita usir. Body shield ada kah dalam?
Ada. Body shield banyak dalam, baterai gua drop juga, sel yang belum. Kalau mau ambilin sel taruh sini. Gua ngambilin net doang tadi. Kanan si Bas ada. Gua bareng Bas ya,
Gak aman, gak jauh. Lama sini. Nggak apa-apa lu bareng aja.
Tapi gua bareng aja, gua nggak perlu ngeliatin kiri Bas. Kiri nggak bakal ke kita.
Kalau gua nggak main.
Bareng aja.
Siapa?
Genbur.
Iya emang nggak main karena covid cok.
Iya ini.
Gue armor doang nih. Sekali hit lagi.
Iya, gua 63 lagi juga.
Weak ya.
Nggak ada kali 3 kah?
Siselan deh, kau drop base, sisel base, butuh drop base.
Ya udah gua drop dulu dalam ya.
Di sini, jangan dalam.
Ya yang ngambil winner bracket 10 besar masuk final.
Ada gue aja 24 nih mau kau.
Ya udah sini tuker 24.
Sama sini cepet lah.
Sama kali 2 sini. Lu taruh di karbin dulu kan 24 lu?
Iya.
Nih. Ini lokasi gua.
Naik lu pada berapa? Di drop ya? Di mobil
Di drop. Enggak, di sini di kiri sini gua drop.
Enggak ada, udah habis.
Oh, udah habis ya, udah segitu.
80 kah? 80.
Ultimate masukin mobil dong. Banyak udah dimasukin kan?
Ya 3 biji tadi gua drop.
Di
depan gua ada nih, tembakin nih biar yang depan gua masuk terus merangin mereka.
Panas
Gua coba ke depan dulu, lihat kan bertipis ya.
Iya,
Kayaknya panas gitu anjing.
Enggak, dingin situ.
Itu lihat Bas itu anjing sampai keringetan gitu anjing.
Itu enggak keringat, cok, gugup ya.
Kan gua drop banget tadi.
Kayaknya antara gugup sama nervous gitu.
Juga kok, orang ini kemarin enjoy mainnya. Bagus waktu udah dapat 2 champion kemarin.
Ada orang main di sana. Ini
bisa orang ini juara cok, asli.
Open dia.
Pes.
Waduh.
Aku harus lihat ke kiri, kau aja lihat kanan bilang. Lu cari high ground atau pis? Kanan lu udah aman emang.
Aman. Orang kanan gua ke sini. Nih ke sana.
Ada terbang yang kiri supaya biar mereka perang.
Udah.
Kiri. Depan satu tim tuh. Oh nice 60. Hah?
Ini base.
Iya. Kurang dengar suaramu. Aku pakai headset 1 yang Discord. Pakai full speaker aku.
Dia ada bubble enggak? Golti.
Enggak tahu. Gua coba net lagi tuh. Lalu tuh biar gua maju dikit, base.
Iya.
Ayo dah gua maju juga.
Nah, bakal ya, nanti golti. Ada ultimate juga kan dalam itu.
Iya.
Enggak usah ikut Pop, takutnya kita di rapping.
Enggak apa-apa, yang belakang enggak akan ke kita.
Golti tuh, golti.
70 flash, Red.
Lau kayak itu, Cok.
Mati keren itu atau mati dia? Enggak tahu.
Enggak mati, mereka mati.
Ya.
Back retake.
Masih di semua ya.
Yang atas.
Gua balik. Balik. Dia semua enggak dapat kill itu bangsa 70 flash Red. Nah, dia dapat kill.
Gua lagi ngelempar ulti deh, Mas.
Iya.
Anjing tuh.
Habis miss lagi nembak orangnya.
Turun dia.
Sabar, Mas. Gua popping ultimate.
Drop net ada enggak sih net base?
Ada nih. Gua drop di sini nih. Lah, ultimate-nya mana dalam ini? Katanya ada ultimate di drop.
Ada drop tadi. Ada ultimate di
ini light bob. Ini
zona kiri coy. Ring.
Mana pas ultimate-nya? Enggak ada.
Enggak tahu kok.
Liquid lagi fight ini.
2 squads at the same time. It's actually insane how much action going down in here. All the caustic gas as well, blocking out their line of sight.
Yeah, that's right. I believe Team Liquid does drop trials uncontested, so they will always leave with good loot. It's a guarantee, because they've been able to dominate North America, and if you dominate North America and get trials, you're going to dominate, likely, international region.
Waktu telat bisa mati itu.
Ring.
Kesini deh.
Sini. Gas. Close kita, Bob. Sini apa? Sini. Ada. Aduh. Sini, Bob, sini. Sini, Bob, tarik gua.
Sini.
Kemana gua, Bos? Bos.
Turun. Oh, bisa. Ganti. Nyatanya saya kasih depan, Bang. Kita ambil sini. Aman pokoknya di pojok aja.
Hati-hati, woi. Pinggir banget itu.
Dan enggak bisa cepet di. Jangan depan gua.
Halo, Pri.
Di mobil.
Ini apaan, Pri? Apa kabar? Jadi bom. Woi, aduh. Gak cantik bomnya. Kena tuh, Cok, BTW.
Belum. Biar gua fokus dulu nih, tadi main. Iya. Udah. Di kaki sini deh, Bob. Mau ada yang lagi.
Main apa kalian emang? Palu nggak?
Keras nggak bisa.
Duh, kalau kita bisa itu dibayar siapa, Bang?
Kanan, woi, nice.
Kena Bapak.
LG.
Gua nggak ada salah. Gak ada yang tadi. Iya tadi.
Yang di atas. Aduh, kena.
Kita bisa sini ya.
Oh, dapat kill dari atas sini.
Nice. 1 poin.
Metanya minta 2 batu di Bang.
Mana kan? Sini.
Defense bagus.
Itu yang terbang.
Defense-nya enak ini. Aduh, kena gue baby.
Kena tuh, sini. Lihatin.
Ya.
Kasih kiri.
Bim. Aduh. Bubble-nya. Lihatin terus. Aduh. Jangan dong. Aduh. Nembak dong, woi. Kalau nggak ada nembak, ngapus.
Nggak bisa.
Habis, Cok.
Gak enak.
Harusnya bimer aja yang di cangkang itu, Cok.
Ya udah lah, ngeles satu lagi, weh.
And if that listening does not tell you everything you need to hear, I don't know what will.
Tapi 6 besar juga lumayan.
Tapi lumayan lah. Tapi bagusnya top 5 sih. Top 5 ke atas.
Satu lagi berarti.
Woi, aimnya. Fire. Solo kostik dalam. Reset.
Dipus mati orang nih.
Siapa?
Kau mau ngomong gitu tapi.
Tadi ke ini.
Ini champion aliens. Dapat enak kali orang ini.
Enak kali nih spotnya.
Iya, tadi kan ke mobil.
The trailer will die. When the dome is not in. There's a call in the trailer.
Saya masih hidup,
SM yang hidup.
issue. He's on the console himself. Alliance just playing off of this rock, but they're gonna have the high ground here in this position.
ALGS.
Gal C9 ALL DSM
TL sama ALL.
Udah mati TSM, Cok.
nih Alliance. Menang nih Alliance.
Iya Pak, nih Pak.
Bubble-nya pas banget.
Bawa enak kali. Bu. Nyayur anjing. Gas. Enak kali nembak dari kolong ya. Nice. Bubble-nya.
Menang sini.
Menang lah, fix. Woi, aduh, nyaris. Masuk. Woi, balik. Chill. Woi, aduh. Nice, one. Win. Woi, itu gas. Pok. What the fuck? Cloud9 menang, Cok. Gas trap anjir. Bro.
Berapa total kill-nya?
Apa sih anjing keren banget itu. Sumpah,
Anjir.
Sumpah pinter.
Gasnya. Clip it that boy. Gasnya bangsat kali, Cok.
Fuck. Oh, nice try. Fucking ammo. One is down. I'm taking roof after this. DB. Closing one, close it down. I'm down. 7-6. Go on. DB1. Wow. Hold the shield. You can't gas. No! Oh, fucking way, bro. I have fucking ammo.
Gas.
No fucking way!
I'm taking it from
Follow inside of that. They were sandwiched. What do you do in that situation? Hold your cool. Hold your position. At the very end there, it was so close. Playing off of the knockdown shields. Look at this. Finishing with 6 kills and first place, taking those 12 extra points.
Absolutely. Alliance right behind them. Well, guess what? On top of them, they got a couple more kills, which means they will be in first in the standings. But look how neck and neck this is. And then a team we didn't really see much, but we got to talk more about. It's Reignite. 12 points total, 7 kills from the boys from down under. The Aussies plus JMW representing their sister country in the United Kingdom. He comes in, substitutes for a player with the biggest possible shoes to fill in Jen Burton, arguably the best controller player in the world, and Reignite in the top 4. Optic Gaming rounds it out in 5th.
How is this game number 1? How are we starting off the action like this? So quick at the start of our day, follow. I mean, if the players weren't awake yesterday, they definitely are now. Now, looking at the second page, though, 100 Thieves, one of our more consistent placing squads yesterday, now falling in that 11th place.
Di gripping gas trap, rasanya anjing bang.
Now coming in with 3 KP themselves.
Tuh, sumpah. Dewa top 5, top 6.
Total 5 poin.
5 poin dapatnya.
Our heart goes out to Artico in Ukraine. But of course, the players, aka the squad, dynasty of a roster.
Ditanya pernah nggak? Yuk, si Dum tuh siapa yuk? Si Dum tuh siapa sih? Aduh lupa aku siapa dong.
Modelnya menyombongkan
diri. Pertanyaannya lucu bang. Pernah nggak mabar sama Dum MVP? Ibaratnya awak canda bareng sama dia. Bully-bulian sama dia ya. Yuk.
Three kills on top of it, but they had their priorities. They were able to.
Budi, kalau Budi apa? Aku kurang tahu emang bagiannya itu.
Hanya main lain.
Budi?
Berarti ini apa bang? First tim Indonesia ya?
Ya, Dewa United dari tim Indonesia.
Ya iyalah.
The lines that we're talking about still. I mean, yeah, oh, absolutely. Still.
Tim 2-nya di low bracket. Ini yang winner bracket main. Nanti low bracket setiap ini.
Tim 2 orang siapa bang?
Orang Belkon yang Revenant Esport.
Performing with the 1.3k damage, controller god from the United States. But hey, what a hell of a game number 1. What a start. We got to take a quick breather. These players are getting ready for game number 2. It's right around the corner.
Anjir, aku kalau posisi itu kesel sih. Anjir. Ini Nocti. Cloud9 ya, bom. Ngebeam. Oke, terbang. Tembak.
Gasnya itu.
Tup. 2 orang loh langsung griping gasnya. Tup. Anjing, enak banget cuy. Gak kena beam waktu dia gas trap yang itu yang terakhir tuh.
Iya.
Tadi kan aku apa kan liatin yang di bagian Alliance. Dia nembak yang di akhir-akhir nggak kena, cok.
Oh, Belkon juga beda.
Belkon nanti siap ini. Ini 6 game dulu baru lanjut ke Belkon.
Oh, nggak ikut yuk. Suku kawan. Ujian dek.
Alasan ujian woi.
Bocil nggak boleh ikut.
Weh, itu apis tuh. Belum gede tuh.
Aku lebih kecil lagi.
Halo Nes, bangun kenapa enggak weh? Tidur dia. Sumpah Nes, kok nggak lihat tadi Nes? Nes, yang kena gripping gas trap anjing Cloud9 bangsat. Itu Alliance nembak nggak kena di akhir-akhir bangke.
Wah.
Alliance anjir, fanboy ah.
Gak Indopret.
Indopret ditonton awal-awal, kalau udah gugur baru pegangan.
Alliance B, bukan Indo anjing.
Iya Alliance bukan Indo, tapi kita nonton dukung juga Indonya, cok. Nak griefing gas trap Alliance abang deh, bego kali.
Cloud9 aku udah ngikutin, bagus mereka kau nih.
Alliance menang ini. Ya aku pegang Alliance, kau pegang Cloud9. Gimana ayo? Ya, masih ada final nih, Nes. Mau nggak Nes?
Aku lagi mandi kok. Mau mandi.
Enggak, sampai final. Siapa paling tinggi ranknya atau apa, dia menang. Alliance sudah ngeri kali, cok. Aku pantau-pantau. Gamenya tuh stabil anjir. Tapi siapa tahu di final ya kan, masih panjang mereka. Final, kalau di final tuh sistemnya gimana? Ulang lagi kah? Apa gimana? Berarti nggak pakai skor awal atau gimana tuh? Enggak kan? Skor baru kan? Berat lagi tuh, cok. Berat lagi tuh kalau skor baru. Kalau orang-orang yang udah di atas kan?
Ayo. Gue pakai ini. Kostik.
Si Raja Arab langsung semangat main apa?
Lu harus pakai GB. Lu pakai GB sekarang. Pakai GB. Woi, mirip gak sih? Dewa United ini.
Len. Kita sama.
Nah.
Len.
Ini nih, tolong.
Tidur.
Iya.
Itu ada tim Liquid, kita TT, tim tembakau kita.
Aku yang terus aja.
1 menit. 1 menit lagi.
Oke. Ayo, ini kita harus comms. Lihat bro di sini.
Kita harus comms anjing. Bangsat.
Langsung nonton ya dia.
Lah, bukan dia nonton habis itu dipraktekinnya gameplay pakai kostik, nggak kayak gitu juga konsepnya kan, Nes. Sepi, Cok. Maka masih rame juga di sini.
Welcome back, everybody, to Apex Legends Global Series Day 2 of the ALGS.
Day 2!
Stockholm, Sweden. Game 1 was a treat. It's going to be hard to top that, but something tells me we will.
I mean, this is the winner's bracket.
Malah knock one. Awak kira diterapkan gameplaynya langsung bagus ya, Nes. Tengok Mendonya tumbang pakai gibi. Rejaroknya dikejar-kejar. Jadi umpan lambung,
Because we're gonna go and we're immediately gonna rotate 7 teams already in that next circle. It was just absolutely insane. So much action in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And there's so much to break down there. We have a few minutes. So, gosh, that game 1, a lot to analyze. You know, what's so interesting is a couple things. One, how fast every team was to rotate. We talked about that. But as a result of that, we saw something we don't often see. Usually early rotate teams mean, well, you're early to rotate, you're going to get the apple. But instead, you got 3 other teams third-partying you because they were also there, and a lot of early game action we're not used to seeing.
Players, energy. What happened in the middle of that rotation? They were not expecting all these teams to already quickly rotate in less than a minute because so many teams wanted to prioritize that God spot, that final circle positioning. We were talking about it before in the game, looking at the composition, so much caustic. So a lot of these teams, their priorities are to secure the buildings within Dome. A lot of these teams predicting that it was going to pull outside of the eggshell of Dome 2. Yeah. That's why you saw heavy hitting teams like Alliance already situate themselves to clear out the entire southern side of that last circle. And it was insane how frag heavy they were.
Exactly. And Alliance is the next thing I want to talk about here as we take a look first, though, at the comparison of the GOATs. Imperial Hal, CEO of NA. Hardeki, CEO of EMEA. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Average kills so far this tournament. Well, advantage, Hardeki, 1.7 kills per game, 916 damage per game. Insane, by the way. Hardeki right now in the top 7 overall damage with 17.3k damage. It's the second we've seen on screen, by the way. It's called Prep. I'm just kidding. Highest damage goal match, 2.4k in damage. Repping the Ashe. Hal's been repping a lot of Horizon, typically the Wraith Ashe player, but rocking Horizon this tournament a lot more often.
We saw the swap actually yesterday. It was later down in the day actually, where Hal actually made the swap over to the Horizon, maybe seeing a lot more success.
Kalau di YouTube nggak bisa comment center kan?
Still with that team comp, I'm interested to see.
Mending Twitch nonton Cok.
Realize that after the lobbies that they were playing in the group stage section just yesterday, but you see usually a lot of people comparing these 2 players, so it's fantastic to see them now in one lobby.
Exactly. Neither team really performed to their expectation. Game 1 to 11. Maybe a pretty good foreshadowing what's to come. All eyes on TSM and players who don't know Hardeki definitely now. Their world individual skill performance. Meanwhile, heading on down to Apex. Now look at this guy. My man rolled up his sleeves just to show us You know, the guns.
Yeah.
The pistols.
Oh man, I love this. I love this. I love the personality of a lot of these players that we get to see here for the first time on LAN. First time that all these different regions are facing off against each other.
Gotta talk about him. Paris Clueless. Stay naughty. The one meeting.
Stay naughty.
I saw it in the outro replay as we went to break. I didn't see it from his perspective. None of us did. We were winning. How Lions lost that fight? Well, because of him. He clutched up simply his first LAN competition. You think there'd be nerves. You think maybe, just maybe, he won't perform the same way he does online. All of that is out the window. He showed up.
It was just insane the way he laid the barrel for some extra cover. There was even the dome before it went out before he was able to even strafe around the barrel. The dome was still out there, but the fact that he was able to utilize the gas from the barrel, so he was already deployed there, he was already letting out the gas. They were so fixated on trying to take care of Stay Naughty. That was just such an insane play to ignore the gas, take the extra, take damage, and still go down. Stay Naughty, one piece to be able to stay alive in that situation. Shield,
Oke, posisi 1 Alliance 19 poin, 10 kill, placement 2. Cloud9 18 poin, 6 kill, placement 1. Tim Liquid, Dewa, mana Dewa? Dewa masuk ya, masih di 10 besar. Yuk, pertahanin. Masih 10 besar, kalian masuk final. Mantap anjir. Yuk, bisa.
High time to kill, the opportunity to be played, not the first shot, not the first kill. It's not the 2v1 always wins, we clutch 1v2 like we saw Smith yesterday and Stay Naughty today. Take a look at Alliance, a male model from China himself, Yuki on the right, Hockey's the coach of this team, the analyst of this team, the IGL of this team, the brain of this team. He does it all in the middle, and then Weiss on the far left, support player, so soft-spoken, doesn't care, doesn't want the limelight, just wants to play his role, and he plays it so well. We're going to Chef Shotkus, the overall chef and manager of this team. He knows, he's posted. He hears me, you hear me, don't you?
He's gonna let you know Fallout. It's like, yeah, I am.
It's a true story. Competitive image red shot. By the way, posted a clip of him on a Chinese dating show, doing yoga with the bachelorette.
Is there anything that you can't do at this point?
Honestly, no.
Wow.
And you can do it all. Dreams. At the start, they like energy and show the same way we thought they would. The team has performed online for many years. There's always been consistent on highs and lows. But so far, Rocker and Nathan, the young guns, their first plan, I believe, not showing up just yet.
Just talking about energy, I know I mentioned a little bit in the first game. I couldn't dive into it just because so much action already happened at the start. But again, I got to put a pig at Sweet's brain, figure out why they wanted to give the Watson a try. He said he wanted to give the Watson a try on land despite not having to practice their art until they were already in Sweden. But they didn't want to give her a try anymore going into the team. They already figured out what composition they feel comfortable with. But again, like you said, we saw it just not the start. That you really want to have, not even have any to breathe to figure out if you're really comfortable today.
What a game number 2 is here. Drops to the line across World's Edge. Let's jump right into the action yet again. Game 2 of the 6-game winners bracket series. I'm excited to jump on one play with none other than
Is here?
Why are they like this? Oh, I can't. It's so hard to not. I honestly, I was thinking about this morning too when I was making my own team breads.
Like, I don't know if it's gonna pull no name or like pull back to the southwest, like the other zone.
SM landing. Apa?
The choke.
Fragment.
At Evo early.
Itu 60 tuh like. Masih ya.
Zona udah ambil mana itu? Ambil sini kan? Atau itu lagi rumah itu tapi cuma itu aja ada dua. Iya. Ada lagi enggak? Enggak ada.
Lah.
Apa bes?
Like kamu ngendok pakai aja gitu kiri.
Hah? Apa? Apa?
Oh, pasti lama.
Kenapa?
Bisa kasih
Apaan?
kosong nggak? Harus
Maksudnya?
Ini buat ke layar full gimana?
Oh, kau tekan lah bassnya. Bassnya kau tekan. Kau tekan. Biar ke atas, Kau tekan 2 kali atau berapa gitu.
Ada kan?
Bukan cok, itu kau tekan. Di tengah-tengah gambarnya. Bukan itu.
Sini.
Kursil dulu.
Nah, full nah, kayak aku nih, coba kalau lihat aku.
Ya, jalan. Coba nih.
Ini gua
Bentar.
Apex kan.
Ya, play Apex. Nah, comment. What's in comment center? Ya udah, klik Dewa United.
Gua kira apa?
Dewa United. Kau tekan aja terus sekali.
Klik.
Bukan yang bawahnya, gambar-gambarnya yang mau kau tonton biar ke atasin.
Gua kira ini kalau gimana?
Yang bawah kau tekan.
Gua
Bisa diubah. Terkena ya?
Gimana, Cuk? Udah aku tekan, Cuk. Udah klik.
Ya, sini dulu kali mau di mana?
Cok,
Ya, ini
tambah timnya lah, coba. Saya nggak bisa.
Ada yang terbang lagi. Itu kan semua kali bos di rumah ini juga.
Itu kau tekan aja Dewa Unitednya. Di bawahnya kan ada full. Ada nggak?
Dia cuma tekan.
Ada.
Ya udah tekan. Kau nonton di mana nih? Google Chrome ya?
Ada terbang.
Coba tambah tim lain coba.
Rumah sebelah. Ini belum bisa nambah cuma tahu nih.
Oh, bisa.
Di bawah.
Aku bisa nambah sampai 4. Wih, nice. Jaro. Mana makan? Jaro storyku ya? Burger ya? Ya burger.
Siapa yang masukin? Udah bisa
Bebas tekan lah.
Bawa-bawain dong kalian.
Tuh, kau tekan yang si Bas. Nah, kau fullkan. Kau silang lah yang bawah tuh kalau nggak mau nonton. Kan aman kan?
Triple tick nih.
Oke. Aku watch party soalnya. Tapi nggak ada yang nonton, Pri. Gimana, Pri? Hebat ya, Pri. Nggak apa-apa.
Nggak ada. Ada stack nih dalamnya. Pada sini orang. Bergerak. Ini orang di dalam ini.
Aku nggak harus nonton, cuma temen awaknya harus di record gimana? Udah semua tidur anjir, kesel.
Jangan dia. Mana? Di dalam dia. Sendiri dia.
Wah, itu. Krek. Lo kali nggak dapet.
Dari pintu kanan dia. Hah? Siapa dia?
Lari deh.
Wah,
Balik lagi.
nggak dapet sayang.
Buat tabrak TP mau pesan.
Balik. Ada.
Aliens ngambil staging. SM pindah ke rumah Ronem. Not bad.
Kali 1-2 tuh.
Bas masing-masing rumah ini bas.
Apa?
Gas trap.
Udah cuma itu doang kan di pintu rumah kita.
Yang apa? Itu 3.
Pintu rumah kita itu sih.
Itu 3, itu 2.
1 2.
Oh, masih bas dan
Itu banyak yang kita.
Oh, itu punya gua. Bobi aja. Masih di dalam.
Udah meter ya. Tuh.
Itu dia. Masih bas. Bas.
Nice.
Masih di kanan dia. Itu lihat itu kita musuh bajunya di badannya tuh lihat kan?
Lihat.
Ada di sini. Ada tuh.
48 GB di kiri. Gua net nih.
Gua net kanan juga.
Gua net juga. Lah kok enggak kena?
Track di kiri semua. Netin lagi kiri. Netin kiri. Gak kena.
Aduh, kena parah.
Woi, kena, oi.
Ya.
Ulti.
Mati.
Up. Gas. And
Ya udah stay bas.
gas. Wih, nice. Oke. And well, let's go. Aduh. Back.
Ya, gol.
Balik. Bas, kolau, bas.
Ya dapat 3 lah.
Ya dapat 3 lah.
Kopi dapat berapa? Portalnya sini. Ini portal ya.
Iya. Gua
paling bawah ya.
Dia lo.
Ya ada circle yang kanan.
Lu jaga balik.
Ya. Ambil baik.
Di sini bagi. Di balik kiri dulu. Liatin gua. Aman.
Woi, Jos, mana kau? Tidur. Woi, Joshua. Tidur pula. Kau nggak lihat kah tadi penggrippingan gas trap? Kau lihat di klip momen aja, ada abang sejain deh abang.
Sel gua 12 dia ada bawah lagi.
Gua sel 24.
Bocor kali nggak nih aku Jos?
Bob, gua aja pakai lagi.
Nggak kan?
Kenapa?
Nggak kena.
Terbang.
Ada terbang. Berapa ini? Ke ini. Hampir crack, hampir. Pakin lagi.
Baik.
Gua nggak dong dia.
Woi, awas. Ada cas rifle.
Jadi kanan, 2 ke kanan. Dan Fakri ke kiri. Gua nggak ada net. Lu nggak ada ulti wasit.
Nggak ada. Antel. Dikasih semua dia. Dikasih semua dia.
Iya.
Nggak ada.
Kebakar.
Lu baju sini. Ada
Bahaya, jangan ambil resiko dulu, masih placement jauh. Kalian udah dapat poin lumayan ini.
Lu ada ulti kapan?
Belum.
Pecah 1.
Harus gua sama.
TSM lokasinya masih di rumah Nonem, di si Alliance posisi di Alliance yang di kereta. Wih, mana? Itu reject. Reject di Nonem. Pada main di Nonem, Cok. Hati-hati Mamar, Cok. Turun ya. Lu enak tuh. Alliance crack. Posting ulti shit lah.
Gua dua
tiga ya. Bukannya poin.
Gua 3 saja.
Gua 4-2. Mending lu kasih pakai ini aja.
917661. Kayak gitu ya guys. Buat kayak gitu aja mainnya aja 61.
Malah gua. Gimana? Enggak ada yang ngambil nih. Liatin gue ya. Iya. Belakang ada.
Dalam.
Woi Valkyrie. Kamu siapa Valkyrie? Tim siapa nih? Lost Trap. Hah? Ini baru game kedua. Wih, pas alah. Lantai dua.
Kasih, crack, kasih, chill.
Aduh, jangan maju kok, Bas.
Sabar, Bos.
Woi, peace. Nice. Mati tim Liquid.
Sama gua, ada yang kerap sama gua.
Enggak tahu.
Enggak tahu di mana.
Dia. Enggak tahu, gua enggak ada beacon. Cari beacon kalau ada. Flavor beacon.
Bas, kok ngapain ke atas tadi, Bas?
Sabar, gua lagi healing, lu enggak lihat.
Mamar yang lihat. Balik punya beacon mereka ya?
Enggak ada. Gua bisa bikin. Tapi di sebelah sana. Ini karbin banyak kok,
Ada apa kali bisa bomb
di kanan ya?
Wah, susah tuh, Cok, Mamar. Mau bikin mobil beacon, Cok.
Ada terbang kok.
Menurut kau bisa nggak, Jos?
Kalau
agak lebih di kali.
Lempar beacon orang mau.
Pas ada kalau ada beacon.
Enggak usah paksa kali lah.
Ada ultimate habis kalau bisa kita ada ultimate semua. Terus kita pergi keluar ring. Enggak ada, Bob. Gua baterai banyak kok nih, gua drop 2 buat lo.
Mana sih kalian kalau nyari beacon teh?
Lu tadi mah nyantai aja, Bas.
Ya gua ngebokong kan gua udah pintu bawah. Gua ngebokong dia tangga.
Iya, gua enggak bakal bisa masuk, gua di ulti kaustik di gas pula. Cuman cara gua masuk bantuin lu lewat
96 gua ya.
Iya, gua lewat bawah enggak bisa, Bas. Gua awal tadi udah di gas kaustik, kena di ulti pula anjing. Makanya gua naik ke atas. Lewat lantai 2 enggak bisa juga di blok, lewat lantai 3 jadi.
Tadi kan lu mau di-push tepi sama dia, ya kan?
Iya, cuman gua balik aman gua.
Iya, karena gua yang nebein bodoh.
Karena gue yang nebein bodoh. Jadi paling nggak bisa gitu nahannya, Jos.
Iya, balik ke lagi. Pintu bawahnya gua tutup semua tuh. Oh, bikin ini crafting ya, panas lah. Nanti aja karena kalau ada timing mah. Nanti kalau dulu. Kemungkinan tak dia tahu kalian berdua tuh siapa keras anjing.
Mati langsung yang dirasa nggak?
Level set.
Ada orang Bob dalam ini, Bob. Ada orang dalam itu.
Iya.
Nyantai. Boleh di belakang. Iya. Ada orang lagi Valkyrie kanan. Ini dua. Mereka. Aduh, mereka body ungu, body merah ini. Aduh, udah baterai deh.
Tuh zona bagus banget coy. Anjing lah kena tuh.
Sabar, Pis, gue bisa planting aja, Pis. Yakin lo? Ada yang dekat Bob. Ringnya sakit sih. Sakit, ringnya sakit banget.
Ring 34 nih, Bob. Ring 34 yang 4 kali tag. 4 kali tag kan kalau, Bob.
Ingat nggak, Bob? Ya ingat lah ya kan, luar ring.
Pis, kita stay dalam aja.
Oke.
Baik. Berapa aja nanti ada replikator turun sini? Ada yang terbang, Pis? Iya, atas kita. Di atas kita. Di atas itu.
Tahan, woi.
Bob.
Sabar, Bob.
Bawa
pecah dia drop. Coba dia kena satu.
Fakta-pin. Tapi itu gua blok kok, pintu satu blok. Satu lagi blok, belum masih ada dua, harus satu.
Udah, depan kiri lo.
Kiri lo, Pis.
Wah, woi. Lari pop.
Sini satu, one more kok, chill.
Chill. Sini, woi. Jangan dipush.
Mamat.
Oke, nice.
Heal.
Woi. Lawan.
Waduh, kestak lagi gua.
Aduh.
Lari dah. Pas masuk. Lari.
Kenapa lu fighting anjing? Ada tim lain tuh.
Burger, Cok.
Di kiri lu tadi. Gua nggak tahu. Gua jalan polos banget lagi. Iya, gua nggak tahu itu demi Allah. Gua kira di depan. Main yang jalan polos banget. Nggak tahu gua di sana. Serius, main. Nggak fokus amat kayaknya. Bukan nggak fokus, gua nggak tahu.
Nggak fokus banget kayaknya.
Dia emang diam doang dia. Kata Muhammad nembaknya ke situ tadi. Masa lu nggak lihat?
Nggak ngeliat. Gua kira di samping Muammar banget. Makanya gua urus aja ke sana. Di samping gua gimana? Kalau ke samping gua nembak ke kanan.
Rumah sekolah bang, rumah aku.
Woi.
Digas gua kali lo. Sini bisa tembak dari jela, bisa tembak dari jela langsung.
Tapi rada seru ya, just pick red bloodhound kecil ya kan?
Ngelamun anjing.
Kadang pick red yang bloodhound-nya yang ngeselin cok. Kalau buat red kayak orang apa tinggal satu orang gitu. Nah scan, hello buddy gitu ya.
Nice.
Oh, itu bawahnya Bob, lantai 2. Yang kiri kelihatan tadi.
Gripping Bob. Hati juga Bob. Wih gila sih Bob. Bob bisa Bob. Gas Bob. Anjay. Gak dapet cok.
Sama Valkyrie dia kalian di main anjing. Ultimate sih ada udah. Ada.
Ada.
Bawa aja.
Bawa. Buat apa bawa anjing?
Gak usah. Bebasin kalau.
Itu yang loser 2 kali main doang kan?
Gas sekali.
Yang bracket losernya? Itu loser yang main kan? 2 kali itu?
Hari ini main.
Jadi ini diambil berapa?
Kiri lu. Tuh.
Diambil 10 terus loser bracket main, diambil 10.
Enggak, nanti dibagi lagi tuh.
Maju dia tuh, maju dia.
Kali dia mungkin ya.
Ada babal.
Atau depan lu aja kali. Di sebelah dia aja.
Kan 10-30 sisa player yang harus bermain. Oh iya, round 2-nya yang loser nih lawan yang kalah loser itu.
Mati Pak Dennis.
Mati dia kayak.
Atau iya kali satu dia.
Weh, tolong jangan. Mar. Aduh.
My god, nice try
guys. Lumayan kill kalian.
Kesel gua anjing. Sumpah blok gua enggak lihat banget. Ngelamun tadi pada.
Alien hilang, ini TSM hilang. Sisa berapa tuh? Cloud9. Aku mantau Cloud9 aja lah.
We have APAC North teams nearby, and quite a few squads remaining in this lobby. Reignite and Burger, APAC North South team, some of them.
And Luminosity Gaming getting pinged by everyone from every single direction. They have no chance here after that dome was taken. Let's keep walking up on the right. I'm here.
Berbalik.
I have 0 mats.
And I'm selling.
Did they get the loot? Yeah, this guy on it now.
Hah?
I have a knock on my car.
Iya bang.
We need to kill these idiots.
I have 50 heavy.
I have 0 health. 0 cells, 0. Stop shooting at me.
Tadi lagi nonton main.
Woi.
Kan ada tim itu juga.
Yes, they left.
Main.
We will drop down and thirst everyone. Kill that guy.
Media dia.
Because we can't wait for the win here.
I have 3 cells.
Kawan awak pula ya, Anjas.
I'm scared.
Play slow.
Woi. Mati. Gas trap. Boom. Maju. Pop. Arbor ini. Ceng arbor. Ceng arbor lagi. Gila. Woi, lama kali kau ngelut, woi. En. Woi. Itu Valkyrie. Nice. Rakun menang kan? Siapa? 100 Thieves.
Apa? Menang sebelah.
Sebelah mana ada? Kan satu tim, Cok. Satu lobby adanya, Jos.
Itu cara nonton kayak gitu cuma ada Bang dari Twitch.
Hah?
Ntar.
Ada comment centernya. Di Play Apex tuh kan ke
Oh, ada Dewa rupanya.
ada apa? Emang ada kan? Itu ngapa tuh?
And look at
Oh, bahasa.
game number 1, C9. They're talking, they're trying to see what they can do. You can see the path. You can see how passionate they are. I'm absolutely
Iya, satu lobby, nanti baru yang itunya. Nanti nonton yang si orang Melkon lagi, Jos. Jatuhnya kan nih, nah diambil 10. Nanti yang 10 ini main di
Gini lah.
Oh iya, ngambil 5 berarti kan? Yang tim sebelah yang kalah nih? Kalau nggak ambil 5 gimana dong?
Winner bracket diambil 10.
Yang low bracket 5 kan?
Bacot kali dia.
Iya, yang winner diambil 10, main di final kan?
Iya.
Nah, terus yang 10-nya?
Yang kalah 10 di winner turun ke loser.
Turun ke loser. Loser bracket nanti di round 2.
Loser bracket round 2. Nah, ini kan
yang loser bracket round 2 main diambil 10, enggak? 5 kan?
Bacot kali dia ini belum bisa awak jelasin.
Ya coba jelasin.
Yang loser bracket round 1 nih kan 20 tim tuh udah tuh. Nah, tuh diambil 10, baru round 2 nanti isinya loser bracket yang 10 tuh. Terus yang kalah di winner bracket 20 tim ya kan. Nah, tuh ditarik 10 lagi. Nah, jadi 10 tim dari winner bracket, 10 tim dari ini campuran loser bracket sama winner bracket yang turun ke loser bracket gitu.
Tunggu. Winner round 1 10 tim turun ke round 2. 20 tim di bawah main di loser round 1. Eliminasi yang 10 di bawah, 10 masuk lawan yang 10 yang winner kan? Oh iya, pas. Berat anjir kalau yang losernya.
Ya, yang loser harus apalah stabil, harus top 10 terus lah paling enggak tuh baru bisa.
Ini posisi sekarang winner nih masih aman nih, Wak. Harus dipertahanin sih, harus stabil.
Ya,
di posisi 6 dia.
Dari tadi 6 ya. Mantap.
Enggak, sistem poinnya kayak gini, Bang. Bentar, aku cek window dulu. Nih, di setiap game tuh ada poin-poin kill sama placement-nya. Jadi di game 1 tuh orang tuh dapat 5 poin. Di 2 kill placement-nya dapat 3 poin, jadi 5 poin.
Placement 6 ya?
Terus di game 2 nih lumayan juga, kill orang tuh dapat 8. Di placement 9 nih plus berapa ya? Plus 1 ya? Iya. Di placement 9 nih dapat 2 plus 2.
2 poin.
Plus 2 jadi 10 poin. Jadi total orang tuh masih lumayan juga. Tapi harus stabil orang nih mainnya. Jangan sampai kegeser sama orang-orang bawah nih. Misalnya orang bawah nih di orang-orang bawah nih champion tergeser nih. Paling enggak harus dapat.
Itu kan 10 Typhus tuh kan di bawah deh tuh. Champion naik deh.
Siapa? Ya 100 tips nih kalau dari 6 game.
Jadi di bawah deh.
Kalau dari 6 game 25 poin, main stabil. Kalau udah dapat champion udah aman enggak sih menurut Coach?
Enggak juga.
Enggak juga kan?
Kalau cuma satu game habis tusun kalah, Cuk. Enggak.
Coba 20 ya. 20.
Ini nanti di game ke-6 selesai game 6 paling enggak 40 poin anjing.
40 poin di 10 tuh ya.
Paling enggak.
Gen9 udah 37 gila.
Cloud9 nih dia udah nyayur di game 1 6 kill, enggak nyayur sekali sih. 10 kill di game 2. Ini si Jos kesel cok. Aliens. Kau lihat lah, weh. Udah kau lihat?
Kenapa?
Aku bilang Jos kan tadi kau udah tahu yang di gripping gas trap tuh. Kau lihat di klip momen. Jos. Mas Joshua.
Awok terkacang.
Kuat. Aku bisa ser.
Modelnya bikin sakit hati.
Puasa bro. Puasa nak bre?
Alhamdulillah puasa.
Merokok Arika.
Bakso dia cok.
Gak ada ya. Kau
Ada baru beli bakso tadi. Bacot nih Bayu nih Pak.
Allah.
Kamu yang bohong.
Ini persaingan berat nih, apa namanya Alien sama Cloud nih. 1-2 nih.
Paling enak map mana? War Edge. Apa yang strong point?
War Edge.
Map mana? Memang paling enak War Edge. Ada yang lebih enak. Tingkatnya apa War Edge Bang Yu?
War Edge.
Kalau War Edge sama Olympus
War Edge anjing.
apa cinta Bang War Edge? Sogok Bang.
Olympus cepet al TP anjing.
Strong point lah kalau nggak mau cepat. Lebar kali mapnya. Oh, tak berak ngantuk bed kencing. Itu players tuh konsisten di bawah.
Konsisten ya terus. Anjing adik kau ninja, weh, Len. Itu konsisten ya dia di bawah jauh ada anjing.
Tapi ini OP kali orang tuh tadi agresif kali mainnya maju-maju ya.
Tadi tuh wajar sih kesal sih ini si Muammar wajar kesal. Itu udah di ping sama si Muammar, nggak lihat ya.
Kira-kira diam. Di apa causticnya tadi maju apa klip pel tembak tengah darah pecah, dia kena one clip yang di tanggal. Kita lihat dia.
Yo no hago ejercicio, la delincuencia acecha y no quiero que me roben, dice.
Rani kok
Chill
bisa Bang udah
United, bro.
zona
Let's go.
kecil gitu
My
masih ada
friends
15
playing.
pot.
Oh, really, man?
Caranya cuma
It's Dewa, your friends? Support him, plays nice.
Iya.
My
Masa
friends
ada
are playing
zona
also,
terakhir
man.
sebelum zona nutup terakhir.
So let's see
Zona
the
berapa tuh? 5 apa 6?
leaderboard. So Dewa. Oh, they're just 1 point far from my friends,
di
man.
ranked.
These are my friends.
Baru ronde pertama
Oh,
dan
nice. Your friends are good, man. Actually, yesterday we were like, oh man, these guys are griefing us. Go to rank 1. Nice, man. Shout out to Dewa.
Kira-kira juara siapa Bang Yu?
So that's you guys are from Apak now, North or Apak South? Nice, Lynn. Nice to see you, man. We're gonna support Dewa too.
Kenapa dia?
We're gonna support Dewa too.
Emang ini.
Just because you're our friend.
Dinner.
Konsisten.
Anjing. Dinner dah.
Definitely, they will play the finals. Definitely. Definitely. ALGS, your friends? Yeah, which player? All of them, man. All of them. They are Mexican.
Alones mana, weh?
Luminosity. They just got even the coach, yeah, even the coach.
$250,000 berapa duit tuh?
We are the first Mexican team playing PlayOff like this. So it's a big step for us.
$50,000 dapat 3 juta 3M bapak deh.
Joystat ya?
Iya 3,6 M.
Tech, not only rocket science, but
Actually, welcome back, everybody, to ALGS Playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. This is $1 million competition, but more importantly, as we've been talking about all weekend, this is the first international.
Juara bagi-bagi
chico, ¿qué onda, papito? ¿Cómo estás, perrillo? Qué milagro, bro, qué milagro.
Over 950
Qué
plus
milagro,
and
bro.
we are here and look at this competition. I'm so happy to be sitting around standing alongside you.
Nice to meet you, John Pistillo. They're friends.
But it's all good. 100 Thieves taking game number 2, taking the God spot away from
Absolutely, and we talked about some other kind of big storylines. Optic Gaming not performing up to snuff just yet in World's Edge. They're a great Stormpoint team. Expect them to bounce back in the second half. And Apex North, Apex South, relatively quiet to the other regions in the grand scheme of things. So those are some team storylines that we've talked about 100 Thieves with a dominant win just last game here. Scurry on the far left. Vaxlon, the recent pickup from this team, former CLG in the middle, and the leader, IGL of this team, so humble, so kind, so well-spoken. It's Anmu from the Midwest, from Illinois, on the far right of your screen here. And what a performance we've had from this man so far. 1.75 kills per game, 1,000 average damage. He's the first player I've seen with over 1,000 average damage per game.
Kemarin di round ketiga.
I always take a look at Anmu with
round
this.
3
He's got the wingman in
round
hand.
3 round 3 terakhir.
Definitely be wary because Anmu is going to claim.
Nge-grave siapa dia?
I mean, just in general, he's just such a heavy fragger.
Flip side, we got Cloud9 on the far left. Stay naughty. He stays naughty. That's for sure. He's been playing naughty all day long, playing angry and playing so well. E6, the UK boys, plus the freshman in K Swinney. But guess what? Enough of the main stage. Let's jump into gameplay because game number 3, our last game on World Edge is here. Throw it up in the chat. What are your predictions?
Dewa United dapat placement bagus, please.
Ini karbin Bob. Gua ambil.
Di sana udah buka. Ya, di sini bukanya jam 5:30.
Oh. Cok.
Ada lagi anjing. What the heck?
Teki. Gue bisa bawa banyak net nih. Lo butuh ini kah? Bal? Apa? Gue bawain Bas.
Apa?
Kasih si Bas tuh.
Ada gue bawa senjata yang ada. Gue megang alternator rapok sekarang. Coba. Tapi
lu
masih ada
mau
sih.
pakai ultimate gak?
Game pertama Kak. Sekarang game
Ambil mana kita ya? Landslide kah?
Nih, gua bawa ultimate ya. Ayo cek ring yuk.
Landslide. Yuk. Udah.
Kita mau ini dulu. Kita dulu. Ya body ungu di gua.
Nggak tahu sih, bingung gua. Atas kan landslide aja, tapi
Lu
masih ada
mau
sih.
pakai ultimate enggak? Boleh mana sini. Nih, gua bawain ball lo. Kalau mau. Ayo cek ring.
Full harimau dulu.
Nggak pernah ada baterai anjing.
Gua ada satu sel 10. Bawa aja balon.
Biar.
Buat naikin armor dong. Hampir crack kita. Kalau crack dah.
Gua nggak nembak.
Buat naikin armor lah. Dia ke kanan, ke landslide. Heavy mulu. Cuman kalau di bemo digituin sama kayak orang sama deh. Kayak orang tadi.
Bemo LS.
Iya.
Jangan buang dong.
Bemo. Itu dia keluar aja. Itu dia yang udah scan tank. Kemana dia?
Para Fisher kayak.
Sini. Gua udah ulti. Ke mobil kali ya? Mau gak? Sini Bas.
Tapi kita tahu kan situ sana tega. Langsung itu enggak tuh. Gas.
Gua enggak kepik ya. Enggak ada silsilan.
Harus kepik lah lo, ampun deh.
Enggak ada silsilan flare. Ya udah di mobil aja, Pis. Main, Pis. Apa?
Tuh ada.
Nah, tuh atas.
Boleh tagas.
Kena lagi. Bingung gua. Bangsat lagi terbang gitu. Udah lu enggak usah ngepick. Yang kalian mau naikin body gua enggak?
Enggak.
Kamu tagas ya.
Lo ada selesai enggak? Yang putih juga gitu.
Gua
ada berapa?
8
Gua naikin biru lah sekalian. Sini gua yang naikin, Bes. Sini.
Ultimal.
Nih, drop body lo. Nih, pin kanan dia.
Saya game.
Ke kanan sini dia. Gak apa-apa, sini aja dulu. Kita mau ke sana nggak bisa. Kena headshot gua.
Mana sih, Bob?
Hampir crack kalau crack. Bilang kalau minta bubble.
Memek.
Enggak tahu jago banget.
Paling gak bisa ditahan gitu aja.
Weh, di kiri dia, bangsat kau.
Pas.
Heeh. Pas lagi gue lempar gas lagi, timingnya dia ke kiri semua, 2 orang.
Di belakang.
Bubble baby face.
Aduh, jangan di-grip dong. Aduh.
Enggak, betul tadi. Ding si pas butuh anjing mati nanti.
Mati
ya. Kanan nih nanti.
Mati.
Gua ada selsuannya.
Full down. Nanti dalam dulu kan gue bubble lagi.
Udah mati dah, Jos.
Pasti di kanan dia ngambil angle.
Serius lah, aku telat kayak ini.
Aduh, gua ngetok.
Asmis.
Aduh.
Gol di kiri. Gua kesak. Mati gua. Oh my god.
Baik for bubble.
Aduh, energi dong.
Kalau ada
ulti telat ya.
Gua ulti.
Aduh.
Pecah tuh, 2 orang pecah.
Telat kayak ini.
Dikit balik anjing.
Tusun. Berat, Cok.
Pissed. They are done with Loba. They're done with the utility. It's time to slay. That's what they're known for. You have Rocker and Nathan on your team, 2 of the best fraggers in Apex in North America. And by the way, we always say that, Sweet's just as good as fraggers. So you have the best pound for pound fighters in the game and time to fight.
100 Thieves now with a phase breach of their own, getting onto the high ground here. The bombardment being called in. Reject now. Gonna take onto the high ground with the grenade follow-up too. Dart's gonna try to cover so many of these entry options. The EMP now coming in. This is Reject's green light to fully send it onto his team. 100 Thieves now. 2 of them taken out. 100 left.
We're highlighting North America, and so far it's going to be Impact North shutting down
Energy akan men-TP.
Winners. Vaxlon is the last alive.
Energy moving in for the third party, trying to find the opportunity.
Energy
Vaxlon trying to get away
RC.
from both NRG and Reject, but Reject have the high ground. Anu gets taken out. out. Still alive though, as Backslide is trying to at least find the safety of these crates. Look at Reject, he's letting it happen right now. He's letting him try to full focus him, pressure him out into the open, and now he's gonna be able to fully send it on the Valk. He can just move right back to the high ground if he needed to.
Yeah, Reject says, give me that high ground, give me that spot. They take it right from the hands of 100 Thieves, and they take out 100 Thieves from this lobby, barring something miraculous from Backslide, who's gonna be down to 2 HP. The long range
they took it from him! They took it from him!
That is, again, the bread and butter of NRG. Kill points, high kills, high aggression. NRG with 4 already.
Love it. Reject now with that information. We know that NRG is in the area. Yeah, that wingman scooped up that baby, but they were able to
Aku
take
lebih
players
support ke Alliance kayaknya. Gameplaynya stabil kalau orang tuh.
At this point, it's all okay here. You gotta just go in for those quick shield swaps in case you're in the thick of it too. Reject just looking at where NRG.
Itu round 3.
But it's quick.
Alliance nyayor kali kah?
What they did before when they fully sent him
Sampai dapat poin 200 gitu.
repositioned after they
Aku nonton round 3.
and they wanted to secure that train cart. They're not gonna put themselves out in a state where they're gonna be at a disadvantage.
Bukan Alliance.
All that.
Kan itu di bracket aku lihat sampai 200 orang tuh paling atas.
Another fight going down here. NRG is not
Nayor kayaknya.
stopping.
Setiap matchnya tuh kill banyak terus.
They repositioned right back to where they were, and they got another stick with the Arc Star. I mean, do they miss?
Yeah, Skynade's gonna come through from Sharky. This is NRG versus Reignite. NRG's gotta be careful here. Reignite's a very talented team in terms of individual mechanical skill, and oh my gosh, the quick charge rifle, 65 damage shot. JMW calls for a reset.
Beda kali, cok.
Backs out.
Kalau nggak ada Gen Burtan.
The longest lasting member of this team is the last alive, and Nathan and NRG are gonna capitalize once again. NRG farms the lobby. It's time to wake up the sleeping giant.
All right, Nathan, you're disgusting. You're clicking on heads. You are cleaning these players up. It's insane. And like you said, another phase breach. Just get out of that situation.
I think I saw someone pushing though. Rocker on the bridge. I don't think that was NRG because they phase breached out. We'll see. NRG already with 6 kills. Very impressive. 5 or 6 players right now with 0 kills.
Iya.
I thought I'd say that. But
itu kan nampak tuh di pojok kanan, cok. Match 3.
Underperforming for this team because this team is
Aku nonton Gaster atau Alliance ya. Alliance saya lah. Alliance luar zona soalnya.
Yep, let's go. Most of the range is here. Like 6 of them. I can use. Don't want to waste everything. Yeah. Gonna see.
Play 5. I think I have purple armor.
Fine. Nice, you got bats. Yeah, I got bats instead.
Go towards the redeploy.
Yeah, we could probably land. Yeah, out
we should
here.
land lava. We should land like lava and then back up to lava.
Okay.
We're landing safe and then we're back hunting.
Pop this right.
Let's go now before we take too much damage.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll get shot at.
Bro.
They get shot, man.
Yeah. Do we see anybody on these buildings?
I don't see anyone out here. We can land there as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for that.
I get that is good spot.
Yeah, I'm going for that.
I think there's a team on the building.
It is fine.
Woo!
Nobody in the choke. I don't see anybody. Yeah, I'm landing choke. I'm going choke.
Dasar di mana?
Can we heal up first?
Yeah, I'm gonna heal. I'm just landing.
Di tunnel ya. Alliance di apa nih? Lorong di bawah.
Yeah.
Itu Cloud9 di apa tuh?
That's what I mean.
Di apa namanya? Dekat bak loba.
If nothing.
Get to the corner. We're good.
Look at what the fuck.
This is what I mean by respect. Like this is we simply have this open because we're respected by the lobby.
Yeah.
People think we're playing.
Bang September, lontar siapa aja?
Aku nonton map sama TSM ini. Aku lagi liatin map.
Map.
Okay.
Map maksudnya?
Perspektif map.
Oh.
Perspektif
map.
map.
4-7.
Berarti dari LGS-nya ya?
5-8.
Iya, ada di comment center-nya ada.
Ada ke map?
I'm gonna go for this.
Yeah.
Yang mana map, Cok?
This team is moving up. Log 45. We have to have 2 players playing back here.
Aku habis LGS-nya nih.
Your vibes.
Yeah. It's best if I go. I don't.
I gotta borrow what they might do.
They're caustic team. Log can be caustic.
Where they at?
Gak tahu aku dari kemarin, Cok. Bangsat. Wih, enak kali Alliance, Cok. Champion itu tuh. LG lawan apa nih? Tim Liquid sisa 2.
Like moving up. Yeah, they're trying to fight this. I'm gonna jump in the back, so I can't really peek here. Horrible angles.
Wait, is it a house team? Yeah, only the
Yeah,
house
yeah,
team.
house team.
Okay.
45.
Like on the Peter, I don't have too much meds here, so just play this slow.
Yeah, I'm 5-6.
You should come closer. You should come closer. You're too far away.
Okay.
You should play like here or something. Like play this rock or something.
I just want to watch the oops though.
Then fuck the oops.
Yeah, we have to even see that
Who's gonna oops? We need to just follow this. Focus this side.
All right.
Impact ya?
We just need to focus this side. That's all we need to do. You should bear it up as well.
Skid traps down non-stop.
Aliens tiba-tiba kok udah posisi
got
itu
stuck.
nih
I got
kayaknya di luar
stuck.
zona kan.
You need buff? You need buff? Yes. I'd go back.
They're gonna crypto maybe. Just stay in that corner. They're gonna have to waste a bunch of nades. They're gonna just have to keep wasting nades. I don't know how they just stuck you,
No
but
buff now. Keep trapping right in front of us. My game is like bugging out so hard. I'm batting. I'm dying. I can't move though.
SM habis nih, Jos.
just hide right here. We can't do anything.
Kalau masih ada bomb nih.
15
Aliens
seconds.
kayak
15
enak banget
seconds.
sih tiba-tiba dapat posisi kayak gitu udah.
That's good. Okay,
Aliens
when they
League
bounce
menang
off,
ini,
we gotta move
kerasa.
up here though.
Gimana gak enak,
Tadi di
Jos?
luar zona kan Aliens. Aliens tinggal kontrol satu di belakang itu harusnya.
Kalau kontrol 1 bisa keculik, Bang.
Ya liatin aja sih, jangan kontrol, liatin aja sih. Ini kan mereka lagi nahan si LG. Lagi
Bokong
LG.
energi.
Hah?
LG ketemu lagi dijagain Alliance.
You're fine, they're dead.
Ya, mereka
Hold them to zone,
ketemu
hold them, they're fucking dead.
Alliance itu pasti.
Nodi, I think you come to us early.
Nanti.
Or you can stay if you want to. You can stay if you want to.
Plot 9.
They're constant too.
Ada potion gak tuh?
Yeah, they might try to slam out.
3 arcs.
That's good. Just kick it. No.
matiin energi nih.
Stay have turbo. That's good.
Fuck it, let's go.
We're gonna think about those late as
They're
well.
going south.
Yes. We're gonna think about those late as well.
happening.
I'm
Look for these kills as well if we can.
Flying Alliance ini.
We might want to pull Valko and third party south soon. Yeah, we pull Valko. Come here.
Bagus itu kalau flying si Alliance itu.
I'm 6-1.
I'm 8-1.
Get traps down non-stop. I can drop a bat. Dropping 1.
Masih chillin kali ya.
Alliance
TSM
kena
situ.
culik ya. Alliance kena culik.
Wow. So TSM
Keculik satu kan? Itu kan? Bener.
raining down.
Culik
one
2.
notch.
Wah, diambil nggak tuh?
Pick up 2 kill points.
Ya,
Culik
Here, Luminosity
dia
Gaming,
ambil
though, we
optik.
saw it
Aduh,
from our
harusnya
perspective.
agak
The Lions were
gandras
right ahead of
kali,
them. Now they
Cok.
get the first knock. Have gone to
Habis
get
dong
themselves
Aliens.
back into the game.
Mati,
healed
Aliens
up.
mati.
They're coming through, trying to find these different off angles, not trying to funnel themselves in one direction.
Kena take
So
off
that way,
na.
Optic Gaming now coming in from the other side as Alliance is
Alliance
in
has
this fight
possible
here.
to-
Alliance being eliminated. The Kraber coming out in the kill feed. That's gonna be Fussy getting taken down. Luminosity Gaming now seeing that Optic Gaming came out on.
Ini banyak orang-orang
6.
terbang sih.
See another
Nantinya
opportunity to get
ambil
3
ringnya.
more KP here. Let's see what
Rata-rata pakai terbang nggak sih?
Team Liquid in a fight too. So much action
Ya, pada
happening on the
terbang ini.
outskirts of the
Ini
circle.
pada terbang nanti nih, Jos.
Standout team in
Soalnya di seberang kan?
Terus harus out of bound harusnya.
America behind 100.
Yang di dalam ring itu
Track.
berapa orang nih? 1, 2 tim.
Dua
cuma.
tim doang yang dalam ring itu.
Mau nggak mau terbang nanti semua. Aliens
Terus si
tergugur.
ADR bisa keepin orang si ADR itu.
나 오른쪽 볼게. 이거 주변 니들이 잘 봐.
ADR gatekeep enak banget tuh. Itu tipis kali itu kan masih dapat.
아껴놓을게 내가 정현이.
Itu
채우고 있어야 될
PRGR
것
juga bisa dapat zona.
지금 알려줄게 얘들아. 빨리.
South American team here was looking good, but Reject comes through again. APAC North with the aggression, despite
Reject.
running the
Mantap
fairly
siapa nih?
defensive Crypto Watson comp,
Gila,
are playing
11.
with such tenacity.
Love it. I love it. And now they're going to be able to scoop up some of this loot before they make their move because round 4 is closing in here, Fallout, and you have 3 seconds to make your next move. 4-7. Another one of our teams here rocking the Crypto. They're playing off the low ground here.
TSM posisinya
And the Watson
untuk
on
out
top of
of
them.
bound
Also have the
bagus sih.
Kraber in their hand
TSM
here.
harusnya.
What's so interesting, Vic, is we calling out APAC North, underperforming games 1 and 2 outside of a nice AD Raccoon, 3rd or 4th place
Ya,
finish
pada
game
ulti
2.
Valkyrie semua.
Ada multi Valkyrie kan?
This game,
Sumpah geger deh, Jos.
Reject down
Wih.
4-7
Wih.
alive, Unite alive, and I believe AD Raccoon should be in it as well.
Sumpah
STK,
nih,
Super
ini
Icon
ringnya
from
fakta
APAC
banget, Cok.
South. the Aussies will find themselves top
Aku dulu di ALGS juara gara-gara juara tuh. Dapat champion gara-gara kayak gini lah, Jos. Kami posisi di tengah-tengah itu, Jos. Kalau nggak salah tim kalian dulu kan, Jos? Ingat nggak kau yang sama Chris kau dulu tuh? Kami aku dapat ring dalam gitu.
SM mau TP tapi nggak bisa. SM TP enak banget.
Look at this wall of knockdown shields here. They were able to crawl towards him. They knew exactly what to do. The Arctar's getting taken out here. Yuzna just playing right behind us as some makeshift cover. Here comes Team Murder though. AD Raccoon, they're seeing the action from the inside of the trailer. TSM now moving in for the third party. They see so much opportunity to clean up.
TSM is salivating right now with the opportunity, but Hal goes down early. I don't know what happened. If that was a misplay or what, but Hal does go down. Be careful because Team Burger's nearby. And we know
Falcon's one, Falcon's one, Falcon's number one.
Dead.
Positive is 1-2, I don't know where he's at. Dead.
Nice.
All dead, all dead. Grab nades!
I don't see anything.
So our whole side is clear.
Champion nih, dapat nggak deh champion TSM nih, Jos?
Bisa.
Bisa.
Nanti tinggal
Lebar, anjir.
There's no nades at all.
How much on the Kyber?
Itu buka jalurnya enak kali tuh.
I only have 1 thermite.
There's no nades at all, I don't have any.
Sama, tapi susah itu.
Let's
walk up.
Susah.
We gotta figure out where we gotta go. Come on.
Keep 2 tim itu harus ulti Valkyrie mereka.
We have to go left side, I think. I have Gibio.
Ulti Valkyrie ambil tempatnya player itu loh.
Is that team here? I think we got to give you Valko.
Enggak,
I don't have Valko. I don't have it.
Gak bisa lewat ini.
Yes, I give you. What do you want me to give you?
Left side, we have to ape. Fuck, man. We have to ape left.
I got the boys over here.
The Gibio coming down, they're ticking with nades, doing lots of damage here. Most likely going to have to fight this, and then Optic should be able to just third party this.
Look at this, the ulti going down with Caustic. Reps tumbang. Great shots. Imperial Hal killing Swinny. Slayer's going down. It's a 1v1. And Element 6 stacks.
Armor.
It's going to be a 2-man standing, trying to stay alive. Hal goes down. Barrels is most likely going to die here too. And it's going to be LG versus Optic Gaming as LG starts to move up. And we see PK still alive on his backside. And this is going to be LG's game to win. They have all the angles right now on the Optic Gaming. Can the boys from Luminosity recently signed come out on top against OG?
And the Valve from Luminosity actually swinging and getting a knock on the Duplex here. Skittles trying to get the back, and he gets knocked by Ganjaman as well.
And here we go, OG fight! OG! They're the real G's, baby! Don't step to the kid, Ganjaman, proving himself on land! And here we go, 3v1 for PK, and I don't think it's gonna happen. LG coming up for Mexico, big time, baby!
Ganjaman with 8 kills by himself.
Ganjaman had 8 goddamn kills. Put some damage and respect on my boy's name. Shout out to the boy Gonzo.
Absolutely crazy here. 8 of his team's 9 kills. I believe he had a 2k damage game. Ganjaman coming out here, putting the team on his back, kind of like I do when I play ranked with Wig.
You wish. You were horrible. You're worse than Cloaksy.
You can't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, I can't. Well, game number 3 comes to an end with LG in a win. Second
LG wins. Let's go,
Lin-chan. We have the boys OG in second, who needed a good game.
Concha su madre.
We're going to check the damage reports here. And Ganja dropping an 1,800 damage game with 8 kills. He had 8 kills of the 9 for his team, and that's what I'm saying is Ganjaman, one of the people that people were making hardcore speculations on as a team in ranks, and people just couldn't believe how good this
GG's Len. GG's Len.
Listo,
perrazos. Venga, bros. Se van a ir a top. ¿Cuántas kills tenían? Se van a ir como a top 2, bros. Top 3. Top 3, yo creo top 3. Top 2, top 2. Top 2, bros. Estamos en top 2, perrillo. That crazy ring. Yeah, man. They hold that position so good, man. They hold that freaking position so good. Must all Valk? Viva Mexico, dice. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of hard, man. Actually, they played out of boundaries and they tried to push Luminosity, man, but they wiped that team so freaking fast, man. So that was the play. That was the play, man.
Unreal. I mean, psychology. Who's
Tuh, kesingker, cok. Kurang stabil.
You're gonna cause that kid pain and suffering.
Di 11, cok. Low bracket. Ayo Dewa.
Jesus Christmas. For real statement. If my kid came to me and said, Uncle Greek is my counselor in school, I'd say switch immediately.
Can we cut that out?
No, keep that in. For all the future workers. Keep that in. What's the code for the next lobby, man? Now, listen, all I'm saying is chat.
In the lobby, 16 points overall will certainly help them, but it's not enough. They got a 4-line stolen point. Optic Gaming, I thought they were well positioned to win that game. They ended up getting 3rd place in 14 overall points, which is much needed for them. They only had 6 or 7 before that.
Beli makan dulu lah, Cok.
Dropping in the middle is very good in stolen.
Yeah, I just love this. I love seeing the process that we're having. A lot of these teams just really come up. Even the teams winning, getting this dub with 9 kills. Some of our heavy-hitting other teams actually just wrapping up so many kills along the way on top of the dub. And Optic Gaming, too, with those 7 kills.
Look at the far right of your screen. It was all APAC North and APAC South.
Yeah.
So obviously not great performances, but APAC North and APAC South placing top 10. You got to put some respect there. Reject, though. APAC North, Korea, Dogma, Minseong, and Jung-hee doing a great job with 7 kills. So, again, the aggression, for only 8 points. They only got 1 placement point. They got taken out early. C9, 3 points, but they're going to be more than okay after great performances in Game 1 and 2.
Back-to-back Team Empire actually getting 11th place, even making the composition swap. Yep. No matter what, they still got us 11th place here, unfortunately not wrapping up any KP in the process. I believe game number 1, they actually fell in 13th place. So Team Empire maybe experimenting a little too hard, maybe getting a little too comfortable after their performance in the group stages.
See the game of peekaboo I was just playing with the chat right there?
Yeah.
You know, I was dropping my water ball, actually. That's what I was actually doing. But no, you're spot on. Overall, gosh, this has been such an interesting start. The first 3 games, we had so many kind of big stories going into this entire match series. But, of course, going into game number 3, we said APAC North, where you at? And they showed up. Luminosity, where you at? They showed up. First place finish for them. Significant amount of points. And Optic Gaming needed a big game. TSM needed a big game. So a lot of these teams that you had a microscope on coming into this competition performed in game 3. And at the end of the day, it's still anyone's series. And that's the crazy thing. Top 10 is wide open right now. And for those that don't know the stakes at home, again, just want to keep explaining this format here. Top 10 teams from this winner's bracket match punch their ticket to the finals tomorrow. Match point finals in terms of seeding. The first place team will start with 10 points, which means they have a 10-point lead going into that 50-point threshold for match point. If you've never seen a match point final in Apex Legends before, get ready for a treat. It is the best Battle Royale Grand Finals format I have ever seen. It is so hyped. You need to unlock match point with 50 points before you can win, which is just awesome. But hey, there's a lot to talk about. We are not the best to do it. You know who are the people on the panel over there? We got none other than Rain Day, Genome, Kate, and the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it over to James Bardoff and co. Kate, take it away.
Thank you so much for bringing the hype and, of course, casting that chaotic game number 3. Let's talk a little bit, jump right in here, Rain Day. Game number 1, we started off with a bang. And I got to say, I'm looking at this going, you'd be forgiven if you thought Alliance had it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing was, we saw North America wake up a little bit.
There it is.
Cloud9 coming in strong and being able to, go head toe-to-toe with really a team that we felt Alliance was pushing in. They were able to take away TSM's kind of rotation. They ended up, I think, fighting Team Liquid as well. But it's this kind of pace that we're seeing North America build to now. And I see it with NRG a little bit in Game 3. But Cloud9 have kind of set that standard. And they were involved in Game 2 as well.
They were indeed. As we take a look at the highlights from match number 1, Bardoff, Reignite certainly a threat here in this lobby, along with the rest of our APAC region.
Absolutely. 7 kills for Reignite in its first game, but indeed to touch on Cloud9 once again, a spatial awareness with the stand-in as well, making sure their 6 was covered. We heard their comms and they are very, very focused today and having great success, maybe feeling a little free. And it's different. It's interesting from team to team. We saw NRG with some nice plays, but some struggles as well. So I think there's big pressure on some, less pressure on others. But match 1 went the way of Cloud9. Alliance had 10 kills though, so in second place they started this day really, really well. But Cloud9 really did go for a good run in that first game.
And I want to stick with you for right now, Bardoff, for match number 2, because we know how you feel about Team Empire, and we know that they brought in a new team comp as we take a look at these Luminosity and Reject highlights.
Indeed, they are bringing the spice from game to game, bringing out the sear in this one. But it was about 100 seasoned Cloud9, who, if I'm not mistaken, got 10 kills apiece. So they were really putting in work. And these are big numbers. And you start to wonder, maybe with a sub, you kind of wrote off Cloud9 to some degree in terms of how far they can go, but it appears that there is no ceiling for this squad if they can keep up these kind of performances.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that real quick, 100 Thieves really in this duel with Cloud9, if they don't push them from the high ground, Cloud9 probably wins 2 games in a row. That's how good they're playing.
And there it is, exactly. And we talk about Bardoff. Actually, Evan, I'll stick with you for a second. We talk about those kills versus wins here. Luminosity definitely bringing in the W on game number 3.
Yeah.
But listen, let's talk about TSM getting 11 kills here. Nothing to shake a stick at, and certainly will make all the difference in a match point scenario.
Yeah, you can tell John was hyping him up. Vicky Kitty was getting hype as well. It was a great cast, and it really showcased how NRG, how TSM were building, and that momentum is definitely started in North America. But just a little bit to the south of that, in South America, Luminosity Gaming taking the win. Honestly, these guys are incredible. They were late on their flight to get picked up, last people to arrive before rehearsal day at the airport, so I had a chance to catch up with them, and specifically talk about how Nizel is playing so well with Ganjamin, one of our high performers, 3rd in damage overall behind the Alliance boys in terms of keeping up with the Joneses, and he's 18, and they have so much pride being brought to Mexico. This is a team that I think people have to watch out for in any situation you let them go.
Absolutely, and Bardoff, we talked about this for a second. Luminosity did really well in the scrims right before we started off in that group stage.
Yeah, and the online portion of the event as well. Before we got here to Stockholm, they were always Ganjamin was always sticking out. He just appeared one day, and we were just saying Ganjamin.
Why are we saying Ganjamin so much?
We're like, yeah, what are we going to do with this? But he's just doing damage constantly, and hopefully we're going to see a little more of them in the games to come. But Kate, I almost forgot. Game 2.
What?
Imperial Howl and Hardeki both picking up Caustic.
Ooh! Stink.
I was excited, putting it mildly. But that was quite something. But it's quite interesting, there is a mutual respect between those two players. But they both made that change at the same time. I think it's fascinating to see how we might see more changes from them as the day continues.
Let that be a lesson to all of us. And Genome, we're going to take a look at these leaderboards here because math doesn't lie. And as we know, we are going for the top 10 in this round. This is our winner's bracket. Genome, talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here. I see Reignite. I see AD Raccoon. I see, and I'm going to put this out there, number 10 is a big story.
Absolutely. We've got, again, good representation across the board. I must say, North America doing very well today. I mean, look at that on the left side of your screen there. Those guys, I mean, I love seeing some of those, the rivalries, Optic coming off the back and ending that big streak of TSM in Game 3. Those rivalries coming through into LAN as well. But yeah, then, the fact that we've got Cloud9 and Reignite, 2 teams with subs sitting here in the top 10 out of 40 teams at LAN, that's baller.
That is indeed for sure. Once we take a look at our second page, remember, winner's bracket, the top 10 head off to Sunday. They're going playoffs, they're going grand finals. It's this page that everybody should be looking at. And Rain, you are not in your head. You know what this means for the second page of the graphic.
Well, that's for those watching today going to be the theme. Top 10, top 10, top 10. Because if you stop getting in that top 10, especially after this bracket, you're going home. And that is a scary thought for all of these teams to contemplate. Currently, it's these 10 teams here as well who are going to have to change this up heading into the next round. If they don't do it in the next 3 games, still plenty of chances. Empire was my pick. They performed top of the group yesterday, and now they're the exact bottom. Not just a little close to the bottom. They're the bottom. They got to step it up, guys.
And 2 of our 3 teams to watch are in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah.
And you said they were bringing the spice, right? But, I don't know. It's like there's some salt and pepper right now. Where's the rest of the meal, man?
Yeah,
I mean, 5
seriously.
points, come on.
We brought spice, no food. That's our problem.
Well, speaking of spice, Game 1 certainly had it here, Genome. And I know there was a particular tete-a-tete that got a little heated that I want to make sure you had a chance to break down. Talk to us about it.
All right, so this is it's a tale of 2 teams we've got over here. We've got Reignite and we've got Element 6. So this was the first game we had. You can see Reignite, they're down over here playing their favorite spot. They've made the early rotate. It's one of the most southern zones you get in World's Edge, and it just continues to pull down and down and down into Dome. Now, they think they've got their favorite spot. Everything's fine. Ooh, do you know about that? We've got 4-7 up here, and as we saw just before, they run into each other, and if they win the fight, sure, but they lose a member. They've got Sharky. So in the best spot, nope. Oh, they have to make the rotation all the way up here just to get a res because there's so much congestion down here. It's never going to happen. Unfortunately, as soon as it does, we're seeing yet another problem here. Element 6 rotating in at just the wrong time. So they run in. So Sharky's just been respawned, by the way, and you can see, unfortunately, his teammates kind of just have to leave him for dead. Zero and JMW at this point. He's a little bit too far behind. He'll get taken out by Element 6 here. But luckily, Zero's still alive. The Valkyrie, he's slippery. He gets away, takes JMW with him. And you'll see that Element 6, they've come down again. And Zero goes back for the banner. Has to go for a second respawn in the zone up here at Lava Siphon. Now, at this point, the zone's extremely congested. You're like, what can these guys do? And Element 6, the team who has just taken down Sharky, all of a sudden, they run into them again. A great spot there. They find them in the open. Bubble has to get committed here by Rig, and you think, oh, they've got this. But no, a good trade coming back from Reignite. And as you'll see in this next moment, both of the teams, Valk ulting out at exactly the same time. Their fates are intertwined in this game. So they make exactly the same rotation here, except this time we've got Element 6. Unfortunately, they try and play outside. Too much crossfire coming in from every direction. Rig somehow make it inside the building. They're safe at this point. Element 6 eliminated, and despite the travails that we've seen for Reignite up until this point, they make it out into this circle. Unfortunately, the only spot they can find over here, they've got zero cover. The bubble from Gibby is all that they have to work with, and I can tell you, once that goes down, unfortunately, Team Liquid is on the other side of this, and you see 1, 2, 3, they're gone. So a 4th place for Reignite, but damn if that wasn't a good effort considering everything they went through in that game.
I mean, well done, Genome. That was excellent. And I will also say, well done to Reignite. Just kind of, you're trying to delete them, trying to get them off the map, and boy, they make it hard. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience from them to come back at a double respawn game.
That was crazy as well, where Element 6 landed. They landed on the roof, but they landed just after a team inside got crypto ulted, and I thought, what better time to try and storm your way in, get a dome down, and force your way, and they ended up getting absolutely wrecked on the outside. They lasted about 5 seconds after that, so potentially an opportunity missed there.
And Rig actually killed Empire, who were in the building when they landed there, so that also hurt my pick. Good job, Rig.
And there it is, indeed. Well, something to help your pick. If your pick is a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, head to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for your chance to win that Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. We're going to be giving that away on Sunday during our grand finals. Yet another reason to join us on Sunday. We got a lot going on, maybe an announcement or two. That's one more teaser.
One of those, Kate.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Kate,
well,
what's the info?
that's for me to know and you all to find out Sunday during grand finals. Either way, we are going to be back on Storm Point, match number 4 right after this. So stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs split number 2.
Only 3 games remaining here for the winners bracket, day 2 for the ALGS playoffs. It's do or die at this point, Jordan. If you want to get straight into the finals, only 3 games remaining.
Yeah, 3 games deep, and it has been North American domination so far. That's kind of the story that is being written by the North American teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in this lobby currently are all North American teams. You do have a good, solid squad coming through there from the North American region. Everyone else needs to step up.
Things can change very quickly, though, especially in just 3 games. We saw that really with our first 3 games, how many points can really be accumulated in a short amount of time. Cloud9 really leading the way with that charge. A couple of teams down the bottom can very much replicate that if they can actually find a bit of form heading over to Storm Point.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is interesting having a look back at how the results went yesterday and how they're coming into today as well. For the most part, I feel like the teams that were really performing yesterday toward the top end are more or less being able to come through and do very well again today. I'm looking at OG, I'm looking at 100 Thieves, I'm looking at Alliance, Team Liquid. These teams are all up fairly solidly inside of the top 10 at the moment. They'll be feeling comfortable. But what actually interests me more about this lobby, especially now that we've only got those 3 games remaining, is that sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 kind of position. Those teams that are really jostling for the cutoff at the moment. And there's a lot of APAC South teams around in that area. There is a couple of APAC North teams there as well. So it sort of feels like we have got ourselves a really, really interesting prospect heading into these last 3 games.
And I'm glad you mentioned that cutoff as well. So important. Obviously, top 10, that's what matters, whether you finished 1st or 10th. Really doesn't matter all that much, especially in the next 3 games. So 16 points at the moment, Team Burger in that 10th place position. So if you look at sort of last place right now, which is Empire, 5 points, that's only 11 points, Jordan. That's not a whole lot, right? With 3 games to go, we're in a position where the prospect is anyone can still make top 10.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, though, the way that it has sort of shifted up for Empire in particular, sitting at the bottom of the table. I mean, even looking at players, they didn't start too well. They had 2 20th places in a row. They did manage to sort of bring it back with the second last game, but they didn't actually manage to get any kills in that game. So they're really not putting those points on the board at the moment. The fortunes of a lot of these teams that performed well yesterday do seem to be shifting in some cases. Obviously, some are doing well still consistently. Some are struggling. And they don't have too much time left to catch up, Xenox. But like you said, it is still possible for pretty much anyone to get inside of that top 10. But you're going to have to do it here and now.
Certainly so. Let's head into match number 4. Over to Storm Point we go for the winners bracket. 3 games remaining. Top 10 will move to the finals tomorrow. The bottom 10, of course, will then play in the losers bracket and what will end up being a potential long day. Let's get underway, though. Storm Point, we've had enough of World's Edge. Let's move on.
Indeed. And, well, obviously for some teams, they're going to be hoping that a change in map is going to be bringing a change in performance as well. Anyone inside of that bottom 10 really going to be looking at Storm Point to hopefully buffer their numbers up. And I can say, I know there's a couple of teams here that do prefer Storm Point over World's Edge, just in terms of their historical performances within Pro League, within their respective regions. So we may still be seeing a bit of moving and shaking when it does come to that scoreboard. But I got to say, super impressed with North America so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I think in terms of moving and shaking, though, maybe some of the teams down at the bottom that I've got kind of my eyes on, one of them being 4-7, who had such a tremendous day yesterday, really leading the way almost for APAC North, a team that even for myself, you know, from that region, I wasn't expecting them to really bring that much. But while they've started a little slow, they did start to pick things up. Back in match number 3, 9th place, they were starting to at least find a little bit more ground. That's a team to keep an eye on. You know, the likes of NRG, Players, Empire, just so many top teams here in the winners bracket. It's going to be very difficult to really guess who's going to be able to make it into the top 10. What you can say, though, is for those that started well, they don't have to do all that much.
You're right. But you do want to make sure that you're not resting on your laurels, so to speak. And I dare say Optic Gaming, a team which has been performing phenomenally over the first couple of days of competition, will not be doing that. They've been really, really solid. A little bit of a contest going on, though, for the mill between Players and Optic Gaming, and this could really bring with it some problems for Players who desperately need points heading into Storm Point. Already having lost that first one, need to trade it back on in. It's a 1-for-1 so far in this engagement. Optic Gaming have the advantage in terms of the armors, Xenox. But Elevate is also lurking around looking for a third party. And I know Sutaraiku dropped down in C-Note Cave. Couple of kills come through there for Duplex. Players look like they're in trouble.
Only PK, MK left standing for Players, and I'm glad you mentioned sort of for 4 players as well. Only on the 9 points at the moment through the first 3 matches. They cannot afford many more games where they're not picking up points. In Optic, you know, in the top 4, they've already been able to establish themselves a decent position back on World's Edge, and so far it looks like maybe a good start could be on the cards. But Noct does eventually go down as we pan over top of Elevate, you can see there's a couple of teams really brewing in this area, so it's not going to be a clean exit for Optic. They do lose Knocked, but they did pick up a couple of kills for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was going to say, I think it's quite interesting how you see players contesting when they're so far down the scoreboard. It could really just be what forces them straight down into the lower bracket. TSM continuing where they left off. A lot of damage in onto that Trident. The team in there cracked for the most part, but TSM not going to push off the back of it just yet. They're more interested in the long-term play. Rotate coming through, but Team Empire close by, maybe a little too far to cancel the ultimate, and TSM finding the needle in the haystack with that timing, to be honest, because if they go half a second later, if you know how the Valkyrie ultimate works, the Skyward Dive, when you're boosting in the air, you can't be cancelled. Obviously, you can be killed, but when you're still just hovering before you've actually left-click to go up, you can get cancelled by even a tickle of damage, and that would have been pretty bad news for TSM.
Elevate and NRG now also getting involved early on. Stormpoint in the past, especially over the course of yesterday, was not all that fast going. We had some slow games on Stormpoint, but this one right now very much heating up from the get-go. You like to see that, especially when you've got some teams maybe on the lower end of the bracket here in the winners bracket, like NRG, like players getting involved early. This is where they can really turn the tide. Of course, it didn't quite go the way that players would have liked. We have a look at Team Empire, and we'll see what they can do here on Stormpoint. That's going to be a team to really keep an eye on.
Great shots through there from Cleave with the wingman. Not enough to find a knock, but enough to find Flash, and continued to put pressure on the team inside of that orange. And clear out the spiders as well, find themselves a bit more loot. And of course, once again, continuing to run the Bloodhound, this time with a Wraith and a Valkyrie. So Team Empire, they have been nothing if not interesting to watch with their team compositions.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we see them switch up on day number one yesterday where they were so impressive? Okay, a little bit of a slow start right now, but you know what this team is capable of. You do not want to be writing them off at all, especially with these last 3 games. If they find a little bit of form, they can really pick up points in a quick manner, in a hurry, and that's what you're probably going to start to expect from them.
Well,
let's say, yeah, I was going to say, let's go and have a little look in and a listen in with Team Liquid.
Honestly, we want all of it. I have so many arcs. Need that in my life.
I'm 1-4, by the way.
Gibby with no shotgun.
1-4. I'm 210. Here's 2 more cells. Brennan, come here.
I'll hold both of that for you. Just ask me when you need it.
Yep. Yeah. 1-6, 1 arc there. Still need a wang. I have one. What do you got? An R3. Fuck it, I'll take it. Okay.
I just stole 4 cells from Spider Cave. They're constantly dropping attachments over there.
Here's the 2x.
Optics here. Close range.
Knock, how many arcs do you have?
1. That Bloodhound scan is
ominous.
Yes.
Crypto joining from southwest?
They're outside
team
right
here.
here.
There's a team all the way out there.
Yeah. They're on edge right. I hear Valkyrie northwest on ping.
Well, not a whole lot really going on for Team Liquid at the moment. Jordan just sitting inside of that orange on the south side of the circle. Not too much close by to them, and honestly, not much we'll be expecting from them. But we do go over to Element 6 that have a bit of a fight here with they were united. They lose 1, now 2. Nags is the only one left standing in a very quick manner. It's Dewa that have been able to win this fight so far. But hello, another APAC South team arrives.
Yeah, what about Sutaraiku looking for that third party, putting damage in. Element 6 eliminated. Dewa United eliminated as well. So both the teams, as we like to say, Xenox, mutually assured destruction for one another, and Sutaraiku just moves in, takes up residence, and says thank you very much for the circle positioning, the loot, a bit of KP in there as well for them, I'm sure. So it's not worked out too well for Element 6 today. I had really high hopes for them. I really did think they played fantastically yesterday, and so far today, sitting in 19th place coming into this game. I don't know that they're going to be getting much further up off of that result. So Element 6, not much time left to make it into the top 10. 2 games left.
Yeah, 2 games. Of course, still not the biggest gap per se to get into the top 10, but it will be increased off the back of this game that will get played out. So they'll have a little bit of work to do in the last 2 matches if they can move on to the finals here. We have a look over towards Reignite now. AD Raccoon, who had some issues unfortunately yesterday. Hopefully for their sake they can find some fortunes maybe actually with their setup. So they unfortunately were playing with basically 2 players yesterday, Jordan, and they still made it into the winners bracket.
Yeah,
this is a team that's so strong from APAC North.
Really good games, didn't they? They were really, really impressive in that initial lobby that we got to watch. Things did sort of slow down a little bit for AD Raccoon, but they did enough to get themselves inside of the top 20, and now they're hoping to get themselves inside the top 10. Just sitting on the cusp at the moment. You can see in 11th place, 17 points. They're not too far away, and as long as they keep that scoreboard ticking over, then they're going to keep themselves in that discussion. They've got a good spot here, high ground, easy to defend, not a whole lot going on headed in their direction. They're mostly the aggressors in this situation, so they're feeling comfortable at the moment. They'd love to just upgrade those 2 sets of blue armors to purples ideally before they really have to take a fight, but at the moment it's looking pretty good for AD Raccoon, I have to say.
Certainly agree with you, and I think right now for most teams actually, I mean we've got what, 17 squads halfway through round number 2, most of them playing on the edge of these circles, which has become a very big trend that we've seen here for the ALGS playoffs. There's really not a whole lot of center play. Most teams just preferring to play around the edge, not forcing their way in if they don't have to. If they can find a spot, sure, go for it. I mean we saw Team Liquid before in a very, very good position, center of this circle, a little bit maybe towards the south, but things will open up eventually as this game does continue to progress. And when you look at AD Raccoon's position up above, you've got the crypto, you can use that drone, get more information and really scout out around. You do back them in from this spot.
Indeed. Got a drone flying around. Probably multiple drones flying around, quite frankly. Information being gathered.
I mean, account 5 in the minimap alone.
There you go.
So
that'll do it.
Cryptos are definitely making an impact here at the playoffs.
You know, it's funny you say that because it's not something that I'm really used to doing, to be honest.
Right,
we don't really see them in APAC South all that much.
I've been in a situation where I've seen about like 14 or 15 drones all up at once. Yeah. And at that point, you just wonder, is anyone really gaining much information if everyone is gaining information?
Well, if everyone has information, no one has. That's how the saying goes. 4-7 definitely need to be putting in some work at the moment. They've struggled today. They had a fantastic day yesterday and now find themselves in an engagement with the zone at their backs. Not an easy situation to be in. Taiwan having already found a knock or 2. And 4-7 eliminated with absolute force from Empire. That was clean as a whistle.
Yeah, and unfortunately for 4-7, you know, the sort of form that we saw from them yesterday, the great plays, they just haven't really been able to find their footing here in the winners bracket. Of course, a very, very difficult portion of this event when you've got basically the best 20 performing team from day one playing here in the winners bracket. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now let's go and have another quick little listen in here with Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk Giddy Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League, and we'll be sticking with what we know. I think it's just the most versatile comp in the game. Valk allows you to rotate anywhere.
Well, that was a bit of poor timing there for Team Burger, unfortunately, Jordan. So I've done your boys a little bit of misjustice there. They go out relatively early here in match 4 over to Reject. Still triple blue on the move. Only the 1 kill to their name at the moment, but a team that, again, like AD Raccoon before, on the cusp at the moment. 13th position, a couple of points as well to their name already from the first couple of matches, and a team that is really, really solid. Again, you know, I touched on this yesterday, but this is the former Fennel career team that won a championship back in 2021. Really, really good team. When it comes to winning, they know how to do it.
You know what I think is crazy about this is there are so many teams that we can talk about in that kind of capacity. This is such a strong team. The X or Y is such a strong team, and you're sort of clashing them all together, and we finally get to find out which region maybe is going to be the top dogs. At the moment, it's kind of looking like it's going to be NA, but there's so many exciting storylines from all over the world when it comes to the Split 2 playoffs. And of course, APAC North, I feel like they've been struggling a little bit today, Xenox, so you'll be hoping to see maybe Reject getting on the board here on Storm Point. TSM definitely having picked up where they left off. They've been doing a lot of damage, and they've set themselves up inside the orange with Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've moved in. They're neighbours. They're just like going to share this space for now. TSM and Team Liquid have got a little bit of a stalemate here, and are happy to just maybe put rivalries on hold. One above, one down below. It's a really good position. This orange, of course, south side of the circle, very much in. You're expecting it to probably stay in for a little bit longer as well. So both teams happy with the current situation. The question is, at some point, one of the two teams will have to make a move, and you want to be the first team or the second team. All you don't want to do is get third-partied here.
For sure, for sure. Although I'd actually have to make the argument right now that TSM and Team Liquid are feeling pretty comfortable. Circle shifting in their direction. It's going south, and generally speaking, when it does that, it will continue to head in that kind of a direction. So they might be anticipating that pool to continue to head southward. Not going to be the case, though, as we can see on the minimap now on our screens. It's actually kind of pulled into no man's land. No one is expected to go in that direction. There's not a whole lot of cover out there. And so, well, everyone actually is going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anyone any sort of favors. Now, Duplex goes down, remembering, they've already lost Knock, so now it's only Skittlecakes as the solo player. We know Skittle can do big things from that solo position, but with so much time, with so many squads, with so much at stake here, I don't know if he's going to be able to replicate some of the heroics we saw from yesterday for the Green Wall, but down at least under the bridge for now, at least gets off that shield bat and can maybe find a position to ride out the rest of this game.
That's a 6-man EMP that goes down on top of Team Liquid and TSM, so whoever's fired that one in has picked up a whole lot of Evo. Don't know who it was, but certainly going to be happy with what they've invested there. Empire on, I would say, the rougher side of the zone now because they have to move across. There's, again, like I said, not a whole lot of cover. You're basically running through the water, right? So there's just a couple of rocks here and there, maybe a building every now and then. But
you say that, but this is the thing. There's already such a large congestion of teams down towards the south, towards these areas. You've got Alliance, you've got Reignite, you've got Eddie Raccoon, Luminosity. I mean, the list kind of goes on, right? So if they can be one of the last teams pushing in there, Jordan, they might be in a position where they could look to really clean up.
That's a good point. Playing Edge definitely has its benefits. NRG are looking good at the moment. 2 sets of reds. They've been getting some damage down. Sweet. I'm sure not too far away either. And they're going to use the ultimate to get on top of the orange. The phase breach in from Ash.
Well, let's have a quick little listen in as well with NRG as they take this fight.
Nading the roof. Peek. Another team is not folded. They're not in roof at all. I have roof. Backs below me. There's 60. Give me speaking bottom. Give me crack. Give me one. Back is one as well. Give me one. I'm jumping. Kill put. Crack. Last guy's one. Don't go down if you can. Dead. Chill.
Where's Lars?
I'm batting. Another team.
I'm ulting, go tag.
I'm batting for.
Ulted.
He's peeking the top. I died. I'm trying to run to the cannon.
We can win this, I think.
Can you come to me? Back is flash!
Down.
There's a swamp on my box. Stuck one.
I died.
Bukan aja.
Not low. Hop on the purple box.
I have bat.
Another team.
Mana Dewa? Aduh, mati pula. Match berapa ya, guys?
No, man.
Really nice comms coming through from NRG there, but unfortunately not enough to get the victory overall. Suterai could have been an annoying pest for a bunch of teams.
Woi, coba woi Alones gimana?
Game if they come
Gak tahu.
yet another third party. One of the teams also being eliminated.
Ya belum di WA.
Listening to NRG there though. Very calm comms coming through.
Mau tadi dia kesini loh, kok yang nggak ada?
How much HP certain players had, and it might actually be able to one off. In the end, not the case. Still some good points out of that though. Decent KP coming out.
Also decent positioning coming out for Sudaraiku. Side, yes, no side of the circle. They can really wrap in on that northern side, pushing over to Cloud9 later on. And we mentioned the circle shifting and the way that it pulled before, Jordan, not really doing any team any favors, especially those towards the south. So if you're Sudaraiku,
Placement berapa tadi, Jos?
no one really around you,
Lan.
that could play into your hands in the late game.
Well, one thing I
Coba WA Alones, kapan bukanya?
Nggak tahu.
Loosely was that there
Coba
are
WA
some teams that do prefer Storm Point, and I will say Sudaraiku
anjing,
is one of those teams.
mau 3 hari aku nggak jalan.
Ya bukan urusan
Kalau
aku.
nggak jalan hari ini, nggak tahu aku.
Woi, mana? Kata Joshua, Lamhot, Otman Paris.
And while there
Nah,
are
Josh,
some
WA.
Empire have elected to actually just send it straight in onto the island and go for a centered position and try and hold out. Now the downsides to this, Jordan, is obviously then there can be a lot of eyes on their position, so they're going to be having their hands full for quite a little while here.
Yeah, certainly. This is one of those positions which can work, but there's a lot of angles that can see into
Ya,
it.
di sini LG masih bertahan. LG dengan keamanan poin yang sangat tinggi.
Copy hold to play in to heal up, but
Baiklah Dewa.
Work with the Crave up once again. It's going to continue to put in some work, and unfortunately for Team Empire, starting to lose players, and they've now lost all 3. Empire eliminated in 12.
It's a double-edged sword. You push early, you want position, but then there's so much pressure that comes with that. And Team Empire do go out in 12th position. So again, another game where they've just not been able to accumulate.
Tim Empire malah nggak stabil sekarang, Jos.
They've got 5
Yeah,
players,
Jos.
and I'd actually argue that the position looks a little better now that the zone is starting to come in. You're not going to be collapsed upon from multiple angles. You're really only going to have to deal with what's in front of you, as opposed to what Team Empire had to deal with, which was pretty much everywhere. That said, also, Bullet gets himself another Kraber. We've seen him with it a couple of times so far in this competition, and he's going to hope to put it in good use. Let's have a listen in with Sutaraiku, see how they're feeling.
Yeah, bridge team.
Custom flash.
All you guys,
Custom one. Kill it. Nice, good knock. Good fucking knock, dude.
Someone swap and hold bridge.
Crypto.
Yeah, right.
I need a Kraber for these guys.
I've almost got Gibby back.
One down.
Gibby?
I'm waiting to kill these guys. Over here, one team as well.
The Gibby's flash.
We're here.
Yeah, here.
If you dead.
Nice, good fucking knock. They're like fighting bridge.
Yeah, bridge. Can we fight bridge maybe?
Is bridge fighting? Not really. They're just fucking. Nice. Do you want to set up spots?
You can even play back on me.
No, again, we want to play this fucking backside consistent. We do not want to fucking play in the middle.
Yeah,
I have
I'm sitting back here right now.
Wait, I'm gonna move swaps to the backside, dude.
I'm setting my drone up in the tree. It's just gonna give us wall hacks the whole time.
I'm setting up swaps. Give me a sec.
You're holding right, yeah, Fuzzy?
Yep.
Waltz is playing flex. I've got left at the moment.
I've got Gibby all back.
He's setting up swaps on the tree on the rock. Okay, Fuzzy, check where they are.
Yeah, they're here. They're just on the thing. Bridge team. I got him. I got Gibby all back. Keep that in mind. I got 3 swaps here. I'm gonna probably set up some fucking nades and shit too. And some
Is there a gun swap?
No. I don't have a gun swap for you.
I dropped it. I'm gonna grab one.
Yang lower main 2 kali.
They're too far to do anything. Don't
Yang
worry.
winner main sekali hari
I'm
ini.
dropping some nades here. Bridge has fuck all to
Kalau
play.
dia kalah di winner 2 kali dong mainnya.
Beautiful.
Capek juga 12
One in
game.
the middle, 1K in the middle. Garrett grabbing you.
76 headies. Can you?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I cracked him.
No,
Can you tag him?
No, I missed.
It's fine. We burned his buff.
Big
early.
spot, big spot.
Popping about. Go for Gibby all.
Yeah. We just need to focus left, I think, Walty.
Yeah, let's not fucking die here. Yep, Gibby on EMP. Is that in?
Not yet.
Wait,
100%.
we can Gibby on EMP and they will all fucking die on that.
Yeah, on the cannon. Yeah. Play here.
What's Bridge doing, Fussy? They're just chilling. I have Gibby on.
Bridge is almost in. Ready. Down.
You want me to give you all this?
Look here, Walty.
Yeah, you're gonna give me out. Wait, you give me out EMP these kids. You give me out EMP these kids.
Yeah.
EMP them.
I'll take my drone now. Going now.
Tidak tahu, aku benar-benar tidak tahu. Tidak ada logo halal, Aku tidak tahu. Aku lagi nonton Apex, ada alasan. Itu uang dari mana kamu?
Yeah, don't. You're good. They're all fucking weak. Fuck, dude. I wanna play that.
Aku tidak tahu. Aku lagi streaming Apex.
Yeah, don't. You're good.
Aman.
Bridge. Can we kill Bridge?
No, there's 2 teams. One top, one low. Just chill. They fight each other.
Yeah,
All we have to do is hold.
I need a gun swap.
Lagi di jalan anjing jam 8 mulai katanya.
It's fine. I don't think we just can't let them fucking walk up for free.
Get rid of most of yourselves and just grab nades. Wait, I hear one in the water, careful. You know what, I'm gonna set up my drone. I'm gonna set up my drone in the tree.
I'm fine,
and it'll just scan through.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to get one of the teams that, like underneath in the open.
Yeah, all good.
Popping yourself. I got 4 Arcstars and then fucking thermite. You have EMP?
Yeah, I do.
When they rotate, I think we just EMP. It's empty, it's pretty much empty. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the spitty.
Any nades?
Someone took the Arcstars.
Good.
Zone's closing. You've got EMP, right?
Yeah, I do.
They're like laying here. They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're ready. Try and put pressure on them. Good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP them.
EMP now. Don't go to the EMP.
No, it's fine.
In the corner. Spam nade.
Burning.
Bajunya masih ada gitu kalau kalian mau baju FK Pilo.
That's so many fucking kills, cunt.
Let's go.
And what a way to win it for Sutaraiku. Wonderful listening all the way from the mid stages of that game into the victory. Sutaraiku put their name up in lights once again, and I think that might actually mean they are the team with the most wins at this competition so far.
That is incredible. That is a stat that I didn't think possible for those boys, but hey, they've proved me wrong, Jordan. What a result. And look, they were outside of the top 10 coming into this game to find victory there, and a big one, a lot of kills as well. That's going to do them a world of good with 2 matches to go.
I'm not going to lie, I kind of have goosebumps listening to that. You know, obviously that's my region. They're Aussies as well. We're both Aussies, and it feels like it's all coming together here at the LAN playoffs for Sutaraiku. They're feeling good. And what I have to say, listening to the listening, the way that they were communicating, the way they were talking, it sounded fantastic. You know, I've listened to a lot of their play. I've watched them scream. Sometimes they get a bit down. Sometimes things not going their way. But it feels like they're confident. It feels like they're happy. There was a lot of good vibes, which seems like a great sign, in my opinion, that Sutaraiku is really feeling good about how this is playing out for them here at the LAN playoff. They're feeling happy. They're saying, you know, good shot, great stuff, nice EMP, blah, blah, blah. Excellent comps coming through. And what I also really enjoyed listening to and actually watching play out was the fact that, you know, it was exactly as Waltzy said in the interview yesterday night, that Crypto comes through for Bullet, he just sort of sits up in the air, makes comms, tells the controller players what to do, and they execute. So he's kind of like the puppet master pulling the strings for his little minions, and minions did a bit of work there. But obviously, it's a very favourable pull for Sutaraiku as well. Very beneficial.
They had 15 points to it. 15 points coming into this match number 4, and they've just gone and got 25. So that's going to do them absolutely a world of good going into the final 2 matches.
Well, what did I say? Storm Point, that's where they play.
Well, honestly, that's why we pay you the big bucks, Jordan. But other teams, of course, also soaking up points. You can see how toppy-heavy it was this game. Cloud9, Team Liquid, even AD Raccoon, all being able to get double digits. From there, it drops off quite massively.
Indeed. Well, I have to say, there's still a lot of time left for some of the teams, but those that are really towards the bottom end of the table now are probably starting to run out of time. Right? 2 games, it feels like a lot when you're already in the discussion, but if you're 4-7, Element 6, for example, they were United, these teams that are really sitting at the bottom of the table, not only in this game, but overall for the 4 games that we've played, have you run out of time now?
Well, and also teams that did so well on day 1, 4-7, and you know, and Empire, I think were 2 teams that I had my eye on coming into the winners bracket, and I thought, can they continue the form that they had on day 1, bring it to the winners bracket, get to the final, and get a bit of rest, right? Because if you do make it to the finals after these next 2 matches, you're not playing again until tomorrow.
Go Bistilo! Let's go! Atas si FPS.
Especially with the format that we've had.
They're long days. But, obviously, there's still 2 games to go, and as we've already mentioned before, you know, ultimately the 10th place position is still achievable for even the teams down the very bottom.
Absolutely. Let's take a look though at how things shaped up for Sutaraiku as expected. You're really going to probably be seeing Waltzy and Fussy doing the lion's share of the damage, because Bullet, a lot of the time he's spending inside of that crypto drone, just getting the info. He's getting a lot of assists obviously there as well, but for the most part, he's going to be those controller players rolling.
Give me that clip. This one?
I think Fussy and Waltzy have been super impressive. I mean, yesterday I did a shout out to Waltzy on the analyst desk. I will reiterate that. It's his first LAN in Apex Legends. He's playing phenomenally well and really stepping up. You combine that with the fact that Bullet is someone who has played at both of the major LANs we've had in Apex Legends as well. He was at X Games, he was at Poland. He, you know, obviously didn't perform super amazingly in either of those. It was a bit of a different era. There was, you know, a much different kind of vibe from the APAC scene, from the ANZ. There wasn't really one. But Bullet was one of the standout players.
With the win!
Back now in terms of
that fucking goal! Good shit, LG! Good fucking shit, man! That's my fucking team right there, let them fucking know!
One of the 2 unsigned teams in this entire competition has been able to do that.
Absolute tragedy that they haven't got representation, but who knows, maybe after this it could come their way. Right now though, Cloud9 still leading away in the winners bracket with 2 matches to go. You could
good fucking shit, guys! Let's go, Pistolo!
Let's go, man!
Let's go, Pistolo!
Say that for a couple of these teams.
Euro sebenarnya.
Those on the top 5 positions, so Sutaraiku, Luminosity, Team Liquid, Logic.
I
cannot imagine a world in which 30 points sees you in the bottom 10, right? So while you don't want to wrestle the last 2 matches to go, you want to continue.
Kok sepi ya? Kok sepi?
Momentum going into the finals. They can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable.
Padahal ini loh momen-momen untuk masuk apa?
The rest of the pack would be like, you know, is 23 a solid cutoff? Is it a solid lead? And actually, it kind of is. I mean, 7 points, it's not huge, but when you've only got a couple of games to pull that back, then it starts to become a little bit more problematic. Maybe
Kok kesini aku, Cok? Aku mau di watch party, anjay.
you come down to one game,
Udah tarik.
7 to 10 points. That kind of doesn't happen every time.
Is there any teams
Watch party pistol.
matches to go to overturn their fortunes that we've seen from them in the first four matches? Make their way
Paling ntar suara kalian ku matiin aja. Bisa, suara Discord.
Tapi ini anjing sama E6.
Apa?
Dia maksa fight anjing di
Sama?
tempat dewa.
Tadi.
Dewa.
Apa nanti aku beli makan tadi, Bang? Oke lah.
Tolol. Spot banyak cuma dipaksa ya diambil spot dewa tuh. Jadi perang. Kena TP sama strike gua anjing. Di apa?
Easy apa lah kan? Easy KP 2 tim kan?
Bodoh. Tolol anjing malah.
Jitu posisinya di atas siapa nggak? Atau emang mau jatuhin gitu?
Udah dikasih tanda kalau ada tim di kalau dewa di sini.
Jitu di bawah kan?
Malah landing ke bawah. Landing ke bawah jembatan.
Jitu placement
Nggak mau
berapa?
tembakin dewa lah. Terus dipaksa perang anjing sama apa? E6 tolol.
E6.
Iya, 11-6. Rombongan cash winning.
Oh.
Paksa perang tolol emang. Spot lain banyak.
Kayaknya orang tuh pengen nyingkirkan yang itu tuh.
Ya orang tuh udah apa? Orang tuh udah placement 18. Cuma orang tuh nggak ada mikir kemana biar ini anjing.
Langsung ke atas ya?
Yang lain. Iya. Nah. Udah ya. Taruh.
Hah?
Main sama siapa kau? Rel? Oh. Enggak. Harus naik 100 itu, Dek. Weh, gak ada anjing. Babi ngana.
Yalah.
Yang punya kau emang udah kelar?
Belum.
Apa enggak kau mainin punyamu?
Kan Erpan pakai punyamu. Aku pakai punyaku.
Lah, oh iya Erpan gak jadi.
100 HP doang anjir. Itu pun aku yang kerjain.
Ini siapa tuh? Pasti pakai foto Jokowi ya?
Siapa?
Kayak pakai foto Jokowi ya nih.
Gimana di baju itu?
Nah,
matamu lagi.
Mukanya mirip, beda rambut aja.
Atau fuck Jokowi.
Siapa?
Baju di pasi tuh kayak muka Jokowi.
Mesti.
Ya musik.
Pasti bacanya, Cok. Kurang. Why you speak so fast?
Gak bisa bahasa Inggris katanya.
Pusi aja dipanggil pusi anjir.
Pasi apa? Pasi fante.
Alah babi, jangan bodoh lah.
Banyak
Alah we dewa we.
Dewa nih anjir orang luar nih. Apa ya?
Ya karena jago.
Every. Indo Price Speed Beacon.
Karena dewa tuh jago, orang tuh iri. Padahal udah bagus di awal tadi dewa. Orang-orang bodoh pula yang gripping tadi tuh anjing lah.
Mana Noko?
SM champion kayak tadi?
Enggak TSM. Berapa tadi ya?
Sigul pasti watch party ya tuh.
Enggak tahu. Top
Sigul ngapa gak jadi caster?
Ya enggak tahu.
Padahal tau nggak, dia tuh paling enak cok pembawaan apa ya. Aku adem kali ngantuk aku rasanya nonton dia caster. Dia suaranya jelas Jos, kayak nggak teriak-teriak gitu, cuma enak gitu.
Woi, itu tukang Bennett tuh.
Siapa?
Babi.
Weh.
Yang mana?
Belakang ya.
Itu belakang. Betato kah? Tukang Bennett.
Tukang Bennett tuh.
Abang si paling cloud9.
Abang si paling ngecek akun orang predator ya.
Si paling pengen pret. Si paling drone. Nah ini Dion nggak? Bodoh anjing. Tolol tuh.
Pengen jatuhin mental mungkin Jos. Ya sih, pengen jatuhin mental.
Kena mental lah dia. Antara kena mental atau sengaja pengen drop ke loser bracket.
Pengen ngajak orang gitu jatuhnya sih.
Hah?
Pengen capein orang gitu ya.
Enggak. Gila dopletnya.
Kenapa? Muka seru sekali cok. Si Apis pun mau ngomong sama dia takut deh tuh. Bang, jangan gitu dong bang gitu. Kalau Pajar berani ngomong sama dia kan, bro. Kalau si Apis kan, kalau nggak Muammar kan, bang, nggak jadi bang. Wah,
Kena finisher kayak gitu deh.
wah, yang tangan ini aja segini. Wah,
yang finisher timpa badan tuh, Len.
wah.
Yeah, there's a zip line across. Yeah, it's triangle understand. Finally.
Cepet, dewa.
Dewa, let's go.
I said Mama Simon 10
Udah nyampe drop apalah ke loser bracket siapa nih? Si Dewa.
Gue dikit kali loh yang watch party.
United. So it's just APAC South, maybe a region many underestimated that have really come to play here with ALGS playoffs. Let's head back into Storm Point now for match number 5.
Nah, si YB aja udah kelar, cok. Nendo masih.
Siapa tim satu lagi di apa nih? Di baru nih.
I think it's a fantastic choice, by the way, in this competition because you don't really want to be contesting against players.
Dewa, Siwa, yo.
Yo.
These guys have
Dua game, bantai.
on top. Who walks away happier?
Dewa kipas.
Ada biru itu.
The United, we can win. Pokoknya kalian final.
Tuh mana nih apa yang batan nih?
Apa?
Batan.
Di sini ada ultimate Bob. Di mana? Ayo, sana tuh.
Kayak Bob, kayak Bas.
Deh, main mic lah, nunggu ini batan ya.
Kau ada suku kan? Ya udah.
Ayo. Kalau ada skip ya. Ganti master bentar.
Gua masker nih.
Skip.
Yo.
Oh, Oji.
Ambil desa kah? Ini.
Ada yang kontak?
Mati kau.
Terbang deh. Ini dia ada
Chill player.
Jackson, kita langsung bisa tahu.
Matikan Oji, tusunkan.
Yang lihat kan siapa aja? Oji potensi turun jauh Jos.
Kemana deh?
Apa-apa.
Sana.
Gak ada progres tuh turun.
Ayo,
Ke arah sini kayak ada checkpoint ada.
Iya sih.
Ambil sini. Ayo sini.
Dewa jauh kali cok. Game keempatnya parah kali. Ah anjir 0 poin dong.
Sampai kata.
Mau ambil kanan dari gua aja guys.
Boleh.
Elemen sik ngapa tadi nge-grip ya game 4 ya?
Ada di gua ada aja.
Asli cuk, kayak
Branded anjing.
capek loh weh. Ya sih Jos.
Iyalah capek anjing. Udah bagus. Orang tuh nggak ada salah gameplay orang tuh, cuma kebodohan apa nih. Gara-gara kebodohan tim orang kena grip jadi.
Lu pada sini dah. Oke.
Pemain dalam, main bagian sini ya, Bob.
Gua sel dong 4 ya.
Sel 6 gua.
Gua sel 10
Jaga
baterai 2.
Jaga belakang berarti gua. Belakang tanah.
Make apa bocor kan?
Jaga checkpoint. Ambil kanan sini aja kalau bisa.
Ayo.
Kanan.
Mati kacau. Grip aja dewa kok, cok. Tangkap esiknya.
Aman kah?
Tiba-tiba gitu gameplay ya.
Main dulu belakang base.
Sumpah pengen kencing banget gua anjing, mau keluar nih.
Ya, sama gua juga. Main tahanan. Ada orang nggak sini, Bob?
Nggak ada. Mau cekring nggak sih?
Boleh, kalau berdua aja sama pistol mau.
Burger jatuh.
Di atas dah.
Di atas.
Burger turun tuh Jos. Tusun
Kiri
kan?
perang, Bob.
Mampus esik tumbang.
Lu bisa ganggu gua tuh.
Burger
Sana,
sama
cekring aja di situ.
Burger energy revive. Esik player jaro burger energi nge-web.
Gua
Web
manja
tuh kan?
wipe kan?
Ya.
Burger turun tuh, harus turun tuh. Turun jadi.
Ya, di atas dewa tuh burger.
Burger sisa 1 si empty.
Loh, gua kira lu ngecek.
Imperial ada
Ambil body gua bisa.
ada rakun
Ambil body gua.
Apa baru?
Sampai sini yuk.
zero
Ada kah? Masuk kah?
Nggak ada.
Dari gua ada.
Rick nge-kill naik.
Anjing lu enak gitu. Harus lu ngomong kayak gitu anjing. Oh.
Harus lu ngomong gitu.
Nggak bisa.
Sini.
Lu ulti kalau enggak. Ulti bas.
Tuh ada saya Bob dalam gua 2 biji.
Aku ada pinik, sabar.
Sama biru juga.
Ungu jangan. Ngambil kecep aja. 53 biru, helm emas.
Gua main luar.
Oh, DSM lagi perang.
TSM perang? Gimana?
Pandang kah? Sarepol. Tapi tadi ada ya?
Zero bawah. Body 2.
Lah emang banyak banget temennya.
Udah.
Ada yang betul enggak kalian? Ada ya?
Dalam ring rame kali, Cok.
Gua satu.
Weh, TSM.
Gua kencing dalam botol ginian satu.
Anjir, ngeri weh.
Hah?
Chaos kali anjing.
Ini rip
Weh.
aja. Sana jauh.
Enak kali TP-nya.
Jangan bodoh. Bentar gua
1 TSM.
ngambil barang.
Kayak Arifat nih. Enggak, mati TSM itu.
Izin lah,
Ah. Modar.
Hal-hal ngabuk anjing.
Apa dia? Apa hal? Hal apa? Rika Jas.
Sini aja guys.
Replay.
Ngesel like. Bisa nggak sih? Ambil bang.
Ngamuk dah.
Mana?
Sini apa?
Klip.
Sama mungkin.
Sini aja nggak sih?
Mau
Takutnya zonanya
atau mau santai dulu nggak sih kita? Mau apa nggak sih? Atau lu mau sana? Kalau mau sana ya udah ayo gas.
Harusnya udah ada ya sana.
Mati nih.
Oh, mati tuh Gaswin.
Udah mati.
Ini kosong nih.
Mana? Ya udah ya.
Yo, geserin yang di atas.
Ada.
Dewa mau lewat.
Di atas dia.
Coba lagi.
Anjing.
Baru.
Dia ngamuk elit
Baru
juga.
ada.
Siapa TSM?
Santai lu nanti sketch lagi bisa kali.
Klip Cok, Jas. Tolong Jas.
Ini dulu juga
Udah
bisa.
ada klip momen.
Mana ngendok anjing, ngendok.
Nanti aku nonton.
Ngendok tapi.
Di mana?
Enggak sih di bawah ini. Bisa. Mau gua nggak tahu. Satu tim yang di kita mana ya?
Yang tuh yang web siapa aja?
Rumah depan sini.
Esik udah ya?
Tadi gua lihat kaki ke sana, Pak.
Esik udah nggak sih?
Apa?
Esik udah.
Cuman nggak tahu mana lagi.
Nggak perlu dilihat
Drone.
tuh. Nggak ada chance lagi dia tuh, udah mati lah dia. Orang dia udah di
Banyak orang
awal
kan?
14.
Dia mau narik orang ya tuh ya, Jos?
Di bawah, tim bawah tuh. Tim bawah tuh. Ramai banget, korban. Ada di belakang fix.
Ya, ya.
Belakang kiri.
Energi.
Orang pada epic semua nih, coy.
Mau cek enggak? Iya, kita
Boleh.
Energi. Udahlah. Energi harapannya kecil tuh.
Ya, ya.
Miskin elek sama.
Harus champion kayaknya tuh energi, Jos.
Bubble langsung.
Banyak tim-tim keras apa, Cok?
Iya.
Di loser bracket ya kan.
Loser bracket air. Ayo final.
Sabar.
Dewa, let's go.
Kalau golong gua satu sama.
Tadi gua drop 2 Bob, dia ambil habis tuh. Aneh sekali kan, drop di gua aja kali.
Oh, ada
di gua aja kali, Bob.
Di ulti gini.
Sini gua tutup.
Ke bawah aja lebih. Lihat belakang.
Cok,
Sabar.
Jos, kok
Masih kena dong.
final bisa live gak, Jos?
Gua turun ya.
Live lah.
Dia mau nge-push nih, cepet ya.
Watch partyin.
Enggak ada balik.
Aku final nggak bisa, udah di Dumai soalnya.
Nggak ada baterai. Gua ada 2, gua bisa kasih. Lu kenapa pada ngapa-ngapakan sih? Gua satu doang lo sih,
Iya, gua udah drop tadi gua.
Mana? Sabar di gua.
Ambil base gua tadi gua drop. Ini Bob 2 gua kasih, gua drop.
Nih.
Gua 4 sekarang. Tadi tekan gua drop 2.
Nih, gua drop 3 sama baterai 1 nih.
Dia hero-nya apa aja info dong?
Oh, dia ada Valkyrie Gibi, nggak tahu satunya. Valkyrie Gibi, ya.
Urat nih, Valkyrie sih tadi gua lihat. Uratnya boleh waktu. Orang waktu. Di web sini nih, Bob.
Iya.
Si siapa tadi? Siapa tuh Valkyrie ya? Sana ya.
Biru kan?
Kena bingkai juga, bater juga.
Iya. Valkyrie sini, Valkyrie tanda gua. Tanda gua Valkyrie. Habis ya.
Gibi urat mana?
Gak tau nih, Indonesia lagi nih.
Gua bisa ulti cari Gibi urat dah. Gua ada ulti nih.
Berat di kanan. Gibi di sini nih. Dia ulti. Perintah portal bawah.
Berapa? 100.
Siapa ya?
Wait, tolong, wait. Aduh ulti. Tolong jangan kena.
Nemek. Berat sama di bawah.
Gol, sabar.
Stress habis. Gibi di.
Aduh.
Pecah dia. Valkyrie pecah tuh.
Bro, aduh. Jangan. Aduh. Valkyrie atas lagi.
Bob.
Aduh, Bob.
Santai. Nice.
Yes. Aduh. Gue. Cok.
Santai, Mas.
Yes. Aduh.
Apa?
Ngapa di atas? Shit, man.
Anjir.
Position 13, Burger. Disappointing result in game 5 is going to mean a lot of work needs to be done in our very final game of this lobby. Alliance having a look around that.
Kena di ulti Gibi ya, Jos. Itu si Bas gak sadar kah ada ulti Gibi, Cok. Turun bawah dulu harusnya gak sih? Dapat beam 100 tadi, Cok.
You're not playing against the best players in the world, alright? So these two lads really pumping the numbers up quite nicely. 12k damage, 700 yeah, effectively. Again, really acceptable. And they both picked up a couple of wins as well, so very similar stuff from both those teams.
I guess you give Hackers the win because of the extra damage.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah.
Just a little bit of an edge there over North, but still.
Gimana nih? Kejar nggak ya?
Alliance, of course, still holding on to a top 10 position, 9th currently, 27 points. So job not done just yet, but finish strong here in match 5 if you're a team like Alliance.
Last game champion, please.
Before you then have to get points in match 6. Soraka, of course, well, they kind of did that match 4.
They seem like they played the spring relatively well once again. They're on the the safer side of the ring. This is going to be the side that's obviously pulling in that direction, and they're feeling really comfortable with the positions they've locked down. They've got 3 sets of thermal armor, they've got heaps of ammo, they've got lots of grenades. You can see 3 arc stars there for Waltzy. So they're in a really good spot right now, and it's way too early to call, but for Sudarai, this should be another fairly high placing to once again solidify their placing in this lobby in general. 100 Thieves, we've been seeing them doing some good work today. Let's hear from them as they take out this fight.
Underneath here! Can we look at this? Walk up a bit?
I hit 25 blue.
He's entrenched, still in.
Maybe careful of this team.
We can kill this Watson, dog.
45, yeah, look at her. Crypto's dead. I'm on red, but the team in the trench is looking at us too.
Okay.
Like the limits are from the left. Down right. No one's watching back here.
I'm looking left right now.
I'm gonna go back here and watch her back. I finished Crypto? It's just one. It's just one.
I'm going. We clear. Kill her.
There's a valve here.
Grab your arm.
This seems, I can hear them here. You shot in the back too. This seems gonna be an issue on the right.
Yeah, we gotta look behind us first. We gotta push the global team away.
We're in between 2 teams that are looking to like creep towards us.
We are. I'm gonna look on the right side.
We just need to keep them off us for the zone and we'll be fine.
I broke the drill.
Specifically this Loba team because they have to move. This team over here doesn't.
Yeah, they're still looking for us. The Loba team. Is this a spot where we could potentially...
I think they're gonna play the other trench now. Over here?
Yeah, I think so. Is this the time that we could potentially knock off or not?
No, I get you here.
Okay, sure. I was just seeing what you thought.
We do have to split hold though.
Yeah. I mean, I can hold up a little bit more.
This seems like in the room still. I'm not going to just hold them out. Hit the give 90.
Develop forward. Keep flying.
I'm playing the head right now.
Yep. Be careful of the trench here. I don't know where this limit is.
Yeah, I'm in. Keep flying right above us.
You see the anchor, Luck?
I'm gonna hold across here.
Is this rocket?
Yes. For the rocket. I'm gonna hold across here.
They're getting fucked here. There's someone right here. Is this clear? Did you clear that?
It is. Yeah, that our trench is clear. The other one is not.
There's a valve here.
If he's, I think what's going to do with 100 Thieves is we're starting to really, I guess, see the game unfold, Jordan. It's been a bit of a lull, a bit of an eye on the storm moment, but what is squad? We're into the 4th round now. We're not going to have too much more space for the teams expecting it to really kick off well.
It feels like they've caught Sudarai off guard until the speed, but defensive bombardment will be invested in a defensive fashion there from Python to keep them at bay, allow some room for Sudarai to get the bats off, and already Waltzy gets a crack, he gets a knock, he gets a finish even as well. Fussy finishing that one off, and it's an ill-fated push from Luminosity Gaming. They thought they had the advantage, but they certainly did not. No one is getting the better of Sudarai at the moment. They've just cleaned them up. That said, those in on Cloud9, can Sudarai deal with multiple teams at once, having already lost pullers?
Waltzy can't even get off that bat. He goes down as well, so it's only Bobby. Bubble goes down. Staying already up on top. That was a clean third party from Cloud9, and they take the position as well. They got circle pull too from this spot in all those death boxes. Cloud9 top of the winners bracket at the moment.
That is about the best third party you would expect to get as Cloud9. Not only do you get those KP, not only do you get a very powerful position to play from, but you also knock out your closest competitor for the top of this lobby for the 10 points going into one. They took out Sudarai. What could be better?
And is are those 10 points going to be the difference maker come finals? We know Cloud9's going to be there now. It's just a matter as to maybe how many points they will have. Now, as we launch up and away with Optic Gaming, let's have a listen in.
They're bubbled up right here.
Alright, just fall some.
I think we can play right here. Yeah, go. This is a great spot. This is a great spot. It's fine. We're in an amazing spot. Just focus this root team for now. I'm shooting this root team.
Yep.
Somebody watch our right.
I'm looking.
They're hating each other. This is free kills. I'm ulting it. Let's clean this up.
Alright, I'm coming.
I'm ulting on the roof. I ulted out. Queuing us up.
Yep. I think he dropped it.
He's really weak.
He's one.
I got him.
Nice.
Stay together. Make sure we're not getting here.
We're good for now.
Somebody take the rock back. Nah, go take the rock. Bull. Actually, take the bull. I'll take the rock. Come get that bull.
Okay.
I'll hold the rock.
Berarti yang low bracket nih,
There's still like rat or something around us.
tengok game terakhirnya.
Joey. I'm looking. He's not inside. He might be behind this. I'm gonna queue him.
Dude, think about what we're playing next zone for me.
Aduh, pusing cok. Pusing.
Kenapa anjir pusing?
3 game kok gitu.
Oh lagi nonton juga.
Iya anjir.
Stres anjir kasihan tai.
Okay, I'm gonna push first.
We need to play. On me.
It's all you. I'm coming. I'll be down 1 second.
Semoga Dewa champion game terakhir lah. Champion naik kali tuh.
Kalau mereka champion masuk top 10 cu.
Ya pasti.
Masuk top 10. Nggak perlu main besok anjir. Nggak perlu main lagi hari ini.
Biar nggak capek kali cok.
Iya, kalau dia mesti main lagi capek anjir abis ini.
Itu orang RNT itu capek tuh 2 game harus tuh. Antara 1 game, kalau 1 game pasti balik ya kan. Harus 2 game lah, mungkin 1 bisa ini.
Anjir, poinnya jomplang banget anjir. Bisa lah dapat top 10-nya anjir. Bisa lah. Cuman beda 8 poin, Cok. Kalau sekarang sama Rick Knight, tapi masih naik sih. Gila, TSM turun, Empire turun, Energy ya udah itu.
Lah masuk di final aja dah seneng gocok. Habis juara ya kan.
Ya juara mah anjing bahagia, Cok.
Juara itu udah lah, bilang peace, lupakan peace. Anda sudah menjadi orang hebat.
Peace, udah peace, gak usah joki kau peace, udah main biasa aja kau.
Udah kau stream aja.
Udah live stream aja kau anjing.
Fokus kau untuk karir-karir kau besok, turnamen besok ya kan.
Udah lah, gak ada tuh namanya NXL.
Tapi kalau dia mau main-main sama kita, ya gas lah ya, yuk, please, nge-green.
Green, gas lah kalau gitu mah. Kalau dia masih inget kita gitu kan ya.
Kalau dia lupa kita udahlah.
Ya, sebagai kacang lupa aku.
Aku gentayangin dia 24 jam.
Goblok Len. Mau main diamond gak Len?
Lagi nonton.
Anjing. Aing mau push master nih anjing aku naik.
Aku terakhir malam nih on cok di.
Malam ini on?
Iya terakhir on di PC.
Oh pulang kampung kau?
Pagi aku udah ke rumah ya dah. Paling nonton liat HP nggak bisa sambil live watch party lagi. Padahal aku udah kayak ngumpulin aja. Tapi bagusnya watch party final sih.
Iya. Kalau masuk
malah aku pulang pula minggu ya. Kenapa lebaran hari apa tuh? Hari Senin mula.
Dumai daerah mana sih? Daerah Wonosobo.
Riau juga, Riau.
Wah.
Dekat sama Pekanbaru.
Ya sekalian kau tokok kepala Ozora.
Ozora, si Bastian tuh dekat kali tuh. Si Bastian kan Pekanbaru tuh.
Oh, bukan baru toh.
Ya.
Apa dong?
Oji champion. The fuck?
Siapa champion? Oji.
Lah.
Oji naik dong.
Oji win.
Udah aman dari awal.
Oji udah aman lah. Dari placement point mereka kemarin.
Gede kali. Kena pukul mati ya gitu. Gini.
Itu duplex emang gede banget anjing badannya, gila.
Itu adu sama Aji Soganda, masih menang Aji Soganda kan?
Kagak lah.
Hah? Mana? Masih besar Aji Soganda, Cok. Tahu kan Aji Soganda? Aji Strongman Indonesia, coba lihat lah. Itu siapa? Duplek. Anda jangan main apek, jadi Strongman aja.
Iya, kasihlah.
Kasihlah.
Bodoh.
Janganlah. Main-main game.
Aji 12 poin.
Jauh, Cok.
Iya,
itu harus champion syarat masuknya.
Harus champion
sekali ya. Ya last
game
game
kan nih.
Aduh jauh banget, 13, 16, 28 12 poin. Wah,
aman itu. 28 belum aman itu.
28 ini pasti naik kan? Gak mungkin gak naik orangnya. 30-an nih harus.
Semoga ditusunin.
Itu Cloud9 pukul-pukul orang aneh-aneh ya masih masuk itu. Yang paling atas kan.
Ya, kau lawan kau 2 orang paling aimbot mekanik sedunia anjing.
Siapa? Si Alberalele.
Iya, Albalele sama Stenotti kan. Yang satu tukang aimbot, yang satu mekanik autis anjing. Yang satu lagi mah hiasan doang itu.
Jahat banget dong.
Anjing. Duh, bisa lah menang lagi. Susah kali, Bah.
4-7 tuh potensi masuk 10 ada. Aduh berat. Last game yang berat.
Mereka bisa lihat poinnya mereka sendiri gak sih?
Hah?
Mereka bisa lihat ranking mereka masing-masing gak sih?
Bisa, kan ada manajernya. Apa gunanya coach kalau nggak mantau?
Anjing, tekanannya cuk. Kalau tahu makin berat Bedon.
Kan dia profesional kan?
Ya, kan?
Harus tahu apa yang dilakukannya. Namanya aja Pro Liga gitu.
Kita tahu lah orang Indo ini mainnya gimana. Kayak kita nggak kenal mereka bertiga aja. Anjir. Si Bel RNT kemarin parah banget.
Ini nggak enaknya yang anu playoff nih, Cok. Mental capek sama konsisten harus juga.
Iya.
And to be fair, at the moment, Optic Gaming, he might be one of those teams that really is in the discussion for that first place at the moment. You have St. Lions obviously played really well yesterday. Optics played really well over the course of 2 days. Cloud9 having a really good day today. Super rightly the team that's picked up the most individual wins, and of course
Loser round 2 nanti jam berapa? Jam 12 ya?
so maybe they're one of those to go in a dark horse perhaps.
Apanya?
Yang round 2 ya. Seandainya low bracket banget nih. Itu agak berat sih itu.
Lower bracket si Bas sama itu berat lah aja kalau bisa mereka masuk lower bracket aja. Udah capek duluan ya.
Tapi kalau masih semangat
gitu-gitu masih kalau si Bel gitu-gitu masih prima anjir karena kan mereka belum main.
Kan orang tuh harus istirahat sih kalau untuk yang waktu si Bel main nanti. Pikirin apa?
Iyalah, si Bell udah jadi sehat-sehatnya, terus yang lain kan si Bas sama si itu.
Si Bell harus 2 kali main juga, Cok.
Hah?
Si Bell harus main 2 kali juga. Lebih capek lagi tuh.
Si Bell main 2 kali kan, tapi si Bas tadi main 3 kali dong.
Enggak dong, 2 dong. 2. Kalau ini kan masuknya di loss round 2. Jadi bisa istirahat di round satunya.
Jatuhnya
Paham nggak?
Si Bell main 2 kali.
Si Bell main 2 kali.
Si
Bas kalah main 2 kali. Kalau menang sekali main hari ini. Itu round 1 tuh yang 20-20 gitu.
Ini yang timnya si Bas ya, timnya si Bas. Misalnya dia nggak top 10 nih.
Ya, main di round 2.
Round 2
loser round 2, enggak round satunya enggak main dia. Istirahat. Soalnya di round 1 udah 20 tim.
Qualifier pertama loser tuh nggak ikut mereka nunggu.
Oh, mereka nunggu yang loser
Nah.
yang udah loser lagi gitu.
Ya, yang loser bracket pertama tuh qualifier dulu.
Yang 10-nya.
Masuk ke mereka.
Top 10 baru masuk ke mereka.
Oh.
Berat gak tuh?
Baru di situ rebutan final 10 tim.
Makanya
final nanti 20 tim total kan.
Ya, tetap 20.
Berat.
Oke.
Coba lihat yang tadi, Jos. Siapa?
Tadi.
Mau lihat nggak?
Apaan?
Bentar. Aku live dulu. Nih. Kita nonton klip momennya tadi.
Momen apa?
Lihat aku.
Sabar.
Udah. Ini dia.
Klip saha nih.
Evan, you need to chase the motherfucker when he's flying. You're the only one that can kill him. You have to chase him.
You are Evan, man.
You have to.
You have to.
We can't fly.
We can fly.
You have to fly and kill him.
You have
I
to
don't care
catch
what
him,
it is.
man.
God damn, you rejects, you fucking idiots.
Wah. Kasar mainnya berani.
tapi emang ini ya, emang stres bego di situ.
Evan, you
Kalau
need
dia
to
nggak
chase the
emosi gua
motherfucker when he's flying. You're the only one that can kill him.
Dia gerakin tangannya gitu kan lucu aja.
You have to. We can't fly. You have to fly and kill him. I don't care what your health is. God damn, you rejects, you fucking idiots.
Yang mana lagi? Nih yang klip ini, weh. Ada yang lagi nih klip. Klipnya si apa? Si Sip FPS LG mana tadi?
LG!
Let's fucking go!
Good fucking shit, man.
Pilito! Pistilo!
Fucking team right there. Let them fucking know.
Anjing, si FPS emang nggak pernah mengecewakan anjing.
Let them know. Good fucking shit, guys. Let's go,
Anjir,
Pistilo.
monitornya si Shift keren anjing.
Let fucking know, man.
Ada di balas si Jolones Land.
Ada jam 8 ada.
Lu pada mau ngejoki lagi enggak?
Iya, mau bantu naikin apa jokian PS ku. Main Diamond.
Oh, Diamond Master.
Ah.
Oh, gue pengen naikin Diamond sih. Gue lagi di Diamond 4 ini anjing, Diamond 4 setengah. Gue udah di Diamond 2-in, gue bantuin. Dia yang naik malah gue yang nggak naik anjing.
Siapa?
Siapa?
Siapa yang naik?
Siapa yang naik?
Temen gue, jadi temen gue bantuin nih dari Diamond 4. Gue Diamond 4. Gue bantuin dia naik kan. Main. Gue gibi.
Apain lo?
Dia naik ke Diamond 2. Gue Diamond 4 tuh.
Anjing.
Iya. Emang ngatur rotasi segala macam gue. Tapi ya udah.
Lu masih ada berhenti main kah belakangan ini?
Berhenti main ada 2 minggu. gara-gara ujian.
Oh.
Kalau main, gue main terus, cuman ya gue ngatur ini aja.
Soalnya jarang nampak kowe, Cok. Di mana biasa kowe nongkrong?
Hah?
Nongkrong di mana biasa?
Di diskot teman kuliah.
Jurusan apa kuliahmu?
Sistem informasi.
SI enggak tuh? Gimana SI?
12 poin.
Kenapa?
Beda 12 poin anjing.
Gimana SI,
Kenapa,
enak enggak?
Aduh, sampai sekarang sih masih enak, cuman
Masih enak ya?
Kompetisinya sedikit, Bos.
Udah semester berapa nih?
Sekarang semester 4.
Oh, 4.
Yuk 12 poin anjing.
Enggak 12 poin bola Jos.
Anjing, basreng.
Enggak ada 12 poin tuh Jos. Itu pasti nambah tuh, paling enggak nambah 1
Pasti
tuh.
nambah. Dia
Udah
mesti
20
minimal
poin.
minimal
20 bom harusnya. 20 bom champion.
20
Kerja aku.
32 poin, Cuk. 32 poin aman, Cuk. Aman.
Apa yang kau suruh aku? Apa yang kau suruh aku hancurin? Jangan yang mahal lah.
Berada nih nothing tulus bilang. Kalau aku jadi pajar.
Gak bisa, Cuk. Gak bisa.
Gak bisa juga.
Ya,
Woi, Adit.
Masalahnya
Wih nih.
Woi.
Harus farming kill, kalau enggak dapat.
Semangat kan adek kau kemana aja kau weh? Orang Palembang.
Farming kill.
Baru kelihatan, Durit.
Mana kau?
Baru bangun anjing.
Baru bangun.
Dia harus farming kill, mau nggak mau barbar dia.
Iya, ya farming
Siapa
kill
tuh?
tapi nggak boleh ke get keep rotasi juga si Bas.
Jangan sampai kaget ke TP gitu, Cok.
Kayak apa ALGS Pro League kemarin tuh yang split terakhir tuh. Berapa kill mereka anjing?
Yang 18 itu kan?
Anjing.
Ya 18 kill.
Aku habis pergi udah lane nonton dari HP anjing.
Ya warnet lah.
Aduh, 4 giga sedikit lah, Bung. Demi Indo
Tapi kok wifi, ada wifi.
10 GB anjing. Nonton.
Lah. Emang lu lagi di mana sih, Dit? Gak ada wifi?
Rumah
Di
deh.
rumah.
Oh.
Ke rumah habis kau. Minjam PC tante bilang gitu. Aku mau nonton anak tante.
Ke Bangka.
Weh, kok ke Bangka tuh jumpa ada siapa lah tuh, Jos? Bang Monster ada sih tuh, Cok. Kenalan lah kau.
Bang Monster,
Ya.
Bang Monster Bangka Belitung tuh.
Kok apa juga tuh konten kreator tuh siapa
Konten
tahu bisa
kreator
diculik
tuh.
kau kan.
Siapa tahu diajaknya
Apakah
kau
Anda
kerja.
mau ikut Sky Judi apa tak setuju ya?
Bentar kita setting suara ya lo. Bentar, Jos. Dengar di bentar.
Bikin.
Nah, bentar. Aku bikin lah.
Kecil kali soalnya ini anjing. Oleh, jangan kau tekuk bukan.
Enggak. Gimana tertarik untuk bergabung dengan kami, Bang? Web judi Sky 77.
Gimana, Bang? Tertarik?
Goblok. Ada kesel gue sumpah kalau ranked di ini apa di Kings Canyon anjing kayak bangsat.
Kami kok enjoy ya? Kami enjoy.
Orang nih, Cok. Pengen
Kalau enggak
Kita kok enjoy ya, Jos? Kami enjoy loh main ranked, Cok. Asli.
Kings Canyon.
Aku malah gendong orang enjoy aja tuh.
mata kau gendong. Jelas aku yang carry.
Bukan, Cok. Yang 2 bus kemarin, Jos.
Oh.
Enjoy aja gua bawanya, Cok.
Enggak, maksud gua tuh kampret itu gimana ya? Gua kesel aja kalau misalnya Kings Canyon kata apa ya? Enakan Olympus anjir kalau buat gua. Olympus seru.
Mungkin karena gameplay apa gak sih?
Udah
Mana mainnya? Main ngejar-ngejar orang terus nggak?
Iya, ngejar.
Wah, di situ sih kena ya.
Sama enggak, gua ngejar tapi kayak kalau misalnya nih orangnya udah jauh, ya udah gua lepas aja, gua rotasi.
Nah, ini nyari KP kayaknya rombongan si Basnya. Enggak ya?
Hah? Enggak kah? Mana coba gua lihat deh.
Udah mulai. Nonton anjing.
Nah, cari KP weh.
Iya.
TSM tuh bante anjing. Biar dia main loser bracket.
Aman gak, Bob?
Iya anjing, biar enggak perlu loser bracket.
Lempar bubble enggak bakal nyampe. Ada orang di kanan.
TSM kesel deh kena serak apa? Kena push sama RC.
Iya, tadi.
Bisa.
Kalau misalnya Rick lolos ke ini,
Gua bubble dia ngeker.
mereka boleh
Dia
ngambil game
datang,
lagi nggak?
dia tahu gua enggak ada
Kayaknya enggak sih.
Enggak
Enggak
bakal
bakal.
ada
Bukan udah didiskualifikasi, enggak boleh. Mana juga.
Covid.
Nih, Gen Burton, Mandes, Sackmazer, tiga-tiga dieliminasi.
Ada net miss.
Gua di bawah dia enggak tahu gua harusnya.
hilang.
Oh, gak ada mandi anjing.
Iya, gak ada mandeng, gak ada bubble.
Gua turun gua dia tahu gua.
Habis. Triple Scars.
Weh, aduh.
Loser bracket kan Scars.
No, aduh. Tolong, alah.
Habis lu main tangga.
Weh.
Ngeliat ke bawah.
Dua-duanya lo pokoknya. Udah soal armor. Tadi udah soal armor dia. Masih flash tuh. Woi Brody. Ayo. Aduh, Mamar.
1v1 bah.
One pit two.
Udah hilang dia. Ini yang balik sini. Lo. Habis ngelem dia tadi.
Aduh.
Iya, kok bodoh kali.
Weh, tolong lah.
Dia nggak lihat bawah. Dia nggak lihat bawah kayak tadi. Kulil.
Botak. Ayo botak.
Mar. Tunjukin anjing Mar.
No.
Lu bisa main
Aduh, botak.
tadi sih pas depan itu. Gua kira dia
Oh, ini. Anjing.
Gua enggak tahu.
Anjing, closer bracket mereka.
Anjing.
Bokcok, anjing.
Anjing.
Capek tuh, Cok.
Itu sih, gue masih itu anjing masuk semua Cok ini anjing.
Reject fucking reject. Setuju aku sama hal, Cok.
Kenapa? Setuju sama apa lo?
Sama si Hal tadi bilang barusan.
Kenapa emang si Hal bilang apaan?
Kan dia kena grip sama reject juga. Gameplay orang tuh udah kayak narik orang yang dia apa Cok di garis. Ada nggak ya harapan nih rejectnya? Wih, Ais. Akis kena kalian turun nih. Kayaknya
turun. Tapi nggak bisa Cok, tetap
nggak bisa turun ya.
Iya tahu, maksudnya tetap gak dapat si Bas tetap gak dapat, gak pasti big main.
Iya anjir.
Aduh anjing Hafiz. Kurang makan ciki bego sih Hafiz anjing. Ente. Lanjut ini lah.
Round 2 bisa, nggak ada harus final weh.
Anjing lah, 2 tim Indo ayo nggak bisa lah anjing.
Satu lagi siapa?
Revenan masih ada harapan.
Tapi RNT iya lo mau ngasih lahim tapi ini anjir udah masuk loser bracket duluan anjir. Ini yang chance paling gede tadi si Bas anjing langsung final kan bisa anjir tuh.
Tinggal stabil aja harusnya.
Iya tadi tuh game yang sekali mereka bagus tuh yang placement 6 itu udah oke banget anjir. Tinggal diterusin mereka poin 15 sendiri anjir. Blundernya.
Belum disemangatin sama si Jelly, anjing.
Perlu ditampal dulu BG biar melek. Mukanya muka ngelem anjing. Aduh.
And like you mentioned, of course, Optic Gaming, they're in second place, they're still alive. They've got now that opportunity to get all 10 points and make Cloud9 drop down into that second place.
Most definitely. Lots to think about. I mean, there's so many storylines in a lobby like this. It's who's going to take the maximum points out of the lobby, who's going to be able to make it inside the top 10 itself. So you're almost still looking at the entire lobby with a degree of interest, which is actually fantastic. I love this format. It keeps it interesting. Burger are setting themselves up nicely inside of this building as well, by the way, just dropping all of those armor swaps onto the ground to make it a little bit easier to...
Let's go and have a hit from Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk Giddy Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League.
Performance Dewa jelek kali, Cok.
I think it's the most versatile comp in the game.
Banyak miskom tadi.
rotate
di match terakhir tuh.
Gibby gives you a safety net and Caustic makes it so teams can't push you, and the Gibby ult and Caustic.
Jelek kali, nggak satu game doang, Cok.
Just because it's land, we're still planning to play exactly how we know how to play, not changing anything.
Awal di grip sama siapa tuh tadi?
No matter how good the lobby is.
11-6 tuh.
I'd say right now Storm Point is our strongest map
mulai
because we
orang
are a fast rotate team that plays end zone, and the zones are a lot more reliable. On Storm Points, we're able to read them and get into the end zone more consistently.
Nice words there from MT, who is the one of the storied players actually from the APAC South region. He did play in the preseason invitational as well. Had a little bit of a go at an international tournament already, so a fairly experienced individual actually in this kind of a competition.
Ada apa lagi di api sih nama ngepang
How many teams played the preseason invitational? And of course, combining forces with Jaro and Bike. Very solid squad through from APAC South.
What I find very interesting though, Jordan.
Kan ada gurunya udah, Salvatore.
Storm Point is the map that they feel like they can find.
Pajar bodoh tuh. Double yang saya belum aku anjing.
Salvatore kan coachnya, Cok. Gimana
Emang sih Salvatore ngikut kagak kan?
Itu coachnya, Cok. Itu coachnya, Cok. Kalian ini parah kali
Yang gendut Fajar itu ya?
Oh itu si Fajar.
Iya.
Gua kira badannya gua kira badannya gak segede gitu anjir, gede banget.
Di antara Gibi apa Caustic lah ya.
Anjing, sumpah gak sadar aku itu Fajar anjing.
Si Fajar udah hampir segede duplex anjing.
Gila, badannya gede banget, Cok. Sekursi dipakai semua anjing.
Hampir segede duplex
anjing asli itu.
Hampir segede duplex anjing. Gua kaget.
Lu nggak lihat waktu menangnya dia lompat-lompatnya? Udah nggak gempa, Cok.
Gua kira skop itu Bang Semar harusnya si Fajar kalau ada orang yang mabuk mainnya kan tangannya belakang kan buk gitu pasti langsung sadar juga kan.
Masalahnya jangan Bang Len.
Hah?
Tangannya sama kepalanya Muammar besar tangannya, Cok.
Bam, langsung pingsan takutnya Bang.
Aduh, kalau gitu udah sering kelihatan udah sering ngocok tuh Bang. Kalau gitu
Aduh anjir gua ngeliatnya aduh.
Emang ngocoknya pakai tangan, Bang? Pakai jentik, Bang?
Ini bakal pulang.
TSM masuk nih.
Ya udah deh keambil 20.
Ini loh, lihat Luminosity tuh namanya siapa? Ganjamen. Siap klub itu coba tiga.
Jadi intinya gampangannya
kok Luminosity
10 dari loser bracket dan 10 dari winner bracket.
LG kan?
Yang bis kilo.
LG kan?
Gampangannya gitu.
Aku pun nggak tahu di siapa timnya Dewa United anjing.
Dewa masih masuk guys,
LG.
Jadi kenapa
Luminosity Gaming?
Kenapa di sini tulisannya beda anjir, aneh banget anjir. Makanya gua bingung.
Si Basya tadi juga portal bilang
masuk loser bracket nih energi.
karena si abis nyerahnya masih di bawah.
Pasti masuk.
Beda.
Ya gitu deh.
Beda kan?
Belum mati.
Terus nih lihat anjir, ini jomplang 14 sendiri anjir killnya. Gua heran anjir.
Si Ganjamen.
Udah game berapa nih? Ini udah game terakhir juga. Abis ini gua mau off stream dulu.
Tapi rata-rata gitu ya bakal jomplang. Oh enggak anjir, kok yang ini mereka berdua anjir.
Orang nih kayak buru dua langsung meninggal, Cok. Dari tempat anjing. Kalau si Jos itu kejarnya orang tuh. Oh anjing. Scan.
Kalau nggak ada tim Indo yang lolos udahlah. Gua dukung sih ini udah fix anjir. Gua dukung Sonoraiku lah anjir. Southeast Asia.
Kalau misalnya ini nggak ada yang lolos tim Indonesia tahun depan Olones kayak.
Oh sih.
Amin. Kawan abang deh.
Olones Xbox sama Land.
Aku yang bagian throwernya. Jadi yang disalahin tuh aku aja. Ya nggak? Awak bagian disalahkan aja, nggak apa-apa.
Bang nonton Bang.
Tenang. Kalau PlayOff aku tetap ikut kok, soalnya kan coach.
Wih. Asik. Easy lah.
Ini kalau masuk sampai Sweden, aduh, gua menggigil cok gitu.
Ya nggak Sweden, mainnya nggak Sweden lagi cok.
Iya.
Singapura ya.
Kamu.
Surabaya.
Surabaya, cowok. Enggak keluar negeri jadi.
Itu Singapurnya Citraland anjing.
Citraland.
Anjing.
Cok. Sampai Singapura gua nonton anjir. Pesan tiket cabut anjir.
Pesan tiket ya.
Iya, di Surabaya itu ada Singapura tuh. Tapi Citraland ya kan, itu maksudnya. Makan semuanya guys, saudara-saudara.
Let's go. Aku makan.
Semoga aja ALGS next ALGS nih No Mercy bisa nyetak poin. Butuh poin berapa Bang Jos kita buat masuk?
2 poin doang, Bang. 2 poin udah cukup dah.
Enggak, Cok. Yang challenger loh, Bang Jos yang tahu. Berapa Bang?
No Mercy siapa aja, Bang?
Kemarin cuma butuh 3.000 sekian sih.
Oh iya, kemarin kita 1.000 ya?
Ya cuma 1.000 itu pun baru main 1 qualifier.
Oke. No Mercy untuk kemarin yang main Ian. Terus kartu as kita main terpaksa kemarin. Tapi saya waktu final kartu as kita nggak main, Cok, tidur bangsa.
Kok bisa tidur kok?
Dia bisa main, Ian kan bisa main.
Tuh yang nah itu tuh yang nyaut barusan tuh yang tiduran.
Ayo lah, bisa lah kan. Weh, masuk ALGS.
Orang Indo anjir. Masih 1-2 jam tidur anjing. Ketiduran, sorry gitu kan anjing.
Aku kan sub, terus Ian udah apa kan, ya udah aku tidur aja. Kan bisa main.
Weh, Jos, kan kita tuh udah disupport loh. Alah, Jos.
Yang main tuh Ian,
Mana
Supri sama si Takayasan.
Oh main sama Supri main juga di Wahyu.
Tapi Xbox kemarin membanteng, Cok, killnya paling gede sendiri daripada yang lain.
Kayak EZ gitu ya, Bang.
Belum live ya, Bang.
Tapi di final dia nggak ikut tidur aja.
Di bawah di sini.
Oh iya ya.
Tapi dia belum masuk playoff sih, Bang.
3 kali main No Mercy bisa masuk. Butuh 1.000 lagi.
Emang masuknya nih
Pakai ALGS poin bisa.
info atau di apa di
Pakai ALGS poinnya.
Iya, ALGS poinnya bisa dipakai.
Bisa dipakai.
Di situ ya kayak qualifier biasa, nanti top berapa nanti masuk pro league. Ke top 5 atau berapa tuh masuk pro league kan, pro league juga berapa tim yang
sekarang dia
buat
Jambe ya. Kemarin 2 kan?
Iya, kemarin dulu tuh 2,
Sekarang berapa?
5 deh.
5. Anjing Dewa tuh.
Iya, Dewa rusun dia, Pak. Gak asik kali liatnya.
Nanti kalau dia main lagi lah baru nonton. Kita lobby Jason. Apa sama tuh? Belkun sama si itu. Apa sih nama tim Belkun RT sama Dewa tuh lobby?
Beda.
Revenant Esport.
Oh, ini beda ya di sini. Oh, yang kemarin sama ya.
Belkon harus lolos, habis itu jumpa Apis nanti tuh.
Ya karena Bas kan udah menang kemarin.
Last chance jatuhnya, Bang.
Itu kalau Belkon nggak masuk top 10 udah balik ya.
Balik dah.
balik Indo lagi langsung.
Nonton lah paling.
Ya palingan 1 hari 2 hari.
Nggak sampai kelar kayaknya.
Oh iya kak.
Yang
hancur jam tidur
balik Bang. Sayang kali.
BTW mereka cuma dapat tiket pergi doang atau dapat tiket bolak-balik?
PP.
Bolak-balik PP.
Oh pulang pergi. Oh enak.
Karena undangan.
Jadi bule deh habis.
Enggak lah.
Bule sama.
Aku aja 9 tahun gak jadi bule tuh.
Bocah Palembang nggak bisa jadi bule, Cuk. Udah mendarah dagingnya.
Makan dulu aku kayaknya.
Santai-santai, aku juga makan.
Inside of that top 10. Speaking of the rotation for Reject, they're on the move right now. You can see that portal has been invested, but it hasn't got them all the way.
Weh Dit, sholat kau puasa nggak Dit? Pasti kau nggak puasa kan? Nampak aku kau ngerokok Surya tadi siang.
Puasa Glenn.
Mana?
Dia puasa kalau ingat.
Cuma sehari dapat.
Kayaknya tiap kali gua datang ke Discord kalau puasa, lu nggak pernah puasa, Dit.
Makanya, lu kok datang ke Discord itu ingetin Bang, dia puasa kalau inget. Anjay, dibilangin lagi.
Itu benar normal.
Betul ya kan Bang ya? Aku temen lu Bang, tenang.
Anjing.
Lu ingetin dulu baru diantar puasa, bener.
Goblok, aku pesannya ayam penyet, anjing.
Emang datangnya apa? Ayam bakar?
Ayam geprek, cok.
Emang penyet sama geprek bedanya apa?
Beda, Bang.
Gak ada beda.
Hah? Sama-sama dipenyet kan?
Beda nih.
Gak salah, Cuk.
Itu yang jual lu telepon dia marah-marah. Emang bedanya apa Bang? Sama-sama dipenyet kok.
Sama-sama gepeng.
Sambelnya sama kan? Ini nggak bagus mainnya.
Energi bisa naik ini tapi. Energi masih bisa ada kesempatan naik.
Udahlah, TSM ini hancur dia.
Udah lah, ayamnya nggak sesuai, cabenya nggak dimasukin. Kontol.
Tapi TSM masih masuk Bang. Masih masuk ke top 10.
Ya cuman gara-gara performanya dari kemarin jelek, hilang lah. Lama-lama fan-nya nggak banyak lagi.
Wah, ke cancel sih Reps. Iya, ke cancel berdua mereka Falcon.
Siapa? Oh,
Reps.
Oh.
Pasti dimarahin.
Anjir. Anjir, masih bisa ngebantuin lu si Reps. Oh gila.
Bagus.
Right here. I'm gonna look for kills. Pop the traps. Pop the traps if you can.
The crack window.
Kalian nonton di mana? PlayOff Pak? Aku
nonton di TV aku.
Get traps down.
Masih warna hitam putih ya.
Swing this. I'm marking them.
Ayo,
I'm gonna die. You gotta swing.
Dia pecat ya jadi CEO.
Oh, kena satu.
One more. There kills. Nice. I'm trying to cross.
Weh, ngapain goblok? Weh, tolol.
Keren kali Cuk.
Ngapain?
Grip Jos.
Si Hall ngapain?
Jos, itu ngapain, Jos?
Gak tahu aku.
Udah kok grip.
Enggak mereka. Dia nge-throw.
What the fuck, TSM tolol anjing.
Hah? Tapi tetap masuk orang tuh. Tetap masuk.
Tetap masuk. Maksudnya nggak buang-buang stamina juga nggak sih kalau misalnya main throw di situ juga?
Grip Jos, udah kok grip.
Gak apa-apa.
We have enough.
Bisa gitu mainnya. TSM ini udah jadi silver kayaknya.
Lagi bad.
Woi, kau tahu sebabnya Nes apa? Surya habis cok, rokok Suryanya. Bang Semar kirim Bang.
Aku kirim ganja mau.
Wah anjing, jagoan nih Bang, jangan Bang. Rata lobby di mana nanti.
Ganja, dia kirim ganja tuh maksudnya ganja men anjing.
Bang, siap ganja kan? Jadi jago mainnya habis itu nggak bisa balik ke Indo bang. Kasian.
Cara ngasih ganja gini ya.
Anjing, Rick champion, Cok.
Rick lolos nih.
Iyalah.
Backnet, Cok.
Final nggak tuh Rick nggak anjir rombongan Covid.
Habis ke, Cok.
Siapa? Apa di rombongan user bracket nih?
Semoga Belkan bisa masuk. Kalau dia nggak langsung masuk. Masalahnya orang-orang ini kalau mainnya nggak lama, bagusnya nggak lama ya sih. Itu kalau sekali bagus turun ini pakai nggak tahan sampai terus gitu.
Emang gameplay ke bawah di anjing. Kan gameplay tapi yang sama. Kenapa kan beda anjing?
Bagus di awal rata-rata.
Iya, maksudnya bagus di awal lama-lama pencapaian di akhir kalau
Ayo, tendang. Nes, kok kapan nyusul ke Swedia Nes anjing? Kan jadi beban keluarga kalau di rumah.
Tenang, tenang. Timnya No Mercy, timnya Olones itu nggak cuma sebulan 2 bulan. Kita bakal playoff.
Nanti kalau butuh translator bahasa Inggris, gue siap dipanggil.
Gak usah, ngapain butuh? Aku kan ada.
Ya, kan biar gue jajan gratis bang.
Apa Olones? Olones nanti. Hah? Halo adiknya Olones, apa kabar?
Gue adik Olones, baik Olones.
Namanya siapa adiknya Olones?
Bambang Supratno.
Bambang?
Iya.
Adiknya Olones, namamu siapa? Siapa? Armando Sitanggang, ha?
Iya,
Itu nama anjing.
Lu mah kalau nama lu mah udah bosen aku. Oh, namanya Joshua Sitanggang.
Aku copyright nanti tuh copy strike tuh. Nggak bisa.
Wah kapok lu.
Boykot. Kok jelek binatang.
Nes kalau gitu nanti lu pakai akun Peng Predator ya? Bisa gak?
Yang tadi dibilangin bang?
Belum. Sabar.
But they still have a chance later on, maybe tomorrow. We'll see how that all plays out later today, because those teams in the first losers bracket, of course, they'll be playing
Apa?
Kukulkan itu.
Teams are going to be probably a bit happier.
Kapan?
As many games to play.
Lebaran
tutup.
An even higher stakes situation. So maybe the mental aspect of it is going to be a little harder than yesterday.
Oh, malam. Ya kalau bisa.
Especially for
kalau bisa ya gas, kalau enggak ya udah.
Kalau misalnya itu orangnya minta nambah lagi 2K ya harus jalan kita nih.
I remember at the start of the day we had a very small discussion in the green room. Have they exceeded expectations? We know obviously Jember's not here, and we've got maybe that might reignite.
Booking lah, kita gusur bocil PB tuh. Gak ada PB scam PB bilang.
PB masih hidup boy.
Masih anjir.
PB udah tamat bilang.
Itu kan bukannya waktu itu gedungnya kebakaran tuh. Kirain gua udah bangkrut.
Nah, gedungnya
doang lah. Kan database gamenya kan nggak mungkin ditaruh di satu gedung.
Makanya kemarin itu aku lihat di berita gedung kebakaran. Aku cari artikelnya, orang-orangnya enggak. Oh enggak ya, berarti masih hidup ah.
Matane.
Mari kita ngebong guys ya.
And I knew I was going to get this wrong. Sutaraku. We gotta know the name. You have to know the name. Rehearse it if you need to because they have shown they are curious.
Yeah, they had
Aku juga
a
buka
huge
kamera
game.
dong.
13 kills in that one. And that's
Semua
one of the
dong,
first ones they
Bang.
won. They put in work
Apa itu,
yesterday
kendi?
as well. So you really wonder
Di
how
atas, di
far
sini
they
tuh,
can
salah.
Alexa, put the light 10%, please.
Definitely a wake-up call for
5%.
other people. Shout out to Cloud9 who came.
Alexa, put the light 1%, please.
What?
That was like the top
1% ngapain, Bang?
Lampunya biar redup gini, lihat.
Alexa,
Mas, ajarin bahasa Inggris aku, Mas.
pakai Google Assistant.
Oh iya dong. Kita kan pemain AP pro player, nggak mungkin nggak pakai asisten. Emangnya Olones?
Gitu anjing.
Godain Olones suka kali aku, Cok. Dia kalau marah suaranya tinggi banget.
Iya.
Apa, Bang? Katanya.
Gitu kali.
Biasa.
Nah, kan hilang suaranya kan?
Ciut. Cok, ada yang mau main diamond nggak? Ada yang mau main diamond nggak, Cok?
Main
Enggak dulu di.
Aduh.
Aku full aku. Dari booking. Aduh, ini pulang kerja nggak jadi ganteng 01, Cok. Ganteng 03.
Anjay.
Angkot 03 ya.
Apa?
Mini kok banyak.
Ya, ya. Ya, ya.
Kenapa? Hari ini Jos ya? Wah, ulang tahun dia, Cok. Oke, lihat
Gak
ke.
ada ulang tahun, Bang, basing.
Makan apa, ke? Woi, makan Indomie Jepang aja.
Ngawur anjing, ngawur.
Buset, Indomie.
Itu siapa yang di Jepang tuh?
Apa
Ini
tuh?
ini orangnya di Jepang kalau ini.
Si Kayaknya di Jepang.
Di Jepang dia, di Jepang.
Waduh.
Wih, apa tuh? Yang di tangan.
Udah aku
Lihat dong.
bilangin, dulu tuh aku perkumpulan orang pemain AP yang tinggal di luar.
Ada gitu ya? Aku di luar rumah, Bang, kok nggak di-invite, Bang?
Anjir, pada open game semua anjir.
Nah, kami kan orang PD yang udah kita kan orang PD, aku Semar ganteng 1, itu K ganteng 2 ya kan.
Weh, ganteng.
Dit, open cam nggak kau, Dit?
Join aku join.
Dit, pamer
Open cam, Bang.
pamer botak kau lah, Dit.
Gua udah gak botak anjing.
Tapi kontolnya tetap botak kan?
Bang, abang tahu singa nggak, Bang? Tahu singa nggak, Bang? Tahu singa kan? Nah, kayak gitulah. Kalau udah ngaung tuh geger, Bang.
Kontolnya botak anjing.
Nah iyalah. Kalau nggak botak gimana cara kontol punya rambut anjing?
Nah,
Tiap hari disyukur.
Yo men gitu.
Sekarang lu bayangin Falcon punya rambut, mana enak anjing? Oh nggak gitu konsepnya, ini belum ngebom ya, jadi omonganku agak-agak goblok.
Buset.
Makan mie aku ngebong ya.
Aku ngudut ya.
Buka lah Len kameranya.
Mana sih Len nih?
Tadi Uzumaki Senjuro udah buka kamera 2 jam coy.
Buset.
Iya.
Anjir.
Si Len lihat tuh anjing.
Apa lo, Cing?
Audi mana Audi?
Nih.
Malu-malu dia, Bang.
Apa?
Si Audi itu pialanya buat mukul kucing apa perhiasan?
Biasa.
Oh.
Senyum dulu, Dit. Wah, gila, Udut tetap number 1 anjing. Gila.
Udut Dit. Ora udut, paru-paru ora cemal gitu.
Tos Bang Adit ya. Tos Bang Adit kita ya.
Silen rambutnya masih ini anjir, masih kayak Samson anjir.
Bentar korek.
Silen preman anjing.
Aku preman, Cok.
Preman Senen dulu, Bos.
Nih, rambutnya sama kan?
Ya Len, kau bisa jadi preman ya apa deh, preman pensiun tuh.
Bangsat kau.
aja. Aduh.
Len.
Jancok kowe.
Anjing.
Oh, Bang Semar ngapain tuh Bang Semar?
Ngepong ah. Aku percuma open cam gelap.
Gelap. Wih. Lebih gelap Polonis, Cok.
Enggak. Lebih gelap aku. Kameranya jelas.
Kalau nggak pakai background berantakan kali, Cok.
Udah ada lampu anjing cuma gelap kali.
Mas Mar.
Gelap
Mas
kali
Mar.
kan.
Mas.
Bang Semar.
Mas.
Oi. Bentar, apa gini udah? Orang lagi nyolok dipanggil nggak tuh anjing?
Nanti berhenti sejenak ya guys katanya.
Hasuke.
Mana nih tugas nih kok?
Akan lama nih.
Asumnya teman semua anjing.
Aspal bernapas.
Atap kenal lobang cuy anjir.
Sampai ke mata.
Senyum episode mana di? Senyum episode di?
Penting kau seneng episode.
Gimana Ke?
Mana
tahun lagi ke New York kan?
Iya anjing.
Oh, aku tunggu.
Adekku masuk army soalnya.
Di mana? Di sini.
BTS.
Lah saudara
Jangan fitnah.
Itunya saudaranya istriku, sepupunya ya. Itu bekas army, tapi dia pensiun dini karena kena kecelakaan perang. Operasi di sini.
Oh. Ya. Masuk army enak ya katanya ya pensiunannya ya.
Apalagi ampun dia Tuhan.
Menggotek.
Tarik napas, Bang. Tarik napas, lepaskan.
Ditelan dulu, Bang.
Batuknya belum kelar cuy.
Oke Len. Oke, Len yang ngajarin tuh. Len itu bajunya gitu sama rambutnya udah kayak orang Wing Chun aja.
Kemeja cuy aja di rumah.
Lu kok
Kan lagi watch party, Cok.
Enak
Udah
kali
rokok. Udah rokok tanpa bong. Kombinasi warna. Di Tokyo. Kuliah.
Kerja.
Nanti kalau misalnya lu jadi ngeboosting tuh yang pakai akun lu nanti ku kasih ke Takayasan. Siapa tuh?
Yang mana orangnya?
Itu.
Ini aku takayan.
Oh, salam kenal bro.
Dia dulu kemarin tuh pemain pro di ALGS, kemarin tuh ikut WGG terus ku tarik ke No Mercy.
WGG PK.
Two more questions
Bukan
for you.
pro
One,
player bang,
talk
aku
about
PK
the
bang. Sorry
expected
bang.
more from Hardeki.
Oh, bukan pro player.
The CEO of EU.
Penarikan
You say
doang
Hal's the
nih, gigi.
CEO of NA.
Pun gak
Who's
jelas.
the new CEO of the new
Oke,
Kingdom
tim
of Apex?
asliku bang.
Premis
CEO
komanda.
himself. One last question for you.
Penjahat
We're going
kelamin.
into the finals here. You guys punched your ticket into the finals for the $1 million.
Untung gua gak lagi minum, nanti salo bang.
In Apex. What's the mentality like going to the finals? What's your game plan going to be like?
Kurus
Your teams
orangnya,
in
Cok.
particular.
Tadi
You
suaranya.
really want to be there so you can beat them?
Kemarin dia udah face cam Nes, botak anjing.
Kau juga. Kumis tebal, botak pula.
Semuanya buka kamera kan.
Rambutnya ada tumbuh sikit di.
Oh iya, bentar lagi jadi mangkok ya.
Mau bentuk mangkok dah.
From competing on
Dek,
Xbox with the
kok kira
controller
kau
just a year,
kurus,
2
Dik,
years
dari
ago,
suara
to
kau.
switching to keyboard and mouse, playing Apex, one of the top ranked World of Warcraft.
Makanya
played in Halo,
bilang
Makanya hidup tuh subur. Kalau hidup tuh
Suara
subur, senang bahagia.
Senang bahagia.
Gak mungkin kau kurus.
Tato tanggung Jos.
Gak perlu mikir. Besok gue bayar billing pakai apa?
Tato apa tuh?
Tanggung
Aku
kali.
diperbudak terus nih.
Tanggung kali kan.
Apa tuh anjing?
Apa kau buat tuh?
Itu kayak
Itu setirnya anjing.
itu kayak aku pengen beli rokok itu cuman ya jadilah.
Aikos. Apa? Kau mau kerja
Iya,
kapal?
Aikos. Karena Aikos itu kan dia itu
Asap
kan
Gak terlalu bau.
Iya, tenarnya itu ALGS tuh di UK kan, bukan Amerika punya. Iya, kalau Amerika pakai beginian masih vape yang disposable gitu, sekali pakai buang, habis-habis dibuang gitu.
Oh beda ya, nggak kayak di Indo ya. Kalau Indo kan vape pakai mod-modan segala macam.
Ada, mod juga ada, tapi ini kan disposable nih, sekali pakai buang, ada yang kecil, ada yang... Kalau ini udah habis, jadi tinggal dibuang.
Tapi lebih affordable mana? Yang kayak disposable gitu atau yang mod gitu? Karena kan kalau yang disposable kan sekali pakai buang, kalau yang mod kan tinggal lu ngisi liquid, ganti coil atau apa gitu.
Nih, mod. Aku juga pakai mod. Cuman ada bedanya. Kalau mod ini rasanya nggak setajam vape disposable. Jadi tajamnya lebih bagus ini rasanya, maksudnya lebih enak, lebih berasa di mulut itu yang vape. Yang mod ini nggak, rasanya kurang. Jadi yang kalian pakai vape itu, nah bayangin aja rasanya lebih lagi 10% lah lebih berasa. Nah itu dia vape.
Berapa tuh bang?
Aku ganti. Kalau setiap habis beli itu $20 satu.
$20 3.000.
Oh 300.000 anjing mahal cok.
Murah.
$20 di sana ya. Di sana kayak
enak di Samsu kok ya.
Lebih enak ini.
Di Samsu. Gua mikir dulu kan. Apa di Samsu ya?
Ini yang enak nih.
Promel.
Dalamnya adalah ganja. Oh, Surya itu rokok kalau di Surabaya sebutannya rokok uang ngesing.
Kenapa?
Iya.
Bisa kan ngerokok katanya. Astaga naga.
Itu orang kalau mau ke WC pasti beli rokok Surya aja. Dulu aku juga gitu.
Wah itu bang.
Ya kan?
Iya bang.
Terus taruhnya di kloset gitu.
Enggak, karena rokoknya lama. Jadi lu itunya juga lama. Kan pas kan, timingnya pas kan.
Mantap.
Timingnya pas ya kan. Bang Adit yang rokok kan, Bang Adit ya. Timingnya pas ya.
Iya bang, bisa sampai sengaja bang isi bang.
Ya kan ngerokok sambil Mobile Legend ya kan, timingnya pas, rokok habis kelar Mobile Legend. Naleknya juga kelar. Cabut.
10 menit. Udah mulai belum sih?
Si Len kasurnya 2 anjir.
Kan punya pasukan bang.
Pasukan lu berapa orang?
5.
Nah terus lu tidur di mana, Cok?
Di kursi. Kan aku setiap malam joki terus bang. Mana bisa main tidur?
Kalau mereka berlima dua kasur udah kayak ikan sarden aja disusun.
Aku baru sadar, Cok, rambutnya Len kayak papan catur anjing. Yang satunya warna hitam ya?
Itu ada di game menu.
Oh, setengah-setengah ya?
Iya.
Kenapa habis Kak semirnya?
Bukan sengaja.
Semirnya habis tinggal 1, Cok. Ya udahlah setengah doang.
Kenapa merah Len? Kenapa nggak hitam putih? Biar kayak itu.
Buat putih itu stres, Cok. Payah buat putih itu. Serius aku.
Itu susah, dia harus di bleaching berapa kali tuh. Ya kan?
Soalnya kan aku ngerjain sendiri, nggak ke salon ini.
Oh, nggak.
Iya. Bleaching memang harus di bleaching terus sampai dia putih.
Sampai putus tuh rambut.
Kalau enggak ini ya, kalau enggak warnanya nggak nempel.
Tahu-tahu selesai bleaching kan, botak langsung mulai itu.
Bang Len.
Apa?
Dulu rambutku pernah warna-warni, Cok. Hijau pernah, ungu pernah. Karena
aku hijau pernah, Bang. Aku hijau pernah.
Hancur dong.
Tapi abis gitu berapa gitu rambutku mulai rontok.
Emang ya?
Ya makanya aku udah nggak lagi semir, udahlah biarin tumbuh normal. Nah sekarang kena headset, Cok, botak tengah.
Ayo, yang pakai headset bal earphone aja, air.
Pas segaris gitu ya?
Airbud aja. Headset botak nanti loh.
Aku bilangin kalian yang pakai headset ya, ganti ke earphone cepat-cepat kalian.
Ngapa?
Botak.
Botak, Cuk, botak ini kalian.
Tapi iya cuy, gua ya. Rambut gua tuh di depan tebal, di tengah nih rata, belakang naik, jadi kayak lah kok ada gunung.
Iya, kalau rambut gondrong ya nggak apa-apa. Nggak kena
Susah.
dia.
Susahnya
Ini
PC
kita
gua.
langsung ke kulit ya, yang rambut segini kayak si Audi itu rambut segitu, langsung ke kulit Cok, tutupan. Dia mau tumbuh ditahan, anjing katanya kan. Ini Bang Inuvioko nih harus buka cam ini. Kita belum lihat pemain New Mercy yang baru ini ya.
Aduh, aku ini serem bang muka aku bang, nggak mau.
Nggak apa-apa, aku serem yang penting aku belum nangis lihatnya.
Aku udah kayak Takia Genji nih.
Kata kayak gini aja.
Ijo, aduh kok jadi itu sih?
Lah
Nggak bisa merusak kameranya.
Ini belum scam owner.
Lu huluk ya hijau-hijau.
Rusak tar lu, aku setting dulu.
Green screen mania.
Ayo Bang Josim, gelap Cok jam segini dia buka kamera, jangan. Udah ngeliatnya jengkel. Percuma kita ngeliat ruangan di gelap ini.
Nggak bisa nih.
Anjing, kemarin rambut gua udah kayak lulen. Cuman gua potong anjing. Jadi pendek lagi.
Aku gondrong karena bosan botak dulu Cok. Aku berapa kali botak anjir.
Aku belum pernah gondrong.
Belum pernah. Panas ya, gerah ya. Mager banget
sih ya, mager banget.
Apalagi lelen rambut.
Apa?
Terakhir kayak lelen rambut aku. Cuman potong.
Kayak situ juga dong, Sike juga gondrong.
Kali gua lihat tuh rambut tuh rata botak licin, Tit.
Iya kan gua kena potong bapak gua kemarin tuh anjing. Lagi tidur.
Tidur dipotong gak tuh?
Iya jir ya, potong bapaknya.
Potongnya tuh pakai cukur kucing itu bang.
Cukur kucing. Lu kucing.
Cepet banget botak anjing.
Kok dimatiin kameranya Bang Adit?
Weh.
Ngeri
ya.
Inilah dia pemain New Mercy yang
gondrong ya.
Ini dia si FPS yang baru.
Mantap. Si FPS udah potong jenggot.
Iya udah potong jenggot sih FPS.
Nah, sekarang gantian dia pukulin jenggotnya.
Bentar. Ada pendatang baru guys, Nara, buka dulu.
Nar, buka Nar.
Kami semua udah buka cap deh ya narasi.
Jangan Om.
Jangan, emangnya apa diperkosa? Emang jangan.
Perkosa online anjir, aneh banget.
Ayo Nara.
Kalau di Indo potong rambut murah setengah.
Biar saling kenal katanya Kolones.
Di Jepang potong rambut berapa bang?
Mahal nggak pernah potong rambut ya?
Mahal di sini.
Mahal.
Aku dipotongin sama ibuku terus. Kalau pengen potong gue.
Setahu aku bisa sampai 500.
Kalau aku cuma $15.
Itu untuk anak SMA ya, untuk anak sekolahan. Mahal, agak murah sih gitu. Udah masuk murah itu.
Ayo Nara.
Sekali masuk ada anak SIP EPS ya kan?
Datang komen sih kan.
Iya serius, bangun tuh kok ada SIP EPS, udah masukin rupanya.
Ada SIP EPS ada
negara, asal negara Indo aja udah.
Tapi lu lihat nih, ada SIP EPS ya kan, ada Sentinel Low ya kan, ada lagi tuh si Little Cakes, kita lengkap Cok.
Iya, untuk paket ya.
Duplex lagi buka baju.
Aduh.
Duplex lagi buka baju tuh.
Itu duplex apa Torres itu?
Anjing, sakit.
Sumpah gua nggak nyangka Cok si Fajar sama Torres segede gitu anjir. Gua kira oke lah, emang gede ya. Itu anjir.
Dulu panggilannya apa Gibar? Gibi anjing. Nah, Bang Adit tuh dari kota mana?
Bang, sama si Apis dulu Bang.
Sama Apis ya?
Anaknya tuh si Apis tuh.
Kalau itu Bang Aldi? Gimana?
Kalau kampungnya atau tinggal?
Lu sekarang di mana?
Jakarta.
Oh, lu di Jakarta. Jakarta di mana?
Barat.
Jangan ngomong di rumah.
Iya, di rumah. Yoi.
Anjay.
Contoh pengen ya kan. Pengen
Kayak temanku, lu di mana? Di jalan bro, OTW. Oke, di jalan mana? Di lampu merah. Cok, banyak lampu merah.
Tahu-tahu lampu merah depan rumah, Cok. Yoi.
Yoi, datang ya, duduk aja.
Kalau bang ini, bang apa? Siapa namanya Dian?
Dion bang, Dion.
Iya.
Ya aku ganti nama aja dah.
Giting Cok, di salahin ganja.
Gak bisa ganti nama bang ada.
Di mana kota
Klaten,
mana?
Bang.
Oh, betul?
Klaten, Bang, Klaten.
Keluargaku ada restoran di Klaten namanya Miroso.
Oh Miroso, yang jual bakmi itu bang.
Betul, itu Sisil itu yang pemain basket. Pemain basket itu kan saudaraku, Sisilnya anak.
Oh.
Indonesia.
Mantap.
Bakmi
Iya.
Miros Klaten.
Gak usah main PR. Si kawan main PR kayak itu, astaga.
Itu aku rasa bukan main PR, Bang.
Nonton bokep VR
Udah
buka baju kan.
Jadi buka celananya, Dit.
Pakai celana dulu, bro.
Itu kan nggak pakai celana aja tuh.
Dasar anak-anak. Itu tatonya Apek, Bang. Dari jauh kelihatan lambang Apek aja. Oh, bukan ya?
Gila, saking cintanya dengan Apex ya.
Oh, aku pikir ada Apek. Kalau Silen tahu dia dari mana, Cok. Ya kan? Masa jauh-jauh dia dari itu kan, Bandung kan?
Aku Pekanbaru, Pak.
Bandung gak itu.
Jauh benar.
Ini dua lagi apa yang kenapa?
Oh,
Cicio sama si Olones.
Bang Nes, lu.
Bandung kayak deket-deket gue kalau Bandung kayak.
Woi, makan.
Bang Jas gelap, Cok. Dia kalau open camp jam segini gelap dia. Malam kan di Indo kan?
Iya. Jam
Pagi jam 8 kan abis isya.
Iya, jam 8.
Yo, udah pada buka puasa kan? Ini kan jamnya kan ya?
Udah.
Kan Adit nggak puasa.
Tapi Adit nggak puasa, Bang.
Ini anjing.
Berarti terawihnya kita di artileri lah ya ketemunya?
Oke.
Aneh, terawih artileri gak tuh?
Oh, jadi artileri gak tuh? Siapa Iman mah?
Ya kelindernya nunggu
TP.
Kita dari beda-beda kota semua aja. Yang sama kota nggak ada ya berarti ya?
Nggak ada.
Sinara dari mana, Cok?
Medan.
Madura kan dia?
Medan, Bang.
Oh, lu anak Medan. Di mana Medan tuh?
Iyalah. Medan di mana? Di Sumatera lah.
Itu minta tolong sama
Medan.
Itu jawabannya anjing kan, itu nggak ngomong di rumah dia.
Aku bilang di rumah diancam kayak situ.
Untung dia Medan di mana? Sumatera di mana? Di Indonesia. Kamu bilang gitu lu lagi.
Sumatera Utara.
Aku bilang gitu tapi jauh dah lah.
Itu ketawa ya udah kelar lucunya kok masih ketawa tadi tuh.
Kesel aja.
Delay.
Oh, di Medan di mana?
Medan di rumah ini, Bang.
Ngajak berantem, auto tiket.
Bang, abang bisa.
Jangan lah, Bang. Aduh, dibeli tiket apa? Suara itu pasti kayak.
Ayo masuk firing range by one dulu kita nih.
Aduh, gak kuat aku tuh. Janganlah, Bang.
Kita di rumah, Bang, saatnya kan.
Di rumah ini.
Nah, tanya di mana lagi di rumah di mana? Nah, kita di ruang tamu. Nanti di ruang tamu yang di mana? Ya di rumahku, Bang.
Di rumah.
Lu lagi muter aja, Cok.
Enggak, aku di Helvetia ya, Bang. Di Medan apa di kotanya?
Oh, aku di Kesawan lahirku.
Kesawan?
Iya.
Itu Indonesia, Mas Yan?
Masih. Indonesia bagian yang di Sumatera. Kalau lu nggak tahu berarti lu bukan orang Sumatera.
Kesawan di luar di Amerika, iya Kesawan di Amerika.
Kesawan aku, lu
Kira
tahu lu.
kawan ada ya.
Aku
Kawan
lahir
itu
itu
sebelahnya New York itu.
ya. Aku lahir
Kan
tuh di
iya
rumah
kan?
besar Chong Afi.
Apa itu
Ayo,
Chong Afi?
orang Medan nggak tahu
Siapa
dia.
itu
nih.
Chong Afi? Nggak tahu
kenal
aku
dia.
serius, Bang. Enggak tahu bro.
Sekarang jadi museum.
Jadi museum. Museum ini purba itu bang.
Enggak, ya rumah bersejarah kan jadinya.
Di daerah mana itu ya?
Kesawan. Nanya lagi anjing.
Kawan
Medan
bikin
kota,
dia
kawan.
Ada berantem ini.
Lu sih keluar lu cuma ruang tamu sama kamar mandi anjing.
Untung jauh.
Walaupun jauh bisa ngirimin orang tukang pukul loh. Hati-hati.
Online. Santet online.
Pembayaran via PayPal bisa loh.
Ditanya, ada orang kan ditanya. Ini yang bilang kesawang ini katanya, nggak tahu kesawang. Dipukul ya di situ.
Ini siapa yang ngekos nih? Siapa yang rumah sendiri nih?
Aku numpang bang. Aku numpang bang, bukan rumahku ini.
Inilah numpang paling elit ya.
Numpang paling elit.
Komputer dimasukin tumpangan.
Komputer dimasukin, TV dimasukin.
Anak buah disuruh
ada
tidur 5 orang ya kan. 5 orang tidur bareng enggak tuh.
Anjir.
Mantap.
Meja
Kayak
di
share room
berantakan.
gitu kah? Kayak share room gitu.
Rumah
Hah?
kamar
Enggak.
barengan gitu.
Punya
Ruko,
kakaknya aja.
ruko sepupu.
Kenapa Pak? Apa minta bantu ke teman kau beres-beres dulu mau pulang aku gitu.
Udah aku minta tolong tapi udah caw ya udah no worries. Aku aja beres sendiri.
Kan dia mau pergi Bang besok pulang kampung ya.
Iya, Len, bilangin temennya tanggung jawab, Cok. Masa itu dibuat tempat main tidur doang anjing, suruh beresin. Kalau nggak beresin sini aku sewa tukang pukul ini.
Iya. Oke.
Tukang pukulnya tukang pukul NE pergi ke situ dulu.
Tukang pukul NE kayak mana rasanya? Woy?
Terus itu tukang pukulnya tuh. Lihat udah pakai apa dia?
Bandana, aha, Asia.
Mani Pacquiao Palembang.
Ini tali apa, Bang? Tali apa tuh, Rafia?
Tali apa nama itu?
Tali pocong.
Waduh.
Bisa.
Berat.
Bisa request warna gitu ya baru tahu.
Beda alam anjir, beda alam.
Udah ini kayak lain nih udah.
Dari warnanya pink itu tali pocongnya perawan, Cok.
Apa hubungannya?
Jadi kalau laki-laki yang pakai itu perawan ya?
Nes, buka kamera lu, Nes. Buka kamera, Nes.
Ini 3%. Lu pakai HP kan, Dok? 3% lagi HP-nya gua.
Lu nggak di warnet?
Di warnet, HP
Warnetnya nggak ada kamera.
Nggak ada
Wah,
kamera
lah.
lah. 2% lagi apa baterai gua? Belum dicas.
Nggak bawa itu kah? Apa namanya? Power bank.
Di sini ada colokan, tinggal colok Bang.
Dia bawanya power ATM. Power bank enggak bawa.
Pakai dasan Bang, apa pakai power bank Bang? Banyak colokan sini Bang.
Dia pakai power ATM dia. Enggak bawa dia. Power bank.
Diesel sendiri. Terus HP pakai diesel.
Untung nggak pakai power banking gitu.
Di sini udah malam minggu Bang Semar. Di sana belum kan?
Belum. Masih pagi ya, di Sabtu pagi.
Ini masih pagi saya ada bang.
Masih pagi itu masih terang kok.
Kan beda jamnya jauh cuy.
Berapa sih? 12 jam ya? 14 jam kah?
14 jam kan?
Hah? Jam mana?
11 sekarang.
Jendela di Amerika kok tinggi kali bang.
Kang di Amerika jam berapa? Jam berapa?
Basement.
Jam
Kan di
berapa?
basement.
Di basement.
Ruang game-nya di basement.
Di Amerika sekarang jam berapa pagi bang?
Jam setengah 10.
Setengah 10.
Jadi kalau udah kena nuklir masih aman gitu.
Oh jelas, kayak kecoa kita nih. Nuklir masih hidup. Gila.
Kayaknya.
Lanjut main apa kan lihat nol lewat. Oh, nuklir lanjut.
Lanjut ya kan.
Ada nuklir
Tunggu
lanjut
sampai
apa?
champion, kalau udah champion lihat dulu udah kelar belum lanjut lagi. Tenang, santai kita. Tapi kalau tsunami mati duluan, Cok.
Betul ya. Keluarkan apa jurus cebongnya.
Jurus
Cebong air.
Cebong.
Ini cebong.
Cebong.
Oh iya.
Oh iya belum.
Hidup lagi nanti salah lubang lagi.
Jangan diajak ngomong anjing. Orang lagi ngebong ditanyain sama si K bangsat.
Kemarin lagi
Jawab juga takut dosa bangsat.
kemarin lagi minum malah ada ula yang apa? Yang buat dox.
Iya. Kontol aku lagi minum, Cok ya. Lagi minum enak terus ada yang ngomong gini. Ada yang tanya, tinggal berapa poin lagi, Bang? Katanya.
Tinggal berapa RP? 80 lagi. Tapi nambah kayaknya.
Enggak, Cok. Dia ngomong enggak 80 kan. Berapa Bang Nes? Dia ngomong Nes.
Gimana, Bang?
Nah,
Yang itu nanya Reza. Aku lagi minum, Cok. Tinggal berapa? Tinggal 20-an poin lagi, Bang. 20 RP lagi ke master.
Dibilang gini, oh bentar nih. Ini game ini minus 48 kok ya.
Habis dia bilang ini tinggal 20 lagi, Bang. Tenang. Tapi kayaknya ini habis gini minus lagi, Bang, 48. Aku langsung muncratin air. Bangsat. Game belum kelar, Cok. Masih squad banyak udah pede dia ngomong bakalan minus. Aku juga bingung, Cok.
Karena tim random lagi.
Tag dulu.
Tag dulu.
Aduh, main Genshin Impact nih pasti dia.
Game bokep nih.
Game bokep, game porno.
Apa tuh? Playboy Dimension.
Itu Genshin Impact, Bang.
Bukan itu game petualangan sih.
Oh, nggak tahu, aku nggak pernah main Cok Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact.
Dia nggak pernah main Genshin Impact, mainnya Honkai Impact.
Waduh,
lebih parah lagi.
Waduh, iya.
Botnya gimana itu?
Sama kayak Summer Saga ya kan?
Yang kalau digerakin teteknya gerak itu kan?
Iyalah. Kalau nggak gerak berarti patung anjing.
Tapi emang Honkai lebih parah anjir.
Oh, parah.
Adit menyerah mendengar kita ya guys ya.
Udah kena mental, Jeng.
Baterai ke 2% anjing.
Baterai pun iya, Dit.
Kan di rumah. Kan di rumah, Cok. Kenapa? Kalau ngecas lu harus mancal dulu, Cok.
Pancal gak tuh bahasa Cut? Cok, pancal. Pancal ya, pancal. Mana pancal?
Mancal kayak ya pakai kaki ya.
Pakai kaki, enggak pakai
Tangan beda ya. Di Amerika kan beda tuh rasanya mencol ya.
Perut gue anjir. Gua gak bisa berhenti ketawa anjing.
Pakai tangan lo, aku harus tahu pakai tangan.
Aku belum nyedot untung.
Gua dengar mancal kan. Apaan mancal? Oke.
Orang zaman dulu tuh kasihan anjir. Kalau mau nyalain lampu harus mancal dulu dia.
Gua taunya engkol anjir, engkol.
Oh, engkol. Ya bahasa Indonesianya engkol. Masuk sini harus buka kamera, Supri.
Masuk sini buka cam, weh.
Supri cepat, Supri.
Supri. Aku mau lihat muka kau, tapi kita mau meet tumbuk gitu.
Sebentar.
Di sini tuh gak ada namanya apa misterius orang ini.
Iya,
Weh, pesulap.
Pesulap gak
Ah, pesulap weh.
Save FPS itu anjing, lu jangan ngomongin pesulap.
Anjing.
Bener anjing, save FPS.
Dari mana anjing lah.
Blok Supri ngomongnya pesulap gak tuh? Lu pikir Batarjo?
Kayak limbat, Bang. Kayak limbat, Bang. Lihat aja. Biasa limbat gak ngomong, coba kayak mana gaya limbat.
Ngingga gitu.
Ada limbat anjing.
Bacot kau Pri, buka dulu kameranya. Jangan gitu.
sendiri nggak berani diliatin.
Kamu dulu Anes, mana Nes?
Udah dilihat. Baterai
Udah tadi udah baterainya habis
Udah.
soalnya.
Kalau Nes tuh udah bosen aku lihat juga. Udah buka lalu.
Bosen gak tuh? Normal lah tuh, mukaku tuh normal.
Maklum yang Australia suka banget ya nggak Bang Jos?
Mana? Enggak kalau Pri cepat.
Pri, ayo Pri.
Ah.
Ini baru pesulap beneran, kalau super ini pesulap nih, bisa gonta ganti map nih dia nih.
Gonta ganti map karena kalah. Anjing, tusuk.
Udah beres tadi.
Apa?
Beres kan ALGS tadi?
Nah, kecewakan Dewa performance-nya kali ini.
Ya hari ini mereka blunder pada cuy.
Jelek banget cok.
Jelek
Itu
banyak.
masuk kelas bracket kayaknya.
Itu round 2 nanti. Itu udah last stand banget tuh.
Gimana letaknya bang?
Moga masuk lah.
Di bawah ya?
Di bawah rank 10.
Dia yang pakai jaket bang, Cina putih-putih gitu deh. Iya. Apaan Cina apa?
Pas buka puasa cuma bertiga kami tadi.
Siapa? Oh, Supri lagi ngomong sama temannya.
Apa?
Nah, lihat mukanya nih. Nah, mana mukanya coy?
Mana mukanya coy?
Ya gitu dong.
Itu muka apa cicak cok?
Lizard man.
Mana muka lu anjing sebenarnya? Wah. Wih, Bastian Os anjing.
Wih, Zipet. Zipet.
Bastian anjing.
Ternyata 3 Jos kembarannya Jos.
Iya, Bastian hewan.
Zipet Supri Bastian.
Mana muka lu? Kok tangan doang mah?
Tangan doang, kakak terus.
Mak, besaran kontrolku biar bertangan lu cowok.
Anjing.
Cek.
Udah kelar kali Mars RP-nya? Pri?
Api bang, kalau arena api bener.
Api bang.
Hah?
Nggak dengar, mungkin dia nggak dengar deh.
Iya, apinya dia udah kelar kali Mars. 500 api ada kelar kah?
Belum.
Dia udah keluar.
Hit semua is ya. Ayolah, main lah yuk.
Main lah arena Bang Jos tuh arena tuh.
Udah selesai semua yang tadi. Sampai itu
Bang Bim
naik
main kan?
Udah selesai. Dari tadi siang aku jumpa cheat. Plus 17 doang anjing.
Pagi bagusnya yuk, pagi.
Iya, jangan jam segini pagi lah.
Pagi
dari
jam 8 tuh bagus loh, Bin.
Bentar ya.
Gobi apaan arena?
Oh.
Tatuan doang. Oh, enggak tatuan deh. Gondrong doang enggak nyopet.
Gondrong doang gak nyopet mata aku.
Ciru siapa itu? Gak nyopet, gak ada astaga.
Woi, pusulap. Mana pusulap tadi?
Bacot lu yang pesulap cok, lu tahu-tahu udah pindah map sendiri anjing. Lari kenceng amat cok. Main gak? Supri?
Main arena yuk.
Gua gak bisa arena anjing, battle royale aja yuk. Lobby master yuk.
Cupu aku bang.
Alah, lu cupu gue apa anjing?
Wah, ini cupu-cupuan, Cok. Kalian nggak lihat yang lagi dengerin kalian ngomong? Aku jadi merasa cupu nih, anjing.
Si Jos apa bang kalau lu cupu bang?
Kayaknya aku bingung juga. Jangan salah, kartu as itu jangan disebut-sebut terus, Cok.
Bukan as.
Kartu as tuh katanya Syarukan katanya bang.
Oh iya, Sarukan jangan disebut-sebut terus. Lagi makan dia. Gak bisa nelen.
Udah aku keluar lah, cabut dulu ya guys.
Kemana lu?
Mana?
Mau beli makanan keluar.
Itu yang coba siapa sih?
Lapar.
Nara.
Aku, iya ya. Mau beli makan dulu. Yuk, duluan ya.
Ini nggak beli makan tuh.
Oke, Bang.
Ya, hati.
Ya, Bang.
Hati, Bang.
Yuk.
Hati.
Ya, Bang. Mari, Bang.
Yuk.
Narji, sebutannya Narji nggak tuh anjing? Siapa yang manggil Narji pertama tuh?
Si Len ya? Bukan Len, si Adit mungkin.
Udah siap kayak Diamond? Ayo,
Ayo, boleh.
Ayo dulu, Bayu dulu.
Nunggu PC-ku yang di bawah tuh kosong, ada anak PB main.
Halo, apa nih?
Usir.
Tampol, Dok. Lu kan preman, Dok.
Nah, ini
Tampol, Dok.
main Genshin Impact tuh, main Genshin Impact Bang, lihat tuh. 1 hour.
Tentara emang.
Masa aku nggak lihat.
Itu cek aja profilnya Genshin Impact 1 hour.
Tar, aku bingung cok kalau klik ini itu.
Kenapa emang?
Genshin Sempak, iya cok.
Biasanya sempak 1 jam yang lalu.
Astaga. Itu game apa sih bang?
Ntar dulu. Nah, open cam mana tentang sistem? Penasaran?
Gak siapa yang pengen tahu siapa sih?
Ya kita semua lah.
Bang Semar, itu headset Logitech enak gak?
Ini. Enak. Enak, tapi jangan gondol kepala lu, udah lah, ganti earphone.
Ganti ya, in-ear monitor aja lah ya.
Kayak PB pakai speaker gitu.
Open cam bukan game.
Oh, open cam. Enggak, gua di net gak bisa open cam.
Pakai HP.
Kenapa emang?
Pakai HP lah.
Pakai HP.
Tapi
biar
gua punya PC portnya rusak aja, port headphone jacknya. Ada nggak sih kayak USB colokan gitu buat tempat taruh audio jack lagi gitu, eksternal gitu?
Apa tuh?
Kan di PC kan biasa ada tuh port buat audio.
Ini
buat earpiece gitu. Kalau earpiece, nah port gua yang di casing PC gua rusak. Ya dia kayak bengkok gitu, jadi nggak bisa masih tahan gitu loh, baru dia jalan.
Gemuk doang nggak sumuk. Semuanya pada gemuk semua sih.
Tempat kayak buat external port gitu, jadi USB ke PC, terus nanti baru gua colok ke alat itu, baru connect ke PC-nya.
Anjing nggak puasa.
Berarti dia cuma cari extendednya doang kan?
Iya.
Bukan beda type kabel kan?
Bukan.
Nah, type kabelnya sama kan?
Iya.
Kalau extended doang itu ada, ya kan? Yang perempuan sama yang female dan male kan itu jadinya jatuhnya. Iya kan? Female dan male kan dia jadinya buat colokannya. Ada itu. Cuman kan jeleknya frekuensi suara kan jadi lebih jauh.
Delay ya.
Karena ada sambungan lagi.
Ya udah. Solusinya salah satunya ganti casing PC deh udah.
Bukan casing PC sih itu yang diganti.
Yang di keyboardnya nggak ada colokannya gitu?
Nggak, di PC gue kan ada kayak audio.
Bukan casingnya bang, itu yang diganti bang.
Port yang ada di casing.
Mobonya bang. Itu mobo bang.
Kayaknya nggak connect ke mobonya deh. Jadi di mana?
Kalau port kan connect ke mobo bang.
Ini bentar, coba gua open.
Itu coba lihat di trust tag weh. Bangke kali tuh orang komennya weh.
Jadi yang ininya nih kan buat kalau misalnya kita punya earpiece kan, nah colokan sini kan. Nah dia tuh nggak mau nyala, jadi kayak nggak mau connect.
Belakangnya kan ada lagi.
Kenapa
itu yang dari case-nya atau yang dari mobonya itu?
Ini dari case-nya, kalau mobo kan dari belakang.
Berarti sambungan
aja dari belakang kalau gitu.
Dari belakang. Berarti lu
dari situnya.
Itu ya kalau itunya nggak fungsi. Dia itu ada di bawahnya mobo itu ada kabel, kalau lu berani buka tuh PC lu itu ada kabel kecil-kecil itu kotak soketnya kayaknya ada yang belum dia tancepin satu.
Ya, kurang kecolok itu.
Jadi itunya mati.
Enggak nih, misal gua ada kayak misal gua nyolok nih. Nah, itu tuh kayak gua mesti nahan kayak gue mesti nahan kabel earpiece-nya gue, kayak gue bengkokin gitu baru nanti dia nyala gitu. Jadi emang dari portnya bukan dari earpiece-nya. Kayak portnya
tapi dulu pernah nyala.
Dulu enggak, emang casingnya sampah aja sih kayaknya. Gue pas pertama
Sumpah
kali
you,
nyoba
ku
langsung
record you, babi.
nggak pernah gue pakai lagi gara-gara bengkok gitu.
Record terus sih gitu.
No, GeForce-ku not respond. Wait, record land please land. Wahyu land.
Wahyu.
Land. Kabur dia.
Mana dia?
Apa?
Oh iya, aku kan live streaming Jos, slow.
Nvidia replay ku anjing enggak.
Slow, aku live streaming. Cek aja di YouTube.
Aduh deh, janganlah anjing.
Oh iya berikan, ngapain instant replay? Nih di live yang jam 4.45.
Wih, mau kalian apain weh?
Emot lah, jadi emot di game Apex. Wih, rambutnya hijau. Udah mulai nih game keduanya yang Revenant.
Oh udah.
Anjay hijau. Anjay Belkur Maxius
anjay.
Mana live lah, weh Len.
Fat Monster anjay.
Oh liat live streaming aku. Enggak jadi.
Kakak dulu juga ya ntar.
Udah menonton tag lah.
Mereka bertiga itu ntar.
Gitu dong. Baik ada guna mulai.
Parah kali bah.
Ayo main ya. Aku main sambil nonton.
It was a little
Bay, siap Bay.
You had a lot of teams contesting for their spots, trying to solidify, where they wanted to land.
Ayo.
As you could see yesterday, G2, they didn't play as well as they wanted to. But an important note is that they were contesting on World's Edge against Alliance. And having a contest in a tournament in a big stage like this, getting a 0-point game can be very, very costly.
Anjing kau.
Bentar aku lagi perang, aku lupa
Something I was
mute.
noticing when I was looking back today was like a lot of these teams they were getting contested, they weren't doing too well, but they weren't really changing
Perang
up
tuh
their
dia.
dogs at all.
Lu di
Like, how do you
Ukraine.
feel about that whole
Wah.
concept of midweight managers? I know some teams
Lagi perang wah.
I don't feel that I'm good enough.
Setentara harus hitam loh ya.
Wih, rambutnya Jos.
Yang hitam aja nggak ikut perang.
Rambutnya itu apa sih namanya jepit dah?
Hah?
Itu jepit rambut dah? Atau jepitan kertas?
So you go in, you might lose a contest or two. You have to spectate the entire game. But at the end of the day, that is the drop spot they've chosen. They know that drop spot the best. So if they win their contest, they know how to rotate from it. And it's a whole different ballgame because at the end of the day, if you leave that drop spot, you're most likely going to have to contest somewhere else. And that's kind of really uncomfortable. Start from scratch, right? You think it's just the drop spot. No, it's not just the drop spot. They come from the rotation happens. Practice that goes into zones, based on each zone, rotate. It's a little deeper of the meta realizes. Yeah, I mean, you see sometimes, for example, Alliance yesterday, they were contested G2. Certain teams run a different character loadout when they're contesting versus when they don't. A lot of times you see teams run Horizon when they're 50-50. For example, the Optic Gaming roster, having Horizon really, you get that live first stand. So when you're 50-50, you actually get the first pickup of the gun on the build.
Wow. I mean, the thing is with builds as well is also with the fact that it's only 6 games, you've got to be absolutely perfect, don't you? Because otherwise, if you lose, say, the first 2 games, 3 games, if you're, like, say, on World's Edge and that's where you're contesting, that can probably be make or break for any team.
Yeah. In a game like this, having 0-point games is very, very costly. Every point matters. Whether you can succeed in an extra placement point, getting an extra knock on a team that just got through the party. Points matter so much. At the end of the time, you see a lot of tiebreakers, and teams start shoulda, woulda, coulda. I could have got this extra point had I ratted, from the 7th to 5th place. Like
Ayo Bayu sama K kita pindah ke channel.
Difference of 6 points between
Oh ini lagi nonton malah main
Wah, kita tetap di restoran.
the teams that were not able to qualify just barely. Speaking of G2 and Kick, of Gibraltar comparison between Iarka from EU on the Kick Esports roster and Resulta. Look how neck and neck their stats are. Average kills
very similar average damage. Well, Yarka has the advantage. Only 419 damage per game for Resulta in G2, which is low compared to a lot of people we've seen. But a big part of that is because they are getting contested and they're dying early. Thoughts on this kind of Gibby comparison and where Resulta ranks as one of the best Gibraltars in the world?
Resulta for me is definitely up there, top 5 in my opinion. Hyarka, also a very good player. I honestly think that Kick and G2 are very similar in playstyle. I played ranked with both teams, and they like to fight. The boys at Kick are very aggressive, and they love to fight.
Kayak psikopat ya nggak sih, Jos? Apa, Len?
Because they were one of those teams that had surprisingly high survival stats, despite the kills maybe not adding up to it as well. So do you think they've maybe kind of got off the brakes because they're getting a feel for everyone else in the field? Of course, with different regions being seen for the first time, it is kind of alien.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times LAN experience comes to play.
Di clip and moment gitu.
Build up. You don't know,
Gak ada kan,
like,
gak ada kesep kan.
Kau cek YouTube aku kalau percaya nggak percaya.
YouTube mana anjing?
Di YouTube aku.
Apa nama YouTube-nya?
Kau klik lah Discord aku kalau nggak percaya.
Nggak ada.
Discord kau nggak ada, tolol.
Masa di profile lah.
Gak ada. Ini kok pakai Discord yang mana?
Oh iya. Perasaan ada lah. Udah aku masukin.
Kamu bohong.
Kamu bohong. Bang Andi mana, Be?
Oh iya, aku streamer mode, bodoh.
Ada urusan di rumah sakit.
Nih kalau nggak percaya kau, lihat di apa? Share live streaming. Ah, aku nggak nge-share situ tadi.
Mana?
Jam 4 tadi gua.
Has become so prevalent here in the playoffs, where maybe in other regions, because obviously it is so prevalent in APAC North. And
share live streaming di mana,
example off the top of my head is Sudoroku from APAC South.
Paling bawah.
Crypto there. We're seeing Bullet literally pick it up and play it for the first time ever. So he's learning it on the fly.
Apa kalau klik aku?
Mana ada kalau mau ngambil tinggal di level
kamu lihat nggak ya?
Back on day 1, that was the talk of the town. The Watson, the fences, etc. A lot of those
James Bardoff, let's be clear.
Bukan.
A lot of those teams, of course, did
Tunggu, kalau
dari
itu yang dari case-nya atau yang dari mobil nanti dari belakang kalau gitu.
Berarti lu itu ya kalau itunya nggak fungsi. Dia itu ada di bawahnya Mobo itu ada kabel kalau lu berani buka isi lu itu ada kabel kecil-kecil itu kotak soketnya kayaknya ada yang nggak belum dia tancepin set.
Earpiece-nya gua kayak gua bengkok gitu baru ini nyala gitu. Jadi emang dari portnya bukan dari earpiece-nya. Kayak portnya
Tapi dulu pernah nyala.
Dulu.
Udah lah Jos.
Gua pas sama
apa itu? Record you babi.
Sumpah pernah pakai lagi gara-gara bengkok gitu.
Anjing.
I think we're going to see contested landing type legends like Horizon actually boost up the hit rates.
One thing that's been very intriguing is chat with Invictus Gaming, right? They're a team that has 2 or 3 different team comps that they will run. They have in their back pocket, ready to run. They had a big team comp. Popular. I'd love to get your take on that here in a bit. How North America, I think, kind of popularized that team comp. They also have a crypto team comp.
Kau nih nggak bilang kalau lagi live nih, Len, babi Len.
Siapa tahu kan?
Teams like Invictus Gaming,
Siapa tahu?
GMT, Ascend, Reply Totem. We're in that upper echelon of top EMEA teams, but they're very disappointing in their performance so far. I think all eyes are
Aku kayak bakalan live streaming lagi ya ke depannya.
Was it the right decision to drop Blasts when you were a top 4, top 3 team in EMEA?
Bebas mau di mana? Bagusnya mana, Jos?
God, he's so talented.
I think the other thing to remember though as well is you've got
langsung
40
tweet
really
kah?
good teams here. So if you're even just 5-10% off on the day, yeah, maybe it's going to look like you're not playing at your best because maybe you're not. And if you're not playing your best in this kind of event,
Tweets aku udah hampir 100.
My biggest thing though is when you see teams
YouTube
that
aku
have
60
been
masih.
changing up their compositions on the fly. I think on day 1 we saw Team Empire changing every round. Is that something that you're a bit surprised to see? Teams really moving away from a sort of solidified choice?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the good teams are flexible in their comps because, like I said earlier, how certain teams are playing and how certain comps are prevalent in your lobby. It also kind of
Mulai kita benar-benar live stream kita coba-coba
don't see a lot of
peruntungan
odds.
lagi di live stream ya guys ya.
So a lot of teams get away with playing a god spot early or can rotate early. But for
Soalnya
example,
aku
now,
tuh
if you have
udah
a lobby
layak
with
bisa
5
stream cok
early
jatuhnya
rotating
Jos ya kan.
cryptos, that team is going to be getting EMP'd over and over.
Cam
You
dah
know,
ada,
lose out on
mic
their
dah
meds,
bagus.
and their playstyle is completely
Ada
different now,
voice
because
mode.
they can't do what they've normally been doing.
TV ada cuma buat chat ya kan.
Baca
Baca chat pakai TV goblok.
Used to playing that early rotate kind of god spot style and have
Bagusnya
gotten
tuh
taken advantage
apa?
of. And
Aku pengen
what was that? What else-
kayak
what
It's
else for
Timmy
NA
tuh.
team comp?
Ada nyimpan klip meme tuh.
So through the
Settingan
games today,
streamingnya itu.
I saw
Itu
NRG,
gimana? Bisa kah?
you know, primarily
Bisa.
they play a lot of
Itu
edge
sih Pak
today.
dulu gitu anjir.
I
Gua
don't think
kasih
they were able to
klipnya
get the
House
fights that
Bulldog.
they wanted. So they were playing early rotate today, and they were getting out LOS in multiple different
Automatic
spots.
gitu ya?
I saw them die on World's Edge
Tinggal
twice
klik-klik
in a
doang
very,
gitu.
very good game-winning position, but they had taken it a little early.
Itu
which
gimana
I
caranya?
haven't seen
Ajarin
from
lah.
them in a while.
Ada yang
On the
paham
other
nggak?
hand, you saw TSM today. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw how
Biar yang streamer nggak bener tuh kita kalahin
I
cok.
actually like the pick from them because they weren't really getting too much.
Ayo
value.
guys, sawerannya
You know,
berharap sawer
legends
tuh
like
dari
Caustic,
mana? anjir?
Crypto. Once there's a
Nggak
couple that
entertain
start to
kali.
enter the lobby, do you feel like other teams almost have to respond? Because if there's 5-6 Caustics around on the map, you almost feel like you've got to have one as well if you really want to be able to push in.
Yeah, so in NA, from what I've seen, is you kind of have to adapt to the lobby, right? If you have one caustic team,
Weh,
that
controller
caustic team is going to
PS siapa
shine
nih?
because they have really nothing that can counter it. There's a lot of different characters that counter each other, but they have to match up. So if you have 5 caustics in the lobby, you know, all 5 of those teams are going to be moving down the buildings together. If you have 5 cryptos, you're going to see a lot more teams running cryptos. 5 horizons, everybody's going to start running horizon because if you have a horizon team going against a team that doesn't have one, they automatically have the ability to spam to just win the fight.
Two, in case you're just waking up in North America and didn't have a chance to watch the winners bracket finals, Optic Gaming dominated that. We started talking about teams like TSM. Want to get an update? TSM qualifies through. Alliance qualifies
Nama
through.
replay Totem tapi pakai
with
Valkyrie
32
gimana
points.
Jos?
AD Raccoon from APAC North,
Doa
number
nggak
1
tuh
team
dulu?
in APAC North. And Alliance wins the tiebreaker in that one because they had a second place finish versus AD Raccoon's third place finish. So with that said, our top 10 teams in the winners bracket, they've punched their ticket. They're going to be watching and waiting, commiserating, if you will, as they're getting ready to see who the final 10 teams will be. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming, Mexico represented, Sutaraiku representing APAC South, and Australia. Also Reignite, Jen Burton at home. Controller player. You know controller players really, really well. And obviously it's tragic that he's not playing with
Nas?
Belum diubah cok.
There as well, so I'm happy to see them still performing.
I think the biggest thing is the fact as to how strong the APAC South teams have, and how strong Reignite has also performed even without Jembert, for example, right? So it almost does feel like there's a little bit more that we could have actually seen from them. Sudarai's been good, same with Team Burger. So, yeah, you know, ultimately it's a region that plays on pink predominantly. It just has to do that. It's just
รีเวทมาแล้วจังหวะตอนนั้นรู้สึกอีเวทจะเล่นอยู่กับทางฝั่งไม่ได้ว่างหรือรีวินแนนถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดในแมปตัวของ World 8 โอ้โหแล้วจากนั้นซินก็เป็นแชมป์ไปเลยครับหลังจากนั้นหายเลย
Pakai ini nggak Jas? Nonton aja Jas. Weh Jas.
ตอนแรกคิดว่าแบบบราซิลจะมา
Lihat live aku.
แต่ว่าตอนนี้บราซิลก็ที่ขึ้นไปก็มีอีลิเวทครับผมแต่ว่าอีลิเวทนี่ถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดนี่ลงมาเล่นทางฝั่งโลว์แบ็กเก็ตลาวทุก
FPS ตาย
ด้วยครับใช่ไหม
Gua lainเลยหาเลยมา
ใช่จริงด้วยครับลงมาเล่นโลว์แบ็กเก็ตครับ
จะเป็นอีกราวนึงนะ
ก็เดี๋ยวใน6โดนหลังนะก็จะอยู่กับผมแล้วก็พี่นุหินอีซี่นะหรือว่าไฮเนสนั่นเองครับยาวๆไปครับคืนนี้ใครที่เป็นแฟนๆในเบกลีเจนนี่พักลงแรงก่อนก็ได้ครับผมแรงเหลือ
Cuma kau tengok posisi kawanmu jangan ketutup.
Ya, aku memang juga gitu.
Gitu aja sih. Kalau muda elong bisa, kalau muda elong bisa juga, kalau muda elong bisa juga. Gitulah.
After the group standings, they were the lowest. Singularity with 2 players ranked higher than them. This is a very bold pick from Genome. He could be the most godly, most wisdomly person we've ever met if he comes through this. But
Yeah,
I've got
but I don't know if bold's the right word. I'm going to say suspect.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to say idiocracy. No, I'm just kidding.
Did they offer him the flag, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. Yeah, the Brazilian flag. They say, hey, you will have an entire country, Brazil, the most passionate esports fans behind you if you pick Zen, who got 40th place behind Singularity playing with 2 players. But hey, I respect the bold prediction from my man Genome. I'd love to get your thoughts. Obviously, your graphic wasn't on screen there because you were just joining us for the first time. Who do you think's going to take it?
I am also on the SSG wave. That team has a lot of experience. Frex and Dropped have been to many lands before. They know what they need to do.
Hilang cuk, headset warnet
Yesterday
anjing.
they tried out a couple of things, and I think they've got it down packed now. So now, very mechanically gifted player as well. So I'll be looking for SSG to make some noise.
Can I change my prediction? If he says SSG, I want to follow his. I said SSG or GT. I'm changing my prediction to SSG. Let it be known right now. Sebastian in my ear says no, not allowed. I have to stick with G2. But hey, fun times on the desk. Welcome, of coururse. Thank you, my man, Mr. Greek, joining us for the first time ever on the desk, giving us all such great insights and analysis. And guess what? Gameplay is around the corner. Again, slight delay there, y'all. It is win or go home. 10 teams will prevail to the winner or losers bracket finals. 10 teams will pack their bags. Will the likes of Invictus Gaming, Ascend, Kick, GMT perform and put India on the map? Will NA continue to dominate with G2, LG, and SSG? We will find out because gameplay is ready. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our Aussie boys, the casters, for the gameplay. Take it away, guys.
Well, you thought that the winners bracket final was going to be a big deal. This is where it gets even spicier, as Fallout and the guys on the desk have been explaining. It's elimination time. There is no more opportunities past this one. If you drop into the bottom 10 of this lobby, you're done, you're out, you're going home. Sweden says goodbye, and unfortunately, your run will be on end pretty early on in the piece as well. That would be bottom 30, 30 down to 40. Unfortunately, you haven't done too much today and yesterday, if that's the case for you. But Genome, of course, there are going to be 10 teams that are going to be happy to take the top spots and go into the losers bracket number 2 to give themselves an opportunity to go through the finals.
I mean, honestly, I think the organizers have been pretty lenient. You know, they had a whole day. They had a whole day.
Lewat
with their
berapa kali
lives
tadi
on
aku
the
cek.
line, Elfish,
Dari
and now
match
they are.
4.
And you know what? If you were to
Iya, hari kedua ini
you just weren't up to
kurang
standard. Well,
dengan tidur semalam.
today is the day that we're going to be seeing the back of you. And look, let's not downplay it, right? I mean, these guys did amazingly in their regions. They've come from all over the
Pikirin
world.
ke
They
depannya
dominated the
gimana
local
nih?
competition.
Ya, udah tidur, jadi nggak istirahat
Competition,
paling.
completely different levels, completely
Capek
different
nomor
stakes.
1.
I mean, you know, you get 15,000 if you're in an APAC South. I think it might have been 30,000 for some of the bigger regions.
tenaga lah
Taking out
apalagi kemarin berapa
in
match
the
itu?
number 1 place, but what is it?
Kemarin match kedua itu, match
For
ketiga,
first place here in the
bagus.
land, so
Ron
the stakes are so
aku
much
sampai yang ikut merinding anjir.
Yeah, obviously those points going through the champions
Ditonton
as well.
seluruh
That's
dunia.
what a lot of the teams are thinking about. It's not even necessarily just the top 20 that get involved there. I think
Timmy
they do
nonton,
actually
Naseo
get paid
nonton,
out, in
ya
a
kan?
sense, quote unquote, paid out down to all the way down to 40 based on where their placement is. Anyway, we'll get that one confirmed. Tomorrow it's probably a bigger discussion point rather than today. Today is all about survival. Tomorrow is more about what the what the implications of this entire tournament are going to be. Who's going to walk away as the best team in the world when it comes to Apex Legends? Is there going to be a discussion around the best region in the world? You know, who's there at the moment? Looks like we're still working through some things on the stage, Juno, but obviously a lot of interesting storylines coming into this one. You were getting roasted a little bit on the desk with the old Zen prediction, so do you want to tell me what that was about?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the producer came to me and he's like, which team has the coolest team name? So I said, oh, yeah, Zen. Okay. You know, it starts with an X. That's what we were predicting, right? Like,
Right, yes, that was, yeah.
Yep.
So
Okay.
anyway, I guess maybe you're correct in that one, but we'll see whether or not you're going to get any points out of it. I think it is a bold one, of course, and for me, Zen... And to be honest, a lot of the South American teams are going to have to be teams to step up. I know it's going to be tough in the case of Singularity in particular, just playing with the couple. But the only South American team to make it through to the top 20 was Elevate. They didn't end up making it through to the top 10. They'll drop down to the losers bracket round number 2. And for the rest of the South American teams right here in losers bracket number 1,
Fat boleh nggak sih kayak gitu tuh, nggak boleh ya?
through to lower bracket 2.
Yeah, well, we're having that
Fat,
regional discussion,
yeah.
right? I mean, you can look at the top
Kurang
end and you
tempe
can look
gua.
at the bottom end to give you some sort of
Nggak ada
indication of what's
nikotin,
going
pusing
on
juga,
there.
Cok.
I mean, with who's getting through to the top 10, a couple of Apex South teams, you know, the NA,
Iya ya.
the EU. It's all happening there, but then, yeah, who's getting eliminated first is kind of
Nggak
giving
ada bahan
you the
buat
other
ngemut-ngemut.
half of that
Iya, iya.
story. So
Nggak ada
if we do
nikotin.
end up seeing a couple of those South American teams go out here, say, you know, Zen and Odik, if they fall into that bottom 10, then you know, it does kind of start to give us a sense of the strength of the 5 regions throughout the ALGS.
Yeah, definitely something that I think we can speak more informed toward at the end of today rather than right here.
Iya ya, nggak boleh ya nge-vape ya. Paling pakai nikotin tempel kayak koyo itu.
Nikotin tempel kayak gimana aja?
Coba aja lihat di Google nikotin nanti nikotin yang ditempel kayak koyo gitu. Bikin ngefly juga sama kayak rokok kalau buka puasa gitu.
Cuman ditempel doang. Berarti cuman dicari aromanya gitu.
Ini cari nikotinnya kan yang dibutuhin tubuh tuh sebenarnya nikotinnya.
Tiba-tiba ngefly pakai tempelan.
Kamu pernah nggak sih buka puasa? Udah lama nggak makan terus ngerokok kayak agak ngefly gitu. Kayak gitu kan?
Yeah, it has been changing, and
So angin
as
bu.
of today, the teams didn't know what to expect. It's been a while where we've understood the groups A through D, and the teams were able to look at that and sort of work out where they're going to be dropping. Today, they didn't have any idea, and that might be causing some ruckus.
Yeah, certainly. Vatra and Jace are the ones that we'll be taking a look at here in the player comparison, and I think for me, you know, it's pretty easy to say on the desk, but you know, every single one of these players is going to have to step up their individual play, because today is the final day that you might be playing here at the Split 2 playoffs. So for these two, you know, decent stuff, especially yesterday from Vatra right towards the end.
Duluan.
Finishing with a win the very last day of yesterday as well, so they definitely had their moments. But I'm looking at this and saying, look, yesterday's performance from literally every team in this bottom 20, not good enough. They need to step up, they need to do more.
And that's why we see in those stats, I mean, you know, throughout the day we've been, throughout the weekend really so far, we've been highlighting all of the real stars, the standouts from these amazing 40 teams, but obviously some of them haven't performed as well. That's why they find themselves here in the losers bracket round 1, and that's why those numbers we're seeing less than 1 average kill per game, right? We're expecting those to rise here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a little bit of time before we jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen. A few minutes, I'm told. Things are getting sorted out, so we're going to keep chatting here and have a bit of a discussion around, you know, what teams have been performing, what teams haven't been performing. We've got the top damage charts from this season playoffs so far, and Alliance right at the top.
Yeah, I was talking about this on the disc earlier, right? I mean, it was Yuki and it was Huckers who were number 1 and number 2 in damage, so it's no
kill
surprise
banyak,
at all
cuman
that they're all the way up
placementnya
there.
nggak bagus.
Huckers himself actually was, I think, several thousand above
Nggak
the
tahu.
next
Coba cek di
closest. So it was like
Battlefy.
a couple sitting there
Nggak
at
tahu
18k
linknya.
per person. Huckers
Nggak
had, I think,
tahu.
maybe 21?
You know what's crazy to me is to see players there in the top 5 when they had such a difficult time in the winners bracket lobby. So they were certainly getting the damage out.
Okay, well, I was close. I was rounding up to 21,000, I guess. But yeah, as you can see, Gunjamen with 17k. I mean, yeah, look, Battle Speed, you know, vocal about what an interesting and player he's been so far, and just how well he's been performing. And then you go down to players like Hardeki, some of them considered by many as you know, the best player in the world, and then Gilderson, who really kind of just, you know, came out of nowhere, a big pickup in scouting from TL immaculate.
Yeah, he was certainly a player as well when we were talking about that Monster MVP yesterday, and we were having to choose right at the end.
Weh, itu apaan, Jos?
Tossing around a few names, and I think for me, Gilderson definitely was a
What the fuck is this?
well, sort of bringing up on the
Apa
list.
itu?
You know, ultimately he didn't
Nih, aku ganti window.
my choice, but he was definitely someone I think.
Kalau emang iya mah GG kali nih, Jos.
The performances that we've seen from them.
Coba cek, Jos.
It's really impressive stuff from them. And in general from the North American region, like if we go into that discussion, it kind of feels like to me the North American teams as a
Coba kita cek ya.
have been maybe the best performing. APAC South perhaps a close second. It's kind of hard. You have to blur the lines a little bit because APAC South only has 5 representatives. You know, North America has 10, so it's kind of a little bit wishy-washy there, but
Anjing apa yang dibeli?
OG, Optic Gaming rather, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, all up towards the top.
Nggak ada weh, bohong weh, anjing
Really make
kesel.
an argument that.
Yeah, and what's up with that, right? I mean, I think we need to go straight to the commission after this Elfish and have a chat about that, because man, those Apex South teams have been performing. And when I keep talking to them, one of the things that really comes up a lot is just how mechanically gifted a lot of these players are. And it's, you know, that you come to LAN and sure, the level rises, everyone's better at generally everything. But the one thing the Apex South players don't feel like they're struggling with is, you know, aim on aim, reticle to reticle, how they're playing this. And that's why we've had teams like Revenant at times and Daewoo United largely throughout that first day really running away with a lot of games and racking up large numbers of kills. And, you know, sure, there might be some macro aspects of their game to work on, and they've got time for that, hopefully before the championship if we get to see them there. But it's the micro aspects that they're definitely excelling at and showing the rest of the world how good we are at those.
Well, I want to hone in again on this lobby that we're about to watch and start to talk about some of the teams here as well that we think are going to be pretty important to focus on. I know you mentioned Invictus Gaming when we were having a chat a little bit earlier. You know, high hopes for that roster going into yesterday. And ultimately, I guess they didn't really perform to the level which you had expected or maybe wanted from them. I think they probably wanted more from themselves as well. And again, we were talking about it yesterday, saying, look, this is not die anymore at that point, but you know, now it's kind of now or never. Invictus Gaming, if they're going to want to have a solid performance, it's going to have to happen now. It's going to have to happen over these next 6 games.
And I think the format actually might be working a little bit against them in that way, Elfish, because this is a team that's not necessarily like, say, your G2 or your Revenant, those teams that like to push in. I don't think they're necessarily in that sort of bracket. They're a more reserved team. You might see them get a little bit more on the side of placement points, and that's not necessarily what is going to get you through this losers bracket round 1 match. And it pains me, you know, because I mean, look, you know, EMEF, the coach of IG, he's been a friend to many of the casters, always really helpful and you know, giving with his time in how he sort of you know, helps us understand the game as well. And so you know, with that kind of backing behind IG, I really thought that was going to be enough to put them in a good position for our Split 2 playoffs here at LAN.
Well, look, it's not over just yet, and to be honest, you could write the
most
brilliant comeback story of all time if something
Let's do
like
it.
that
Let's do it,
were to
IG.
happen, right? Invictus Gaming, or in fact, look, it doesn't have to be just them. It could be literally anyone in this lobby. Win this lobby, or you know, at least place top 10 in this lobby, go through to the second losers bracket round, go through top 10 there again, make it into the finals tomorrow, and then once you're in the finals tomorrow, look, it's not exactly an even playing field because the top 10 get themselves those free points coming through from the winners bracket. That's fair enough. But it's not impossible to win from 0 points in a winners bracket format like that. It is completely possible, completely doable, and of course, that is still on offer for literally every single team playing in this competition right now. We haven't eliminated anyone just yet.
Not just yet. Noises and Kashira here, seeing how many people they've eliminated throughout the tournament. Again, like the other comparison we saw just before. Not as many as perhaps they might like, but Ascend and Kashira certainly ahead on those stakes at the moment. I mean, I guess another thing, looking at that leaderboard again and just sort of thinking through this, is a lot of these teams, of course, are the ones who have the subs at this tournament. Right. And I now wonder, you know, how is that learning process going? How quickly can you adapt? How can you fit those players into your team? Some of these guys, you know, let's say Scars, you know, maybe yesterday it was just sort of, there were some teething issues that they had to work through. Maybe they've gone away and had a good chat about those, and now today they can come back and show a more gelled, more put together team.
Look, I think it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, right? Sometimes you're going to find a player and they're just going to jump right into your roster and perform pretty reasonably. They're going to gel with you quite nicely and fairly comfortably. And I think there is very much a world where you can make the argument, yeah, obviously you are at a detriment if you're having to play with a sub, but as we've seen from some of the teams in the lobby just prior, it's very doable even if you're playing with a sub. Obviously for Cloud9, you know, and the same for Reignite, all these teams are playing with a sub. Players as well, but they didn't do too well in that previous lobby. They're obviously still in the top 20 though, so there's a discussion around that. I think you can still get it done with the sub, and I mean at this point, right, you've probably been playing with them, hopefully, you know, for obviously the last 2 days, and maybe a little bit prior to that if you've been lucky to get that information a little bit earlier. Not so much in the case of some of the teams like Reignite who had to make that substitution quite late, but it's still very very much doable and it's still very much possible to make it. So at this point in time, you know, I don't think it necessarily becomes a conversation around sub or not sub anymore. This is the team you've got. This is what you've got to play with, and you're going to have to make it happen here today with what you've got. So that's how it is.
Yeah, and I guess on the other side of, you know, talking about the winners bracket and being like, this could look like the lobby that we get to play for all that big cash on Sunday, right? But then for the lower bracket, then you've got to think about, can any of these teams make that Cinderella run, get through both of the lower bracket matches to actually find their way into the final? It's going to be tough for any of these guys.
Indeed it is. All right, well, there are a lot of questions that we still have yet to answer. We're going to take a little while before we get in there, though. Some tech issues on the stage. We're going to get them sorted out. We'll take a short break, 5 minutes or so, and we'll be back. Don't go too far away.
As well as one of these shots coming in from Verhulst.
Hey guys, this is Verhulst, and I'm going to give you 5 tips to master Valkyrie. So for my first tip, Valkyrie is just as good for horizontal movement as she is vertical movement. So she's especially good at like turning corners very quickly, almost like tap strafing. And so like running around a corner like this, normally on the controller you have to turn around like this. But on Valkyrie, you can do it instantly with the jetpack momentum. So every time you trigger your jetpack, you get a small boost of momentum in any direction you want to. So this is like basically the closest thing you can get to tap strafing for controller players. And it's very, very good at like running away from people or closing the gap on somebody while using cover. Alright guys, so for my second Valkyrie tip, you can use Valk's ability to fly to use otherwise unusable cover, such as high cliff sides or the sides of buildings. So when he starts shooting at me here, I can jump off onto the side of the building to stall for a little bit of time, which would give me time for my teammates to come help me or a third party to come, and I can fly back up. And you couldn't do that with any other character, so that's really good to do on Valkyrie. Alright guys, so for my third tip, you can use Valk's jetpack to fly directly over someone's head to make it much harder for them to shoot you. This is especially useful when you run into somebody that maybe you weren't expecting, or you're just in a tight situation, maybe like in a big building and you're just trying to not get shot at. So, for example, let's say I'm climbing up this building and I don't know there's a guy up here. I climb up and I see he's camping here. I can just fly straight over his head and keep going back and forth over his head. And it's very hard for him to shoot me because he has to do complete 180s every time I fly over his head. It's very, very hard for him to shoot you. Like at most, he'll crack his shield unless he has maybe like a Spitfire or something. And so it's very, very good to like make people waste their ammo and just stay alive for a little bit longer. Alright guys, so for my fourth tip, this is a pretty simple one, but it's very useful, very underrated. So if you accidentally pull your rockets out, but you don't want to shoot them, you can use your jetpack to cancel your rockets. And I do this all the time, and a lot of people don't know that you can cancel your rockets. And that is how you do it. You just pop your jetpack once, and it cancels your rockets. Alrighty guys, for tip number 5, you can use Valkyrie's rockets to blow off doors. This is especially useful when guys are sitting behind doors and holding them and healing, and you want to quickly stop their heal or just kill them. You can blow off doors with rockets. And the best way to do this, usually, is to align the second row of missiles right in front of the door, and the third row of missiles on top of the door. And that's usually the best way to blow them off in one volley of missiles. And it's not consistent. It takes some practice. Even I can't do it every time. But yeah, you can blow off doors with Valkyrie's missiles.
Waiting on top of the train station. But look at those shots coming in for Verhulst. The Volt is hitting hard.
So this was my ALGS Masters on Valkyrie. I'll see you in the game.
Well, thank you very much for the tips, Verhulst, but we won't see you in this game. He's already managed to make his way through to the top 10, through to the finals. TSM having a good day today. What we're here to find out, though, is which 10 teams we are going to be saying goodbye to. It's an unfortunate reality. We are at that point in the tournament now. Goodbye to a few teams.
It had to happen at some point, Elfish. You can only fit 20 teams in a lobby, and that means the final day can only fit half of the teams that have made their way over here to Sweden. We'll make those cuts in 2 lobbies in succession. So this is the first one of those, which will, as you said, you know, we'll see teams 31 down to 40 getting placed.
Yep, indeed, indeed. All right. Well, I know you guys have been waiting very patiently at home for the game to get underway. It looks like it's going to be very, very soon. As I'm told, we're ready to go into the lobby in just a second. So very much appreciate your patience, sticking with us as well, of course. I know there's plenty of you watching along at home, supporting what is really a massive celebration of Apex Legends this weekend, isn't it? You know, it's been so long since we had a LAN event, so long since we got to see all of these teams from all over the world competing against one another. So it'll be fantastic to see which of those are going to be able to put their name up in lights.
I was just on the couch last time. I hadn't cast a game of Apex Legends. The last time we had a LAN for this game, it was that long ago.
I mean, the last time there was a LAN on this game, it was Kings Canyon. So that just goes to show how far away it was. There was like, I think it was Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson was the meta comp, and
you didn't start. You didn't drop out of the dropship with shields.
Yeah.
Elfish. You know, the crate weapons were yellow. There's so many differences between the game back then and the game that we have here now. There was an extra round. You know, you had the Wraith heal-offs at the end of it. We've changed a lot of the circles to make the finishes more exciting. So many improvements to the game have happened since then.
Yeah, buffs, nerfs, etc. as well, changing things up. What I really love about the changes that have obviously come through over the years is that we now have such a diverse roster of compositions that are actually playable. I think that's something that this weekend really has highlighted very, very nicely. And you've even seen teams experimenting right here on LAN for the first time with new legends because they've seen it getting played by another region. They've thought, you know what, actually that looks pretty good. Let's give it a crack and see how it goes. And in some cases, this worked out very, very well. Sutaraiku there, literally for the first time. I was talking to Bullet in the dining room, and he was saying he had never basically played Crypto before. He literally learned by doing on the biggest stage.
He's a phenom. It's crazy. I mean, even looking at some of the teams who might have been here last time, or not here, but you know, in the LAN competition last time it happened around. We've got SSG in that in this lobby. Frex playing for them. You know what else has changed? He was playing keyboard and mouse last time he played on LAN. Now he switched over to the controller player, and there's a lot more of them around this time as well, Elfish. We actually did the maths at one point, and out of the 240 players that were at Krakow for the Poland preseason invitational, 3 of them were controller players. One of them is on the B stream right now holding a watch party, checking us out. That's Nice Wig. He was one of them. Frex the other, and of course Snipe Down. So it was roughly 1% of the players who were on control last time. You fast forward now to Stockholm, and we have roughly 30% of the players on controller. It's been very interesting to watch that aspect of competitive Apex, you know, really evolve over these years.
And I have to commend the game as well for really making that possible. I think it's quite difficult to have that sort of balance struck well between mouse and keyboard and controller. Traditionally, those are 2 separate sort of entities.
I've never seen it before.
And yeah, it doesn't get put together as seamlessly as it does in Apex Legends. I know we have arguments about aim assist and whatnot, but like, let's be real. I mean, it's fantastic. It just opens up the pool of players, in my opinion. I'd love to see that. Like, I think it's great that you know, you get everyone involved. Your queue times go faster, etc. when there's more players to play with. So I'm all for it, and I think it's really impressive the way that the controller players, to be honest, are actually able to compete at this level. Because you know, I get my hands on a controller and I'm like holding a stick of butter with warm hands. It's just no good, right?
And there's so many stars we have here that we wouldn't get to see if that wasn't the case. For Hulst, TSM, he wouldn't be in these lobbies. Waltzy, who had that interview yesterday with Strike, who then made it through to that top 10, you know, off the back of 2 of their controller players. Yeah, it's just incredible to see how many people have made their way from console to, you know, well, admittedly, most of them use a PC when they're connecting to play online through the ALGS, and certainly here in Stockholm as well. But you know, the input, of course, is still that controller. And look, speaking of controllers, we've definitely got a couple of them here in our elimination lobby. You know, SSG, as we just mentioned, have some. G2 are probably the most notable one out of these teams. They are a triple controller team. You often hear some discussion about, you know, what's the optimal setup between the split on your team? Like, is it better to just have the absolute beamage that we sometimes see out of, you know, the controller players, or is it good to have a mix? You know, you've got your Bullet in there for Straiku, let's say, to dance around with his tap strafes or wall bounces that you can't necessarily do quite as effectively on the roller.
Yeah, certainly an argument, I suppose, a discussion to be had, and maybe whichever team walks away with the victory right here in the Split 2 playoffs is going to influence or shape the way people think about that discussion. You know, there's also some really interesting storylines around there's certain players that have played at X Games and at the preseason invitational. There's 9 players right here that have played at all 3 major Apex Legends lands, and I think that's really impressive and really quite interesting to sort of highlight. A few of them have already made their way into the top 10. Bullet definitely being one of them. Albarlele and Reps and Hal, of course, all making their way through to the top 10, already confirming themselves into the finals. But a couple of other lads, Kashira, Post-Skill, Vibes I think might have managed to get through there as well. Sweet and Frexes are still trying to make sure that they can get into the top 20, inevitably into the finals.
Yeah, you know, they've got that LAN experience on their side. Did you mention Bullet as well there?
Yep.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, playing on that the roster that went to X Games as well. I think there was only, it might have been just one team, I think, from our, you know, our native region in APAC South that actually got through there. They were playing under Atletico at the time. It was petty times in the Apex region. You know, you had, I think they might have actually qualified via kill race to come and play.
Yeah, and that's another one that you can kind of go back and throw and say, and you know, like how long ago was the last Apex Legends lands, or not necessarily the last, but one of the last 2. Well, it was when people were still doing kill races to try to qualify for things, and thank God it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I think both us and the viewers are pretty happy about that. I remember some 24-hour marathons with people you know, running through, trying to grab those respawns and get as many as they could. The kill damage, the kill world records and stuff. People were chasing after them instead of ALGS points.
Indeed. Anyway, look, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I did lie to you a little bit earlier when I said the game was going to be ready to go. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case, so we are unfortunately going to have to head to another short break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as possible with the games.
Now LCB, what you see in the team, Outsiders loses 2 players there really quickly. Just like that, 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see exactly if that's the case. Actually, I think GSD, based on the feed now, is going to go down. So actually going to be a Lava City Boys versus Outsiders. Maybe here, 1v1 moment, a little bit of shield guarding now between these 2. Going to play it out. Look at this. Back and forth, a 1v1 battle to close this out. Mastiff is out. Can he fly in now? Caddy, can he land a second shot here? Yes, he does with decisive finish.
Hello.
Então uma vez perdido, mas foi por muito pouco tempo. O arco é uma arma que... Opa,
isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação. Tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou. Caiu! Ele levou! Ele leva 3 jogadores.
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit playoff champions.
Well, a short break is a good break. That's what I always say. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. It is a fantastic time to be around because now the game is ready to go. The players have been cheering behind us. They've been getting ready. They've been pumping themselves up because this is a very important time for all of the players inside of this lobby. 60 players with their opportunities of making it all the way to the finals. On the line right here, right now, you need to stay inside of that top 10. Otherwise, it's elimination.
I mean, it's a dream to be here already, isn't it, Elfish? But there's levels to that. You know, just making it here, that's fantastic. Being in the top 5 or 10 from your region, that's fantastic. But making it through to Championship Sunday, where they have everything to play for, that is another level.
All right, so we're in the legend pick, I'm told right now, so it should be moments away if all things go to plan. I'd be interested on your thoughts, actually, Gino. If you were playing in a team right now, what's your ideal composition? What do you reckon?
I'm
definitely a Valk, 100% Valk GB. I'm on that hype train. But what's your third?
Right, so you're on the Valk. We're getting someone else to play the Gibby because I just don't want to be trusted with that bubble. It's just too damn important.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I actually don't mind running the Mad Maggie at the moment, honestly. It's fun to just drill
Team
people.
Empire vibes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see how that one goes, whether or not any of the teams have picked that one up. Of course, that all aside, it's time for match number 1 of the losers bracket. And it has never been more important than this. We have not seen so far over the course of this competition an elimination match just yet, but these 6 rounds are going to be the ones that decide which 10 teams go home first and most disappointed.
There we go. We can see them dropping in, getting into game. It's World's Edge, as you can see. Nice little tree popping up over the side there. And, well, I guess we'll get to see whether these teams have really sorted this all out, you know, and think about how many contests we're going to get between them. FC Destroy, certainly a team that we're expecting to take, you know, if not contesting someone at their drop location, someone else.
Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, Reply Totem, their day didn't start very well yesterday, and it looks like it's going to continue into day number 2 as well. Odik on the other side of this engagement with that Arc-Star you mentioned already, finding themselves a way to get a knock. Jay Savage, I'm sure he's done. There's no way he'll be getting picked up right now. SHR and Amaz just trying to escape with their own lives. Massive has to come out. Good shots in. One worse, he might have just gone a little bit too over eager on his own, isolated the fight against 2, and now all of a sudden it's back into the 2-on-2. Maybe winnable for Reply Totem, down to just SHRP, and unfortunately he cannot get it done. So we'll say goodbye to our first team in our very first game. Reply Totem out in 20th, and Odik with 3 points on the board.
Draw your guns, pistols at dawn. We had the RE45 versus the P2020 there. Interesting start. And as we look over to the map now, we can see that this is very likely, I think, going to be a Skyhook ring. Not many people, however, it looks like actually dropping over there to start with.
Yeah, what's interesting about it is that yesterday we saw so many contests on Skyhook, and I think for the most part, a lot of those teams actually made it into the top lobbies.
Yes, we did, because then we were seeing that situation. We had a team Skyhook East, a team Skyhook West, as well as a team Trials, and you know, Team Liquid seeming to be happily just playing their PvE to start with. You know, we didn't get the division right from the start, but I think maybe GMT might have started Landslide there. And, you know, it'll be interesting to get confirmation about that, because obviously they're a Loba team. And we know from, you know, watching Apex South that we had a Loba team actually who liked to start Landslide purely because you get your ult up straight away. It's one of the closest POIs to a vault, and you can immediately nick one of those gold items straight out of there.
Hoover up all the loot, as you do. Obviously, a lot of teams dropping down toward the southern side of the map. Revenant is there at the tree. You've got Fennel down towards launch site, and Phoenix at the dome. And those 3 teams are going to really have a long way to travel. They're going to take their time to get up into Skyhook, and by the time they get up there, maybe all of the real estate is going to be locked up. So they'll be looking to probably play edge for the rest of this game. Space Station on the screens right now. That was a favorite amongst the talent predictions. Didn't really have an amazing day yesterday. Here, but we know what kind of probably the same thing we said for CLG.
Tadi udah 6 game.
Yesterday, it was just more of a consistency for this North American squad.
Yeah, and now they're looking to try and gatekeep some of the other teams pushing in. It seems like IG is one of them. They do get the high ground to start with Elfish, and that's a hard one to get them off. Urban, of course, is going to be popping that missile swarm because they don't have a roof over their head, and it can be lempar loser kedua, especially if they haven't managed to get too many meds at this early point in the game.
Yeah, it looks like CLG is just going to go wise decision. No need to get locked down in a flank all places. Here we go, back over towards Skyhook, and this is probably where we will be spending quite
si
a
Dewa
lot of
kan
time.
pertama
These
masuk
early fights are really important,
winner bracket ya kan,
which could ultimately lead
nggak dapat
to the
top
win
10
in the end
mereka.
game. hasn't gone
Dia
very well
turun
there for V3 Vega.
ke loser
Already
bracket
lost a
2.
player, another one knocked down on the
Ini
floor.
masih
So
loser
maybe
bracket sampai
a
berapa?
swift
3
end for
kali
them as
berarti ya?
well.
And it's very much the opposite of what we expect to see with the Skyhook
Ya. Jadi
circle.
yang loser
There's
bracket
so much
1
cover.
nih
There are so many
harus
opportunities,
diambil 10
especially
biar
in the first
baru
three
masuk ke loser bracket
rings,
2. Jadi
and you
10
expect
tim.
them to be able to
10
make
tim
those
winner
rotations
bracket
very
pertama 2
cleanly.
ini
So
V3
Vega,
ya,
honestly,
ya,
a little
gitu.
bit disappointing that they found themselves in boxes so quickly.
Yeah,
10-10 gitu lah.
Kayak Dota biasa lah.
Just gonna get eliminated there. I think
Anjing,
that might
pernah main
have
Dota.
actually
full
ended
squad.
up being
Lahim
V3
mati
Vega
nih.
taken out of the picture. Mia K from Detonator going to be able to pick up some of the loot there. We'll take a look back over towards
Dua
Tree
mati,
G2, and I want to say maybe Revenant. Indeed
Bawa
it is, as Lahim gets
$9.000
knocked
itu ntar
inside
kalau
of the
nggak
black
lolos.
hole. Not a whole lot that he could have really done about that one. Isolated away from his team by the looks of things, and G2 has just found the perfect time to strike onto Revenant. The team from the APAC South region. They had a couple of moments of brilliance yesterday, didn't they, Gino? But it doesn't look like they're going to be starting the day off here with any of those.
Yeah, they did. It's unfortunately they are going to go down. It looks like to G2 here. That said, we've got some other people in the vicinity trying to hunt. Belkin does manage to get away, but Zen now pushing up, wondering after hearing the shots if they can get back in off the back of this. I don't know if I'd recommend the fight though.
Yeah, look, I mean,
Ngambil banner. Kan posisi G2 tadi di TP.
They also picked up a lot of the talent predictions. They got my prediction for this lobby as well. I think they're really going to pop off today. I think this is definitely a lobby that they're going to look to dominate and really get some momentum going into tomorrow. And the way they've started off as well is a good indication of that. Trying to take that aggressive fight against Revenant. They're also not shying away from Zen either. Even though Zen was the thing to get the drop on them, it looks like G2 have actually got the benefit in this fight. They have the high ground. They won't quite be able to cancel the Valve ultimate. Can they land the shot? That's the real question. Just not quite in the end, and Zen will get out to safety.
Not just spinning around does enough to hide them from the aim of G2. Belkin has been lurking though. He's going to try and go back and get those banners eventually. You know, one of the interesting things about Revenant in this entire competition, Elfish, is that you look at the drop spots that they played during their splits in their respective regions. I think the Revenant were the only uncontested team. They were the only team out of all 40 that actually played Tree on World's Edge. So they're one of the only teams that has that comfort pick in their back pocket to know how to play that POI.
Well, we're looking at IG International at the moment. We've been having a big discussion around them as well, and I'd love to hear what they think
Itu kayak kemarin itu.
been going for so far and coming into the competition. So let's hear from Noises.
Ntar gimana ya, Tyson kan nggak biasa pakai Gibi, jadi pakai Gibi tuh kayak
TSMs, the
aneh.
G2s, and then you have a lot of other teams who are coming
Dia
up.
kan pakai
And
Gibi
basically
kan,
what that
si
means is that
Tyson
you
itu.
tend to have these
Tyson.
very intense
Kayak nggak
fights
cocok
where
gitu loh.
the good teams sort of get momentum. In Apex, once you get momentum, you just keep gaining momentum. And so the NA teams tend to be very aggressive. They tend to take everything from you and give nothing back. And in EU, it's very different because the skill gap in EU is quite small. And basically what that means is that nobody really gives anybody that much aggression because everyone has a lot of respect for each other. And basically it means that within EU, everyone is kind of playing a lot safer, with playing a lot more strategic.
Juga enak.
Wow, look, he's not
Berat kalau nggak ada
about the
dia.
respect. I mean, we saw that in the interview with Dupe earlier, right? The NA teams definitely at loggerheads compared perhaps to some of these EU teams. And, well,
ini G2
IG
bakal
is going to be
ketemu
sitting there
sama RNT.
all the way in the zone, but then if we go very much out of it, we have seen Revenant get back into this. They've managed to get the revives there. Belkun has managed to respawn the teammates.
With that said,
Ini
you
beratnya
saw
RNT
G2
nih.
and Fennel kind of hanging
Nggak ada
around
hililan.
inside the zone. We can see actually on our screen
Gila,
right
G2
here,
nge-hold
G2
zona kali dia.
up by the tree
Crafting.
still, and Fennel obviously toward Lava Siphon a little bit more so. It's G2 doing a bit of crafting on the replicator.
Di get
I mean,
tip sama
fair enough,
G2
but
kali.
this is starting to get pretty extreme.
Ah,
Right?
bakal
They're
ketemu
quite
juga
far
nih
out
nanti
in the
di
zone
ini.
now.
Yeah, they are, but it's still only zone 2, Elfish, so you're taking, I think,
Ketemu
it's
lagi
maybe
nih
2
di
or
lapas
3
Siphon
damage
nih.
at that point.
Iya, beneran,
right?
anjing.
So, you know, as long as you're
Ketemu
crafting
nih
a
lapas
couple of
Siphon.
med kits, there's really no issue with that. You can stay alive, I don't know, maybe like a minute or something, you know, before
Asli ketemu nih,
that's
anjing.
going to take
Yakin
you
aku.
down, even if you had 0 meds, so plenty of time to rotate into the circle. At least that's what Revenant is hoping. That said, there's a couple of other teams, as we pointed out, that could be in front of them. There are some of them. We've got Fennel and G2.
Indeed. Obviously, still really early days
Oh,
for this
ketemu
lobby.
nih G2
I don't
Falcon.
think that we can really be getting a great indication
Yeah,
of how
G2
anyone
Falcon.
is playing at the moment. Off of what we've seen thus far, we'll have to sort
Kayaknya
of go a bit
enggak
deeper
di
into
skip,
this
enggak,
game
enggak,
to really start to figure things out. But I kind of like the way G2 have gone about things early on in the piece. They've been aggressive, they've been decisive as well in their calls, and they haven't shied away from fights. But I am just wondering whether it's going to be a little difficult for them now coming in late on the rotate. And there's no one better to hear from than G2 in a situation like this to get all our answers.
Mereka mau jalan kemana? Crafting lagi kah?
We're going
Iya,
here.
bakal crafting lagi.
Just go through staging.
Fragment
We gotta
aman
swing
sih.
it quick to
Fragment
countdown.
aman.
Get our fucking building.
Jitu
Don't need
udah fokus ke zona juga Jitu. Kalau udah zona kayak gini, dia fokus zona.
Okay, that's not gonna get me up there.
FLD sama FL doang sih masalahnya.
Oh,
lihat
iya.
mapnya nggak?
And I used 3 so far.
Ini antara mereka
I threw it
mau
at the
ke
very bottom of my
staging
fucking
atau
eyesight, but
landslide
still
atau
just
fragment.
launch that bitch.
Itu kayaknya
We threw
bakal
right
main
here.
lama deh di staging.
Ke staging.
Oh, ke staging.
Pull back right
Ini
here.
G2
Nice.
udah rotate ya, rotate.
The hell?
Grab the
Udah
hot cell with it.
Cuma belum tentu Jos.
Yeah, loot these bins.
Mereka bakal nunggu di zona.
Ya, at least buat crafting dia masih bisa survive gitu.
Buat crafting survive, cuma lutannya nggak ada bener-bener kosong. Atau langsung
We know where
ke
the team's
landslide
coming at.
bawah.
They come in like right here.
Aduh anjing lah
Most
salah.
likely.
Ketemu
We could
lagi
low-key
lah.
rat them in the fucking tunnel. Like that
No,
one
but then
team
we're.
does.
I'd rather move left though.
Harusnya
I
sih
don't want
enggak.
Yeah, we'll move left
Harusnya
after.
enggak. Harusnya enggak.
Enggak.
No, I don't want to be in storm
Orang
either way.
ini terus gitu.
I have 3 medis. Gate storm. I don't know about y'all.
I have 1.
I have
Tapi
2.
kan
Okay, then yeah, we'll go on. I'll give you the
Belkun
switch
ada
run.
kripto juga. Jadi Pak dia apa dulu? Ngelirik dulu.
There's no craft in your bed
Harusnya
anyway,
aman
so.
sih.
You have to
Yeah,
go
there's
to fucking-
there's literally one right outside
Well, I
the
mean,
gate.
you have the money or what?
Sama FL.
60.
Dia di tengah-tengah nih harus main
FL ke fragment ya.
Sen
main pinggir. Enggak
Oh,
bakal
Eva.
nge-app dia. Kalau enggak kena
si
TP.
We'll just hold- we'll
Belkun
just swing right
benar-benar
over
harus
here
main di
and see if we
balik-balik
can see him
batu
come in.
itu. Oh, udah nunggu juga ini gitu.
See if anyone's over here.
Bakal ketemu nih.
We should try and hit that
Udah
lava fissure
diliatin.
beacon maybe.
Belkun udah diliatin nih.
If we can rotate that way.
Harus benar-benar super
Look for
pasif
these guys
ya
to come out.
apa? POI-nya biar jangan sampai ketahuan. Wah, kalau crafting di landslide
I'm
ketahuan sih.
not playing weird anymore. Like, we're just fucking kids up. We see them come in, we're fucking them.
There's people out here, I think. Hear shots.
Walah,
Yeah, they're up here.
nungguin Jos benar-benar
These kids of Solo will come in. Or is that the same team?
Alright, this
I
is
don't
the team
know.
that flew away. Same skins, same GB Caustic skin.
drone dia. Ketahuan
I'm looking for
drone-nya.
this team in storm. Maybe they went the way we went. Oh, they're crafting. They're crafting. I just saw them.
Right.
They're crafting out there.
You see that?
Crypto drone around
Crypto
too.
down.
Well, it was an interesting prediction for the zone there from G2, thinking maybe they needed to take up space in Countdown. Now that they get there, they'll probably see it's a little bit empty and maybe change their forecast.
You know what I love about all that is they literally come in so late into staging and find a gold pack somehow.
Ah.
Like, where's my loot like that? You know, I walk into staging and all the bins are looted. Nothing there, maybe a syringe or two. Besides the point, though, we move over to GMT Esports, who they've definitely had their moments. They've had some fun over the course of day one, but fun has to come to an end now. It's serious business time.
Yeah, it's the very opposite, you know, those early rotators. And as we can see in that mini-map up there in your top left of your screen, these guys, Crazy Raccoon, they're right in the thick of it, Hellfish.
It's going to be a good old-fashioned skyhook finish, isn't it?
Yeah, as we said, definitely going up past that mountain, and G2 definitely have a little bit more legwork to do to make their way into it.
There's a lot of buildings still inside of the second next zone. So we're
Lord
kind
kanan
of at a
sih.
point now where I think we're going to have a lot of downtime in a sense. You know, there might be some poking here and there might be some contests
Tapi
for
masih-
floors or
masih-
levels
masih
of the
ada
buildings.
tuh Sen
Maybe someone's
ketemu
going to
ini
try and
sama
come in
Sen.
onto one of the roofs,
Anjing.
something like that,
Anjing
one of the teams
ketemu, Yos,
rotating
sama
late.
Sen,
But
Yos.
for the most part,
Ketemu dia.
everyone's kind of already rotated their way in. They're already set up inside of the building. They're going to be very difficult
ke
to
kiri
breach
lagi, Cok.
into. And you know, we kind of just have
Parkour
to
dia
wait
mau
for
nggak
that
mau.
zone to start to push in to
Yeah,
really
yeah.
force teams to actually do anything.
Yeah,
Benar-benar
there are
Falcon
a
ini.
couple more. I mean, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously already got this information, but they do have the drone to keep pinging that Skyhook beacon every time they need it. I mean, you said like, it's not quite all the teams who made their way in, right? There are still some outside. You heard actually G2, they recognized that, you know, the team they'd fought
udah nggak bisa
earlier,
mikir ya.
Revenant,
had come in. They noticed the same skin and made that call, made that correct identification that Revenant is back on the map.
Orang ini udah putih-putih biru, naib mereka. Putih-putih biru malah main kayak gini.
Not resible, of course, but they do have the position on top of Skyhawk, and you know that's definitely a power position at times, and it's really nice to play from. Again, at times, but once the zone shifts away from you, it can kind of leave you up the creek without a paddle. Not a whole lot you can really do on the rotate off of the top of Skyhawk. You're generally speaking very open to a bunch of teams, and they're all going to be looking in your direction. So this will be a
Itu udah World Cup deh,
Yeah, it's often a blender. You know, you very often see a team on the top, on the middle level, and actually hiding underneath those ramps, and then they all have to pop out at the same time, and it's just kind of bubbles galore. But talking about that, doing too well here, the first down. Yeah, of course, Gold in on top of them as well, so it's not hard to make
ulti pas ada
Let's go anjing. Mantap anjing.
Lahim the best. He gets knocked right after the fact, and Zen is now down to just King. We'll go back over to G2, who are having a massive battle right now with Revenant again. Revenant looking for that revenge. I'm not sure they'll get it. No, they do! Lahim comes up huge, and G2's eliminated. Belkin finished it off, but Lahim got a couple of knocks, and end of the day, Revenant send their regards. They're really hoping they can get these revives in as well. I mean, incredible G2. They were watching them. You know, we heard that they identified it was that team, and they just, instead of moving further into Skyhawk and trying to find a position, they really wanted to make sure they got those extra kills on the edge. That's their style.
I love that storyline with his gold backpack. You know, it's popping up all over the place, right? G2 picked it up, they died. Now it's really going to help Revenant out on their reset. Odic back up to the 3 players, but down on the shields. Need to get some of those bats popped. Again, sitting inside of a building, causing gas all over the place. No one wants to push them. There are a lot of exchanges happening all over the map right now, isn't there? It's a bit of a poke battle right now. Who can bleed out the resources? And this might ultimately end up being more of a war of attrition than anything else.
If it's a war of attrition, then GMT are perfectly placed to win it. They are within the next circle. They have read this well, and not only that, you know, the super early rotating team, they're very strict about when they leave their POIs. They've got timings that they try to adhere to make sure they get the spots that they want to get. Not only do they do that, but they get there with the Loba Black market, which means they never have to leave again.
That's a good point. This is actually the dream scenario for GMT, isn't it? I've played a game or two where I've had a Loba on my team, and you've just sat in God spot, and it feels sometimes like the freest win you've ever had. Maybe not the case for GMT. This is going to be a really stacked lobby and difficult players to go up against, and I'm sure they'll get contested for the roof of their building as well. Fennel are flying their way in. Mamon is leading that pack on the Gibraltar. Chakabo does land a little behind his teammates, but seems to have gotten across okay. Being on the Valk, a little bit more mobility does help out. And they're going to kind of have to take the scraps in a sense. They'll set themselves up outside of the compounds, just next to that wall. It's a bit of cover, but it definitely doesn't provide as much as the buildings. Yeah, and it feels like it's a lot more likely to end either in between those two buildings or the market, where we're looking at right here, that space station is on. So I think GMT is safe for now, but they will eventually have to take a step off the ledge there. So, you know, we've got barrels starting to be set up here, the traps ready to go for space station. This is a fantastic spot for Caustic to sit in. Yeah, just chilling. I mean, I know, again, a lot of the guys did predict for space station, and so I'd be feeling pretty happy if this game goes the way we do expect it to. Zone shifting obviously a little further toward the north means that the vast majority of teams who have now set themselves up around in the buildings on Skyhawk will actually have to move their way into where GMT and Crazy Raccoon are sitting.
And you can see with that Loba ult, the black market actually encompasses the entirety of that 5th round circle. So, you know, anything within this circle that gets dropped now is fair game. So, you know, you're worried about an EMP or something, don't drop your armor for too long.
Indeed. Well, Someone Said He Wins the Race seems to be the name of the game right now for Space Station. For the most part, just more than happy to keep their heads down, continue to toss those caustic barrels out and down to their position. And Arcstar does come flying through, and all of a sudden it now requires a bit of action from the North American team. Not too much. Bump goes down. Shields once again healed back on up, and back to square one once again for Space Station Gaming. IG International on top of the roof. We've heard from them already today, but now we want to see how they're feeling about this very game. Time for a listen in with IG.
Itu depannya Belkon tadi. Grapple.
Another give ult. Shitload of give ults. I have bubble in 10 seconds, I'm buying.
Oh, anak kick ya.
I to give ults. Crawl here if you can. I'm gonna bubble as soon as I
Wah,
have it.
low itu.
I'm bubbling now, bubble res. We got Octa bubble. Coming across the thing. Bubble on here on the floor. Pushing us.
Ya kan, Maxius kan. Maxius.
Panik banget dia.
IG International, as they do get eliminated in the end there. I think Odik had a hand in that. They've also done a number onto Detonator, and they'll be taken down as well. The action does not stop, of course, because Fennel now joins the party, and in fact, it's probably more than just Fennel. FC Destroy out in the kill feed. You can see there as well.
Bisa nggak World Cup ke tangga?
Ada orang di bawah ada orang. Ada tadi ditembak itu pasti Lahemore.
The market is now more populated than ever. We've got the Watsons as well as the Caustics in there trying to set their traps up and just wait for people to walk into them. You can see the GMT Sir Del there. I'm wondering whether the entire squad survived that fracas, because there were so many teams just piling in there and laying ults, EMPs, defensive bombardments, bubbles, everything on the roof of that building. All three of them alive. That's an incredible finish by GMT.
It certainly is, and I think the zone
Nggak
is
ada
in their
beacon.
direction. But now it's time to hear from CLG. What have they got to say? GMT, we'll hear what they have to say.
Bakal di swing ini. Harus
Here it
main
goes.
keluar ya.
I have no LOS.
Fighting here, big fight, knock one.
Yeah.
Big fight here, on my ping.
Zone is closing out, we need nades.
Do free kills walking in here.
Coming.
Get the kills here. Walking in now. Toss the gear behind the pillar. I'm gonna arc him, he has to move. Toss the guys to move.
I'm
Get the
nading two,
conflict.
I'm nading two. He's moving.
50 on him.
Iya kali dari tadi ya. Lahem
Keep it up,
ngabarin.
We're gonna play here soon, okay? Nades,
Team market fight.
Mungkin lagi chaos dia
Only
juga
nades, only
gimana.
nades, only nades. Low ball.
Big fight market. Big fight.
Nades, low ball.
Untung
Right now.
enaknya drone ngarusnya kenceng.
Keep it out, we should be good.
1 detik.
I crack what, do so much damage to the arc.
Don't.
In this bubble.
Use Celtic sauce, do you need more nades?
Get the first, knock one inside market. Get the third if you can.
Right here, that's kills. It's kills though, I'm not on the
So many kills.
Kawan
So many
ditembak.
kills. Get the
Right underneath, peek. Looking. What is P?
Cepat mereka.
Got him.
Nice.
Play second floor
Main.
balcony or no?
I'm staying top.
I bubbled.
We should have saved it.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good, I have gold
Mark your free kills. Still team market.
Resting inside? Team third, careful. We're gonna nade sack that later, okay? Market, they res market. We're gonna nade sack in here, okay? Get ready.
Crack market. Knock one market.
Nice, good shit. My nade. Last guy,
I'm marking that.
I'm hiding him.
I'm holding the door.
Fanning. Good, he's fanning.
I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
They're gonna EMP'd. I'm fanning. Might give you all this well.
I'm flying. My fly is out.
Give me crack.
Crack one. Lay my shield if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm dropping. Let's go, dude. Oh my god.
Let's go.
MT, and what a clutch armor swap as well. Right at the end there for Nasky, he goes off of the purple or the red or whatever he had onto white armor Genome and pulls off the clutch in the one-on-one in the end. That is a big one to big up for GMT, and fantastic that we get to hear their comms. They are pumped after that.
50's enough to make it through. Nasky,
Yeah,
more of a grenadier than picking out the
Yeah,
armaments there. You hear him just shouting again and again. Grenades, they wanted to put so much damage down on those guys and also just force them out into their gunfire, into the open where the circle is going to pull anyway. Not happy with his bubble decision, actually. Luckily, it doesn't matter in the end.
Luckily, there was about 50 bubbles on the ground when they dropped anyway. You know, it doesn't matter who's
Faktor
bubble
panik
it is,
apa
it's gonna
gimana
have the
dia?
same value for you or your opponent. But they drop off the roof at the perfect time. They come in essentially
Iya,
at the
maksudnya gampang panik
which they
apa
were
enggak?
doing already from the roof, so they bided their time really well. They used their resources to perfection, and as I said, it was a bit of a war of attrition. GMT comes into that late fight a little bit healthier, having popped a couple of bats off the roof, and they're ultimately able to win it out in the end. A very close thing, though. That really comes down to the wire, those kinds of long fights.
Yeah, and with that kind of circle as well, it is a very classic sort of Skyhook one, and you know, 26 points GMT pick up there in the end because they get to play from the high-rise building. When it ends there in the middle, as you said, they just get the last chance to drop off, and they have high ground for so long to pressure those other teams below them. And the ones in market, they can survive for a little while, but certainly it's hard for them to survive all the way to the end.
Yeah, Game Week was one of the teams in the market. They pick up 15 points out of that game. Definitely not a shabby one for them. Crazy Raccoon. Same discussion around those lads, but have a look at the teams on this side of the scoreboard. Those are the ones that are going to be a little bit worried with how things have played out. 2 points, 1 point. Hey, 4 points there for Ascend. I guess that's not too bad, but for anyone else, it's a really rough-looking start to the lobby. G2 in particular, they looked so good, didn't they, Gino? They got the 2 knocks initially onto those Revenant players, and then Revenant came back and sent their regards. They got the 2 reses. They came back to fight G2. They took them down, and Revenant, I think, walked away with a top 5 placing. But of course, the major storyline, GMT Esports, massive game from them.
8 kills from Nasky. The IGL absolutely putting up the numbers there. A couple assists coming through from Matey to help him out, and then Surdell as well. Obviously, that black market integral to how they played the position for the longest time. I think one of the other important parts of that game was when they took the roof. Because, you know, they were playing a little bit lower down earlier than that, and sure, that's a kind of a safer position. Sometimes you saw all the ordnance that can come in if you're trying to hold that roof position, but eventually it netted them a couple of kills, and it meant that when we got to that end game, they were able to look down on everyone and have the safe exit and the vantage point to net them the rest of those 26 points.
Indeed, well, 26 points, that's not a bad start to the day, but that's all that it is, just a start. We've got 1 game done, 5 more to go with the lobby, and of course, plenty more action. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away because Game 2 is coming up next.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WC lu aku.
Cuy malah ngasih deh. Oh, he's coming. I said. I said, bro.
Oi,
Udah nih. Kalau deh.
hilang dia.
Top 30 tim by playoff point qualify for championship. Wih.
Gimana?
Qualification yang buat championship itu cuma diambil 10 Jos. Emang gitu Jos.
Top 30 tim by playoff point qualify for championship.
Iya. Emang kayak gitu.
Itu LAN kan?
Pelan.
Championship, iya.
Jalan
Oh.
LAN kan?
Iya. Di Dewa pasti masuk lagi sama RNI kalau nggak salah. Kalau mereka masuk lagi.
Bisa lah, biar seru anjir. Final gak ada Indo, gak asik.
Mananya apa? Banyak juga orang yang nonton ya. Bali,
Oh, Jos kau lihat YouTube Jos.
Nah, on top, padahal orang Indo.
Komen
Sekali sih Neno on top atau apa? Dia bilang
Kau lihat YouTube sekarang
I'm
Jos.
holding the door.
Dewa balik aja deh. What the
Good,
fuck?
he's banning.
Kau lihat YouTube sekarang.
Underneath us.
Komen-komennya
Still
kayak
holding the
mana coba kau? Lihat di
They
visual.
got EMP.
Nonton di YouTube.
Itu lebih parah
I'm
anjir.
banning.
Parah kali
My
anjing.
team as well.
Bukan orang lah.
I'm flying. My fly is out. Give me crack.
Komenannya.
Crack one. Lay my shield if you can.
Nggak ngerti ya lo, tahu-tahu nih kayak mana.
All you board. Let's go. I'm jumping. Let's go, dude. Oh my. Yo.
Emang gak ada yang
Bilang
sehat kalau
Indo bodoh si Nine on top lah anjing. Gak masalah fanboy, cuma respect anjing Indo tuh capek-capek.
Itu anggap aja kayak lu jangan diambil serius orang kayak gitu. Itu emang masih ada orang kayak gitu.
ya banyak.
Banyak.
It is just a start. One game does not a winner make, and it's certainly
Makanya lebih nonton di Twitch gitu. Komen-komenannya lebih orang-orang tak semua.
That said, we've still got 5 games to go, so you can't be resting on your laurels right here.
Percuma, malah tambah seneng lu bacotin gitu.
To continue the good form that GMT have started off with.
Yeah, you have to worry about being in that bottom 10
Nyari apa ya nyebutnya. Kalau kita marah dia seneng.
So 26 points, as you said. Honestly, like, what is the cutoff usually for a 6-game series?
We can look at the last series
and being in the bottom 10, right? I feel like it's usually maybe about 30 points. So that's GMT have got, 90% of the way there with that one big game. I mean, 14 kills on top of the placement points is a hell of a start for them. And man, we watched that. The replay of the finish there. It wasn't even 50 shields. I think it was like 25 that he picked up.
It was half a white armor that he picked up. So he had like one shield left on the red armor, and then he picked basically that exact same thing up off the white armor.
He basically found an eggshell in there and like stuck it on his head, and he was using that for protection. That's about it.
Goes a long way, apparently, because it helped him pick up the win. Either way, end of the day, as you say, 32 points actually was the cutoff for the winners bracket between 10 and 11. So maybe that's the number we can think about. Maybe that's what we can look towards right now. It feels like GMT have gotten pretty close to that in just the one game. With that all said, though, a lot can change. You know, sometimes a lobby can be really top-heavy. Sometimes a lobby can really be quite tight, which is kind of what it felt like with that winners bracket lobby. There was a lot of teams getting a lot of points in towards the middle of the pack as well. So I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what we're going to get. There's a team on your screen that's going to want to turn things around after game number 1, G2. They started strong, and then they paid for it a little bit. I suppose they tickled the Tigers' feet, and then the Tiger wasn't too happy about it. Revenant turned around and just took their head off.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to, kind of like psychoanalyze their faces there as we get the vision of them on the screen. And, you're wondering if that doubt is starting to creep into their minds. I mean, some people had them, maybe not as a favorite to win, but certainly a favorite to do quite well in this tournament. And now all of a sudden they go out in the first game with 2 points. I mean, as we said, maybe you only need 30 points to get through into that top 10 and make it into the next round. But certainly G2 want to be doing better than that, and maybe they're going to have to pick their fights a little more careful. We talked about it earlier. Going up against an APAC South team, it doesn't matter who they are cracked.
They are cracked. All players are cracked. That's what APAC does stand for. especially the ones from the southern region, in my personal opinion. Either way, of course, we do have to jump into our next game as soon as possible. The teams that we're really looking for to turn things around, though, are those teams towards the bottom end. I'm talking Invictus Gaming and below. That means you've got 1 point or 0 points out of the first game, and that is just not going to be acceptable over multiple games. I'll give you one bad game. That's fair enough. But if you want to stay in this competition, you can't be affording to have multiple 0 or 1 or 2 point games in a lobby like this, because if that's going to be the case, you're going to be done. So into game 2 we go. GMT, of course, keeping their heads high after a massive win.
Rata-rata orang landing landslide ini pasti loba ya,
do not have that luxury.
Emang harus, bukan.
Yeah, GMT might be the only one, honestly, that kind of has that
Diwajibkan.
luxury 26-point start.
Tapi kalian yang mulai ya kan?
Of course, try and
Iya,
work
kami yang
out
mulai.
if any of these teams are going to
Dari
continue
semua
to
orang
try and
kami yang mulai.
contest each other. If we're going to see, you know, the fights down south like we did
market
last
orang.
time. Lots of third partying often happens there at the start of a game. If
Gambit,
the
Gambit.
team feels a little
GMT.
bit frisky. Revenant, of course, they're still landing at the tree. GMT Esports, yes, so they are landing at Landslide, just like we had predicted. I don't believe that's where they land, you know, in their native region, but as we said, you know, it's a reasonable way to play when you do have the Loba starting on World's Edge. As you can see, we're going to get another sort of northwestern ring, though this time it looks like it's probably going to pull over to Lava Fissure. It'd have to be a pretty big shift, I'd say, to get to Countdown. Maybe still a chance there, but teams like Space Station Gaming and Ascend, going to be pretty happy with that. The super fast rotation from GMT is going to be even faster with their proximity to this ring.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to say it's still a fairly similar kind of a shift to the Skyhawk circle we saw in the last game. So for those teams that start on the northeastern side of the map, not too bad. The southwestern side of the map, not too bad. But if you're starting on the southeast, if you're Phoenix team, or if you're Kick, or Fennel, or maybe even Revenant, this is a long way to go. So you're not getting too much circle luck, unfortunately. That's just sometimes the way that it does play out. Of course, you know, this isn't going to be the only map that they'll play. So maybe we move on to Storm Point, and those teams will start to get a bit of a helping hand from the zone shifts. Either way, though, of course, with a game like this, there is so much mobility to be able to make your way into the zones that maybe it's not a huge deal. Looking at the armor that Space Station have picked up here to start things off, they're already off to a cracker, aren't they? 2 sets of purple, a set of gold armor as well. Can't really ask for much more in the first 5 minutes of the game. In fact, you know, it's not even probably been 5 minutes, so they're doing really well for themselves.
No, you can't. And sometimes you want that mixture of purple and gold armor, right? You know, that means you can shuffle the shield bats and as well as the cells around to optimize your meds between the team. Make sure your economy in that way is doing well into the later stages of the game. Of course, they probably won't have to worry too.
Kok bisa menang nih? Matiin. Ketinggalan.
Up. IG Invictus Gaming, unfortunately, with only 1 point
Bro.
to their name
Yeah,
after
nice.
1 game.
Mati kau.
As we said, you're going to need probably about 5 a game, I'd say, at least to be
Mati kau.
competitive, and 1
Mati kau design.
isn't enough. So they rotate in probably what the
Ganti
first
Laim.
team to do.
Well, I was going to talk about Invictus Gaming, but I think we've got more important things to touch on here. Revenant Esports once again in an early fight against G2, this time at Thermal Station, and Resulta is taken down by Rahim. Revenant are being the arbiters of the game for G2 right now. They cannot do anything about it. Gentrify, he's come back into the fight, but he might have gotten here a little bit too late. Design is down to a sliver of HP, and while he's got the high ground, Revenant are well and truly in control of the game at the moment. Blue Shield, they're about to disappear. Designful is knocked over by Lahim, and once again it really does look like G2 will be
kurang ke atas drone-nya tadi. Dia gak kena ulti si
Well, the bubble provides a little bit of safety
Jen.
here for Revenant. They obviously got the drop on G2. Gentrifying had to use, it looked like maybe this guy would dive actually to get out of there. An EMP. That's on the bottom. Is that from another team? Because, gosh, G2 are really getting a get out of jail free card right now, it seems like.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess Gentrify is, but the rest of G2 maybe not so much. The real unfortunate situation here for Revenant Esports is that they've lost Flick, and that's going to make getting the res a little more difficult. Obviously, Revolta, he's a bit of an ambulance sometimes. Pop that buff down, get the res, but In the end, it looks like Mexus has gotten across there okay. They have the bin for cover to get the res.
I mean, I don't think it was another. I can't see another team anywhere near on the map, so I guess it was just a team that came in, and I don't think it even caught gentrifying, so he popped it a little bit too low there, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
And you know, stunned his own team without even getting the benefit from it. Okay, look, they get Lahim back up and running. Revenant with a fantastic start to this fight, and now struggling to work out how they can finish it off. Mexus, he wants to use those VTOL jets to get up to the top and challenge this high ground that gentrifying is has right now. But I don't know, apart from maybe waiting for a Skyward dive and then just three-man dive bombing G2, I'm not sure what else they can do. Okay, gentrifying is down now. They need to try and use this opportunity to get on top of him, but it looks like he's going to make a quick escape. Could we see another repeat of game one with the respawns and then, you know, run it back?
In this case, you can only get the one res. Designful, his banner was collected, but Resulta unfortunately not going to be taking any more part in this round. G2, obviously, they will be able to get one res, but it's not too advantageous, unfortunately, for G2. Not a fantastic start for them at all in this one. And Revenant will go on their merry way, moving their way up into the zone. So, bit of a statement from the team from the APAC South region. They are not messing around at all. And G2 will now have to take watch of that, because that's 2 from 2. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue they've had 3 fights, and one of them was won by G2. So maybe we'll give it 2-1 to the team from APAC South.
Got to strike that finishing blow, though, and that's the, you know, Revenant are the only ones to have done that so far. And it's just so surprising, because so many of us, you know, called G2 one of the best fighting teams in the world, and it really just speaks to the caliber of those players on Revenant, that they can take that, you know, face-to-face and really come out ahead. Okay, so the respawn is activated for G2, so they will at least see out their days here in Game 2. As a duo.
Zen with the 1 point on the board. Probably need to get a bit more done in this one. Obviously, you predicted for Zen Genome, so you're going to be hoping to see a little bit more from them. But I'll give you the opportunity to hear a little bit more from them first. Let's listen in to see what Stellizy has to say.
I think, like, by what we study, the differences are that sometimes they're more tactical than us, right? And this is a good thing for them. And that might be our mistake sometimes, all right? Because this is because of the scenario. Like, in South America, we have a lot of good teams, a lot of good players, but it's not 20. So by not having the full lobby on top level, sometimes the ones that are good, they have more space to do what they want. So we cannot get used to it, because now the full lobby is with top tier players. So we need to be careful about it. I was talking to the boys, we were a bit nervous, but not about the event, about the boot camp and stuff. But it's all mental, you know?
Marah-marah lagi apa enggak? Kemarin diklip sama Pais
aja. The worst part is this: if you control your mental health and you just play what you play, we're gonna do a great job.
Yeah, good to hear the thoughts from Zen, who, I mean, I guess, look, they come in and, as they've said, they come from perhaps a weaker region where they don't get as great practice. This is a fantastic opportunity for them and for the rest of the teams from their region. And I'll also make the argument that the same thing can kind of be said for APAC South, right? It's a fairly quote-unquote underrepresented region. You've only got 5 teams from South America and from APAC South at this event, and you're sort of trying to put a lot of pride on your region by performing well here.
Oh, I was about to take umbrage and thought you were saying that APAC South was a weaker region, but I know you're on our side, so I know you wouldn't do that.
APAC South is the best region, clearly.
The best. The best. And
itu di mana, Jos? Ada lihat nggak?
We're going to
get
some answers to those questions, I think, at the end of our
di paling bawah kanan.
Round 1 here, when we start to see the teams the competition. Phoenix team, another South American team, of course.
Oh, di dom kali jauh ya.
Late, only just coming into the map screen. If any of you are, there you go, kind of watching along on the command center at home, and it will come, of course,
Phoenix yang datang
to where Revenant are currently sitting.
This would be a pretty rough rotation if they don't spot Revenant on the scans. Like, let's say Revenant is sitting inside those buildings and they just assume that the hill house is clear.
Not even gonna make it. No.
Oh no.
Oh, the timing. Come on, mate. You gotta pop the syringe. You gotta know. Okay. Well, look.
Happens to the best of us. It's happened to me before. So I mean, I'm just saying I'm the best of us, you know, but I guess pat myself on the back once again. But what I was saying is like, look at this building that Revenant is in. You cannot see them right now. They're not peeking. Phoenix Team does not know that they are there, and Revenant probably had the audio cue. They're probably hear that Valk landing.
Probably. It feels like they're playing a zone position right now, but they obviously know they're well outside it. But as you say, it's probably for the express purpose of trying to catch Phoenix off guard as they rotate past.
They've spotted them.
No, maybe a door was open. You can see some sussing out something.
Well, I was going to say, Revenant might actually have a crypto flying around in the air as well. A drone, I should say.
That's true.
Sort of felt like maybe they didn't have the info there where Phoenix Team was, because they've got absolutely...
Besok terakhir. Besok final.
Through, but doesn't really
Langsung seluruh empat grup itu tuh.
Hasn't really worked out perfectly for either of these teams, I'd say.
Langsung besok berarti udah kelar gitu. Kelarlannya.
They don't necessarily.
Soalnya mereka juga pengen ini hari raya Idul Fitri.
The next round closes, I imagine they can probably just valve up
Iya, pulang kampung dia tim TSN
staging and get closer into Lava Fissure or Lower Fissure, where Crazy Raccoon's
tim
currently sitting.
yang placement pertama siapa aja? Hari ini placement pertama siapa? Poin tertinggi.
The drone being able to scan those beacons.
Tim sebelah nggak ada kupratin cuma
on the outside. Arkstar going to go through, want to get a stick, and probably as a result, not too much damage either. But just still maintaining a bit of pressure. Good stuff from Crazy Raccoon.
Aku lihat dulu.
Crazy Raccoon
unfortunately bagus, cuma kalau ada di atas mantap aja.
North teams so far.
Manage botnya deh, harus saya bener-bener FK mereka. Mereka harus bener-bener nge-hide terus nge-dodge bullet itu doang.
Kalau di sini kan,
iya. Mereka harus gitu.
Nggak bisa nyari KP ya kan, nggak bisa maling KP di sini.
Cuma satu orang yang harus nyari-nyari apa, nyari-nyari angle, cari-cari ini. Cuma dia bakal nge-waste healing.
The rotations did happen. Phoenix team
eventually heal dia harus banyak kalau mau nyari.
So that came to pass, but game Epic North team are on the other side of them.
Zonanya tuh harus nunggu dulu. Kalau healingan kok habis sebelum zona 2, zona 2 apa zona 3 nutup. Kau down bed beneran itu.
Poinnya gimana sih? Lihatnya. Yang di Battle Fight ya?
Iya, Battle Fight.
Terus yang bagaimana championship apa?
Ntar lah, kita cari link.
Ascend a couple of times over the course of this weekend, but I think we should hear from Shira as well and see what he's been thinking coming up.
Mercy dah.
About being a global event, the first one after many years, I would say that I'm pretty excited to see how Apex is going to be, because Apex is different, like depending on the teams that you're playing against. Like even inside of a region, if you have different, and we see this in the Pro League, like if we have different groups, the game is completely different. So putting together so many different playstyles and so many type of ways to approach the game is definitely going to be exciting to see, and hopefully we can adapt fast enough.
Well, really interesting to hear from Kashira. Definitely one of those players that you're quite excited to see at this competition, because he played both X Games and preseason invitational as well. So 3 from 3 as far as the big Apex lands are concerned for both himself and for post-kill here in the Ascend roster. It's crazy to think that some of these teams have been playing together for that long.
Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, detonation. Detonator versus Odic over here at the north side of Lava Fissure. Triple take coming out. This Valve just trying to fly away. Actually does find a spot to sit on for a little while, but is it going to be safe from the Arkstar?
I don't know if it's going to be safe from the Arkstars, but it's definitely playable terrain. That Arkstar, though, is going to eliminate unfortunately. Could not keep his head down enough, and in the end, Odic will grab themselves some off of that. They got a bit of a ways to go though, hard up to the northern side of the zone, and they're going to have to come in over Lava Fissure, where a bunch of teams have already set up.
See, Fascination Colors destroy over to the east side, still in Landslide. They're going for those crafting rotations, trying to sniff out some other teams on the outskirts of the ring. Might run into might run into maybe Phoenix. I think that's even Taishin from Scars down the bottom there as well. So, depending on where the circle pulls, if it pulls into Lower Fissure or stays within Lava Fissure itself, we are going to potentially see some of those APAC North teams in God spot down the bottom on the right of your screen as well as Kick occupying the other building.
Yeah, this is always a really difficult zone to play, isn't it? Because if you're inside earlier and you're in the buildings, you're probably okay. But if you're coming in late, teams on either sides of the valley essentially are going to be shooting at one another and of course taking shots from teams inside of the buildings in the middle of the ring. So a difficult one to play out here, and you're going to have to be on point once again in the kill feed. We see Revenant and G2 fighting one another again, and it's continuing to go the way of Revenant. We're taking a look at Tai Sheen here from Scars, trying to survive for his team. Hope to rat out some points, but with 17 squads still alive, I think that's perhaps ambitious at this point. Fennel with a Volt for Shakabo. Putting down some pretty serious damage at range. Not really enough to put a huge amount of pressure on, but definitely keeping themselves interested in that engagement.
Volt helps a little bit with that, not necessarily the long-range weapon you want. It does come equipped with the digital threat scope as you grab it out of the care package. You do often see, you know, teams will swap that over for the 2X sometimes, depending on their loadout. So if you've got the shotgun with that, you can start to bring it into the mid-range. For the longer range, of course, charge rifle.
Yeah, this looks like pretty fun. I mean, Fennel right up on the high ground. You've got a charge rifle with a 3X on it, and you are going to be farming some damage. There's players running all over the place at the moment. Take a bit more of a look back towards the bottom side of Countdown, which is where this engagement is happening. Game With, who I sort of think flew under the radar a little bit in Game 1, seemed to be putting together a pretty solid Game 2 here once again. But eventually you're going to have to move out of that command center, essentially, and then that's going to make life a bit more difficult.
Level 2, Mark Star here.
So with the north shift of the circle there, unfortunately, yeah, we said, you know, maybe Kick, maybe Crazy Raccoon, they've got it right, but unfortunately the opposite is true. It's going to be the teams up towards Lava Fissure like GMT, Otic, maybe even Space Station Gaming, and actually Ascend that we heard from earlier that have the more playable spots, the building and the cover.
Nice rotate in the end, actually, from Phoenix team. Themselves some more KP, 3 up on the board for them.
You can also see that these teams are really understanding their tournament life is on the line here. 15 squads left alive.
Kick on the rotate right now. Let's have a listen and see what they're thinking as they make their way in.
Try something, bro. We can play behind this truck,
Okay,
go. Stay here, it's fine.
I don't know if I'm right.
It's so fine,
I'm fine.
Nice, we're chilling. Left side, free shots. Almost crack one. Keep the vibes up, okay? Chill.
Yeah. Bro, I think
left side. Nice.
I think bottom is free.
It is?
I think so, bro. I don't see anyone there.
Go to fucking fuck it. Go in.
Nobody.
Nice call, baby. Let's go.
I'm blocking the door. Get out.
Block. And put traps in the back. We have so much shield. We can shield here, okay?
Yes, we have an armor trap here. Move it back.
Put a trap here, please.
I will on the window. We'll put on the window.
I'm gonna play here, Chaotic. Close. I have shotgun. Don't get to this door. Don't get knocked, okay? We win this game, babies. Let's go.
If we get in peace, shoot all the fuck.
So they've taken the space underneath Ascend here. You see Kick, they're like, oh, the truck's fine. I can tell you, it's not fine. That is a terrible space to play in.
All I'm going to say is I never knew that building had that call out.
You learn something every day, Elfish. I'm sure our viewers as well. Oh, man. I think they're much happier to be, you know, down the bottom there with a little bit of safety instead of out in the open. You know, kind of, it'd almost feel like the T-Rex was coming through. You're just hiding behind your little safari Jurassic Park Jeep there.
Yeah, indeed. Well, a bit of an interesting way this circle's now playing out because no one's inside of the center of it. Everyone's playing sort of the outskirts. Paul has come across, though, too, where Kick have ended up. So they found themselves a nice little bastion of safety, turned it into a bit of a stronghold with all of those caustic barrels going down.
Let's go here.
Zen, remember they were here, I think, quite early, and you actually see teams who play from Lava Fissure, especially with the Caustic, you know, they like to hide behind these bins. It's a very defensible position. I guess the only problem is, you know, if someone's got grenades to spare, if someone has a gas grenade of their own, it can kind of become your demise.
I mean, look, they've got a little bit of room to work with. They can go forward, they can go sideways, they can go up the stairs here as well. They're going to put the buff down pre-empty as an defensive bombardment lands on their head. Looks like they're going to go for a skyward dive to make this rotation. To be fair, what other options did they have?
Yeah, but this is always the problem when you have to expand your dome to make the skyward dive, Elfish.
It is indeed. When you land, you're not going to have the dome to work with. Either way, Space Station are in an engagement right now. Defensive bombardment is going to be put down by Dropped to try and provide a little bit of space. Zen is in the mix now, having landed with their skyward dive. Kings is the only one left. He's gone for an armor swap there, and he seems to have gotten it off okay, but I'm not sure, unfortunately, that it is going to be enough in this kind of a scenario. What can you do but hope and pray to maybe get that bat off, which he does. Starlazy will be finished by SSG, and in the end, Zen also ultimately does, for SSG clearing out their side of the map.
It's okay, but it's not really okay. Space Station Gaming, the victors there. GMT, again, have just been sitting in the middle of the zone for the longest period of time. Red armors are plenty for them.
Could they go back to back?
Sure, there's some drones running around, but they're certainly going to do their best to make that happen. With 6 left, it's looking pretty decent here, Elfish. They're already over 30 points.
Striker, the only other team that has gone back to back in this competition so far. So if GMT were to do it, they would be joining a pretty illustrious club. That's a nice beam from Nasky onto the player on top of the building, just to knock him down a peg, put that pressure back on. Once again, this is not going to be an easy one to win for GMT, though. Zone is going to end up moving away from them. It looks like it's going to shrink fairly central based on what we can see there from the mini-map, so it doesn't really feel as though it's going to necessarily benefit any team more than another.
Well, what this means is it's going to shrink towards the center, of course, or close to the... So GMT is going to have to make their way across, because the center is roughly in the lava, Elfish. Yeah. So the teams like SSG probably going to have a little more time to play with. GMT, they actually go down the bottom. I don't know about this. It looks like an EMP has just deleted their bubble. They're trying to hide underneath the bridge here, but I don't know if they can survive for very long at all.
Well, no back-to-back for GMT. V3 Vega are down on the bottom as well, inside of that lava. Defensive bombardments are getting tossed all over the place. Bubbles everywhere as well. Dome shields all over the place. It's Kick that gets eliminated pretty quickly. Now onto V3 Vega, who seem to be the major benefactors of a lot of the engagements that have been happening, but maybe they've bitten off a little more than they can chew. Space Station arrive on top of the cliffs, and now they look like the kings on the castle.
Oh, they've got the high ground. This is fantastic. Tappy's just going up. The Valk might be able to dance around for a little while and get some placement points, but Odic are the ones they have to beat.
Yeah, there was 3 teams. They had to find that one rat, which was one Tappy from V3 Vega. Now they can turn their attention in onto the 3-on-3, and quite frankly, this one should very much go the way of SSG. Zone is going to shrink favorably for them. They can choose when the engagements happen.
Bubble invested. They've got the skyward dive. It might be an option for them to come or go all the way up into the sky and then come down again. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Die to the zone? I mean, Odic, what is your option right now? They're waiting for the other team to look down at them, and I guess that's a win by default for Space Station Gaming.
And look, I gotta say for Odic, I mean, they really ran out of options, didn't they? What could you realistically do there?
They could have Valkol.
The Valkol, yeah, but I mean, let's be real.
It's a low percentage play.
I understand.
But you know what's a 0% play? Sitting in zone.
Sure. Of course, they want to deny the kill points as well, Gino. There is that factor. You know, the fact that SSG and Odic are probably vying for a much similar position toward the top end of the standings at the moment is something you have to take into account. But end of the day, you know, I guess they just felt like their options were quite limited. That was the best one they could take. It was out of the frying pan into the fire. Either way, not for us to judge. It is Space Station Gaming that walk away with the victory, as was very much expected. They had that high ground, they had that power position, and they'll be happy to pick up the win. Although maybe a bit perturbed that they do miss out on 3 KP. They would have liked those extra points, but maybe it's not going to matter too much, right? You got 6 games to play here. If you win one of them, you're probably booking your ticket in the top 10 at the very least. And I'd say a solid performance in the end there from Space Station with 12 kills anyway, netting 24 points. You can't be complaining.
No, it was very good for them. They came from the west side on that cliff, and you saw that the fight they had to take with Zen, I think it was, around the building pipe. Worked out well for them. GMT Esports, we were wondering if they could go back-to-back. Only 5 points, actually, in the end that they're going to pick up. IG a little bit better than the first game, but, you know, is that enough to push them forward? Odic with 17 and V3 Vega with 12. They're definitely well on their way.
Yeah, most definitely. A good solid performance in the end there from GMT as well, as they get those 5 points to put on top of the big win that they got to start this lobby off. They're keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Good to see. CLG, an interesting prospect because we've seen that they can pop off, but we haven't gotten that so far in this lobby today. Again, for Reply Totem, Singularity, they're toward the bottom of the table, so time really is running out for those two. I'd say game 3, they're going to have to get it done. They basically haven't gotten any points so far in this lobby at all, either of those two teams. And if they don't get it here at the halfway point, maybe they're not going to leave themselves enough space to work with going into Storm Point. And obviously, at that point, they're facing elimination.
Well, G2 are really struggling in the ongoing battle with Revenant Esports, the battle for the South. And you know, Revenant Esports looks like they're trying to get it done basically purely with kill points.
Well, the weird thing is, like, it's not even a hot drop, and we'll talk about that in just a second, because first we should touch on Space Station. This is, of course, their moment, having picked up the victory. Loba team coming through. You know, it's not every day that we get to see the Loba coming into the mix, but it worked out perfectly for Space Station. Circle shrinks on them, and they are very happy to reap the benefits.
I mean, you say that, it's 2 in a row now from
true.
Loba, right?
That's
GMT were running that as well. And yeah, look, you know, going back to that, you're right. You know, it's not a hot drop, but it is very spicy down there on the south side.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was interesting the way that fight continued to happen. You know, normally you're going to get that if there's going to be teams both dropping in the same location, but one's at Tree, one's at Thermal Station. Obviously, points of interest that are right next to one another, but you don't typically see that many engagements between teams dropping in those two locations.
No, because they weren't even, like Revenant weren't even trying to play edge there, okay? They weren't going into the circle and then trying to prowl that. They went just directly at G2.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Either way, it hasn't really worked out for G2. Is it working for Revenant? Well, I mean, arguments to be made that it is. They've got 16 points on the board. They're sitting in 5th place. GMT still maintaining first at the moment, but equal points with Space Station, so a lot can be said there. Odic, you know, again, we talked about them denying points from Space Station. Could be quite relevant in the end because they're still vying for positions. Game with, I think they're still sort of flying under the radar a little bit. We haven't gotten to watch too much from them, but they're doing a pretty good job for themselves. And here is where it gets a little bit spicy. The bottom half of this lobby. If we finish this lobby right here, right now, these would be the 10 teams that we'd be saying goodbye to. And to me, there are some surprising names on that list.
Well, luckily for our viewers and luckily for these players, we don't have to do that right now. They've still got 4 games to prove themselves. But I mean, look, 6 points, 5 points, you know, it's barely 1 game's worth of points that these teams would need to just jump themselves up even further into that list. So,
well, 1 game is what we've got left here on World's Edge. We're going to have to take a short break, but our final game of World's Edge for this lobby is coming up.
We
Still
I
burning,
guess
still burning.
it's a duo. It's a
No,
duo.
it's a 3-man. It's a 3-man.
Yeah, it is a 3-man. It is a 3-man.
Just
I'm
wait for
gonna get the kills.
Yeah, we get the kills. We get the kills. That's fine.
Hold on. Yo, hold on. Pop. Grab nades.
Dude, they're dead. They're dead.
Yeah, I know, but I will grab the loot, bro. I knocked one. Ah, nice.
Nice. Good.
Drop, boys. Yo, dropped. Drop, boys.
Hey.
Drop. Let's go,
Get
baby.
it, boys. Holy.
Hey,
Lobo first game.
Pick, baby.
First
Lobo
game.
was a pick.
We got a Llama Fisher zone too.
Let's go, baby.
Well, actually pretty interesting to hear the comms there of Space Station Gaming. We were talking about it right toward the end there, whether or not they were getting the kills. It looked like on the screen they didn't, but based on the comms, they got a couple of knocks with the nades or something like that. So maybe a couple of those kill points did go through.
Yeah, sorry, the ticks of damage, you know, from the thermite, once you get some damage on someone and then the ring finishes them off. Could be wrong, but I believe that gives you the kill credit.
Yeah, certainly. Either way, look, really good stuff from Space Station Gaming, whether they got those kill points or not. Odic, also, you have to give them a shout out, a top 2 placing. It's gotten them into the top 3 overall. They're sitting fairly squarely, quite comfortably inside of the top 10. And, you know, we were having a discussion last lobby, myself and Xenox, about how it mattered whether you placed first or second or third or whatever through that top 10 to get those extra points heading into the finals lobby. Not the case here necessarily. It doesn't, you know, really matter if you walk away with first. It's kind of the same as yesterday. It doesn't matter in this particular lobby how you go, as long as you're in the top 10.
Which does open up an interesting discussion, Elfish, because if you are guaranteed to get through, and of course none of the teams are just yet, but at that point, if you feel like, you know, you can't be knocked out of that top 10, it opens up some options. It makes you think, well, I don't know, is there anyone I don't want to see in the next lobby? And the way that Revenant have been playing, pushing G2, almost feels like it's got that sort of flavor to it.
I'm just going to say at this point, maybe Revenant does want to see G2 in the next lobby, because that seems like some free points for them right now.
The matches certainly been going their way. You call them G2 free, is that what I'm hearing?
Wow, I mean, you said it, not me. That's all I'm gonna add to that discussion. Look, G2 definitely going to be hoping to turn that particular engagement around. Revenant will be hoping it continues in the same fashion. But either way, it's our final game on World's Edge. After this, we'll be heading over to Storm Point, and that certainly changes a lot up. You cannot be resting on your laurels. In a game like this, it's an elimination lobby. If you're in the bottom 10, you're out of the Split 2 playoffs. And it would be a pretty early time to be going home. So there are a bunch of teams that still need to get some work done right here and right now. They've got 4 chances left to do it. Here's the last one on World's Edge.
You've got a preference for one map or the other, as you say. Now's the time to get going. The Zenile, at least, find a beacon in Lava Fissure straight away. So land immediately on that, you get the information, and then from there you decide whether you are going to rotate quickly or just take your time. Because, you know, look, if it's a, let's say it's a dome circle, right? You're landing in Lava Fissure. It doesn't matter how quickly you Valkyrie in there. You're probably not going to get your preferred spot. So it does make those kind of, shifts those kind of conversations. So now that we're finally getting a circle that'll shift over to the eastern side, someone like Scars, they've got that information as well. As you can see, RPR coming up from Ghost Town and grabbing the beacon down there.
Where do you see this one heading? Is it going to go back out again toward the northeast? You're usually pretty good with your circle predictions on the old APAC South broadcast, so I'll let you get the opportunity on the big stage to see if you can get one right.
One, I think if you go back through the VODs, you'll see there's probably a couple I've already managed to call, but
I don't remember them, so must not have
for this one, I'm going to say it's not an overlook circle. I think it's cutting off too far through there so far. So I think it probably will end either down in Ghost Town or perhaps on the eastern side of the fragment.
I want to talk about this a little bit from Space Station, and I think it's something that has been represented by a bunch of other teams as well. Feels like to me, what we've been seeing here at the Split 2 playoffs has been a bit of a faster rotate style than what we've been getting in the domestic competitions. Teams are often moving off of their point of interest a lot earlier than what we're normally seeing, and trying to get into the center, trying to get some buildings or compounds or whatever a little bit faster to lock themselves down in a relative spot of safety.
Yeah, you know, like we talk about the pace of these lobbies, right? And what we mean by that generally, well, at least when we're using that term, is how quickly these teams are getting into fight and how fast we're losing teams throughout the lobby. But in another way, if you looked at it, you know, if you're calling the pace of the lobbies, you know, how fast they actually find those positions in the zone, then yeah, look, maybe you're right, that these ones are in that manner a little bit faster.
I wonder also if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Teams start to move off of their points of interest a little bit earlier to try to get the faster rotates, and therefore other teams are then looking at that and saying, oh, now we have to move off
It's
earlier.
a bit of an arms race.
Right? And so once, you know, once the bandwagon starts to get rolling, maybe once the snowball starts to get rolling, it's kind of unstoppable in a sense, and everyone's just rotating as fast as they possibly can. Either way, that's something we can follow over the rest of the day and, of course, into tomorrow as well. The big talking point, the leaderboard there on your right, those 10 teams currently are safe. The 10 on the other side of the coin, these 10 are unfortunately getting eliminated right now, but this is not the cutoff point just yet.
Oh, and you can see we're currently on the Scars point of view. As we noted, it's very likely that the circle is going to shift somewhere close to them. They're currently on 0 points, ALGS. They really need to step it up. A circle has been dropped in their lap. They have to make use of it.
Absolutely. You've got to take the opportunities and run with them when they're given to you. But, you know, I say it's a bad start, whatever, but it is still early days in this lobby. We're not even halfway through it just yet. There's still a lot of time to work with. You can get away with a couple of rougher games and still make it into the top 10. That is very much still possible. It means you're going to have to be almost perfect here on out, but definitely still within the realms of a possibility. Fennel have been doing pretty damn well for themselves, haven't they? They've got 2 sets of purple armor. Pinot, I mean, unfortunately down on the whites, but he is crypto, so you generally can, you know, boost your armors up pretty damn quick when you got the EMPs connecting, especially in lobbies like this where there's so many players around, and it's only 49 away from the blue Evo, so should be feeling pretty okay about things. On the other side of the coin, maybe this is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Game With have been having a good day. We're going to see them in a fight against FC Destroy with some third parties, I say, looking in that direction as well.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons, V3 Vega, there is a host of teams that are not too far at all from that engagement. I think that's actually why the teams haven't full sent it onto each other yet, because they know as soon as they start that, they're going to start a war.
Scars is rocking up as well on top of the team and starting to put some good damage down. R301 there from RPR. He's going to just back away, maybe getting the call from one of his teammates. Just don't overextend. It's still too early in this lobby to really be taking an aggressive fight. Game With are on the move as well, just trying to get inside of those train carts. And they have done so, but they've run into a couple of caustic barrels. They've actually run into another team there as well. So
okay, Yuka has to get these fences set up quickly so that they can try and make this revive. Gold bag. Actually, no, that's probably on the Gibby yet. Yeah, it is. Oh, and they cancel the res at the last moment? I mean, they almost had that. I'm not sure about that decision.
Well, Game With, they're going to have to reap what they sow because that's the end of it. Oddek continue to put those points on the board representing South America, and they maintain a 3rd position overall in the lobby. But not by too many points. They could potentially take first.
Looks like FC Destroyer going in off the back of that. The Gibby ult is invested. Defensive bombardment rains down, and they're just trying to buy a little bit of time here to try and get the shield bats off. The knockdown shield will hold them just for the moment, but okay, done enough damage to make Yuka Peradata pop that into the void and get back to the rest of the team. They've even found a
Laziness is just chilling up on the high ground. He's not even joined Yuka and Hammer Drill in that push, and that might not really work out too well for them. They've kind of split a little bit. They haven't committed together as a team, and now all of a sudden it starts to look a little bit worse for Ware.
I mean, I know third parties are like the easiest way to win a fight in Apex, Elpis, but you don't really want to do it by yourself.
No, not 2-on-3 even, but either way, V3 Vega, they've gotten inside of the train car as well and started to set up shop there. It might not actually be a bad spot long term. This is very often where a circle can shrink on top of. We've seen many circles go in this direction. So if you lock this down, you're in a great position to play the rest of the game out. Obviously, having a Watson does help with your health economy, right? You're not having to invest as many bats or cells or whatever. Keep that alternator pylon healthy, and it will keep you healthy.
Yeah, I think it's 250 shields that it can cycle through for your team. And actually, it does get you there pretty quickly as well. Now, Raz have to think quick as well. Looks like they've got the bombardments right on their head, and there's a team sitting below them. I think they're currently going for the res. This Thermite is going to stop that.
Not a good place to be for Kick, unfortunately, and they were one of the teams that we said need to step up here. They haven't done so. That's 3 games in a row now where they really haven't gotten a whole lot of points on the board, and it's going to make their Storm Point task even more difficult.
Raccoon sitting in number 7 in this 3rd game, the final game of World's Edge. Circle starting to shift somewhat to overlook actually, so interesting to see if that trend continues or we get a shift maybe towards the rocks that we were just looking at before.
Crazy Raccoon haven't really been getting into the engagements all that often. They've only got 1 set of purple armor, 2 sets of white. Trying to keep their heads down for as long as possible. Like, no one really wants to be fighting with white armor. It feels like you're at such a disadvantage, even over just the blue, which, you know, isn't that much more, but it just makes you feel a lot more comfortable when you've got at least that blue armor. They have been able to get into these boxes now and upgrade, so that is going to be a nice positive change for Crazy Raccoon. The team sitting in 7th overall, holding a solid placement with 15 points. They're doing enough. They're not doing it too flashy, but they're doing enough.
Don't need to be flashy here, as we talked about. Top 10 is all that matters. Your placement within that, essentially irrelevant here. It just puts you through to the last set of games today. There'll be 3 more after this to decide that, and then of course we will have 6 more to see who joins the top 10 team from our winners bracket match tomorrow. IG looking to make a transition to Sunday themselves. Haven't been doing a fantastic job of it so far. They're actually pretty north up in the circle here. They're outside of the ring as well as Ascend. If one of these teams makes a push at the wrong time, you know, you don't have time to get a med kit off, something like that, you know, it can be really deadly.
Yeah, that said, it is still relatively early in the game, only ring 2, so it's not going to be doing too much damage. Reply Totem, another prospect that really desperately is hoping for some points out of this round. They've had 1 point over 2 games so far. They desperately need to improve upon that if they want to stay alive here in the split 2 playoffs. They did pick up a win yesterday, so we know it's possible. We know what they can do, but are they going to be able to do it in time?
Singular point to their name. Often the Bridge of Death, we call these. Going over from Epicenter, a lot of zones kind of shift very violently around them. Zen looking to do some violence themselves. White knockdown shield's not going to hold Matt at bay for very long.
White Totem do find themselves in another engagement, this time against Detonator, and it does not go their way to start things off. SHRP, the last one alive. What can he do to try and clutch this one out for his squad? Is he even going to try and do that? Or will he just back away, cut his losses, decide he might have to do it himself?
It's the bloodthirsty APAC South team on the other side of those downs and knocks. Elfish, that's Revenant trying to finish this off. J Savage W. Actually, it's Noises who just pitches in and says, hey, look, here's 2 KP for you, Revenant. I'll make sure those don't go begging.
Yeah, well, Vexus and Velkut gonna find a little more than just that. Here's one more onto Kings of Zen.
Oh, they've lost Lahim though.
They have. They are though standing right next to a respawn beacon, and I believe they had a crypto. I didn't quite catch it as we swapped off, but knowing them, they normally do.
Yeah, that's true, and you've got to remember that you know, we saw those great crypto tips from Nasky before, and you know, probably something a little more known, which is why I wasn't in that video, is that you can get the instant scan on the beacon. You can get the instant revive on the respawn beacon as well with that crypto drone.
Well, Nasky's been playing very well today, so maybe it's going to be a prudent thing to keep our eyes on him. Obviously, GMT Esports, #1 in the lobby at the moment. Mayday coming in to help the boys out, so Dell in there as well. You know, obviously playing with a sub, it's never going to be easy, but I think they're putting together a pretty solid game today. Things turning around a little for G2 by the looks of things, which is nice to see as well. The 1 KP on the board here, working in from Epicenter. Not finding too much more than that, but definitely bullying one of those teams on the outer.
once again, G2 putting themselves in danger to try and grab a couple of extra points here. That sort of thinking hasn't really worked out for them so far this series, but they're gonna keep trying to make it work. And this time, look, the fight does go their way.
This is the first time they actually look like they're kind of ready to go, though, as well, isn't it? They've got 2 sets of purple, a set of gold. In fact, they swap off to 3 sets of purple. So they must have plenty of bats to play with. I can only assume that's the reason why they've gone for that.
Yeah, there's that, and they're a team that like to play edge, like to poke a lot, like to do a lot of damage. So they can get up there and grab the red very quickly.
Well, GMT at the top of the lobby at the moment. Let's see how Nasky was feeling going into today.
My name is Casper Prestonsgaard. In game, I go by the name Nasky. That's Gnaske. For playoffs, I'm competing with GMT Esports. I've been gaming competitive Apex for about almost 3 years now. On GMT, I'm the in-game leader. As an in-game leader, I make sure that the team rotates correctly, make sure we fight the right fights. It's my job to make sure that we approach the game in the right way and win. What makes a good IGL is someone that is smart and knows how the teams around him rotate, and on top of that has good leadership. Focus up. That's what I tell my teammates before the game starts.
Well, it seems they have been focusing up here today. It didn't come together entirely yesterday for GMT Esports, but they're still one of those exciting prospects, those X-Factor teams. I feel like they're really an X-Factor team that could come away with some interesting results. There is a nice black hole, by the way, onto Ace that's going to start to put them under the pump. It's Odik trying to take that fight against them. Ascend down to just the one, and now the none. Ascend eliminated, but very quickly after. IG also able to finish off Odik.
Yeah, I think that was in combination with FC Destroy and IG down to 2, but they don't want to stop here. Finally, it seems they've got 1 kill for the team so far this game, but they want a couple more. Bryn pushing up. Does he grab the banner? No, he's actually going to have to push back now to the safety of Urban. And it looks like this is a 2-on-2 between the teams.
Yeah, lots of shots coming in from all the angles as well. At least they've got plenty of resources to work with here. A couple of death boxes. You can see lots of syringes stacked up inside the train cart too.
So just a note, it didn't finish. It's not finishing in Overlook. It's actually going directly on top of FC Destroy, the end circle, like we were talking about. So I think that's one check mark in my column there, Elfish. Scars, however, they'd been sitting on that tower in Overlook for the entire game, and now it's time for them to move.
Well, as you mentioned, Scars is definitely a team that needs to get points on the board right here and right now. The circle was favorable for them initially, but now they've got to get on the move. 10 squads alive, 2 points at the moment for Scars, and they are sitting at the bottom of the lobby, but they're looking good. You've got all 3 members alive, and they can start to work their way into the zone, try to pick up some kill points here and there.
Now, most teams would be happy about being directly in the middle of the circle, Elfish, but FC Destroy, that's not exactly their comfort zone, is it? They like to roam around, they want to be on the edge of it, and they don't even... actually, we'd have to go back and see which of the 2 players were alive, but yeah, I guess the question in my head is, do they have the defensive legends left alive to be able to take some, advantage of that?
Hold that thought for the moment, because GMT is in an engagement. Serdell has the Peacekeeper in hand, looking for angles, jumps inside the caravan, great movement, but can't land the shots, and GMT is out. Revenant once again, just dispatching of another team. And I gotta say, these guys are turning up with the goods today. Top 4 at the moment. Belkin, Lahim, Mekshus. I think they might have done enough to make the top 10 of this lobby, but of course, still more work to do later on in the day.
It's been a bagus sekali performance here from the Indonesian team. I'm sure the Indo fans at home know what that means. And okay, they're going to fly in after this. They've got a lot of kills to their name, 5 so far. And I mean, honestly, at the end of this, I'd be surprised if they weren't the kill leaders, regardless of where they end up on the leaderboard. These guys are just they're fragging out so much and looking for so many fights.
I mean, that's fun. That's an exciting way to play, and it's great to watch. But I also do wonder, when you're going up against the top teams in the world and getting away with it, how long can that realistically last? Are you biting off a little more than you can chew in the long term? For now, it's working for Revenant, but what happens in the next lobby? What happens if they make it into finals? Can they still get away with that kind of a playstyle? We'll just have to wait and see. On the other side of the coin, G2, a team they've been going up against, still alive as well. This time, at least, their fates seem intertwined.
Well, Scars, it looks like they're sending it over towards IG there. You got to remember, they only had the 2 members, and I think they've just won a 2v3? Unless another Scars member went down earlier. That's a fairly impressive fight win from the British.
Well, besides the point, G2 now are starting to push their way in on top of Fennel. Inota has already been knocked down, gentrifying, picking that one up, and another very important point on the board for G2. Time and time again, we've said they need to be getting something done, and it really feels like this is the game where it's finally coming together, what we've been waiting for.
Creeping up that leaderboard now into number 13, only a couple of places away from the cut-off. Not only that, they've been creeping uphill as well, and they're not going to be in the next zone, I guess, but, you know, they can roll down onto these other teams like, say, V3 Vega or Singularity.
Nice to see a bit of CLG on our screens as well, because they're a team standing toward the top of the lobby. Finished off yesterday with some great performances, and they're putting it together today as well. So many teams in this final circle, or these final couple of circles, that actually look really strong. They've got 3 players up, they've got good sets of armor, lots of ammo, lots of grenades. It'll be an explosive finish, especially with a zone like this, where there's just so much open space.
Yeah, Revenant, not in the open space, however, they found a caravan to play in. CLG, you can see down the bottom there. You know, they've got a lot of space to themselves, but they don't have the zone.
IG definitely just trying to keep their heads down. Same for FC Destroy. They want to show a bit of presence, but not too much. They want to ensure that no team's going to push in onto them, but they also don't want to really get knocked or anything like that in a position like that, because it will really open the door for someone to just absolutely send it. Mexus, as I speak about it, has actually managed to get a knock onto Bryn, so now I wonder if any of those teams are going to look to try to take the position that Invictus Gaming is holding at the moment. That knock will be confirmed by a grenade as well, by the way. But we'll jump back over to CLG as they toss the Corsic gas bomb inside of the caravan. And it's not where you want to be. You don't want to be eating that gas. Lahim will fall. Belkin will fall. And Revenant are down to just 1 remaining player.
Again, it's all about the KP there from Revenant. They're not going to be picking up much placement points in our game 3 here, but the fragging is probably enough to keep them in that all-important top 10. FC Destroy another team. There are so many duos right now. This is kind of wild.
How many have we got? We've got V3 Vega, definitely. And then, of course, FC Destroy.
IG lost their second, so I guess that's...
They're a solo, and V3 Vega, are they a duo? Or
yeah,
they're a duo, yeah, of course. We just saw them. So G2 and CLG, I believe, are the 2 power teams at the moment. 3 players alive for G2. They're turning their day around. Let's see how they're feeling about it.
We'd probably focus RV first to try to get those kills. I think they have to move first. Crack.
30 flush. If we drop, we have to kill this duo for placement and kills.
Well, can we not play their backside out here?
No, that's where the other team's gonna go.
Oh yeah, this team's gonna be
go. Yeah.
Who's out here? Is that another rat? I'm gonna queue him.
That's more than one.
No, that is the rat. Okay, they got it.
I didn't hit anything.
The duo and 2 trios.
Alright, focus the RB then. No, it's one more rat. The other
They're
rat's
sliding out on him. They're sliding out on him.
Yep.
Don't fuck them up too bad.
Alright.
Let them fight. Let them fight.
They're gonna EMP too. Alright, don't really shoot him. Don't really shoot him.
Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them.
This rat's gonna be on our left, by the way.
Let them fight.
Yep.
I'm gonna ult them when we jump.
Start sliding down. Start sliding down right. Come down here.
Yep.
Come down here. Chill.
I'm holding my bubble out.
Don't shoot. Just sit.
Tell me when to bub.
Yeah.
Just sit. Let it go down. Chill. Ready? Kill this rise. Left. Kill her left. Kill left.
Me.
Close left. Rat. Wherever the fuck this kid is.
Behind you.
Look inside.
Crack crypto.
No, man. Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
No.
I have knock. I know.
They're gonna fight.
Yeah, I'm holding knock here.
I'm gonna walk up.
DB slid out.
Don't shoot him.
Yeah, fuck him.
Nice.
Get that there.
There's a Belk on the roof.
They're gonna fight. They're trying to fight. You give me chase. Nice.
Let's go, Design.
Nice.
Let's go, Design. Fuck.
But so far now it's down to FC Destroy to try and challenge against CLG, but in the one-on-one, CLG will walk away with the victory. Oh, dearie me, you felt like it was going to come together for G2, didn't you? But end of the day, they didn't know about V3 Vega just sitting underneath their cliff face. They said there was a team on the right, but they didn't know about the team on the left. And ultimately, CLG, they did also have 3 players alive on the other side of the zone. They worked their way down, they kept their head cool, and they walk away with the win.
Yeah, I liked the patience there from G2, but, you know, I guess retrospectively looking back, you wonder if maybe they had to pop the black hole a little bit earlier, if they couldn't have caused just a tad more chaos and potentially taken out that other 3 stack. Because remember, we were talking about how many teams actually had the full complement alive, and there weren't quite as many. Any damage they could have done to CLG right there probably would have been pretty important.
Indeed, but end of the day, obviously, we've been talking about CLG a lot. They haven't been able to find a win up to that point, but they had been putting good results on the board. This now, though, is kind of their breakout game in this lobby. They should be sitting up quite high now as a result of 21 points on the board. FC Destroy, nice to see them up there as well as G2. I mean, look, it was a 3rd place for G2, but a 3rd place is much better than what they've been able to get so far to this point. So a little bit of a sigh of relief, I'd say, from G2, but they know, of course, they've got a lot more work to do as we do start to now think about Storm Point. You got IG International in there in that discussion again. Revenant, of course, can't go past talking about them as well. Lots of kills every game.
Man, that beautiful circle pull for FC Destroy gives them some placement points they're not accustomed to having in their column. The 19 points, a very good effort from them. But looking at the bottom half of the lobby, a lot of those points just getting really hoovered up by the top 10 there. Odic, the only one there with 10 points to their name from Game 3 and a solid performance to try and work it out going into the second half of this losers bracket round 1.
Well, that win from CLG is going to break the combo of Loba victories. This time we've got a Corsic team, and of course with the complement of the Valkyrie and the Gibraltar as well. Sort of felt as though CLG did keep their heads down a little bit right up until the end game, but still 6 kills coming through. Really, really solid stuff. Well, I guess 9 across the board is actually not a bad shout.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice brace of kills there for those guys. It was a fun last circle. You know, it was nice to see G2 finally finding their feet in this series. And, I mean, they're not all the way done yet, Elfish.
Well, we're halfway through this lobby. Plenty more to discuss, but that's not our job. That's for John and the boys on the desk. I hear he's got a special guest, so let's jump over to the analysts.
Special guest indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Brilliant cast, as always. Fallout here alongside a very special guest. I'm happy to welcome for the very first time to the desk none other than Hockey's himself, big brain of Apex, captain and IGL of Alliance, joining us for the first time. First things first, man. How you doing? How you feeling after the big dub? Top 10, barely made it in.
I'm feeling great now. Was super exhausted after the games, but now I'm just relieved to be in the finals.
Congratulations on that. 10th place, first place, obviously a seeding point difference, but more importantly, you made it, which is big. And I'm excited. We've been chilling in the green room and talking through some gameplay analysis and gameplay-related things. Excited to jump into the discussion. Also joined with none other than Killer Pigeon and Xenox as well. But 3 games into this series, this is Losers Bracket Round 1, win or go home. And first thing I want to talk about is G2, biggest topic here. I know you guys have a little bit of a rivalry. I'd love to get your thoughts on G2 as a team.
I mean, G2 is obviously a great team mechanically. They 3 rollers, 3 very cracked rollers. Not really sure what's going wrong in this tournament, but you know, they're a team that can always make it back, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw them in the late game there, KP. It's a situation where they did have God spot. We were sitting here watching. Complete God spot. They had a great position, great opportunity to close it out, but not able to do so.
Yeah, that's the difference, actually. The last 2 games, they've always been rotating very late, but it's usually been to their downside. What I like this time around is they peeled through Epicenter, and there was really no conflict. Like, all of the attention was drawn to the south side, so they're able to actually just sneak that in. I was really surprised no other team took it, but I think this is, like, promising. This shows you what G2 can do when they get in that type of position. I think we saw hints of this yesterday, but the issue seems to be the timing. Whenever they're rotating past that, like, second ring, I feel like they're coming in very late, and by the time they arrive in these critical areas, everyone's already got the God spot, right? There's nowhere left for them to stay.
Yeah, it's an issue and kind of concern of playing hard edge, right? You guys, we'll talk about it later, but you play edge, but you also find a way to rotate and find great positioning. I'd be curious to get your perspective on that as we take a look here. Map number 1, though, was GMT, ending up on top. A dominant game from GMT. Xenox, walk me through what we saw in match number 2.
Yeah, well, it was back-to-back poor performances from Reply Totem as well, unfortunately for them. So kind of like G2, both starting very slow, match 1, match 2. And then obviously SSG kind of showed us what they're really capable of. Big result, big win, 12 kills. And it was also a really poor game from the APAC North teams. I think I ended up counting like 5 of the bottom 7 were all from APAC North. So a bit of a rough one there for match 2. And then obviously for match 3, it really was the focus on G2. Could they respond? Could they bounce back?
Yeah, that's a great point. And in this situation here, G2, full team of 3, and as we head to late game, they had that high ground. They were really fragging out, got a few high kills, ended up in 3rd place, though. So, Hawk, I'd love your take on that. I mean, you were kind of breaking it down here with us on the desk. They had Godspot, and you were saying, hopefully the action takes place at the trailer, at the truck. That's how they'll win this game. That's kind of their win-victory condition. Thoughts on how G2 could maybe turn that around and win it?
I mean, they ran down, tried to 3P the trailer because there was people fighting at the trailer. They threw their GB ulti and everything, and then tried to swing it left to like take cover and shoot the team in the back. However, they ran into a duo ratting. So I think Resulta went down without bubbling because of the rats. So I feel like if he gets the bubble down there, they probably win the game. But running into a duo ratting is kind of rough.
Exactly. That's a rough situation there for G2. They still get the kill points, which is definitely helpful for them in that scenario. But it seemed like the rats were there, but they were actually split. I think Designful was fighting towards Truck. 2 of them were handling the rats behind them as opposed to all 3 of them turning. Resulta doesn't pop his bubble, and as a result, they get taken out, and they get a 3rd place finish. Designful still almost clutched up. He's able to get that first knock, but unfortunately couldn't finish the deal. Instead, it was Vatro clutching up, I believe, on CLG, the controller team. It was G2, the controller boys, versus CLG, other all-controller squad from North America, and CLG looked really great, KP.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, like, this has been a squad that they kind of come in late, right? Like, I felt that happened yesterday. They started off a little bit rough, and then they do clutch up at the end. The interesting part for me is kind of the dynamics at play. Like, just taking on GMT's performance, like, they start off solid at the beginning of this, right? And I was actually happy to see it because one big notable thing is, like, Fennel has especially been causing issues for this squad through and through. I loved how they got Vengeance at the start of that series, right? They had the spot over them. They kind of, like, how the tens have tabled, right? Like, it was a beautiful moment. But what I just love is that we're seeing, even at this stage, like there's very clearly a lot of competition back and forth. It's not like one side is running away with the whole thing. Yeah. But one thing I'd love to wrap back in and get Hakisa's opinion on is, like, you mentioned about G2 and Alliance and having this kind of similar late timing on rotating into the rings. What do you think that you're doing so much better right now than G2 with that?
I think it's more like G2 is trying to brute force their way in, which is not... It sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. It's like either you get a high point kill game or you die early. More like we're kind of forcing teams away instead of like committing to it. So we're able to coexist a lot more with other teams while they're like hard committing to killing them.
That's a great point. I'm excited to jump in and talk a little more about that. But the standings are ready. Let's take a look at the leaderboards first and then continue the analysis and discussion. And here we go. GMT Esports with 35 points on top right now after really a disappointing start yesterday. They're performing today after a good game number 1. Audic from South America right behind them, putting SA on the map. Space Station behind them in 3rd place. CLG in 4th. FC Destroy with a must-perform game number 3, a 25-point total. And still not in that top 10. You see Crazy Raccoon sneaking in is G2. Let's take a look at the second page here as well. G2, well, they're in 11th, a 7-point bump. 3 games left. They certainly have an opportunity, but they are on the bubble right now. Ascend, another team, as well as IG, your counterparts in EMEA. What do you think's not working so well for IG and Ascend?
Ascend, I don't really know. They're playing with a sub,
yeah.
So I think they're missing a huge part in VJX, but I'm not sure, actually.
IG, do you agree with the roster change? I mean, you know, you obviously played against them. IG, I consider them a top 3, top 5 team in EMEA before the roster change. Do you agree with the decision to pick up Urban in place of Blasts?
I mean, both players are very good players. Like, I think Blast is more of a like flex player, like a caustic main, while Urban is like a mechanical talent. So I feel like they're just trying to find new synergies within the team. It's been looking good for them, though. I'm not really sure what's going on in Wrong and Land. Maybe it's nerves, maybe something else, but I mean, both players are really solid, so it just depends on how they want to move the team forward, what type of dynamic they want.
Good take, good perspective. Perhaps just the transition to LAN. Urban's obviously first LAN, younger player. We'll see if they can perform though and make it. You never know. Certainly 3 games left, an opportunity. But let's take a look at the map schedule. We're going to be switching on from World's Edge to Storm Point here, and I guess we'd love to continue to get your take on what is the reset like going from World's Edge to Storm Point. Is it a physical or mental reset where you're saying, okay, let's play differently, the map plays differently, or what's the difference between the 2 maps? And what was it like having to adjust to a second map again in competitive Apex for the first time in 2 years?
I mean, adjusting to a new map is both rough and fun because all teams, I mean, nobody has no clue what they're doing, so everybody's just running around inting. But I mean, it's also fun because you're able to play new things, you're doing new zones, new comps, everything, so it brings a little bit more content to the game rather than more competitive stuff. So definitely both ups and downs, I would say.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see both sides to that story. Last question I have for you, Hakis, as well. Just would love to get your take as we're wrapping up here. So last question before we throw to a quick break. Any perspective kind of in the mind of a pro player in terms of the regional distribution of meta? You were talking a little bit in particular about Watson and Watson's impact on certain maps. Would love to have you explain to kind of the viewers here your thoughts on that Watson and crypto team comp and how it's effective or maybe not so effective.
I mean, it's a new concept for us in EU and NA, I think. Most of us are not playing it. We've been trying it out a lot in scrims, and I feel like the comp, it works on Stormpoint because the buildings are designed in a way where it's harder to break defenses, along with the map being bigger, so you have more space to like control with. You don't really play that close range like you do on World's Edge. I'm not a big fan of the comp on World's Edge because you're playing way too close to each other. It's just so easy to swing in the open, break the Watson gen, and then a couple nades, a GB ulti, you're dead. Yeah. So I think definitely prefer the comp on Stormpoint over World's Edge because it's just easier to control space on that map than it is on World's Edge. Interesting.
So Stormpoint a little more effective in your eyes, and really cool to hear that you actually were also playing as that team comp just to understand what it feels like and what works, what does not work. I like that preparation. But hey, great to have Hakis on the desk here joining us. Of course, getting some coaches, players to join us for some perspective. I tweeted it earlier, but we'll have Hodsik joining us a little bit later. Killer Pigeon, Xenox, always a pleasure as well. Game 3, well, it's done and dusted. First 3 games of this series. 3 more games to go where we will find out if G2 can clutch up and make it to the top 10 to continue their run through the losers bracket, or Invictus Gaming, or Ascend, or will we continue to see Space Station Gaming and a lot of the APAC teams that are performing incredibly well, the Indonesian squad in particular, showing up in Revenant. We'll find out because game number 4 on Stormpoint is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Quick break, and we got game number 4.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stockholm, Sweden. Rain Day Gaming and James Bardoff here on the cast. It is time for games 4, 5, and 6, where we begin the back half of this stage of our first losers bracket. However, the most important thing to note, James, this is the first round that we've seen in this tournament over the course of a day and a half that will send teams home if they're not in the top 10.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams who you wouldn't expect to be in that precarious situation, such as G2, IG, Detonator as well, with the way they've been playing. Kick not doing so well either, and Totem are having a nightmare. So there's still a chance for them to turn things around, but those chances are starting to run out now. We have 3 games remaining in this series of matches, and it's time to really start to put a bigger imprint on these matches to come. G2 finishing 3rd in their last game, but still only good enough for 11th place currently.
Wow. Not what anyone would have expected coming into this. I know a lot of fans around the world are surprised and still hoping. There is hope, and that means 3 games, anything that happened in the first 3 can swap and happen to another team or better in this one, but you certainly are hoping that on G2 side, things look brighter. Let's talk a little bit about what we've expected as far as the talent predictions. I know I had CLG coming out a little bit quickly. Maybe game 1 was a sign of things to come. Game 3 certainly was. They got the win there. They're looking strong, but there were a couple other teams specifically in that final circle that I think allow us, James, to say that there are teams definitely looking to pick it up and we'll have a chance against the other 10.
Yeah, I think as far as predictions go, as far as North American teams go, predicting them has been disastrous for the most part. But that's, you know, that there are pros and cons.
There are.
Obviously, we have big brands and we expect them to do well, but they have been making way for teams from different regions, Latin America, APAC North, APAC South, and that's
right.
what we're seeing. We're seeing a variety where I think people maybe wrote some of those teams off, and they're holding their own. We're seeing deep runs from Watson teams. We're not seeing W's, but we're seeing 4th places repeatedly, and plenty more than that with some of the more common setups from different teams in different regions as well. So it has been quite a shocker in terms of, I mean, you know, if you're especially from North America, those guys are certain they are the best region, but they are not seeing the best results. So it has been somewhat shocking recently, but what's been great is that finally we're seeing some stronger performances from the likes of CLG, currently sitting in 4th place after that victory in game number 3. They are on the rise.
This is where you start to see the stories that you tell after the tournament is over begin. Will these teams somehow make it through the drudgery of not only 2 more groups that they probably would not have wanted to play in, especially if they had the opportunity to qualify earlier on in the day into the grand finals, which will be tomorrow. Only 10 of our teams were able to do that. The rest on this journey waiting, watching, getting ready to see which 10 qualify from here. You mentioned another team that's been on, I think, from the EMEA side of things, underperforming, GMT. They have started to pick it up big time with a win, and obviously with a few high placements here, so they're very close to leading the group, if not leading, heading into this, James, and that's a strong sign as well.
Interestingly, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place in the current standings. GMT winning the 1st game in 2nd place. Space Station winning the 2nd game in 3rd place. CLG winning the 3rd game in 4th place. But who's in 1st place? It's Odic, who've got 6 kills, 8 kills, and 9 kills respectively, finishing P8, P2, and P12. So that is quite the mixed bag, but the consistency in the frags is allowing them to be joint first with GMT, both teams on 35 points. Space Station just behind on 32. So there are different ways to secure your position, but I don't know that many of these positions are secure just yet. Things can, and I'm sure will, change dramatically once we start to get into these games, the remaining games. We're only halfway through this series. Vega currently in 8th place.
Yeah.
I'll be very impressed if they are able to hold that. The first 3 maps that we've seen today were pretty good for them. They finished 3rd and 4th in the last 2 games respectively, in 2nd and 3rd game. But here we are. Looks like we're going to be heading into Storm Point now. So it is a different kettle of fish, as they say where I'm from. Not sure what they say where you're from.
I'm not sure if they say anything like that where I'm from, but hey, you know what? I think I need to travel a little bit more. I'm certainly aware that we have started to travel in this journey that will lead 10 teams to, again, a little bit of a layover before they see their final destination, whether it's in the grand finals tomorrow or whether it is going home, unfortunately. And we will see 10 teams now go home if they cannot put a performance together. They have 3 to do it, and they've got a brand new map to see if they could shift the energy, or at least if you are on top, hold on to what you've been able to grab so far. CLG, a team to mention there, 31 points on the day. They come in, I believe, second place, and they are going to look to continue their team fighting that's been really confident, and also a team that is used to fighting early. They, as we were talking with Hotzek backstage a little bit, know how to contest very well. They've contested with XSET for a very long time, and so they understand what it's like to kind of almost claw at results and claw to fight for every single moment. They aren't necessarily always given the easy route, and that's something that I think in this losers bracket run you're going to have not only to make it top 10 in one group, but then to do it again in the second group, as we see Shipfall and Phoenix team in our POVs. 20 squads still left as we kick off game 4.
Yeah, not seeing too many contests off the drop, but I can see that CLG and FC are pretty close to each other. But before, there's nothing crazy going on just yet, so we're going to have a quick look at a clip with Phoenix.
Honestly, aim-wise is probably, I think, Jim Burton. He's the best in the world, in my opinion. And overall, I guess Imperial Hall is a good choice. He's just super consistent. I mean, I'm excited to play against them because, you know, before they were kind of our idols, I guess. And today they're our competitors. So it's just a really nice feeling catching up to them, I guess. We're feeling pretty confident. We really want to put a spotlight on South America because our region is not the most developed one compared to the other ones. So we kind of want to put a spotlight on it, shine it a bit more. That's it.
They are certainly doing that, but there are bigger spotlights to come, and who knows what they may be able to show us in Championship. Speaking of contests, we see that GMT have got some action early as they try to defend a position.
Serdell on the wingman realizes he's got to start closing in angles. It feels like every time you look at GMT, they're either performing at the top of the group or somehow with a little bit of misery in their sights, trying to make it out of a tough situation. This time, Nasky, as we like to call him, Nasty Nasky, the one truly putting down Shakabo on Finnel. These two have been contesting again and again, not only in scrims, but it was part of the reason why they're in this losers bracket. James Finnel actually got the better of them 3 games in a row on Storm Point before.
Big shot from the Sentinel, and when you're contesting, you don't want your opponent to have a wingman so dangerous. And we've got 2 men down now. We're in a 3 versus 1 situation as they look to finish off the job, and we're about to lose our first squad, I feel like, unless they can run, but it doesn't seem like it. And the Fennel will be weeded out on this occasion. So there is our first squad down. We'll see if that continues in the matches to come. And still we have the CLG maybe close to something similar to what we've just seen over here, but we'll see how things play out over time. But it's great to get that KP early on the board, and that seems relatively comfortable for GMT. Got the first down at range with the Sentinel, and then converted the rest of the frags afterwards.
GMT very familiar with this concept of going against Fennel, and it was just so interesting to see the confidence that they were able to play with heading into that fight. I feel like there's a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, as it should be. I think that they know they haven't performed, despite the fact that they know they're not with Max Strafe, who is unfortunately unable to attend. He is a brother to these guys, and considered, by Nasky's words, the best player in the world. We don't get a chance to see him here. They're fighting for him, and they are doing everything they can. They'll even be splitting some of the prize pool if they do win. So it's a great team to root for if you're looking for maybe an underdog story or maybe a top dog story who's had a couple of bruises along the way to be able to finish strong and do something not only for their dear friend, but for their team's pride and what they've all gone through to get here. The perseverance of keeping a positive attitude, which we all know Nasky likes to do as well. Reply Totem, a team from EMEA that James simply hasn't found an identity in this tournament either, and that's been surprising to me because they have had consistent days throughout the ALGS where they've popped off.
Yeah, and they have not been popping at all. The microwave is unplugged as far as Reply Totem are concerned. All of 2 points at present, equal with Scars, and we know what situation they're in, so that does not bode well to be a mirror in terms of the leaderboard at the moment for Reply Totem, but there is still time to do something about it. But it has to start now. They can't be waiting any longer. And we can see Fascination Color Destroy. That is the team I was referring to, which landed near CLG. They changed their name. Their previous name was Fascination of Color, which was very pretty, but it seems they went for that heel turn, wanted to be the bad guys and looking to get some destruction on the go. But CLG, a team who are rising in confidence and have momentum in their favor, will be looking down upon the team that they are contesting at present. But there's a lot of space, a lot of area, a lot of cover in this region, so this may not end badly for one of these teams. They may choose to disengage and move on elsewhere.
Very good high ground from CLG, who are not afraid to take a fight, but they might need to at least back off a little bit, because FD Destroy with the Bloodhound have one of the best fighting compositions that you can have, especially with the Horizon Ultimate, the Black Hole ready to be used. Beast of the Hunt was popped by Yuka, and Eye Laziness, Hammer Drill, trying to follow up on that. There's that Black Hole I had mentioned, but the Cossack Ultimate from the side of CLG is hopefully waiting them off. I think it's done the job for now, James, but will it last?
That is the question. And again, there's plenty of terrain to slip around, to disengage, to reset. You can see that CLG are posting up, so they may just be inviting FC to chase them now, getting those barrels around the corner, getting the blind spots there, preparing to defend this position.
I think this is great because you realize immediately CLG says, we are not at an advantage in that fight. Bloodhound pops his ultimate, they've got the Black Hole as well. Where's Caustic best? Inside a building. They've got one downhill. Even though they give up that maybe spot they wanted to hold, it is a much smarter tactical play to give up a little to maybe get a lot more later on.
You can see that Malice Mamba has had the good fortune of finding a turbocharger, and indeed there will be a disengage as CLG realize that, okay, we can waste time around this engagement, but the ring is over towards the east. We're going to be losing position. We may be forced to play edge. We may be limited in our options, so they will be heading to another direction. Perhaps using the launcher, I'd be surprised, but you never know.
I'd love to see more about what CLG do here. They are on the cusp of qualifying to the next losers bracket, so close to grand finals. Can they do it? Well, they've got to get through this game first. Let's listen in, see how they're approaching these next fights.
I got 3.
Looting the smoke here. Thermite, wingman. I'm grabbing this wingman actually. Dropping a flatline. I'm not with you, Mumbo. I'm a little far back. They might be riding in there.
So they have Bloodhound?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought they're gonna scan though. Do not loot the bins.
Probably cracked. They're probably gonna go this way.
Yeah, probably
For
at
what?
checkpoint for Beacon and Crafter.
And
They have
rotate.
Beacon Crafter checkpoint.
And rotate though.
Bro, there's a
Easier
chance that
rotate.
they might come through.
Yeah, go ahead. You can stay there. I'm gonna loot this though.
Well, weighing their options, good sign they do have options here. CLG, winners of our game right before this game 3. We're in game 4 though, so they've still got some work to do. We'll catch up with them in a moment as we head over towards Stormcatcher, and you can see there's a lot of teams positioned to do well here. Revenant Esports, one of them, representing Indonesia, a squad that has been eager to fight and doing quite well in them.
Yeah, Indonesia, nice place to visit. Done some diving there, trying to find.
Really?
What are those called? There are fish which are as tall as me, and about as wide as me as well. They're called Mola Mola. They normally go pretty deep, but in a certain season they come up to the surface. You can hang out with them. I was a little too early though, and Kicker not too early for this fight. They're looking good, getting some nice KP. 3 on the board, and it's goodbye to Phoenix, whichever you prefer. 53 players remain on the server. This is still a very busy lobby, but it is good to secure those points. Again, we mentioned the situation that Odic have been in. While not winning a single one of these matches so far, they are joint top of GMT before this game started. So KP is very, very important. And with KP, you can find consistency. Are you new to Apex? What is KP? Kill points. Get a kill, you get a point. That's KP.
And that's the most important acronym you probably have to pay attention to, because that is what is defining so much of the success of these teams later on. And if you've got 2, that means you've not only not killed very many people in team fights, but you haven't placed very highly. No points until 15, and then as you continue to go down in the squads left. That's better in this BR and in most BRs that we know of in the esports landscape. Crazy Raccoon representing just so well in terms of their play. They came in as one of the teams to look at, and kind of, I would say, Ross being one of maybe the most celebrity type player that we actually have in Apex Legends. Not in terms of, you know, what we would say is our players, where esports in America still a burgeoning kind of awareness to those in the public eye. I heard that Ross probably gets stopped in the street. He's that big of a celebrity in his hometown. It's just a different beast out there, and so he's one of those players that's not just got the cachet in-game, he's got the cachet in real life as well.
This is a big drop from G2. There's a lot of players, and there's not much real estate to hold here, but they have managed to find something for the time being. But what if another team rotates to the other side? There are many entry points, many choke points in the area they're in, but they're moving to the larger room now and finding that most people seem to be on the outside. So there is comfort for the time being, but again, with so many doors, we will see more teams, I'm sure, heading that way, and they have to be ready for it. So many doors, so many directions. In the meantime, Fascination, Color Destroy are still hanging out. Another pop of a Bloodhound ult as they look to engage once again. They're going to force a dome, but will they go for the full send? You have to be real careful about that. And now there are elevated angles and barrels again, so they've really got to think about what they're doing or not make a mistake. And this is an extension of the fight with CLG earlier. And again, CLG are trying to dictate where this fight takes place. They want FC to chase them into a caustic advantage, trying to find elevation with the stairs and so on. But FC will be on the roof now, so what is your next play, CLG?
I think they're just going to skyward dive. They got to get out of there. There's no way they can siege a properly prepared CLG, and they know it. So they're just going to try to get ahead, because now they can do the gatekeeping, James, and this is almost brilliant from FC Destroy. They say, you want us to fight you in a building. How about we go where you need to go, and we'll get in the building first. That way we can take the fight, gatekeep you, and make sure you cannot play to your advantages. It's the little mind games here from FC Destroy that has gotten them so successfully ahead in this lobby. Number 5, as it speaks, with 25 points. Obviously doing something right.
Yeah, both teams wanting to close the book, but sometimes you need to add some more chapters, and we'll see how that saga continues. Game with in a similar region as well, so we'll see if they get involved and it becomes a third-party type of thing. Singularity will be enjoying some real estate in the meantime.
Do something good this way.
Again, Singularity, a big team representing their region in difficult circumstances, but again, there are more opportunities to come later on this year. And I'm excited to see what the future holds for a team such as Singularity. You can see the map overview now and where people are moving. Space Station, Singularity, Kick, and to some degree IG in a similar area. IG are a team that we haven't been able to really mention in ways we would have liked.
Yeah, that's been surprising.
Yeah, they really have gone missing. We've spoken about the difficulties of some of the NA teams like NRG, TSM, who's still doing better, making it to the upper half, but IG are a team who are maybe doing worse than all of them.
And this is trouble for Singularity. They've got the Bloodhound. They've only got 2 players, though. You cannot take it away from them. They have showed more heart than almost any other team in this lobby, in this tournament. They have been playing with 2. They've had issues not having a sub in their third, unavailable to play for this tournament's requirement, so it was just very unfortunate. Ooh. But they have done a lot of work, just like FC Destroy here, and look who they found. It's CLG.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Caustic for free, and now they need to finish off the job. There's opportunity for some KB, and FC certainly need it.
Wow.
Looking to track now. Up high, FC, and goodbye, CLG. 16 squads remain.
What a play from them. We talked about how they wanted to preempt the fight to get ahead, to gatekeep. They did it, and they took down CLG. That is the kind of decision-making that shows you this team is here to play, and they are certainly getting the points they deserve for it. FC Destroy. James has been talking about their name for so long at this point. It's nice to see them show up in a big way here.
Maybe, you know, maybe they have like an alter ego where things go to Fascination, Color Destroy. So sometimes, maybe they've got like seasonal affectionate disorder, and when it gets sunny again, they're going to go back to Fascination of Color.
I think it's a great logo. It goes with it. It's a very artistic style. And you know they've got style. APAC North representatives as well. Let's head to one of our Kick EMEA teams where Shaco, Chaotic Much, and Hyarka, familiar mainstay names within the Apex Legends EMEA splits, are fighting against Ascend. who are a team that has a lot of potential. They've been our playoff winners, but it was a conversation about the way that their playoff was won. One of our longer match points, we had several teams actually, Alliance and players, on match point for about 7-8 games. And Ascend came and won in about 9, 10, or 11 games. I don't quite remember the exact time. But look at this, they're winning big time against Kick here as well. As we pause the storytelling to take you to the live action, is because FC are finding themselves really under pressure.
Yeah, they came in to join the party as the third group and suddenly became the focus and got absolutely wrecked. 2 men down. We'll see if they can right the ship. Game with starting to dance around as well. And you know what that means? That means fences. We'll see if they can get any up. Ace, we're going to be around their dome for the time being as we see more bombardment. There's plenty of space, but is there time to get the reses up? That is the question.
Yeah, this is nice, though. I think Ascend is really in a god spot position here because they can focus whatever team they want. But just like that, Kashera overextends possibly here. They lose one on the side of that, and Kick has already used that time that Game With and Ascend have been fighting to get all 3 members back up. In fact, it is Revenant Esports as well in your kill feed, taken out as Ascend lose post-kill. They lose Kashera, and it's just Sins, and it's not Sins for long. Game With takes the kill, and Kick survives because of the distraction.
These teams are dropping like flies. Looks like Naski's got a scout. I haven't seen too much of that of late.
I know.
Plenty of flatline, plenty of Kraber, and a lot of juicy Volt, but maybe the scout can get involved as well. Space Station moving through. They've lost dropped. Maybe they can get him up, but first they've got to find some space. Find some breathing room. Scar's eliminated as well. They were getting popped by a wingman about a minute ago, and it seems they've got nothing else to say in game number 4 of this series.
Well, we've got Space Station rounding out that corner and holding it down. Obviously, we've got Audic, our leader in the lobby, still alive. G2 as well as Crazy Raccoon in the same building in Stormcatcher. So keeping an eye on the way these 12 squads are going to have to meet. It seems like Zen is not going to have to move almost at all, and so it's up to Space Station to try to maybe craft a little bit of space to move forward through the teams that are now looking to gatekeep them, and that is actually Invictus Gaming. Bryn, who is running away, trying to get to the southern side, closer to the zone. We've also got Detonator inside of here, which is what Space Station seem to be looking at, but they're finding a hard time really getting involved, but that's a big spray as well. It's about 110 with a purple shield. Frexis, though, still not comfortable moving forward.
Looking at the map, it seemed that nobody really was in the next zone at all. It seems that everyone's trying to avoid getting stuck in a sandwich, playing on the edge for the time being. Game With are in a very dicey situation as well, unless they've got a launch to move forward at pace. But now that zone will start to close and everybody's got to press forward, and these reses are going to be even more difficult as we see Zenile looking for more.
Wow.
And there go the Detonator team. That's 11 squads remaining now. They still need to get dropped back into the game if they can, but first they've got to get the banner. So there is much work for them to do, and they might not have the space to do it. A defensive caustic gas thrown just to try and create some space. I don't think they're getting the banner back in time. There are so many people coming their way. Arcstars as well. Space Station may not survive this.
But they're going to try to. Frexis, he goes down, but it's Zenile who stays alive. And then can he skyward dive? No, it's going to get canceled. He decides against it, and he's going to hit a battery as he slides down the hill, just trying to stay out of the line of sight. And he's doing a decent job at it. He's got an armor swap, but he's now going to abandon that to try to find a better position. But look at this, a solo Valkyrie in the middle of this lobby. I don't see it happening for much longer, and that is going to be that. It is Zen who helps take that out, and Zenile actually will get cleaned up by Invictus Gaming. So a team we just mentioned weren't showing up in final circles are here.
The Volt is absolutely lethal at these medium ranges. Kick enjoying high ground, and they are exposing people trying to hide behind the rock, but they're on the wrong side as far as Kick are concerned. So much KP opportunity for them moving through the flat line as well. They've crafted the good, and they're looking to make it pay for them. We've got the domes out, we've got the bombardments as they look for anything moving in their screens. There's again nowhere to go, trying to find cover. They're going to crack some more players, but can they get some more KP from this? 10 kills for Kick as there are 7 squads remaining.
Kick setting themselves up on the high ground. This is totally the spot that you would want to be on, but there's still a lot of work to do. Reply Totem, Amaz hiding out as a solo in between, and they've got V3, 1 Tappy as well in the similar position. But you see Game With holding that south west side, if you're looking at it from down to upside on the hill, it is going to be a pretty easy rotation with everybody in front of them, because you know at the bottom, Audic and Invictus Gaming sharing that kind of open area building encampment do not want to move. They are in the best spot. But James, this is an opportunity for GameWith to see what does the Watson do considering such a setup legend when they've got to move into another zone.
Yeah, you can see Audic just trying to move into the next zone. It's almost a stalemate in that regard, because they've got to keep an eye on all the teams in front of them, but they've got IG to the side. But IG can go wide while the ring moves in slowly and then try to poke back in once again. So that's going to be very nervous for both of them. Plenty of anxiety down below, but moving up towards the top, it's even worse for GameWith. They are surrounded in many, many directions. They've got the odd rock to play with, but again, look at the angles being served to Kick. So much opportunity, and there's plenty of ammo as well, at least on the R301. Chaotic Much has got a lot of chances to get some more KP and really get a nice score for his team. Audic, let's not forget, they are top at the moment, and there's no sign of GMT, so while they've got 1 KP at the moment, they'll get the placement, of course, and they're looking to do even better and really secure their position.
Invictus Gaming holding just by a thread of a life, and Kick realized that though things have gotten chaotic, that has been good for them. Chaotic Much with 7 kills, and the kill leader, he's going to find a beam here to try to finish off the downed player, but 11 kills on the side of Kick. They climbed up into 20 just in this game, and now they're going to try to find 21. They can't quite do it yet, but that will be V3 Vega gone. It is Kick. Ukshako finding that kill. He's still got a phase breach to boot.
They are feeling themselves now, looking to hunt IG. You are surrounded. PK. Put your hands up. IG are gone. 15 kills for Kick, and there's still more to go. Audic trying to stay alive now. They're distracted by other fire coming their way. And we could see an outrageous game from Kick. Where has this come from? We can see GameWith trying to hide actually still on the corner. So they may be playing for second place here, surely, as Kick are looking to charge for first. Audic find themselves surrounded now. They are the meat in the sandwich, and they don't like it, the taste of this.
Are you kidding me? A 15-kill game from Kick with the potential to make it, I can't even say this number, 3 more, 2 more on the other side. It's nearly 20 kills possible for them, but GameWith is trying to get into the action. They've got 3 squads left. GameWith holding the high ground, but they're with the Watson. The Watson is down. It's Matsutasu who's got to find the answer, but he's got to hit the shield battery here just quickly. Kick still putting pressure into Audic, who are carefully balancing between both teams who want to go exactly where they are, and Audic are going to be the ones to finally get a kill as GameWith will push, and it will open up the door from Kick to be able to make this move now that Matsutashu is going to have to do something.
Yeah, he's going to lose position before anybody else, so he's just got to run to his doom, and it's a contest to see who can get the KP, and Kick will get 1 more. Now, Audic, is this the run for you guys? Because Kick are looking very dangerous indeed. Down to the last dome now. Point blank range. Audic still standing. And they will take the victory. A monstrous game from them. Maybe the highest kill count we have seen this whole weekend.
That could be 19 kills for Kick as they kick down the doors of this lobby. They are trying to survive, and they are certainly looking like they are on the right path for that. Game 4 starts off emphatically and finishes just the same way. The celebrations from Kick, well deserved.
Absolutely. They had 5 points at the beginning of this match. They were in 18th place, and things are going to change dramatically. That came out of absolutely nowhere, firing all the nukes in match number 4. That was a monstrous game from Kick. The highest kill count I can remember is 17, I think.
I think they beat that.
I think they have to have beaten that. I never do maths on stream, never a good idea, but I can't wait to see the scores on the doors once we get there. I think they had at least 10 kills on just one of their players, so my God, that is one way to galvanize your squad for the final 2 games as well. They've really put the scores on the doors on that one.
Well, you're going to have a game like that to get everyone pumped up, get them energetic, because you've got to do it here, but you've got to do it again and again. And 31 points, one of the biggest, if not the biggest game that we have seen on stream here in the playoffs, with 19 kills coming out of nowhere in 18th place, James. That's certainly going to put them within the top 10.
Yeah, that's about a third of the server, and they've got so many kills that the first page is looking like a drought, as the second page normally is. Moving over to the second page, nothing but zeros, because people were harvested. They were put in the meat grinder, and there was nothing to show when they came out. Zeros everywhere. CLG had a good start, but that wasn't the game for them. But again, they've done good for the most part. But again, Kick, just so many points from that one game. That is a monstrous performance. And we'll see just how monstrous now as we look to the individual plays. 11 kills for Chaotic Much. You couldn't ask more from him in that game.
Hayarka as well, just holding it down with 2,000 damage. Shako as well. Every single player on this team has a 2K or above. And oh my goodness, 5, 3, and 11. This is just a team effort, and you can tell by the assists. Usually it's not that high.
Yeah.
Individually, there's lots of performances that we've seen match what Chaotic Much has done. But in terms of assists, I don't think anyone has come this close to having that many group team kills.
Yeah, that was a flow state game, it feels like. The way they were moving down the slope, they didn't even need to necessarily do that, but they saw opportunity, they felt the opportunity, and they seized it time and again, and they made that work. That was fantastic to watch from Kick.
It was one of the games that maybe changed the feeling of this lobby, and to do it on Storm Point as well might just show that if you are a Kick fan, you have got a lot to be excited about. They jump up from 18 to 3, a 15-point climb in just one game. What does that mean for the rest of the lobby? I would be worried, especially if you're Space Station, CLG, and GMT. You cannot stay content, which is what all those teams did in terms of their points.
Again, looking at G2, still in the bottom half. That really sticks out like a sore thumb in this bottom half, especially with everything else that we've been seeing. Detonator, another team who've had plenty of great performances, and as we have seen from Kick, it only takes one game. Problem is, there are only 2 games remaining.
And you've got, again, Crazy Raccoon, one of our representatives from APAC North that we think, as well as Ascend from EMEA, have the potential to maybe even be winners of this, have won major tournaments in their regions, and have been able to show up at the right time. Well, the right time is slimming down. We've got 2 more games left before we send 10 teams home for the first time here in the playoffs in Sweden. We'll see you in a moment.
nih.
Bentar kasih tahu.
Oh, Hardit
Itu lovely.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. Game start off on the cast here for Game 5, and we've got some great finishes that just occurred if you missed the last 4 minutes of broadcast. It is Kick Esports puts together a 31-point game.
Bahkan
To give you a
nonton
little
ini,
bit of context change. Most games, if you're good and have a pop-off game,
Pas kelar gamenya aja langsung nonton.
And I'm starting to wonder maybe in the future there should be some kind of bounty for the high-scoring game at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bounty for basically the highest scoring total kills. We call that the Apex Predator. They get some extra cash as well. That's in the rules. But for the highest scoring game, I think that's a good incentive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that.
Maybe mini trophies or something to go with that beautiful one, which I'm sure we will see more of tomorrow. But many of these teams won't be seeing more of that trophy. Teams will be ejected from the premises. Once this is all said and done, you really need to make sure you stay in this top 10. 2 games to go, and it is, well, the chances to climb are becoming slimmer and slimmer. But again, you can see how important just that one victory can be. You rack up those kills, and you can really make your way towards the top.
I mean, that's kind of what is amazing about this experience. You have one game, and it can change the way you feel about your chances at this tournament. But it is still a far cry from the work that has to get done to make it to tomorrow. For the teams who are watching now, they have to not only do this here, they've got to do it again. And it becomes a very daunting task knowing top 10 here, and then guess what? My top 10 gets harder, because now we've got to go against the teams that lost in the first winners bracket of today. I'm talking Elephant, I'm talking NRG, we've got crazy, AD Raccoon, we've got Empire, teams that, you know, we have considered maybe already confirmed for the finals. Now, these teams are going to have to do, but I think if you perform like Kick did, that's the confidence to say we can make it through.
Yeah, and I think Team Empire in that lobby are going to be real interesting, because surely they've got to bring the business when it really counts, because there's no more time to mess around with people like them. And we know if they want to destroy lobby, they will do so.
Right.
So I feel for whoever has to go and join them in that one. But hey, easier said than done. Let's not forget, we have seen a very different look to Apex Legends with all these different regions in these lobbies. Things that people are comfortable doing in their own region don't necessarily work as well as they used to with all these teams there. And there's certainly a lack of respect. And speaking of which, we'll see if there'll be more contests as these teams start to land. We saw 4 teams contesting across the map in our 4th match, but we start to move into our 5th. And we'll see if people start to get a little nervous now, as again, can't really afford to do these coin flips depending on your position. So maybe nerves will set in and people will settle for a weaker position.
One of the interesting things that we have to bring in to note is obviously Kick, where they are landing, looking to head southern and find their spot, hopefully uncontested through the squads. And it seems like we're going to have a couple of 50-50s to start off. It's going to be GMT and Finnel as well, 50-50. And we're going to see CLG and potentially FC Destroy at Mill. Now, this doesn't have to be a fight. We've seen this handled a lot of ways, especially with Optic Gaming. They actually love to take that fight. But sometimes when they were going at it against Sentinels, it wasn't really effective in the qualifiers. And it put Sentinels in a position where they weren't actually be able to be here in Sweden. So you have this big possibility of success, but is it worth risking the fact that you may not make it to another game here at LAN?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we can see that FC Destroy and CLG are they're near each other in Cenote Cave. Now we can see that Scars might be fighting early. Looking at the southern point of the map, the northwest of the map is where the zone is going to be. So that's going to get pretty busy pretty soon. IG and G2 a little more separated from each other in the top right corner of the screen. So we shall see what happens and if there'll be some contesting as we start to move on. Maybe CLG looking for revenge. Maybe they will look for it themselves.
So Finnel, instead of contesting, have now gone to Gale Station, just so we can be
aware.
Side
of the map. They don't want any of that.
They lost to GMT so fast, they went to the extreme opposite side of the map. Oh, that's respect if I've ever seen it. I don't want to get anywhere near them, and maybe they're a little upset at that, as we've now just had a chance to see where the ring might be pulling, and it seems to be towards the checkpoint wall area. So this will be an open area circle. You'll be able to play with a lot of water and also hold some of the buildings or play reserve front wall and kind of approach a little later. Bow check bows definitely will be valuable like you see on the hands of Momo now.
Let's see that G2 are actually deleting IG in the top right. I said that things were starting a little calmer there. IG landing at Lightning Rod and G2 going to Thunderwatch and just rotating. It's great. Just reminding people this is G2 territory. It doesn't change based on the lobby. But, and again, G2 have been quite underwhelming in Sweden thus far, and it's great to see they still have their confidence. They need their results. You have to play your game. You can't be deterred if you think it's the right thing to do, and G2 are the last team who are going to be like that. So good to see their success. In the meantime, we can see perhaps some frustration from IG as they don't have the banner of Urban, and they've had to make way for G2 and just get out of there.
An incredibly I think you can see Bryn and Urban, of course, not really meshing as well with this team the way that we thought they would. One of the squads that you've expected a lot from. They are currently in the qualifying position of top 10 in this lobby, but not by much. They're at 25 points, and 20 is the 11th place team. Speak of it, it is G2. So we'll be taking a look at all of these stats, keeping you up to date. We've got 2 more games on Storm Point to determine who are the first 10 teams to go home. That's right, pack their bags, go back to the hotel, talk it over, and hope for a better time next time. That's happening right now, this hour here on our show.
Let's not forget, just a few days ago, this was next time, and let's not forget how far away the last time was. This has been a long wait to make it to land here in Apex Legends, so to go out immediately would be very disappointing indeed. But someone's got to do it. Someone's got to take the L, rather you than me. You can see Ascend looking at range, but not looking for Ascend. No pun intended. I just realized what I did there. I feel like I should apologize.
You should apologize for that. How dare you do that without intentionally meaning to.
Kashera will be moving elsewhere, though, won't they?
Kashera has been a well-spoken figurehead for this team, and he had a chance to catch up with us before some of the games started at LAN. Let's go ahead and throw to a sound for him.
I wouldn't say that we have rivals or we have like that team that we need to look for. I would say that maybe teams that land close to us, for example GMT that lands right next to us and can cut our rotations quite often. This is a team that we need to look for, but not really like our rivals or some team that we need to like have those 3v3s, because we're probably not even going to fight, like we're just going to avoid each other.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to think, Ascend and GMT not landing here as much. He might have been speaking specifically on World's Edge, but that's the idea. Heading into this LAN, you knew you were going to have Group A versus B, Group A versus C, and A versus D. You were going to play so many different players and teams. It was going to be hard to plan for anything, and you're just going to have to thrive through the chaos, and that's what Chaotic Much has been able to do. They fight Finnle now, so Finnle, whether you want to or not, you are going to be the first team fighting on either side of the map, but this time it has gone well. Will our winners of our last game actually go down? No, what a clutch from Chaotic Much! He keeps the dream alive, and Kick, fight again!
Not going to get Hyaka in time, surely. No, he's going to have to be respawned. Getting the health just in time as well. He's going to have to move quickly. He's going to have to act quickly. Got the banner. Oh, no, he's still on the run, actually. Looks like there's more action to come, so he can't get his teammate up. He's crawling around, wondering what could have been. And, oh, no, not like this. Not like this. He's not giving the kills up, though. He will try to run away and do what he can. And he did get tagged, though, so they may get the kill anyway. Phoenix team just coming in to pick up the scraps. Like a bag of fries has fallen over. It just picks it up and ate it. They'll take all the protein from that one. 18 squads remaining.
You wouldn't expect a team to be in zone with 2 other teams at this point when the ring is so clearly really towards the middle of the map. This is such a far rotation, but Phoenix landed that way, and this is one of the things they gave up. Gale Station and Finnle, where they went and switched due to being contested by GMT and losing. Actually,
tactical crouching.
Ended up, is this CLG? Who did they just take out here? I mean, don't tell me that
I was wondering if they were looking for revenge, and apparently they have been. Still admiring the boxes. They really have something to say about this. I know Vicky's a fan of tactical crouching. Seems to be a family tradition as far as her fans are concerned. So she will appreciate this. And CLG are just saying like, okay, we can't allow you to have that one over us from the previous game. They will move forward and enact revenge in this one.
That was FC Destroy who got taken out. So we've lost Finnel, we've lost Kick were the ones with their hands in that, and then of course CLG got in the mix with FC Destroy. He was mad. He did not like.
He's still shooting the box. Can you see it on the HUD?
Well, I think you could tell that this is just conversation, and we were having some conversations earlier with how do you handle when a team is contesting you. This is something in Apex Legends you see rarely, maybe 95% of the time. Contest. But every map, every switch with this many teams and this many regions, you have to share certain spots. You're going to get wires crossed on who takes what and how you manage that. And I think what most teams try to do is gauge the level of fear. Do you respect me? Do you respect our team? Do you think we'll win or you'll win in hypothetical situations? And if a team shows an undue amount of respect to the skill relative to what you possess and them, then you got to make sure that they know, don't try this again.
Daltro might have been shooting the flyer there, but I want to believe that he was railing the boxes just to really get that soul.
So everything I said was just hypothetical.
Soalnya kan aku PS juga kan.
Point still stands.
It absolutely does. Game with admiring the Prowler. Is he trying to bait the Prowler into the fences? I think he is, you know.
Hype cast Prowler action.
I hope nobody cryptos this. This is a work of art. This is too beautiful for any crypto to be trifling with. Honestly, it is. Detonator. We spoke about them earlier. Opportunity still knocks for them as they get it down onto Scars, who seem to be in trouble now. Tygene's on the floor as well, so they may not last much longer than this. Detonator still looking good for the time being, and there is KP to be collected if they can get this last final kill. You can see the Valk trying to run away now. See if they are able to chase if they've got enough angles with this 3 versus 1. Detonator on the chase, and I think that Valk has run out of steam, run out of gas. Getting lasered as well. Shot from all kinds of directions, and that kill will be stolen. But there is some KP for Detonator as well.
Revenant Esports fine. A little bit of KP, but Detonator really the ones who helped to make that happen. Team we expect a lot from in these lobbies, especially the losers brackets, obviously.
Karena ada Bang Samar aja,
aku kayaknya sekarang malah
jadi aku yang pusing
anjing.
Kau yang kayak kebebani kan.
Gitu ya kan.
Cuma Bang
The
Samar
top of the leaderboard here representing South America actually haven't won a game, which goes to a point that we like to discuss.
Yes, you know what I like. Forget the point sprain days. Can we just look at the lines? It reminds me of Mass Class.
Kemarin tuh kan bertiga tuh karena ada Bang Samar.
No, I think it's great. You get to see the both. This is fascination of Color Destroy's dream, right? If they could leave there, this is James' dream as well. Maybe you two will find a way to make this more of a reality. I know that Watson has been something Yuka has continued with. Game with obviously in the losers bracket. That's really no slight to them. Only 10 teams are qualified for finals tomorrow. Hasn't been working for them. I mean, they were final 3 in that circle with Kick, so clearly working a little bit in this lobby.
Iya, nggak ada joker main Valorant ya, nggak mau bantuin kita anjing.
Oh, no, never mind the what if. I was thinking actually Horizon mixed with Watson to drag people into that, but they'll be dragged somewhere. Well, the CLG will try at the very least, looking to push in, but we could see some third parties here. Point blank range, the shotguns are out, not going CLG's way now. Vatro in trouble, Nanoprise, no shields left for him, no shields for anyone. I think it's going to be the end of the line for CLG, but even if it is, what happens afterwards? Nanoprise trying to do what he can, trying to fall back. Ascend is here as well, but surely someone else comes to harvest these organs.
Oh my god, and it's just who's going to get hit with the charge rifle, that's the problem. Nano, he's going to throw the ultimate, he's going to force the dome onto Ascend's jumper as well. It's a Gibby v Gibby fight to the death. Who's going to win? CLG versus Ascend. 72, that's a lot from Nano, but is it enough? It certainly is. CLG claim victory, but is it short-lived? No, it certainly shouldn't be unless Reply Totem try to push that. I think CLG just escaped.
Yeah, they'll get one player up at the very least. Not sure if they're going to get a respawn soon. That charge rifle harassing everybody. It'd be very good to level up the shields though, if they can keep, if they've got enough bullets for it. But that was quite the fight.
That was.
And I'm surprised somebody managed to survive that. See the respawn beacon. And how about this for an engagement? Onyx again, they are towards the top of the table. They want to keep it that way against Space Station. But again, there are so many teams in this area. There's going to be shots being fired from plenty of other teams, and that charge rifle's fishing as well. Onyx is falling the wrong way. That's surely a mistake.
Space Station Gaming trying to finish off Onyx, pushing as best they can, but maybe they pushed a little too hard. Look at this. Nasky getting involved with the bow check bow and stopping SSG from being able to pursue. So was this a mistake to get aggressive in such an open space? The caustic gas giving them a little bit of a visual barrier for now.
Looked like he was climbing rocks with slides on, just fell off the side into the opposition and got utterly deleted. More action for CLG now. There's not a lot of cover up top here. They will have their dome for the time being, but they can fall back to the slope. That will certainly help. We'll keep an eye on things for the time being as this area continues to get busy.
Good angle.
They've got some extra cover with the Trident up top as well. So that is tactically placed. That isn't there by chance. This is an awkward fight though around the pipes as Fenix find their way up top.
They've got to get some height. I mean, somebody has to make sure that they can represent the high ground. And look at it. Big shots there from Phoenix. He's going to find a kill. Frogs take down Vatro. Surdell also gets taken down as well. And it's Phoenix team who clean up CLG just like that. CLG were on top of the mountain, get kicked all the way down. Phoenix team has been making this southern rotation, and they have taken out every team in their wake.
They were in the zone for a very long time, so it's nice for them to come through and find some KP. I will mention quickly that G2 seem to be playing edge. They've started to move south around the edge of the ring, looking to flank some teams. It looks like that seems to be their current strat, so we'll keep an eye on them and see how they're doing in that respect. Heading towards IG and Detonator at the moment are G2, and we'll see if that is going to get favorable for them or if it's going to go wrong. And again, they can't afford it to go wrong, but we'll see that later on. We can see Detonator now moving around. They know that there are some targets nearby, and again, you can see on the radar where G2 are. And Detonator are pinging that. Detonator are aware of G2's position, and they could potentially gatekeep them, but we can see some movement to the right-hand side as well. Revenant seem to be fishing for something, but they also have to be concerned with moving into the ring as it is closing, and there are 40 seconds to find a drop position.
G2 gentrifying, flying down. Let's listen in to how they approach this one at North Pad. They desperately need a win.
Yeah, but I don't want to get pinched from there. If we hold that,
Weapon, I don't have weapon.
That's true. That's true.
I want to keep the very edge.
Nice.
Ya lihat ntar Mendo.
Because we can Valko from here. We cannot
Nah,
Valko
ini pilih nih, pilih nih.
I'm 3-4 right now.
Valkyrie.
There's a hard fucking eyes up here.
Yeah, I am.
Notepad nih.
I'm gonna hard
pernah bagus anjing ya.
Jordan, you watch fucking West.
Notepad.
Or Jen, either or.
I watch both.
Nge-pick aku apa Jos?
Pick aja, nanti lempar ke aku.
Enggak, aku aja dulu.
Close.
So good.
Bantu pikirin juga.
Kau turuninnya Jos. Aku ini lagi nungguin bot.
150.
Iya, aku jawab.
They try to move towards me.
Jangan
Tell
terlalu
me if they
jauh.
come to this rock because I can see me from there.
Alright, I'm hard holding this team.
Babingan.
Woi, Twitter.
Looking at checkpoint.
Anjay.
Bukan Twitch, Twitter.
There is only 12 teams left.
Twitch-nya nggak ada laku. Coba Twitter katanya. Main di lobby master nanti kita bunuh orang terus mati.
31.
Dilihat.
70 on them.
Nanti.
42, 30.
They're gonna get rinsed in the air. If they try to land our fucking elbow, we kill them.
Artileri kosong kah?
Nanti.
Artileri.
Ada tuh pret tuh. Pret.
Oh, ada ya.
Over here.
Kayak ada catch lagi sih.
Ada cash lagi.
Careful.
Cash ada Jos.
Ada.
Market, what the fuck?
Market kosong.
Market kosong.
Looks like no one
Tapi
came.
the catch ada.
Jos.
No, there's just one team there.
SLP-nya ada.
We should angle that the home team.
Kemana? Arah mana? Market kan?
Market kan?
Market.
We're still too far over there, I think.
Itu lah.
We're in a 3-2-1-1.
Ikutin yang apanya? Terbang.
I think I hear an Ash close.
Maybe they do.
Close.
Selfie ada, jadi kita harus cepat ya.
Masukin bomnya itu yang ada orang.
Yeah.
Let me get up this rock.
45 on the Valkyrie. I almost had my ult. I don't have
Ya udah turunin aja.
After 40.
I'm gonna get a juicer ult on them.
Yang atas dulu ya.
There's two in this. They're backing up.
Nade.
Ayo, siapa? Udah biarin.
Horizon.
Mana Horizon hit. Udah. Bunuh.
They bumped. I'm queuing us to roof.
Yo, pop.
They give you a
Udah.
I'm gonna bump on the roof. I'm bumping up here.
Bump.
Hit.
Watson. Udah, Watson udah.
Bunuh Nes.
Marked them.
They are bubble, careful, they are bubble.
Udah.
Play for the heady, play for
Balik
the
lagi
heady.
sana.
Give me for 30.
Udah gitu aja.
Lasering them.
Ini Valkyrie.
They're getting lasered.
Sabar.
Give me splash.
Play this
Mana
heady.
Valkyrie?
I
Udah.
am.
Shot in the back.
I dropped that. Fuck.
I'm healing.
I'm on knock,
Endong.
knock.
Gak ada peluru aku. Hit bro down.
I'm gonna hold knock in this corner.
Hit.
You have to play for bubble.
I'm at 10 seconds.
Alright.
Endong.
When I bubble, you have to sit in the fucking bubble with me.
Udah.
Yuk lari.
You maybe? I don't know.
Do it.
Nyantai aja.
Come here, come.
Enggak takutnya kita.
Aku ada drone kok.
Armornya bersihin dulu ya. Biar gak terlalu apa.
Chaos at his finest. But it's the definition of tunnel vision. G2 were so focused on
lari.
Phoenix that they didn't realize that noises and Bryn from IG were the ones creeping up and adding that extra little bit of damage. It's just resulted now. But it certainly could be G2 have given up their advantage to stay alive here and climb up into the top 10. And it is all Invictus Gaming who are doing the cleaning up themselves. What a rotation just with 2 players to go ahead and come out on top of 2 of the teams that look like they could win this lobby.
Talk about opportunists. IG came from the other side where all kinds of things were going on. Detonator had rotated. They'd Valcolted into 3 teams and got deleted. That left IG in an awkward position around Revenant, who rotated over to G2 and to the Victor, the spoils. Only 2 of them left. Got some nice juice from that one. Reply Totem now with 5 kills on the board. Space Station, suddenly things have become easier for them to rotate out into the open, into the next zone, as it was a lot busier earlier on, but IG rotating to take out G2 certainly helps with that.
Mendekat ke arahku ya, biar ku ambil pakai drone ya.
Around in the same position, getting shot from multiple directions.
3 orang ya, Caustic, Crypto sama...
From that position, nowhere to go. The bow check coming through to do some damage. Nasty running out of arrows though.
Shout out to David Bocek, inspired the name, but he didn't inspire that player right there. That's all Nasty from GMT. We gave him the nickname for a reason. Him, Del, and Matey showing that they deserve not just to be here, but they want to be in that grand finals tomorrow. Let's take a look at just exactly how he was able to clip that one. Waits to the edge, and then is this bubble going to drop right now? Is this just...
Oh, why are you running?
Mama!
Hello?
There goes that man, Nasty with the bow. You do not want to see that sight, and they're holding the backside of Launchpad, probably the most strengthened position here in this final circle, James.
Yeah, they bolstered their defenses, moving the Trident over to give them some more cover, and they will wait because they are playing for first place. So they will wait and see what lies ahead. Meanwhile, there are many teams here who are going to have to start moving into a very small ring, and it's going to be awkward. GMT going to hold down as much area as they can with their angles, and they have a lot of cover, actually, all things considered. They've got no one on their back, so all they have to do is focus forward. No need to watch the 6, because that zone will burn anyone down who tries to enter it now. 9 seconds, and they will just enjoy the pain, but also, there are 23 players still on the server. There is opportunity to get some kills, and they will be looking to seize those opportunities.
Eight squads left here. SSG holding the rock. They're outside most of these teams.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because they've got angles on almost everybody here. Still a lot of work to do for Totem Esports as well as Invictus Gaming. They're here as a duo. And look at this, Game With dropping right away. And they're actually going to be taking the phase breach. Totem Esports decide they don't like what they see. And smart play, they're going to get out of there. But on the God spot above them, it is all Sin who are looking down, almost like shooting fish in a barrel. And look at those Gibraltar dome shields as well. They will survive for about 12 seconds, but not for long, as Kings decides he likes what he sees, and it's time to drop anyway. This zone is starting to get way too close for comfort, and Kings looks with a Peacekeeper like he's ready to go.
Surely people are going to start dying to the zone. Yeah, that's a nice stick, but we'll see if he can do anything else. We've got boxes. GMT, they're waiting for these domes to go. So much opportunity. Nasty gets the drop with the charge rifle. Down goes Jay Savage, and he's not going to last very long at all. Goodbye, Totem Esports. We're down to 4 squads all of a sudden, and GMT are enjoying all the range they have. Look how far everybody else is. They're having to fight each other. They're having to run around and get charge rifles, sky grenades, barrels. It's all happening on this end.
The only problem is GMT are the place everyone wants to be. Do they somehow create a lot of the vision, the attraction to go there? Oh, look at this. Sirdel's not letting him even have the decision. One tap, he gets one tap there by Dell, and now Space Station holding on this left side, looking to finish off B3 Vega. Can they do it? It's just GMT who have a chance to go ahead and try to finish off everyone, but they're best leaving these two teams to fight, and they know it. B3 Jigen falls. It's about to be a 2v2, a 1v1 essentially for the win here with Space Station and GMT.
Really difficult position for Vega. Tatsu now just hoping, just begging that surely, please, just leave me alone. But there's no one else to look at almost. He's gonna Crypto, he's gonna ult himself actually, as well as everybody else. Going out in style, I suppose. Two squads remain now, and position will be very, very key. But that is a greatly timed ult because the rift is starting to close, and they may be forced forward out of that zone. But here comes the full send now. GMT going forward with the shotguns, with the massive. Down goes Nasky though. Sirtel and Maisie have to deliver.
Oh, he hits the 99 for the PK, but he gets kicked back. What did I just see? Apex Legends Kung Fu Matey finds a way though to bounce back. Can he do it for his team and clutch up for GMT? No, Space Station are here to stay.
Dude, I just saw some Kung Fu at Apex Legends. That was unreal. Heel kick to the face, spectacular fashion. Space Station will be the victors. That was quite the game. I can't wait to see how many kills GMT got in the end with all the range and opportunity they had. But of course, you have to contend with the domes as well. And being between Space Station and GMT proved to be very painful for Vega.
It was such a great zone for GMT. And you have to wonder, you know, because they were aggressive, did they pick the wrong choice? Because obviously not winning that game felt like they didn't play to their strengths. They phase breached actually and walked up, which I wanted to mention, but it was too hype in the moment, which is a unique strategy we don't often see. Teams will use that Ashe ultimate to all ints, but of course, if you all use it, you're susceptible to a thermite, you're susceptible to a peacekeeper in the face, and that's just gonna end the fight right there. So instead, they kind of bait it out, but it ends up giving Space Station Gaming the ability to just wait and start the fight, and they certainly are the ones who ended it. 21 total points. That's a great game from them. They desperately need it to get involved and continue on in their losers bracket run.
Only 4 kills for GMT, but second place will be good for them as well. Again, a late resurgence for GMT, and hey, sometimes you need your back to the wall to start moving forward. You need a bit more pressure, and GMT is certainly starting to deliver now. Another quiet game for Detonator, excuse me. G2 not having the greatest of times either. Just 2 points for G2. That one is a shocker. And again, CLG running hot earlier. Hey, they got 6 kills. Right. That might be the consistency we're looking for. Beyond that, it's almost zeros across the board.
I think a 7-point game, realistically, that's enough to say that we did a decent job, especially if you win, and especially if you have performances that are relatively in the 5 to 10 point range outside of your wins. That's going to be enough to push you through in top 10. But it's Space Station Gaming, who are a team that have dominated and won games in Stormpoint and have the potential to win games in the future, even in the best of best Apex Legends lobbies, but they haven't been able to put it and put their actions to back up their words. And right now, they finally show us why we consider them, why you picked them in this lobby, James, to be one of our top performing teams.
Yeah, because he's denial there with 6 kills and almost 2,000 damage, just about 1,900. That's the Space Station we're used to seeing. That's the Space Station we need to see. We haven't mentioned Drop's name too much.
No, we haven't.
This entire weekend, and it's a surprise. It's something we want to do more. But here is the overall leaderboard. Suddenly, Space Station move up 2 places now into second place. Joint first, in fact, with GMT, as both are on 56 points. So that's pretty good for them. Vega, popping up into 6th place. But below that, I mean, even, I would say 6 to 10 is still the danger zone. All their numbers are pretty close together, so I wouldn't be comfortable if I was any of those teams.
I would say a win next round gets you a guaranteed top spot if you're anywhere within the top 18, because 12 points, I mean 12 points, if you get a big 25-point win, that should put you in the conversation. But if you are G2, you now realize you have 1 game left to not go home in about 30 minutes. That is crazy. Crazy Raccoon, a mainstay in APAC North, a team that we know has had so much success in their region. Ross, one of the most famous players internationally when it comes to the scene in all of Apex Legends history. He was on the stage when they were winning, or almost winning, the final in Poland that TSM was able to clutch out. He is now here looking like it could be the end of their journey in our next LAN, our first LAN in 3 years. Cannot wait to see how this all ends, James. So many storylines, so many exciting things, so many potential disappointments, all coming up in Game 6 soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for an historic event. It is our first LAN in 3 years. We've covered that a lot over the last couple of days. Rain Day and James Bardoff, by the way, here joining you.
I'm James Bardoff.
But it is time, James.
That's Rain Day.
This is me. For Game 6.
Because some people have been confused.
Why? Well, maybe Hardeki, right? When he first saw us.
I wasn't going to say.
You weren't going to say the joke.
It was funny, though.
Hardeki did confuse James for me, and I think that was a good compliment. I mean, height-wise, I was very happy about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I came out of the airport.
Mask
and he
was
said,
on.
Hello, Rain Day. Like, I was like, hey, man, how you doing?
I love how you do his accent. I've heard the story like 6 times. We
Yeah,
keep telling it.
It was really funny.
It's a good thing, too. And I actually didn't know who Hardeki was, by the way. But no more Hardeki. I love the blonde hair. He's my homie now. We've got them coming up in the next round. Why this is so important, though, is Game 6 means that 10 teams will be deciding their fate. These 10 teams, as it stands now, after Game 5, going on to the next round where they will face the 10 teams who lost earlier in the losers bracket, the bottom 10. Those will then be the 20 teams that fight for the next 10 spots in tomorrow's final. But these 10 teams and the 10 teams who lose the next losers bracket round will be going home. These are the first 10 teams, if it ended now, that would be flying back, watching the rest of the tournament as spectators. And there's some big names in here.
5 teams, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That is 5, indeed.
You can count.
They, yeah, sometimes. They are 10 points or less from 10th place. So, so this is going to be crucial.
Very
every
close.
kill, every placement point is going to be absolutely critical. If you're in that top 10 and you have a nightmare, if you go out early and then suddenly your fate is no longer in your hands.
Yeah.
That is going to be really scary. Let's not forget, Fascination, Color, Destroy. They're in 10th place in that first game of this Storm Point series, so game number 4. They contested CLG and they killed them. CLG went after them afterwards in that game number 5 and wanted to exact revenge. So now you've got to feel a bit nervous. You can't really afford to have that variance at the beginning of your final match.
Would you say that if G2 win, they're in?
I would say a lot of things, Rain Day, but that's also one of them that I would say. I would say they're probably
CR too, right? Crazy Raccoon.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. They're on the same points. They're both on 22 points, so they are 6 points away from 10th place. If they win, they're in.
I think it's worth reiterating. If you get the job done here in Game 6, spotlight like Jordan on the final shot, you will be on to the next round. And that's what makes a champion. I'm sorry. I think we have to give esports its due in terms of the clutch moments. That's how you make a name for yourself. You do it when it matters. And you also have to keep that consistency heading into your next round and, of course, tomorrow, because we don't hand out a championship in Apex Legends unless you win the game. And so these teams better start practicing now.
I love how happy GMT are. After the airport incident, I actually got Nasky to go to Rain Day and say hello, Bardolph, in the cafeteria, which was pretty fun. But yeah, they are super, super happy. Great energy from that squad. But I'll tell you where the energy won't be great if G2 don't make it to the next match. That's going to be...
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey.
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey. It's going to be like a bad salad, you know?
Well, I won't cut to team comms at that point. That's what I would say. And I think it's not even going to be anger. I think it would be just dejection. It would be disappointment. And I know the fans would feel the same way, but nobody would feel that way more so than the players. Gents, Resulta, and Design. They want this. They have been aware of their lack of performance, and they want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage. Well, they have one game to do it alongside Crazy Raccoons, Game With, of course, FC Destroy, Zen, even Finnel have a chance here, and so do Reply Totem, who have started to pick things up over the course of this bracket. But it is do or die. It is win or go home. Top 10 or you're out of here. And G2 know it. So they are going to land with the utmost care. A 50-50 right now would be a very dangerous prospect indeed for any team who is questionable about possibly making it in. Yet we might just have one in our northern side of the map. It is Reply Totem and Finnel on the top left of Northpad, where the game just ended, who are very, very close. They may not be engaging yet. We do hear some shouts behind us, though, in the stadium. So it looks like Scars are actually fighting potentially Detonator. There's also Zen and FC Destroy on the left side at Mill. I think that's the fight actually going on. Two teams that desperately need to win and put together the points that you know have given them an opportunity to move forward.
This is a crazy drop. Zen are 4 points behind Fascination, Color, Destroy. And FCD, they are the gatekeepers at the moment.
Yeah.
They are the position that everybody needs to be if they want a chance to survive. Getting scanned, and they're not fancying a push at this point. And I'm sure FC will play off of those scans as one wants to do with a Bloodhound. So this is a very nervous situation.
Wow. I mean, you're right. They're 11 and 10.
Yeah. There's 4 points between them. Neither of them can afford the variance. They really can't, but FC Destroy have to feel confident with the armors they've picked up. 2 blues and a purple, not too shabby at all.
I mean, you just shouldn't fight. There's no way either of you should fight. But I think that's what makes the team that decides we're going to fight, we have the confidence, maybe have the advantage here. And you know what? I think this is the smart play. I know it's not exciting. I know it's not fun. The viewers probably didn't want to see this. They wanted to see somebody make a move. But this is absolutely the right play in my eyes. Do not give up your chances of either staying qualified for next round or getting into qualification for an early 50-50 before you're geared up.
Yeah, in the meantime, Odic getting a little closer to IG in the top right. And we saw G2 send on IG in the previous match, but that does not appear to be happening just yet. So we'll keep an eye on how things are going down across the map, and we can see, oh, here we go. FC, they're really feeling this. And look at one of these Zen players is very squishy indeed. He's only got the basic armor, and that is less than ideal, to put it politely. Are they heading towards the launcher or just hiding behind it? This is a very interesting scenario. We are in very dangerous territory. And Phoenix, whichever you prefer, have got some range and they've got some downs as well. Revenant Esports out the door as soon as they're in.
Oh my goodness, Revenant Esports. They have 31 points, James. That puts them at 7th right now. But 8th, 9th, 10th, they've got 29, 29, and 28. The teams right below, 24 and 22, and 2 of those are Zen and G2. So there's a possibility that might have just cost them qualifying and playing in the rest of this tournament. They will have to sit patiently, and I'm sure they won't be anything patient about it to see the results of the rest of this. But Zen now starting off with a lot more space and a lot more confidence here, knowing that they're going up against Prowlers and not professional players.
FC are chasing them though, but Zen have made they've put themselves on the other side of a large cavity where there's very little cover to chase, and both these teams are moving away from CLG, which may be good for them exactly because CLG they're ready for it, they're good for it. And there is a replicator at the mill as well, so CLG may feel inclined to head in that direction. So it is an interesting scenario for Zen, but also if FC are to chase Zen constantly, they may be wasting each other's time, as they do need to think about position eventually.
Here we go, Scars. They have not had the performance they want this tournament. They know that they have been riddled with controversy and problems, and this is going to do it. That will be the end. We will be saying goodbye to Scars in Sweden. Many people did not expect this story, but there was just no recovery. They didn't look like they had it turned on. There's obviously a difficulty whenever you're playing with a sub, making those adjustments, but unfortunately that will end their run. And Scars fans around EMEA, one of the teams that have won playoffs, have won tournaments like this in the past, definitely disappointed, but there's always champs coming up.
Absolutely, no judgment there whatsoever. We saw the ring is circled around Command Center, and it is very busy just north of that region, so it'll be interesting to see how things escalate, and I think we are going to see some bigger casualties considering the vacuum of this series than Scars. IG will land and look to do what they can. Currently in 9th place, as you can see. It says 9th place there. Okay. Yeah, they're joint actually with GW, with game width. So again, 9th place is no comfort at all. You know, it's like when your family friend has still got the plastic on the couch. It's just like every time you move, it's going to make a weird noise, and you're just never quite going to get that comfort you're looking for. So they have to do better. They've got to rip off those covers and try to enjoy the leather.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that process right now. Every single move matters. Every single moment has an impact, and it could be positive or negative. Invictus Gaming have done well, I think, to be in this position. They had a great run with 2, James, and of course you could tell that there's a lot more that's going to be at stake here in Game 6. Game 5 was enough to put them in position, but will they be able to take advantage of the position that they put themselves in? That is the question. There's fights that we can see on the map happening all over as well. I think CLG in a scuffle with FC Destroy. CLG not worried about qualifying. They've got a lot of points here at the top of our leaderboard in a loser's bracket, but still would not want to lose this one at all, but it seems like that could be it. FC Destroy taking it to them, picking up 3 KP. That's all CLG is to them at this point as they knock out one of our leaders in this lobby in 5th place.
That is absolutely bananas. 3 KP for FC Destroy, and that will be bars of gold, all of those kills. And we did mention that CLG would likely rotate through the mill, especially with the replicator there. That's exactly what happened. And I was fearing for FC Destroy because I thought, okay, they're kind of entertaining themselves, chasing Zen around, who have rotated elsewhere, and maybe they'll get themselves into trouble, but apparently not. They are ready for it. They are, again, they're being the bad guys today, focusing on Destroy and moving a little further to security, but some people who are very insecure at the moment in terms of their placement are, well, both of these teams actually, Detonator and G2. So we've got another flashpoint here, but we'll see if they go for a full send.
G2 have to decide, are we going to make it happen? Are we going to wait and buy our time? Are we going to be a little bit respectful of other teams, knowing that, hey, we are not where we want to be yet. We cannot die here. Well, that's not going to change unless you get kills, unless you make these placements go your way. And right now, doesn't look like there's a better fight for them to take. Resulta holding out the range with the charge rifle. Gentrifying looking to push in as well in design. Leading the calls on the comms. Can he bring his team into striking distance to overall qualify for this next round? It hasn't been the tournament they've wanted, but there's a chance at redemption here. They're not going to push this one yet. Now fighting in the zone, this becomes more dangerous for everyone, and Detonator might just be able to skirt around this mountain without G2 willing to pursue them anymore.
Yeah, they can't really chase this position unless they see Detonator run around the corner and they want to go after them, but that could also be an ambush. So I think the opportunity has come and gone for G2, and they'll have to disengage. The risk is too high at this point. So they'll be moving back into the zone. Maybe thinking about where Detonator might rotate. Do they hang around up high, heal, and then push their way forward? But there's a care package below as well, which could provide some opportunity, maybe hoping for good fortune. A Vault would be enough. A Kraber would be special for G2, but we shall see what it is soon enough if they choose to open it. And I'm sure they will, because it's just around the corner. We can see plenty of crypto drones flying around on the radar as well, so one must be careful. Never assume that something is safe. It seems that Gent will take the purple shield to go to the care package just in case he gets peppered. We'll have a little more to help protect him, and it will be a scout, which could be interesting. And there's instant opportunity as we see Kick on some lower ground. Detonator have rotated around now, and we've got some buildings with which to admire the carnage. Space station here as well. So again, you've got to be really careful about how you move across this terrain. Make sure you've got some rocks to cover you, otherwise you could find yourselves in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, G2 kind of playing it close, obviously landing towards the northern side of the map, and they don't have to go too far, but they've got to find the best way to make it in. Right now, they've got Kick, SSG, Detonator in their way if they continue this route. They could always skyward dive, though. Zen, a team with 24 points just outside of qualification. They're going to have to win this fight here, but Stalzy already under pressure, has to hit the shield cell, and Kings forces the shield battery in the dome. Too, one of the most valuable assets to this squad. So they're just taking a full stabilization, but taking another fight, that is dangerous. Unless they can somehow find an opening, a PK will certainly do it. There's the peak.
They're pretty low on resources as well. Have a look at the shields from player to player. You can see they have to drop some shields from one to the other. That not many of them have more than 4 shield cells, and I haven't seen any batteries. So they need to win a fight eventually just for the resources. They can't keep these engaging. They can't just keep engaging and disengaging and not getting anything out of it, because they won't have anything left to fight with afterwards.
Are Invictus Gaming going to be right where G2 are? I feel like there are shots happening. They are. It's Invictus Gaming and G2 who are fighting here. Invictus Gaming in 8th place, and Result already takes so much damage. It's time to do this or go home. G2 have tried to wait out the perfect time to fight, but it has arrived on this skyward dive. What are they going to do here? Black Hole as well from Designful to buy some time and maybe some space, but he is so low. He gets the blue shield back up with a shield battery, but look at this Ash poking in. It is going to be Invictus Gaming taking the fight now to G2 underneath.
In the meantime, Zen were eliminated by Ascend and Singularity. 2 teams to finish them off, so it really didn't work out for them. And it seems they may have forced the issue if they didn't and the other teams did.
Oh my.
And yeah, there's more than one team here for G2 who have a building at least, but they are taking a lot of damage and they've really got to try and hold now. Shotguns up close, and that is a good question. Designful and Results are still here, point blank. But this might be the end of the line. Design, the only one now who has to keep his team alive. Otherwise, this is the end of the line. Full send from him, but he's going to get taken out of the sky, and that is the end of G2. They are eliminated from the tournament.
Space Station Gaming take down G2, one of our North American representatives who have underperformed, but it was really Invictus Gaming who ended up being in the right place at the right time, or the wrong time if you are a G2 fan. The Skyward Dive forces the engagement, and it didn't go their way. SSG clean up Invictus Gaming Bryn after this party happened, and it's a third party, you know, the kind in Apex Legends that happen often. But my, oh my, a big story there just had its conclusion in G2.
And we might see another one. IG, they're currently in 8th place, and it's not looking good for them at present. There's another downed player just around the corner. Okay,
Yes.
Frex is going to finish him off. Goodbye to Noises. So I don't know if IG get these banners. They've got one player remaining now.
Urban.
And again, 8th place is not safe at all. Odic are going to be gatekeeping, looking to get some opportunity for themselves. Currently in 3rd place, they'll be feeling way more comfortable. Got the slippers on and the bathrobe, but they're looking to get a little pipe as well. And maybe they can find it if anybody comes their way.
We know that there's been incredible representation across South America. This region has shown up in this losers bracket right now, as well as APAC North, South. There's been so much interregionality that has given us context of the strength of Apex Legends around the globe as an esport. But this is the moment that Ascend found out that they were going to take this fight and take down Zen. Ascend desperately needing these points to move forward, and it's a team that, James, if they win, would certainly do what their fans are hoping, which is put them into the next round.
Hope and despair. We'll cover 2 halves of these leaderboards. Definitely want to be in the more positive side of that engagement. Otherwise, it may be a long journey home for you, one that keeps you wide awake, wondering what could have been. Urban from IG is still being gatekept by not one, but 2 teams. Space Station and Odic are waiting for him. I don't know how much health he can have, but there isn't much for him to do. I can see him on the radar going back and forth. You know, he has very limited option, and he has to stay alive. Even if it's Tarat, placement is so important, even if you get 0 kills across the board. But we'll see. I'm sure we're going to see his name in the kill feed soon, for all the wrong reasons. In the meantime, Ascend are engaging. They've got plenty of cover. Not a full send now, just poking and prodding. They've got triple purple, so they could be in a worse position.
At 15th place, Ascend needs a lot more to get it done. We told you a win would probably be what sends them into the next round. But they're a team that is familiar with doing it at the last minute. That's how they won the playoffs in Europe. And they were able to take our Split 1 championship away from the hands of teams like players, like Alliance, who are in the next advanced brackets. Alliance even sitting in the winner's bracket, waiting for those to challenge them tomorrow. So accomplishments aplenty. Can Ascend add one more to the resume here? A couple of shots going through, and a shield cell being popped. You could hear some of the yells behind us as well. The energy in this arena is crazy because every team knows it is a do or die moment. Each choice, each shield cell, or each shield battery, each bubble, or each drone thrown could be the difference. But what's going to make the difference? That's where I think, James, teams have to start asserting control in this lobby. You don't want to have be the victim of someone else's choices.
This is such a gamble for Urban. He managed to make it out of the zone. Space Station disappearing. Detonator eliminated, by the way, and surely based on their poor placement, they have to be eliminated. We'll see confirmation later on, but this is quite the send. Everything Urban does is a gamble. He knows not what lies below him. He has no help from anyone. He's alone for the time being. He has Bryn's banner, though. If he could find a way to get him back into the game, that would certainly help, but I do not fancy his chances. If he lands and he makes a mistake, that is curtains for IG.
What pressure for Urban to hold on to his shoulders. but you would expect that you'd be able to do it in no way. Ascend eliminated by the duo of Singularity, the team that has been fighting through everything. 2 players in every 3-person lobby from the beginning of this tournament and somehow take down Ascend. This is epic. This is a story of epic proportions, and you cannot take your hat off to them more, although Ascend fans desperately disappointed at that result. It has got to feel like that one is a kick somewhere they do not want to mention.
And Kick now, let's see what they were doing earlier on. This is a replay as they were putting in some work and really making life pretty bad. And I have to say, Singularity, S-tier gatekeepers, give them an award for that one, just a one-off. We can see Vega getting into the mix now, and maybe Urban can survive while all this is going on. I may have missed something, but I think he's alive for the time being. I can't see a respawn coming in unless he finds a beacon in one of these death boxes, but that would be an interesting rat story. If he can provide a miracle, that would be quite something. Kick now in an awkward situation, and cover is limited, but they'll try and create some space for themselves. I see a charge rifle. They're getting shot from all kinds of directions. The dome has been forced. I can't see a team above dropping on them. That would be probably suicidal for them. And indeed, Singularity have been eliminated as well.
You got to understand, in a moment like this, in a lobby of this intensity, you may start a fight, but you may not be the one to finish it, especially with a charge rifle doing damage. And now the shot from V3, Tappy, I believe, actually helping to take down members of Kick. And so Ushako finds himself in a much more chaotic position than he would have hoped for, but looking to get desperately this KP. Kick in a great spot. They don't have much to lose. They should be advancing, no problem. It's almost a guarantee. So not necessarily fighting for their lives here or their chances to play in the next round, but certainly do not want to go out here and keep their momentum up.
That was a very hard situation to survive for Kick. Vega on top. They just ran around the rock and managed to win the fight on top. Found themselves some shield swaps as well. The Vega are still in it, though, for the time being, by the skin of their teeth. They are barely surviving, barely, but they haven't been eliminated yet, so we'll see what happens. 12 squads remain. So many stories to be ended in this one game.
This might be the
one. So
one.
many fates that may be taken control of by a different team. We'll have to wait and see. Crazy Raccoon have got themselves a nice building for the time being. Just admiring the goings on around them. Again, don't need to do anything crazy. Oh my God, I've done it again. No pun intended, but they have work to do. They're in 13th place at the start of this. They have to make their way forward eventually. FC Destroy now have left the building. They've been eliminated in this particular game.
Wow.
We'll see the standings. I think they may have got some kills. I'm not sure. Again, they started in 10th place, so it's very likely they won't make it to the next game, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, well, G2's out, but Crazy Raccoon in that spot most likely has a chance to go ahead and take down the spot that was being held by FC Destroy. We'll follow along with that as well. One of our representatives, one of our favorites from APAC North, having a chance to get involved there. But Otic, they are able to go ahead and fight. It is GMT who are doing well. We know they're going to qualify, but it's Reply Totem and Crazy Raccoon really with a lot of the storylines here, because they have a chance, if they win, if they keep this up, to push beyond the teams that have already fallen. G2, like we mentioned, FC Destroy, Invictus Gaming that we saw in the kill field,
Vega as well now.
And now Vega, and push themselves into the next round.
Space Station just got eliminated as well. They are falling like flies.
Phoenix falls.
Things are going to get nervous. Not for Space Station. No, they got 56 points before this match started, so I think they are okay. But Kick have been eliminated as well. They got some work though. 39 points definitely improved on that. That's a great angle for Crazy Raccoon.
Ooh.
Again, it's important that they deliver. Get 2 KP at the moment, looking to get some more as they again have a good building in the center of what remains of the map. So they'll be comfortable for the time being. We can see GMT have some high ground for now. Odik holding on for the time being, just trying to hide in plain sight as GMT look for a full send.
Game with. You've got Fennel, you've got Crazy Raccoon, and you've got Reply Totem. These are the teams that really need to find a way, as well as Phoenix team. If they win, they might be able to push past the threshold. But you've got to beat at least Game with. That is the team that is currently leading and in a qualification spot, and you have to get at least 28 points, because we know that is where FC Destroy at least had coming into this lobby. Most likely 32 or more will give you a chance. 35 will probably give it to you, but you want to win. That's the only way to know for sure, the only way to feel comfortable, and it is Phoenix team who will not have that chance. They are going home.
I can't think of anything worse than having a bombardment come your way and then see drone detected afterwards, because you know you're in for a bad time when that happens. 5 squads remain now. Odic have been eliminated in 6th place. Have they done enough? We'll have to wait and see. GMT having a whale of a time now as they look to do more. They're on the other side of a very big wall. They have to think about their next movements. Again, Crazy Raccoon in the middle for the time being. They've got a team near them, but they're in a very good position to just have a deep run. The placement points alone are so critical. And again, they're just engaging. They are chilling. They're just having a little drink and enjoying the madness around them.
James, 5 squads left, but look at the top GMT and the bottom 4, 33-25. Whoever wins this game is going to definitely advance, and the others will not be safe. It is up to GameWith to try to perform here. There's never been a more intense and more important moment in their Apex Legends career. And it is now on the center stage, at main stage in Sweden. They have a chance to make history. GMT clearly qualified. Finno holding that northern side of this map here as well. Crazy Raccoon, they started here, they finished here. They found a couple of KP. It's 28. That's tied, but not enough. They need more if they're going to advance, and so a big showdown about to happen as our final ring slowly but surely will force these teams to engage.
You can see Reply Totem currently in 13th place. They've got 3 KP, but these positions, I believe, are live updated, so they need at some point to push and get more kills on the board. Yep. I think the same is true for Fennel as well, so at some point, risks are going to have to be taken. You can't be passive forever. Yes, they'll get more by placement, but that still might not be enough depending on what is happening elsewhere. Crazy Raccoon, they've got 2 KP in 11th place at the moment. Everybody's got to do a little bit more. Everyone has to go a little bit further, a little bit deeper. But again, it's about risk management. At some point, you have to take some, but will it be the right time? Someone's going to fail. Which team is it going to be?
Reach inside and find your fuel, find your energy, find your moment, and believe in yourself. That's what every team in this lobby essentially has to do. GMT Esports sitting pretty. They could play spoiler to someone's playoff dreams here in our first LAN in 3 years, but who will it be? Crazy Raccoon have held this building from the very beginning, James, and they're still holding it, but the zone is pushing them up into the high ground, so they're going to be forced to take a different route and Reply Totem on top of everyone.
Crazy Raccoon have got Dome, Bombardment, and Crypto Ult. I need to see the combo meal deal, the Hunger Buster, because indeed they need to be fed. 11th place is simply not enough. They've got all the tools to get what they need, but we'll see if it works out for them. In the meantime, Fennel have to make a play here, otherwise they're going to be on the kill feed very soon indeed. Reply Totem have got a great angle. GameWith eliminated.
Oh,
Crazy Raccoon in, and they're getting absolutely melted. They had all the things they needed. What is happening?
Crazy Raccoon is down too. Fennel, they could have just done it. They might have been the ones to take it, but Reply Totem, no, they come crashing down. They will face off against GMT Esports. Will they do the unthinkable? Reply Totem's your champion, and they booked their ticket almost assuredly into the next round.
Talk about a full send. They made it. I'm pretty sure they did. We saw the live update. They went to 10th place at least and then got the victory. I think they have done it. Crazy Raccoon, though, I do wonder if they did enough. Again, they had the building for so long. They had the Dome, the ult, the Jibby ult, the Crypto ult, but they just came down and just got smashed. Like everybody clubbed them at the same time, like seals in Canada. I don't know, but my God, I do wonder if they've made it in the end.
I mean, James, the what they had to do was way harder than everyone else. GameWith had 33 points at the end of that, but they started with 29. Reply Totem started with 18, and somehow I think they at least got over 35. There's hugs all around. Finno celebrating their performance. Was it enough? It looks like on their faces, it's seemingly enough.
I need to see the numbers.
Is this Reply Totem
saying see the numbers?
Is this true? Did Reply Totem? We don't know.
No, they're gamers, man. They don't smile. I think they've done it, but we have to wait and see, though.
Oh my God, I'm nervous for them.
Where's the abacus? We need to do the numbers. We got counting to do.
I don't know what's happening, but we certainly know that Reply Totem had the most kills in that game. With 20, that puts them at 38. But
Fennel put in work. Fennel got 9 kills in that game.
Fennel with 9 kills.
I've got so many questions.
16 points. I mean, I think that might have just put Fennel either tied or in the same position. This is crazy. There's so many scenarios here. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if Crazy Raccoon had enough at that point, James. Even though they did 9, they did well. They were in that final circle.
super sad for IG. Super sad for IG, but look at the point Singularity got. Look at all the people behind them. G2 couldn't best a two-man Singularity, and that maybe tells part of the story of a horrible weekend as far as they are concerned, because it's certain that they didn't make it, but we'll soon find out who did, and I can't wait to see it! But before, I thought I was getting baited. I thought this was the overlay, but it's not!
We just got to shout out Sharp, J Savage, and Amaz. Just incredible players and performances. Whether they go home or whether they move on to the next round, there's one thing you cannot say about them, that they didn't put in their absolute best at the very end of that one. Just plays all around. You saw a bit of a dejected look when they were looking at something. We saw Fennel hugging and clapping and getting excited about something. We don't know what it is, but I am excited to find out with the panel, James. We've done enough on here. We're hyped. We're going to go stop drinking Monster and calm down a little bit and let our desk tell us what happened.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rain Day and James. Hell of a cast, and what a series. Our losers bracket certainly did not disappoint, unless, of course, you're one of the bottom 10 teams, G2. An unfortunate exit, but ultimately a massive congratulations to the likes of Fennel, Reply Totem, and, of course, our dominant teams today, Space Station, Gaming, and GMT. We'll take a look at the leaderboards here in a moment as I welcome to the desk someone I've been tweeting, hyping it up a little bit. It's Hodsick Reed joining us on the ALGS. This is my duo, by the way, my casting duo, my analyst duo back before you started coaching.
Dude, it feels good to be sharing the stage, so to speak.
Taruh ke nonem aja, nonem beacon
I think it takes to be able to be on land and like branch into this, coach and player perspective. Having Hakkasan really big, absolutely smart player.
Orang tuh selalu ending jelek terus, gak tau ngapa.
We want to keep y'all waiting. We want to jump right into the results, which you are all waiting for. Top 10 qualifying for the next round is B3, Vega, Benezuet, Fennel, and Game with APAC North inches by FC Destroy as well. So just barely these APAC North teams make it. Reply Totem with a monstrous showing. And to represent North America is CLG and Space Station. Odyc also representing South America. Playoff dreams alive, Zenox.
Look, there's some absolutely big names that are missing here from this top 10. I'm just going to get straight to the point. Firstly, of course, G2, we can't miss that one. But also, being from APAC North, this was a team that finished second back in the Pro League. I had big thoughts that they were going to be able to do well internationally. Thought maybe the composition would hold up. Did not. Again, this has just been a little bit disappointing from them. They haven't really had any excuses for it either, to be completely honest. But congratulations, of course, to those top 10 teams that did make it through to the next losers bracket. But yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. Definitely the two teams that stand out the most.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. IG would probably be right next to them, in my opinion. Gaming, so disappointing, so close. This roster was so much potential, unfortunately not making it as well. So, G2 the biggest names, but also at the very bottom, Stars playing with a substitute, an unfortunate situation for a team that is so beloved. And then teams like Ascend also playing with DJ, not able to make it from Iran, unfortunately, visa issues. Teams like Phoenix Team Singularity playing as a team too. Heart goes out to all these teams. Hat goes off most importantly, as we know you put your heart and soul into preparing for this event. But don't worry, the good news is it's not over yet. We got ALGS champs later on this year, and guess what? For being here, you're going to earn those valuable playoff points as a chance to qualify for ALGS champs, a major competition coming in just a few months. So obviously, not a whole lot to hang your head on.
Bukan aku. Aku pertama kali pakai biru, sumpah. Kita tuh satu tuh.
There aren't too many repeat players here. So it's super heartbreaking.
Demiku 380 loh, sumpah.
Behind every victory, someone has to lose, and it's tough. But like you said, it's not the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, we got a lot to analyze. We got a lot to break down, especially with Hodsick and his brilliant mind as Team Liquid's coach here on the desk. But we got some celebrations first.
Tinggal main pasif, mainin game aja sampai end game. Suara silen kok kecil kali kedengar aku.
One of my favorite players.
Sama,
we have none
kirain
other than Nasky of GMT live for
the
main stage.
Thank you, John. That's right. I am
Coba cek respon kawat apa. Kecil kali suaramu. Kecil kali suaramu.
Ya emang aku kecilin. Nanti kegedean nangis.
Suaraku semut kali ini.
Semut kah?
Gak dengar.
Jos, nggak usah nangis, Jos.
Kita coba guys, halo. Masih kecil. Mau nambah kayaknya. Halo.
all the
Land.
rotations, they just, I don't know what happened, but
Mau yang ASMR nggak?
the team would just see us like 200 meters away, would just full send us, and sometimes they would die to the third
Atau
party
mau
team,
yang
but
DJ
anyway,
DJ
the day
gitu
one
ya,
was
Jas?
horrible. Nothing we had practiced worked.
Yang ada
And then
kayak
now
malam-malam ini ya.
we studied what we did wrong. We studied what was the reasoning for the practice, what that we had practiced. Why
Aku suara kecil salah ya kan, Jas?
Conclusion that we need to be more aggressive.
Yang normal
Today
lah,
we came in
normal.
with more confidence.
Ini normal.
My teammates were hitting nasty shots.
Kecilin
They were
dikit.
going good, and
Kecilin
yeah,
dikit.
that's what
Watal.
happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely amazing. I mean, it looked like you really struggled with, I'd say, Fennel on day one. Their performance in day two kind of mixed. Like, did you see them as a threat, considering how much of a nuisance they were at the start of your first day? Or was that just in the back of your mind? And
Hampir
you're more
1v3
focused
tadi
on
aku
the
aja.
internals?
Wah, baterai 3 di
Well,
satu
obviously we're contested by Fennel. Today we were able to win the contest. We won game 1.
Yang tadi yang game pertama
and then,
kita tuh.
game 2 and 3 on Stormpoint, they were so low on points they didn't want to risk it. So we won the contested today.
Bang Semar kalau kirim PayPal emailnya apa nickname
Aja pulang loh.
They were sitting right behind us, and we were obviously practicing contesting scrims.
Yaudah.
Jadi orang tuh posisi berapa?
GG, nice. And then we would give them candy. And then, sorry, they would give us candy, and then when they won, they would yell the same but even louder, and then we would give them candy. So they're more like friends than anything.
Pipa wos.
Apa hilang langsung?
You know, speaking of friends,
Dapat placement
obviously,
3-3 berarti ya, Jos?
we're already seeing some
Apa yang
teams
hilang langsung?
that are not going to be here any longer.
Berarti Revenan
Heartbreaking, not
rank
everyone
3-3
can
kan?
make it. What's the big heartbreaker for you? There's got to be a team that you feel for, right? That you may be close to, or you expect in deep run. Who is that?
Enggak lah.
I'm gonna have to say Scars.
Rank 3-3 kan 10 terakhir.
I absolutely love the Scars scores, and it was very sad to see
Itu kan masih qualifier pertama.
Mandy getting COVID.
Maksudnya?
Itu kan masih loser bracket pertama.
I know that they have done a lot of preparation for this.
Kedua tuh
I've been hanging a lot.
yang menang nggak ikut ya?
I can't speak. I've been hanging out.
Tadi ada apa?
Oh berarti
hanging out a lot with Scars.
Kan yang menang yang main, Jos. Kalau RMT gugur lah.
So it really sucks to see them not do good. But I'm sure they'll turn it around next time.
Itu eliminated tuh.
COVID and then they're gonna pop off.
Nggak tahu lah.
Yang stay round 2 tuh yang 10 besar yang diambil barulah napis.
I mean, this has been a phenomenal turnaround.
Itu udah pulang,
event,
Jas.
like, this has meant the world to so many players. Been grinding online for 2 years, waiting for this.
Pipa
If you were to what this event means to you.
Well, it means a lot to me because our teammate Strafey couldn't be here. So I want to make sure that we do good so that, you know, Strafey knows that his teammates aren't washed up. But also just in honor of Strafey, who obviously couldn't partake due to the situation in Ukraine. Hopefully stuff will be better soon. And then, you know, if we do good in this tournament, we'll qualify for champs. And then we will play champs with Strafey again.
Aku disusin nanti.
To see if you can make it. And you've given some promising things to look at here. One thing I'm looking for is one promising team you've now got your eye on. Someone who's all of a sudden on your radar that you maybe weren't looking at before. Because there's the big teams, right? Like, you know, TSMs, C9s, like everyone's thinking about. But is there someone who's kind of like inspired you or gone now into your reticles and your target?
If you gave me a few more 5 minutes or so, I could probably give you a better answer. But if on the top of my head, I'm quite surprised about Audic going into scrims that we started 2 months ago by now. They were contesting TSM and Fragments, so you know what was going to happen there. People kind of shrug it off. They stopped contesting, and then well, if you aren't landing at your home spot, what are you going to do? They actually pulled through. They were landing at a new spot on Stormpoint and World's Edge, if I remember correctly. So that's impressive, I think.
Definitely impressive, but not as impressive as you guys. Fantastic performance today. Let's send it back across the desk.
Thank you so much, KP. Pleasure as always, and great to hear from Nasky. On a high
Pulang
right
satu.
of course, they go next in the losers bracket
Pulang
finals.
dong.
Just a moment. We'll welcome these guys back.
Iya, gimana dong?
Chat with you about a really important topic. We started to kind of allude to it
Padahal udah
earlier.
stabil loh kan, Bang?
4 teams.
Iya, jelek dia mainnya
But not the
terakhir.
team you would have expected. Crazy Raccoon, number 2
Jelek banget.
in APAC North, not making it.
It's like
Ya udahlah,
opposites
pulang
a
lah
little
satu,
bit,
Cok.
right? 'Cause
Dewa lah
Devastator
harapan
is a team
kita.
that came in very last
Tunggu
second,
loh,
filling
itu
in Fairfax
jadi
kids.
dapat
We
placement
probably
berapa
didn't
tuh?
expect a whole lot from them.
12
So
kan dia?
to see them bow
Enggak,
out,
13.
not the end of
Berarti
the world. They're
3-3 dong.
crazy recruits,
Iya nggak?
of course.
Bener nggak?
Top 2 team in APAC North,
Berapa
finished
bisa?
second in the Pro League.
3-3,
Expected a
dapat
little bit
berapa?
more and definitely didn't expect them to bow out this early. I think one of the issues for them was actually just the composition didn't really stack up here
4.500.
internationally. They did try to adjust a little bit towards the end, maybe.
Ya uang jajannya lah 1000-1000. Tapi kan dia dapat kontrak udah sama Eren. Tenang aja.
They lacked it. I think you could probably say for the
Beda udah.
majority of the teams probably in that losers bracket, consistency was something that they did lack.
Mereka udah terjamin itu.
Jadi pelajaran juga buat mereka.
Discussion. Sully goes over to AD Raccoon. Sully not playing in this competition as we do have an injury and Karampu is substituting
Masih ada
for
Dewa
Sully,
kita.
but certainly
Berharap
Sully's
aja sama
absence
Dewa.
has felt consistency was certainly key. We'll take a look at the highlights here from this entire series. Last couple games at least. Match number 4 and again we're all in the green room watching.
Naik dikit juga
Zanox
dia ya
just
bang.
waiting, hoping in a lot of ways
Kan
that
eliminasi
G2 pop
10
off. Unfortunately, just
4.500
didn't have
nih.
it, Hudson.
Yeah,
Yang dia apa nih
really
udah
tough. It's
kayak
really surprising
placement
to see.
5
I feel
tuh
like there's a
udah
lot of
6.000.
in this lobby in general that you would
Naik
not expect to see
900.
here. I mean, SSG,
Placement
G2 obviously one
20.
of the Crazy Raccoons myself.
Ini winning poolnya nambah, bagus ini. Apa karena udah berapa tahun mereka nggak playoff?
It's kind of ridiculous. I think like
Oh iya,
kind of shows
berapa
goes
tahun
to
nggak
how
playoff tuh?
difficult it is after so many years.
Tambah COVID kan?
Ini playoff point nih buat untuk yang nextnya, yang S-tier itu ya, yang Juli besok.
And you were talking about it earlier as well. Every team here is not
Wah,
bad teams
itu
here. It's the
nggak tahu
best
aku
of the
tak
best
just
of every
ALGS
single region, so
Championship.
every lobby is going to be competitive, Zanox.
Yeah, 100%. The other factor of it is
Iya,
probably-
playoff point.
Poinnya buat main.
Obviously having big games, and I think no more than that
Tapi kok
we saw
dikit ya?
probably from Reply Totem. Now I'm probably going early here since this is the match 5 highlights, which Space Station kind of wrapped up their way
Dikit
into
bang
the next
poinnya
bracket.
bang
But you
dari
look at Reply
playoff.
Totem, 20th,
Emang biasanya kalau
19th, 15th, those
champion
first
berapaan
games
dapat
were
playoff
10.
point?
And what do? They
Nggak
turn
tahu.
it around again. It's that
500
consistency
sih
to
gede
go
deh.
both ways. We know they're capable of
Gede
big things, and they were able to do
Syaratnya
that in
berapa?
match 6. But
3.000.
I think what you've got here is 40 teams that are all capable.
Dia sistemnya kayak
Unfortunately for the
jadi
10
mata
that
uang
aren't
gitu ya
missing
playoff
out, yeah,
point.
maybe it just hasn't quite
Iya,
hit for
koinnya
them today.
dipakai.
Dibelanjain ya.
Right, and you made that great point about consistency, which I want to talk about here in a bit, Team Liquid, but let's, and the consistency y'all
Kurang
have had so
3.000
far,
mereka.
respecting your name, but for now I want to keep kind of walking through these highlights. Match 5, won by Space Station.
Berarti
Didn't even
kalau orang ini
celebrate
udah
before
make,
day in the office.
besok
For
gimana?
them, they came in expecting to take
Ya
care of
udah.
it.
Nomor 2 tadi nggak ada
Yeah,
Belum
that's
lagi
a
awal.
team personally that I hold
nggak kelihatan
in
gua.
very high
Iya
regard.
bahaya kali abang mbak.
Talented and seasoned
Capek
VR
dong.
players. I mean, Frex and Drop.
Nggak tahu aku
Gitu
tuh.
abang mbak.
Makanya nanti aku mau tanya
Santai,
sih.
santai.
So,
Poinnya gimana?
they've been around the block. So
Aku belum
I was
baca
super surprised to see them even fall to loser bracket, but like I said earlier, every single round there's winners. There's
Madness, I
always
can
going to be some
confirm
losers.
that your
It's
attack
tough bringing it to the stage where there's so many teams and so many different metas. It's the first time we've had an international tournament
Tim
where different metas
similarity,
collide. For those who
informationnya
don't know
Artin,
Poland,
FPS
it was
status
all
positive for
the same. It was all Wraith Path Watson. Every single region.
100% pick rate.
Yeah, every single region.
I think there's like 3 Gibraltars.
Something like that, yeah, something small like that. So it was all basically the same play style, and it was just who did it best. Now
Yeah.
it's a million different play styles, and now we have to figure out what's the
Ini
next
lagi
one,
gini lagi dah ya.
or whatever current lobby
Iya,
you're
iya,
in,
iya.
and it's proving for some teams to take a little bit of time to get adjusted to, but
Iya.
glad to see SSG found their stride.
Yeah,
Pipa,
ultimately
pipa,
choose their playstyle a bit. Chat with them.
Dua satu
We're
Discord
no
ketularan.
longer playing Edge. We
Ah,
can
satu
play
Discord
hard
lain
rotation.
ketularan.
Instead, play early rotate
Pipa,
placement,
pipa,
and that new
wuski.
playstyle worked for them.
Pipa,
So hopefully they
wuski.
can carry that momentum right into this losers
Datang kalau
bracket
nekat.
final.
Pipa,
as they
pipa,
continue
pipa.
to
Panis
now
kau
just
pulin.
better lobbies coming from the winners bracket.
Mana itu Josh, Olones gini
That's a
mah.
good segue here to Team Liquid.
Hancur jam tidurku,
One of the most
Pante.
consistent teams we've seen so far.
Tidur gak jelas, siang malam anjing.
I'm gonna roast y'all.
Coba-
'cause you guys did
coba
not
kau
have
kirim
that
ke
consistent
kadeknya
performance
Lones.
throughout Pro League. You were kind of in the lower tier in terms of average kills, average placement stats. What
Hancur jam tidurku, Pante.
I mean, we knew
Suruh
as a team, we
begadang,
kind of just got
siang
together
malam, siang
during
malam.
the Pro League, actually. I think it was around right after the 4th or 5th day. And we basically got around and just started talking about how we know as a team on paper,
Ini
we
lagi
should be
jalan,
doing way
Bang.
better than this. I
Aku
think a lot
portalkan
of
kau
people
lah.
expect us to be
Kontol.
doing way better. I think
Pipa,
everybody
pipa,
unanimously,
wuski.
so I can't even get mad. I think a lot of people would agree that we were
Wah, jadi
underperforming
ingat
for
ya.
a while. So we kind of got together and just tried to piece together,
Pipa, pipa,
find
wuski.
the examples of success that we have had, and then figure out what are we missing from that in our current gameplay, and then we kind of re-embedded all that in, and it seems to be working really well. I mean, I'm over the moon impressed about how they're doing right now.
playing so well. I mean, talking about two players in particular, Nocturnals and IGL. Strides he has taken to be the IGL that we all know he can be to reach his potential. And of course, none other than Gilderson's young fragger and his strive.
Ada lo batu. Zona.
Even before I was on Team Liquid, I always held him in super high regard. I thought he was always very smart about the game. He's one of the players I could always remember scrimming against and just knowing that he's not doing those dumb plays that's getting everybody killed.
And only 18 years old, but he's probably 17 at the time.
Yeah, and he's just one of those.
Oh, sorry, not something you're talking about. There, I thought you meant.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say that.
Not 17.
Yeah, but no, he's definitely one of the smartest IGLs I think in the game. Definitely underrated, but more so because we haven't really had those results and we haven't proven ourselves. But he's basically just found his confidence. I feel like he found his groove again, and he's understanding that it is his first time IGLing a team that can actually fight any team in the lobby. Previously,
pound for pound skill-wise, you think you guys can keep up with any team?
Oh, pound for pound. I used to get so much anxiety watching them like about a year ago, anytime they'd get into a fight. Now I have absolutely no confidence. My heart rate never increases. I just know that, you know, if Fun's always going to get a good bubble down, Guild's going to one-clip like 3 people, it'll all be easy.
Awesome. And on the flip side, Gilderson's, you kind of mentioned his warrior mentality, the amount of work he puts into prep and practice, talking about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I have not met a single player that just wants to always be on the game and always improve. I mean, if he's not in ranked, then he's in pubs. If he's not in pubs, then most of the time you'll find him actually spending in the firing range. I was mentioning backstage, after the 18 games we played yesterday.
Friday? The 12-hour day, 15-hour day?
After those 18 games, Knock and Fun were packing up, packing up all their stuff, getting ready to go to bed. Gilderson still booted up the firing range for another 5-10 minutes just to shoot his gun. I mean, his desire to be the best is just, it's infectious. Fun has also caught on to that, and he started to basically, and Nocturnal, we all just want to be the best, and I think we're super hungry for it, and I think it's showing.
You guys are heading in that direction, that's for sure. Top 3 in your winners bracket matchup, and you guys, of course, right behind Optic Gaming and Cloud9, who's been a big surprise, obviously, with the substitute. Very impressive stuff here. Let's take a look at the losers bracket round 2 or losers bracket finals matchup here coming up, and start to preview this one. Biggest thing I gotta talk to you, Xenox, about is APAC North. We got 5, maybe 6 teams from APAC North in this lobby. It's going to be insane. Actually, no, take like 7 or 8 APAC North teams in this lobby, so it's going to be a bloodbath.
I think it's just going to be a bloodbath in general,
and of course,
right? Regardless of the APAC North.
Zero APAC, and just quick fun fact, APAC North is the only region, in addition to South America, that, oh no, they had one. They had 4-7, so I take that back. Only one team qualifying through.
I think the biggest thing now looking forward here is the fact that you've got so much talent. Yeah. You've got so many teams that I think deserve to move forward to the finals tomorrow, and unfortunately not all of them can. So you've got 6 games now, only 6 matches. And this is where I kind of want to get your thoughts, Hotzik. You've got 6 games. Imagine Team Liquid's in this position. What do you say to your team? You've got 6 matches to get to a finals.
As we were talking about earlier, I mean, overall, in every 6-game series, consistency is key. A lot of people look for those really big games where you're winning with like 10+ kills, but realistically, a lot of the formula that a lot of the pros use is if you just get 8 to 9 points a game in a 6-game series, that's usually the average that you need to maintain to be just fine in the top 10. So consistency is key. Obviously take calculated risks. That's a no-brainer every single time. But basically, don't force yourself. Don't feel like just because your back's up against the wall early on that you have to make these massive games just to keep safe. Just get consistent points. Don't be taking extremely unnecessary risks until maybe later on if you're down in points.
Well, it's going to be an interesting final, that is for sure. We play a little game here. It's called the Talent Predictions game. I'm not looking forward to seeing this one because I said, you know what? Production, SSG or G2, pick for me, surprise me, and unfortunately G2, it's my fault though, and G2 did not perform. But SSG did, and Killer Pigeon is the lone winner of the predictions game here. This is, of course, the team that performed the best of the teams we predicted to win. Ultimately, GMT obviously won out the lobby with a dominant showing. Safe Station right behind them here, so congrats to Killer Pigeon, and ultimately, my hat goes off to G2. Got a lot of love for the Roller Boys. So sad. I was literally depressed in the green room to get asked these guys that we're not going to have a chance to watch the Roller Boys. Most of the most entertaining, actually probably the most entertaining trio, in my opinion, competing in the losers bracket finals. But ultimately, it's been interesting. It's been a fun tournament so far. We now have a ridiculously stacked losers bracket final. I want to hear your thoughts on a team in particular, NRG, a team that you know well. You've scrimmed against them. You've played against them. You've coached against them. What do you think is not clicking for this squad that they find themselves up against elimination?
It's tough to say from my perspective, just because, you know, we have been, these are the first sets of matches that I'm actually able to watch myself. You know, my team's been competing and we don't really necessarily have replays to go through, but I can say that something that's struggling, a lot of teams are struggling to basically adapt. Like I said earlier, we have so many regions, and every single one of them having a different meta, all clashing at once, that it's completely throwing off how most of us know how to play the game. And that's, I'm putting pretty much most of my money on. That's why a lot of these teams that you expect to not be in losers bracket are. The way they play the game, they're not used to it. It's a completely different play style now, and it's basically left to those teams that are adapting the best are the ones that are doing the best. It's the same play style, cookie cutter play style that, for example, that we do in North America, isn't always going to work. So it's up to the teams to kind of be creative on the fly as quick as they can to try to figure out how to play around the particular lobby that they're in, less than, you know, an overall arching meta, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. And you see that, you know, TSM opting for Caustic. I didn't think I'd see Hal playing Caustic in a major competition. They're changing things up. You saw NRG on World's Edge also changing their comp, playing a little more aggressive with an Ashe pick, and it's working. It worked for them. They got a couple kills. Their problem has just been placement here and the ability to place. Here's Ox.
Well, you actually mentioned a really good point there, the Caustic, because really that's a legend. When you start to see that come into the fold, everyone has to kind of adapt and start to probably play them.
How do you adapt if you can't beat them?
Exactly, join them. So I think that's a big factor, isn't it, right? Especially when you get to these international tournaments, and once we get more of these, I think teams are going to go back to their regions and think, what's a setup, what's a composition that we know is going to be able to perform internationally rather than just domestically.
Yeah, and on that note too, I'd like to get your take. How have you adapted? What have you had to do to adapt? What are some tangible examples of things that Team Liquid and Optic Gaming have done to stay consistent, to continue to adapt and to evolve with the game?
I can't speak too much on Optic, because like I said, I haven't been able to watch too much. But I have noticed that they have been, rather than running a lot of the, like for example, forever they were running Val Caustic Jibby on World's Edge. There are a couple games I've seen them fighting, and they were on Horizon. You know, I've seen them throwing around a couple different team or comp changes.
What about for y'all?
And for us, I mean, we haven't changed up too much in terms of Legends. We've been playing the same. More so, the way we've been changing up is the way we're playing. Our World's Edge gameplay is we play Edge, but we have the option to play Zone if we want to. We know how to do it.
Because you got this legend called Valkyrie, it's going to rotate, and next you know, you're in the best spot in the game, and everything's okay.
Yeah. So basically for us, it's been more of a mindset change of like reading the lobby. One of the biggest things we do is we count how many Edge teams are in our lobby. Once we know that, we know, is it better to play Zone? Is it better to play a little bit more aggressive? Maybe capitalize on some of the Edge teams. But for us, it's just been basically trying to figure out what is the best way to play for the current lobby we're in. We haven't changed comp much, so it's all just about securing our play style.
And what has the best way been for you on Stormpoint? You talked a bit about World's Edge. How about on Stormpoint? And how involved were you as a coach in putting that kind of strategy and approach together?
I mean, I pretty much, not to take too much credit, because at the end of the day, the boys are the ones that press the buttons. They're the ones that press the buttons. They're the ones that should be taking most of the credit, but I do have to pat myself on the back a little bit. I did basically craft our entire Stormpoint game plan.
Wow.
By basically dropping center map. It's something like too groundbreakingly new, but it's definitely something that not a lot of other teams.
You're saying you drop center map and you rotate early?
Yeah, crazy.
Wow, crazy concept. No, just kidding.
And we pick Loba because there aren't a lot of center map POIs on Stormpoint, so that makes center map rotating much better. And that means Loba's usually not very great from edge, so a lot of teams are going to opt out of her. So we cut a lot of loot. As soon as we know we think we know where the zone's going, we have a zone read. We go to the zone, we pick up building, and then we just let all the teams that are struggling to rotate die around us. And
they fight each other, and you guys just chilling.
And we just steal all the loot.
With Loba. Yes, that does the trick. That sounds like a very, very efficient strategy. At the end of the day, let everyone else die and take the winnings, the earnings from Loba. No one else is really playing Loba on Stormpoint. I don't think I've ever seen another Loba team.
In general, you're not seeing a lot of zone gameplay at all.
Yeah.
Most of the reason I think a lot of teams are, like a lot of North America, they know their game plan is usually in really big tournaments like ALGS tournaments. They know that zone is usually the best way to play.
Yep.
But there's a lot of edge teams that are, and like I said, we're not used to these teams. We're not used to these teams rotating. So a lot of times, a lot of these teams are just getting caught on rotating. They don't know. They're not adapting properly.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Loba, 38 picks total. Arguably, probably most of those on World's Edge. You are one of the few teams running Loba on Stormpoint. We have some breaking news for everyone watching right now, and perhaps a lot of y'all have already seen it. A heartfelt tweet from Designful, and this one hits hard from someone who I've looked up to, respected for quite some time. Designful said, well, man, it is what it is. Played my heart out. Don't have any regrets. With that being said, I will be stepping down from competitive to focus on my stream and creating content. End tweet from Designful. Obviously, that hits me hard as someone, former competitor, passionate. I understand the passion that comes from Designful every single day. I love that passion, and to lose someone as passionate as Designful from the competitive scene, someone as entertaining as him from the competitive scene is truly a loss for our competitive community here at Xenox.
It certainly is. Look, sometimes, and I will say I'm maybe hoping here that in the heat of the moment when things are maybe at their worst, these are the decisions that are made, and then maybe later on, maybe it gets reversed. That's fingers crossed, really. I'm just hoping, to be completely honest. But look, I think that sometimes you lose a player, but you gain content, or you gain, say, an analyst, or you gain a coach, for example. So it's an ecosystem, and I think as Apex continues to grow as a game and the longevity of it, this is going to be something that's normal. In a few years' time, you might be here permanently. Hasik might be here permanently. So I think that's a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably speak on this, because I competed since the start of the game, and it breaks my heart to read a tweet like that because I know what it takes to get to that point. But I will say that it could be just a kind of in the moment thing because, I went from competing to coaching a little bit, then to casting and to coaching primarily. And every single tournament, there's, as much as I'm happy to be part of Team Liquid, I'm happy to help the boys out, every single tournament, part of me has just massive regrets and fear and FOMO basically of just not, I want that to be me.
So like competitive edge. Yep.
So it could definitely be an in-the-moment thing. I feel like maybe a couple tournaments passes, he might not like the way it feels. He's an incredible competitor, and he's more passionate than the majority of the scene. I know he can make it work.
Yep.
So it's definitely sad to see him go, but I feel like we probably won't see the end of him.
Yeah, I hope so. And maybe we can start a hashtag or something. Everyone blow up his tweets and say you can't go. Not letting it happen. Say Fallout is not letting you quit. Not going to happen. Not for someone as passionate, as hype, as skillful, talented as a leader, as Designful, let alone someone who has been a fan of competitive gaming and esports since Major League Gaming and Halo back in 2007. He was 8, 9, 10 years old, watching these people play, and he's been dreaming for this opportunity. There's no way he can go out like this. Designful, I'm talking to you right now, my friend. Someone clip this, please, because you cannot go out with a 30th through 40th place finish. We know you're better than that. We know you still got this. You still got the blood, but at the end of the day, we support you in your decision. 100%, and ultimately, we want what's best for you. But hopefully, man, it's not the last for Designful. I got to completely agree with that. Again, an early exit for G2, one that we did not expect by any means, but certainly nothing but respect for those three, Designful, Gentrifying, Resulta. You were part of the early broadcast where we started telling this story of these players who came out of nowhere playing on console, switched to PC, started grinding their way through the ALGS. A true story of what hard work does, loyalty to the three of them, and as a team, they worked their way to the top as one of the best teams, arguably a top 1, top 3, top 4 team in NA at multiple points. So a remarkable story. Nonetheless, excited for the future of Gentrifying in Resulta and the G2 organization in Apex Legends, and I guess only time will tell what will happen with their fearless leader in Designful. But hey, it's been a great analyst desk. It's been a great losers bracket final. It's great to have Hodzic back on the desk here alongside us. We're gonna jump to a quick break. We got the losers bracket finals. Another elimination match, another elimination series between these 20 teams. Top 10 will make it to the grand finals tomorrow for their chance to play for a larger share of that $1 million prize pool. And by the way, speaking of tomorrow, trust me, we have a few announcements coming your way that you will not want to miss. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Losers bracket finals after this.
Now LCB, what you see in the Outsiders lose 2 players there really quickly, just like that. 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see exactly if that's the case. Actually, I think GSD, based on the feed now, is going to go down. So actually going to be a Lava City Boys versus Outsiders. Maybe here, 1v1 moment, a little bit of shield guarding now between these two. Going to play it out. Look at this. Back and forth, a 1v1 battle to close this out. Massive is out. Can he fly in now? Caddy, can he land a second shot here? Yes, he does with decisive finish.
uma vez. O perdido, né? Mas foi por muito pouco tempo. O quarto uma arma. Opa,
Isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação. Tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou. Caiu! Ele levou! Ele leva 3 jogadores.
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre going to pop the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month.
What a good note. It's 2v2 currently, but Rainy doesn't have any shield available. Gage is quite low as well. We are Trash currently down to the 1 member. Savior versus everybody. This would be incredible. Gage versus Savior currently. 1 versus 1. Teams have 2 players down. Both teams about the same amount of HP remaining, trying to play off the down shields on both sides, just both completely in the open here. Who's going to do enough damage? Look how close everybody is! Watching Fizz is even going to come down and try and make Gaijin's job that much harder.
But he can't get stuck using defenses while damage is being done to him. Hides behind the knockdown shield, and we are Trash from the low ground.
Over the place, Dreamfire might be out of the picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero! Can it be for Reignite or Dreamfire? It's down to a 1-on-1, and it will be Roy to clutch it out.
And this is them trying to close out Alliance. It's a battle of giants here in the Winter Circuit, game number 1. Solo Q Goats trying to work as a team as best as they can. And you know what? There's a little bit of room, so they know they don't actually have to push, and they don't have to get pushed.
It looks like Solo Q Goats don't want them alive. They want to get these 3 kill points. They are cornered into a corner. Zippet with a lot of damage, only 30 HP left, but he's going to re-peek anyways. They get the trade. Diff coming in into the zone. There's a 1v1 right now. Diff, will he? Oh, no, Hawkes going for the Thirst. Hawkes actually is going to leave the tunnel. Both Wraiths left alive, but both of the Alliance, okay, he's going for the Thirst. He's going to secure that kill point. Will he push out into Hawkes? Now he's in the corner. He is cornered out now. Oh my goodness, 112, Hawkes. Oh my god, he kills Diff Q. It was a 1v1 and he went in. Diff was cornered.
Apa ya si Gol nggak jadi caster lagi, suaranya enak cok kalau dia caster. Paham juga.
I got him. He's weak. He got the reversal.
Jos, kenapa Gol nggak jadi caster lagi, Jos? Gol.
Reptar versus Duval for the team stays on top in this. Wow, Reptar needs to be very careful here. Still has decent odds. We're going to try to get these shots down, able to get even more damage with that 301. And my oh my, did Complexity choose quite a battle here. Kruti has stood up so far, and we'll see if both teams know out of this. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to end. This is a crazy 1v1, a crazy early game 3 versus 3 fight. It comes down to a pure Uno v Uno. Reptar versus Duval of Cruelty team to see who will come out on top. Reptar, of course, has it scanned. He's going to be able to get some intel. He wants to survive so bad. That's why he's kind of double backing for it rather than playing with aggression. Duval's not letting go of the gas pedal. He's playing with aggression here. He wants to start this fight. Instead, Reptar's going to get some good shots in. It all comes down to this. He's going to get a melee. Reptar with 1 HP is going to do it for his team. You can hardly believe it.
Gold bubbles are now out. Protect from those.
Jangan busy-busykan anak dia. Kenapa anak kau yang hitam? Kenapa anak kau yang putih? Lahir bulan gelap, lahir siang, lahir malam ke? Biarlah anak orang tu nak warna apa sekalipun, warna pink dan sebagainya, tak kisah. jangan sesekali mempersoalkan. Yang ketiga, kalau korang ziarah rumah orang tu ada baby, jangan sesekali suap anak orang tu makan lah, pandai-pandai nak pergi cium banyak kali lah, nak pergi merokok dekat tepi budak tu lah, jangan. Sebab apa? Sebab sekarang ni musim virus, musim penyakit datang tanpa dijangka. So, elakkan benda tu. Yang keempat, elakkanlah mempersoalkan kerja orang. Biarlah orang tu nak kerja apa sekalipun, biarlah gaji dia berapa sekalipun, asalkan mereka buat kerja yang halal, gaji mereka berkat berbanding kita ni yang belum tentu berkat gajinya walaupun kerja kita nampak hebat. Jadi jaga diri.
The knockdown shield on his teammate this entire time to get his heals off. Rondon also able to get himself healed up as well. Red shields do go down. They're cracked. I didn't even. Magicians take the win. Oh my God, that 1v1, John.
Just.
3v3 fight, Friend's getting put in work. Great damage put through. Cleave's gonna go down. It's actually Major Pusher's alive. Friend puts in work with the shotgun. One member left is Blast. Has to go huge. Blast in a 1v1 for the bread. Blast does it. He hits one. He hits two. Looks for the third and final shot. But Blast needs to clutch up here. Pushes wide left and looks to shut this down if he can. Is just frantically looking for the last member alive in a 1v. And he gets a good first shot. But no! He gets shut down in the 1v. Major Pushers.
We're back and better than ever.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my God, what is happening?
Oh iya Jos, kekuatanku lupa aku pakai pula ya Jos. Woi Jos. Kita pakai nggak kekuatan aku Jos? Tadi aku mimpi Dewa masuk final.
It all comes down.
Kok tahu kau Nes? Iya, aku lupa ingatan setelah itu karena kecelakaan aku. Tapi aku lihat kau mati di jalan karena pulang nanti. Kalau kejadian, jangan salahkan aku.
Today is gonna be our day.
Well, if you're taking a look at those incredible chairs, I'll tell you something. They are Herman Miller Gaming products, and they're on sale now for 15% off through May the 9th. And hey, if you use the code APEX5, that's APEX5, you get an extra 5% off. And who wouldn't want that? Speaking of things people want, do or die. There is no try, and that is what our final round of matches is here today. And of course, to break everything down before we jump into gameplay, I'd like to welcome once again to the desk. We got Killer Pigeon, we got Bardoff, and we got Rain Day. Rain, I need you to start me off right, because we just saw some incredible gameplay that really resulted in a shift in that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of winner-go-home moment for Reply Totem and even Fennel, and I want to give them their credit. I didn't mention the hype around them because they didn't win the game, but they did enough in that final circle to do it. Also, Game With, which I know James will be excited to talk about. It was such I think it was a perfect storm at the end of it all to say, this is a tough road you're going to have to travel on, and it's going to get even tougher as we continue to play. 6th game being the toughest, but of course losers bracket now too. This is the ultimate challenge. They've got to face people coming from winners bracket, and that's going to be even harder.
Absolutely, especially when you consider winners bracket has had a nice little moment of zen to themselves where they can watch the losers bracket, that first round unfold. Bardoff, as we take a look at the participating teams, who has your eye here? And tell me it's Team Empire.
Okay, so of course Team Empire does, but I have to mention Odic. We heard about them in the interview as well. They kind of just emerged from somewhere. I don't know how much of them we saw on the mainstream, on the main stage yesterday, but they certainly delivered when they needed to. And I think the story of those final matches was struggle. We saw struggle, of course, from Reply Totem, Fennel, Vega, Game With, people just doing it just enough to make it into the next group of matches, and that's all you needed to do at that point, and they certainly delivered that. But I think the story of them, especially, of course, the off-meta teams, which I love, making it this far is great. And I think it's great to keep their regions on the map, because again, it's very easy to look at North America and Europe, but we've had some very disappointing results from some of those teams, because other teams are forcing their way through. They're staying alive, they're keeping people off their back and making their way forward, and now you have to wonder how far they can go.
Absolutely. And Killer Pigeon, I'm telling you right now, Space Station was your pick. Well done, GG. Just narrowly beat me out on the talent predictions, but talk to me a little bit about them and also some of the surprises you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, GMT, obviously the big one, obviously to talk about. I was interviewing on stage, Naski, and it's amazing the turnaround. I think they had the hardest day one. They were getting targeted out. I talked to him a little bit after the interview. Like, there was this hard mental reset. They were tilting when they went to bed tonight. And this has to be like the biggest morale boost possible. Coming into this now, off the back of such a hard day, to cruise him at the beginning, now blitz into that next round. Like, I feel like they are going to be just on cloud 9. I mean, to mention another team, right?
Oh, yeah, if they win, then they will.
Whoa, buddy. That's tomorrow.
Hold on.
That's tomorrow. Let's not get
Fine.
crazy here. Not get crazy.
You know, sorry, Kate, just because to
please.
piggyback off that, the team they were challenging, that was challenging them, was Fennel. And Fennel just barely made it into this lobby after Game 6. And you know,
Just
GMT was
by
like,
the hair on
are
the
you
chinny chin
kidding
chin.
me? But at the end of the day, too, they've also kind of asserted themselves in that game.
To Berserk soundtrack for Gatsu.
Oh, cool.
Thanks.
I mean, we'll see. They certainly have the motivation. They certainly have the momentum and the confidence. The entire playoffs, every single winner. This I have from League Ops. Thank you, Mark. Every single winner circle has had a Valk. Talk to me about who you're hoping to see.
Aku di Rusia nih. Itu kan udah pada bubar. Nah, aku lagi nonton loh. Enggak, masih ada Dewa. Aku yakin Dewa masuk nih, Bang. Udah mulai. Ya aku main jatuhnya voice-nya ke speaker nanti. Galak. Aku izin ngambil suaranya. Oke. Boleh kan gua ambil suaranya Bang Semar? Enggak boleh, ya udah. Bayu. Dia diam aja, Bang. Besok Minggu, Bang. Enggak, besok. Besok Senin. Sekarang udah jam 1.
Is that something that we've obviously seen in the past that can definitely default?
I think it wouldn't surprise me if we saw some of the drop, especially early on. But again, bearing in mind, we change maps after 3 maps. It's essentially a reset when you get to map 4 or match 4. So I think most certainly, I can't guarantee it obviously, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if we did see some people contesting off the drop. And again, early on it's going to be mad ego going on. We could see how CLG were hunting down FC Destroy for revenge in that second game that we saw at Storm Point. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw similar things going into the next.
Oh, pagi.
I will say this, Evan. As we were in
lebih duluan ya berarti.
You can always tell when we're coming down to that top 5, that final circle, because the sound
Dari Indonesia.
is not something you hear online.
Anda di mana gitu ya?
The sound is somewhat deafening of the screams. This is quite literally the most critical game for both of these.
Enggak lah, itu kan
teams.
masih satu benua Asia.
Jangan
dilepas pula Jepang ke benua Jepang pula baru lagi. Benua Jepang belajar lagi tuh anak-anak sejarah tuh kasihan itu. Tapi versi Jepang itu. Baru beda kali tuh. Perbedaan hari sama Mars gimana tuh? Udahlah nggak usah dibahas.
Not just the elevation of the emotion and the intensity that we are going to see and did see in this last round. Finally, because teams might have been going home and did, but it's communication within the team compositions. And you look at Sweet NRG, a team I have to bring up, have not performed to the expectation by far. They're essentially the G2 of this group right now. Because if they are not in grand finals, we are going to be sounding off.
Ya kalau nggak ada nge-troll, nggak ada namanya kalah ya,
Is there
Bang.
anything that you want to make sure that the viewers keep their eyes out for, especially as we talk about 10 teams going to Sunday for their chance at the lion's share of $1 million and 10 teams genuinely going home?
I think it's the flexibility, right? Like if you get locked in your typical style time and time again, and you run up that wall, we've seen how that can actually backfire very quickly. The most remarkable flex we've seen so far is Sutorek, right?
Yes.
The way they picked up a switch into the crypto midway through the day and crushed it at the end, that proves just how clutch this sort of reaction can be. If you see that someone else is doing something that is working for them, you need a quick way of dissecting it. I think that's where also a coach is phenomenal here, right? That's the extra set of eyes. They see things that you don't. They are able to provide that extra insight because you're focusing on your game. You're focusing on the comms between each other in the team, right? You're thinking about like the rotations. You're maybe not thinking about, why did Crypto work so well here? Why did maybe Horizon would have worked out better here, or Lobos we've been seeing, especially on Storm Point, when you're able to lock down those areas because there's so many choke points. Like these are critical details. So I think adaptation is key. Like we've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for that hard shift that we haven't quite seen fully yet, where one region was going to bend to the other meta-wise.
Kate.
Bardoff, I love when you do this.
My internal clock has reached 0, which means I need to derail the conversation again.
Wonderful news.
I'm used to this a lot.
I've got some questions, okay?
Please.
Avocado.
Is it kill a pigeon? Is it kill a pigeon? And when did this problem with pigeons begin?
Not talk about poultry slaughter on here, okay, please?
Okay, so this is where I get exposed. So it's a dumb name for talent. I'll give you that.
I like it. I go KP.
We all remember.
But when
That's what the murderer glasses on. You typically see in films, right? Like I've
got the full push-up, right? I'm like,
wow.
Yeah,
Did you know about him? Yeah.
Okay, KP, tell us.
Okay, so back when I liked to play free-for-alls, I played in little, amateur leagues or whatever. Back in the days of a different FPS that we won't quite mention.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Probably
in 1v1s, like you didn't have good ranking systems back then, right? So you got bad matchups. And I remember I used to do this. It's so stupid. I used to do this thing where if I had a bad matchup, I'd make like bird noises when I was getting close. It'd be like kind of quick like that, right? And one time,
hold on. We need to. Can we get the camera?
We do.
Can we get the camera on this, please?
Probably need to capture this. We saw Nasky rapping earlier. This feels like the right move. A nice zoom. Yep.
All right.
Give it to him.
Little rack focus.
Give him the eyebrow, the glasses to the eyebrow raise, and then the killer pigeon. So things are going wrong in a 1v1, KP. Lead us through the action.
Yes,
right. This is the box.
I believe in you. Come on. You got this.
Let's get that zoom in going. Let's get the zoom in.
He really wants to zoom in.
Come on, cameraman.
So we'll be there. We're going through it in the moment, and he's like, he's freaking out in the corner. He's like, where's this guy going? I'm like, Tuki, out of nowhere, you catch him off guard, you slap him down. And the final kill, that's where it came out. I drop down, stab him, get him, and he afterwards goes, that freaked me out. That was like I was being hunted by a killer pigeon. I'm like, I don't remember your name. I'm sorry, buddy, but I am trademarking that right now.
What was the sound? Sorry, could you do the sound effects again, please?
Dude, you got a career.
Oh, you want the Tootsie Cookie car?
No, you need to do it straight into the camera, though. I want your eyes. I want you to make a connection
You don't have
with
to
the audience
do all
at home. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. This is the weirdest segment I've ever done in my life.
You're the one creating it.
I know.
Directing this segment.
I know.
Sorry.
Thank you for
James
that.
said behind this, he's like, boy, I'm going to
Producers.
make you memorable. And I had no clue what he meant until now.
Talk about your moment. I mean, this
There's
is
the
it.
killer pigeon. What were you saying, Kate, before that?
I think people around the
cares?
world will never forget that name.
That
and
is
story.
that's I mean, or the sound that I'm sure will be on.
That way over-delivered. That way
It just-
over-delivered.
I mean,
It did.
wow. I don't know how we could possibly top that other
Now we
than
need Kate and Rain Day to do pigeon noise.
Oh, no, I'm not
I could
getting
do
up
dolphin
here.
noises,
At
but
the
not
end-
pigeon.
I'm going to be interpretive dancing my origin story for my
I
my
cannot
gamer
wait,
tag, so
everybody.
I'll have to wait.
Cannot wait. Yeah, our casters are looking over at us going, what the French toast has happened on this desk? Well, let's talk about
I
something
think this
else.
is T-Squared's fault.
You know, oh God, we love you, Tom. We love you, Tom, so
James
much.
is in
He
chaos
is
mode.
he's just shots fired. Speaking of, let's talk about this. And
Get the
Killer
camera off
Pigeon,
him.
we're getting it off of you, even though you definitely have done great things with this next one. Okay, here we go. Let us talk about the defense of your picks. Bardoff, because you are so vocal all the time, I'm going to start with you. And I think I know the answer to this question, but
All right.
why Team Empire?
Empire have been sandbagging, all right? We saw them pick Seer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people have been complaining about, well, one person complained about Seer on the internet of late. There is no valid reason to pick Seer as far as I'm concerned, although it was entertaining to see. Now, you know, they've been on a run of entertainment, all right? But it's time to you know, reset the channel. And I honestly think they've been sandbagging their main team of Maggie and Caustic. Okay, the third character is not really that relevant, not really racist, who actually cares. Now it's time.
Yeah.
This is the business end of the shotgun. Otherwise, you're going home in a bin bag. Nobody wants to be in a bin bag, especially not Team Empire. They can destroy lobbies if they want to. We've seen the evidence of that this weekend. Now is the time to do that.
There it is. That's Coach Bardoff for you there, TE. You remember that. Okay, real quick. Talk to me, Killer Pigeon. Who's your pick and why? Quick.
Okay, Space Station Gaming, like, it's quite simple, right? I'm not a fanboy, I swear. I know it's 2 in a row, but their positioning is fantastic. They know when to lock down, and they've upped their aggression compared to day one, which is why they're netting points right now. Still one of the highest survival time averages for a team, but they're actually netting the kills. That's the big difference maker, and I think compared to teams like G2, they're not biting off more than they can chew while doing similar things.
There it is. Evan, last thing. Talk to me about your pick real quick.
Viewpoint CLG, I think that they served me well last time. They are consistent. They like to team fight. They're good at it, and they are not afraid of the competition. They're underrated as well. No one is considering them to take the top spot in this lobby. That's why I think they've got a chance here, and they win games. And in order to move forward in Apex, especially tomorrow, you got to be able to win.
That is how the cookie crumbles, of course. Hey, but you know what? Speaking of winning things, well, if you head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, you could be the proud owner of a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. That's where you're going to want to enter to win. We're going to be giving that away tomorrow during our grand finals. Another many reasons to join us tomorrow. But guess what? We are not going to talk pigeons or Bardoff's comp picks anymore. It is time. You can hear the players behind me. They're getting excited. So now is the time to cast it over to our casters who are taking us to our final round of the day. Gents, over to you.
I want to be serious here, I really do, but there's too many pigeon noises happening behind me, Gino. These guys on the desk having a lot of fun, which is great. It is all about having fun here.
Staring into the soul of the pigeon mating call. I mean, if we're entirely done with that, then I guess we could think about the next set of games, Xenox.
And very big games, aren't they, of course. The second losers bracket, 10 more teams will be going home and will be missing out on the finals. 10 more teams, though, will be joining our winner bracket teams that did make it through to the finals tomorrow. So this is it. This is the final 6 games here for day 2 of the ALGS playoffs. These are very, very important games. Not only that, but we've got 20 very good teams.
Absolutely, these teams are ready to go. 10, as you say, are going to be moving on to tomorrow and competing for the real lion's share of the money, of course. The other 10, unfortunately, this is the end of it for them. They've made it through that gauntlet of the second round of games we had today in the losers bracket, but it's only getting harder from here on out.
We did some maths off stream. You should never do it on stream, by the way. But we did a little bit off stream to see sort of the numbers and the region representation coming into our second losers bracket here. And surprisingly, dominated by APAC North and EMEA, 7 and 6 teams respectively. So over half of the lobby from those two regions. Obviously for South America, this feels like last hurrah so far. No teams are actually through. They've got 2 teams remaining. For APAC South, well, it's a little bit of the opposite, Gino. They've had one team eliminated, but everyone else is waiting for the others to join them in the winners bracket.
Yeah, they've done pretty damn well, right? And as you said, we're talking about the middle of the 40 teams right now, because we've already had those 10 that have gone through, and of those, 6 were from NA. So look, the North American fans very, very happy right now. And, well, there could be some more joining them. I mean, potentially 9 out of the top 20 teams that we see tomorrow could be from North America. Wow. Wouldn't that be a resounding success?
Certainly would. As we head into match 1, we head back to Storm Point once again to kick off our final 6 games of day 2 of the ALGS playoffs. This is the second losers bracket. This is the final chance for these teams to move forward to the finals tomorrow.
Well, Xenox, we haven't had too much of a chat about any of these teams specifically just yet. So with so many of those APAC North teams joining us here in our losers bracket round 2, which ones of these have you got your eyes on?
Well, there's one that I had my eye on that is not here in Crazy Raccoon, so that already has sort of thrown a bit of spanner in the works there. But look, I think for APAC North, this is actually something that could benefit them when almost half of the lobby is from the region. It should make them feel a little bit more comfortable moving forward to the finals. Of course, only 6 games though. And the biggest thing for me is starting strong. So far over the course of today, and even to some degree back on day 1, the teams that have started well have been able to get into positions that get them results. It's only 6 games. You do not have too many chances. At the end of the day, how many teams have we actually seen progress from finding results in match 5 and match 6? Maybe only 1 or 2. So typically if you start well, you've got a very high percentage chance of moving on.
Yeah, look, Reply Totem, probably one of those, right?
Yeah, one of them, yep.
Managed to clutch out, and, well, okay, we're getting a look at
Susu-soklat
where
Apek.
this game is.
Itu yang ada
Gua
yang
dulu
naik
di
ini ya.
susu coklat.
Kayaknya.
Semoga
Iya,
bisa
ada
dapat
kayaknya.
game makin banyak.
Udah ngambil sana kayak zona sana kayak Bob.
Emang
Kayaknya
udah bisa
ya.
bikin
Gue liat
lebih
atas
udah.
kiri ya. Gue liat pulnya di bawah. Kayak gak asing gitu ngepulnya. Mana atas kiri? Kiri. Aduh, kontol. Yang menurut lu yang harus bubble bisa ngel di pojokan jangan bubble please. Oke. Mana ada? Enggak ada. Kosong. Ayo, bisa cek rank. Bisa. Enggak perlu bubble juga gitu kayaknya. Ya, gua siap tekan Q aja kalau itu tinggal lepas. Ya. Kalau gua ada silan ya kalau ada ya. Nemu. Ya. Gua ngeliat nih, kalian keras apa lah. Kalau gua 6. Kalau gua 4, baterai 1. Nah, backpack 1 ping kalau ada. Oke. Di kiri perang ya. Iya, kiri tuh. Ambil rumah ini apa? Nih, bom banyak nih. Ada yang multi Valkyrie dari kiri. Yuk. Ini zona launchpad nih, coy. Oh, rumah ini apa kasih kita coba menurut lo? Rumah itu yang tanda lu. Tanda ini kan. Tanda yang ini bukan? Udah ada. Perang dia. Mau tepek ya? Ayo sini cepet. Gua itu balik pohon ada orang Bob ya, balik pohon tuh. Lihat enggak lu tuh. Oh iya gua lihat. Itu kayak TP lagi Bob. TP lagi itu Bob. Ada sini aja dulu deh. Iya, itu TP lagi. Rumah kiri aja. Lihat belakang gitu. Bas, lihat belakang Bas, gua lihat kanan. Oke. Di atas sudah ada. Oke. Nih, tuh orang Bob. Kanan gua enggak berani sampai sini, gua putih. Sini bagus ya sih tempat-tempat sini nih. Enggak ya? Enggak, jelek. Nanti aja. Main di sini aja dulu. Atas kosong nggak?
Ada. Tadi kan ada, Bobby bilang.
Rumah kiri nggak bagus ya?
Ini dia nunggu anjing itu masih di situ ya. Tuh di belakang. Iya. Mau KTP dia tuh. Balik lagi dia tuh. Pas belakangnya. Ya, gue liatin kiri.
Gua lihat belakang sini. Coveran gua kurang bagus ya, Cey ya, spotnya.
Iya.
Ada baterai lebih nggak?
Gua ada satu, lu bawa baterai gua aja, gua nggak body putih. Nih net nih. Gua bawa net lo. Itu ada terbang sana tuh. Ini orang nih. Tembaknya mana tau kenal dapat. Nah, in body. Temennya di sini nih. Udah sini.
Ada yang bisa gue culik nggak sih? Kalau nggak, lu liatin belakang pace, gue liatin kanan pace. Gue nggak kalah ke kanan pace kalau mau. Lu liatin belakang.
Yaudah.
Ulti Valkyrie.
Lah, kalau tap sendiri, kapan dah? Ada yang terbang. Terbang di atas.
Iya, terbang kemana tuh? Turun kemana?
Ke arah sana. Oh, arah sana, arah Bobby.
Mana tadi ada suara orang perang lagi? Sini ya? Udah kelar ya?
Udah kelar. Kanan care packet atas. Dari atas ada gak sih? Lihat deh.
Ada tadi, Bob. Tadi ada.
Masalahnya 2 orang di bawah ini.
Hah? Iya kah?
Oh, dia ngituin 2 rumah, ini kosong nanti.
Oh. Mending kita retake sini kalau emang dia situ dia cuma satu apa dua.
Ada yang terbang, sabar, ada yang terbang.
Mana?
Enggak ada. Arah atas ini suara terbang, dengar gak kalian? Ambil rumah itu kata gua. Wait, what? Ambil rumah ini.
Terlalu sih, menurut mana sih? Kayaknya gue pengen kalau gue sih pengennya nanti kita scan zone lagi. Bikinnya sih. Biar kita rotate soalnya kan enggak ada yang dari main tengah, Bob. Kita bisa scan zone lagi langsung masuk tengah. Ya. Menurut lu gimana, Bob?
Ya udah. 2 menit. Belakang nggak tahu ya. Harusnya nggak aman harusnya. Belum aman.
Iya, belum.
Gue juga belakang nggak tahu tuh aman atau nggak. Iya.
Harusnya ada tim sih ntar.
Harusnya ada tim ya.
Gue senjata
ini semua soalnya
dekat semua ya.
Dekat. Iya. Kalau mau langsung ambil sini. Atau sini dulu juga nggak apa-apa.
Terlalu lu apa aja kalau gue tadi cuma
dulu. Gua kalau perang kayak gini nih gua ngejaganya ini anjing.
Ya ada
senjata gua ini
perang enak ya.
Iya, perang enak kayak.
Lu megang repek gua.
Atau lu mau karbin? Lu mau karbin nih? Lu pakai karbin gua. Udah enggak lu pakai daripada.
Gua karbin repek ini, bisa enggak nukar gua? Malu.
Enggak, gua bisa.
Sini. Default peluru dikit lagi ya.
Rumah ini kosong ya. 1 menit sabar.
Ini gua enggak tahu nih berapa kayak mana nih kill-killannya.
Perang lagi itu dia.
Iya. Ada web satu kali sekali. Oh, satu tim doang, satu lagi sana. Tinggal satu tim di dalam tuh.
Ya. Nah, dia bubble tuh. Bubble-nya tadi di kiri, sekarang di kanan. Nggak tahu itu bubble 2 tim itu. Tuh ya. Mau TP kak?
Sabar balik lagi.
Oh itu. Tembak itu.
Crack satu Valkyrie ya. Dia crack juga, kedua crack. Bisa nembak lo. Jatuh lo.
Enggak bisa. Gua harus liatin belakang aja. Gua takut maju belakang ini itu. Iya. All you.
Yes, oke. Dua dia BTW ya.
Oke.
Gibi Valkyrie.
Kalau main bawah sini, bisa kan? Oh, bisa sih, masuk dalam itu di tengah bawah sini. Di tengah, ingin tengah, iya. Mau.
Jelas sih guys menurut gua.
Itu kan tengahnya ada coveran juga. Cuman
mungkin
kalau kita itu jelek
iya. Soalnya kita lihat terus tim di sini kan cuma sepi nih. Bisa jadi cuma satu tim. Kena pressure kita dengan full space mati kita.
Iya.
Terbang.
Target spotted, far off.
Dia ngerangin tim mana? Mau scan zona dulu akan berdua.
Ayo. Cuman gua nggak tahu ya di kiri ini. Kanan atas aman banget.
Aman putih.
Cuman nggak tahu kanan sekali.
Gua jaga di sini. Gua jaga di cok.
Rumah kayaknya nggak ada tuh.
Kayaknya nggak ada ya.
Itu ada sel tuh. Ada like. Ambil lah.
Gua udah 8 sel gua.
Gua mau bantuin Bobby. Mana sel? Di atas nanti ada.
Oh ini bug nih. ambil care paket aja, cabut itu lagi.
Ya udah. Udah diambil.
Bentar, anjingnya bunyi.
Belum diambil.
Enggak.
Belum diambil.
Mau naik
Amar biru, pes.
Oh, oke. Mau naik kanan.
Ayo, bareng aja.
Sabar, tunggu gua. Ambil.
Ya. Bareng.
Yuk. 1, 2, 3. Aman lah ya. Aduh, hampir gua mental lagi pas ke sana.
Ayo, nyata please.
Oh, backpack. Jadi.
Nih lu. Jangan lo ambil backpack si Bobby.
Udah.
Aman banget ya dilihat dari sini kirinya.
Zona lihat ya.
Ada di atas situ ada tuh di
atas mana?
Storm catcher ada.
Masuk dari launch pad enggak kita si Bob lo kiri.
Dari mana? Dari kiri jauh ya?
Kiri ya. Sini kali.
Iya. Storm catcher ada kan, hati-hati belakang kita ya.
Iya. Anjing kena kejar. Emek.
Dekat siapa sih namanya? Karsan.
Awas ada tim belakang kita.
Iya. Hati-hati kiri juga ya, jalan kiri tuh. Ntar hati-hati rumah juga. Orang endok.
Kalian dengar tim sengaja dari mana tuh liatnya? Aku nggak tahu tadi.
Kenapa?
Ada tim sengaja tahu dari mana kalian tadi?
Gua lihat kalanya.
Hati-hati ya, rumah ini di surprise.
Bisa dia denger tadi.
Iya. Gua jalan bareng Bobby terus. Gua di bawah. Ada ultimate?
Bawa nggak bisa bawa.
Iya, gua bisa bawa. Ada drone dekat, orangnya dekat itu. Bunyinya dekat.
Drone dari sini.
Enggak,
depan kita ya.
Mau di sini.
Depan kita kayak orangnya.
Kayak dari kiri deh orangnya.
Takutnya sih.
Ada gua enggak tahu.
Ada tim belakang gua bisa,
Iya.
Dia bisa jadi ke kita juga, soalnya dia nggak zona putih jauh kan. Soalnya dia crypto tuh dia tuh Bob.
Yang mana?
Tim kiri tuh crypto sini tuh kayak. Di sana tuh crypto kayak.
Iya. Gua butuh energi kalau ada.
Sel gua hilang 2 biji anjing, mana sih sel? Masak lan.
Ini sel?
Sel gua hilang 2 biji di depan nether gua.
Gua 6 sekarang.
Nih, gua drop nih.
Tuh, ngedrop dia.
Tahu kita enggak?
Nih drop. Ini enggak ada yang mau ambil. Gua liat belakang ya, gua liat arah sini. Gua liat arah sana.
Udah enggak ada, dia mau kemana dia? Ditembakin dia. Bisa di PC kali, iya bisa. Sabar. Dia mau kesini Bob.
Sabar Bob, dia mau kesini. Info ya kalau bisa ditembak. Iya, info kalau bisa ditembak. Lah, ngekin gua dia.
Ya, ya lu kelihatan lah lu gede.
Oh iya, badan gua di sini anjing padahal.
Ungu dia, Valkyrie ya.
Satu lagi ungu tuh sana.
Bisa kita pitch sini, Bob, gua pitch dah. Hati-hati belakang si plan pitch, di belakang.
Aman.
Hati-hati di belakang.
Iya.
Di mana ya?
GB-nya 70, Bob. Gitu.
Bom gua banyak nih. Ini nih, GB-nya nih satu.
Beda kastik GB ini.
Oh, pasti. Ini balik lagi dia.
Hati-hati belakang kiri, pitch.
Iya, gua liatin terus nih. Gua jauh dari kalian, gua harus lihat belakang terus.
Ulti Valkyrie dia.
Gua cancel enggak?
Gua cancel. Atau harus biarin aja tadi?
Apa, biar cancel. Bisa sih nggak kita lihat sini Bob menurut lo? Ntar. Atau ulti Valkyrie aja kita?
Kiri jauh ya? Kiri jauh apa bisa sih?
Harusnya bisa sih.
Nih kriptonya masih liatin belakang terus nih. Kripto dari sini nih, pilih gak sabar Bes. Lu liatin Mamar Bes. Gua liatin mata. Gua mau cari tim kripto nih tim mana dah.
Oke. Tuh ulti Valk lagi deh.
Ulti lagi deh.
Lah.
Kemana dia?
Nggak tahu, nggak kelihatan ketutup pohon dari gua.
Ulti Valkyrie itu dia.
Iya, yang tadi kan dibilang ulti Valkyrie, Bos. Ambil mana dia tuh?
Nih. Sini dia, maksudnya dia.
Awas kiri ya.
Lihat tim lain.
Awas tempat anjing tadi. Tadi kan masih ada orang tempat anjing kan masih ada orang.
Ambil
di sini bisa kira. Sini tanda lu
Mas. Ini pasti ada perang soalnya di atas itu.
Di sini kan ada tempat kayak high glitch buat manjat kotak-kotak tuh, ingat nggak pas kita champion di situ?
Iya.
Nah,
Iya.
bisa ke situ sih harusnya.
Ya,
Di bawahnya juga
di
bisa.
batu sini bisa, batu sini bisa, ya batu sini bisa.
Ya,
Tapi nggak akan nyampe ke sih? Nyampe emang.
Harusnya nyampe sih, ini
Harusnya
kan
nyampe
tinggi.
di Agron.
Nggak tahu dah.
Nempel sini terus.
Kayaknya enggak deh.
Titiknya ada orang.
Kayaknya enggak deh. Jauh banget itu.
Nggak nyampe, jauh banget.
Jauh banget. Ramai banget sampai sekarang nggak sih kita bawa atau nanti telat aja?
Ayo sekarang.
Tim sini ramai banget soalnya mungkin di sana bakal ada yang kosong.
Agak kanan lagi deh.
Atas ini kali.
Ya atas sini
Sini,
sapi
sini.
kali, Bob. Ayo sekarang gaskan guys. Ada armor santai.
Penuh.
Tembak depan nih. Tembak depan.
Bigi.
Bisa.
Santai. Banyak tempat lain.
Sekitar.
Iya. Nyantai aja.
Ini mereka perang nih.
Rumah dah.
Lihat nih.
Ada di bawah kita, Bob.
Di bawah.
Tembakin.
Ada yang terbang ini. Ini bakal perang.
Give me flash.
Belas banget.
Sabar, nanti kulti. Kulti enggak sana.
Nanti.
Enggak usah, simpan aja.
Nggak usah.
Simpan ulti ya.
Turun. Lihat Valkyrie.
Fakta dia harusnya.
Banet tuh.
Gua bisa sini, gua coba faktapin ya, Bob ya. Liatin ya. Gua coba faktapin ya.
Iya. Ini
Bas, hati-hati Bas, itu rame Bas.
Ini open nih.
Crack.
Woi.
Kelas banget.
Ayo, udah.
Masih nembak dia itu.
Kena hit gua sekali gua.
Santai.
Selling gua.
Ini perang nih kiri.
Masih aman gak tuh ini anjing? Liatin kiri deh, Bob. Dulu.
Tati.
Hit portal deh, fakta, Bob. Give me.
Low red.
Itu.
Red low, red.
Nah,
Lu lihat kiri, gua liat kanan, gua fokus kanan.
Hati-hati.
Hati-hati.
Bis rumah belakang garing, dia bisa wakap ke kita. Lu bisa liatin nggak?
Rumah
Kiri
ini.
Kiri ini.
Oke, Bob.
Liatin dong.
Iya. Bob, fokus ke dia ya, Bob ya.
Iya.
Tim ini gimana, Pak? Apa kabar tim kiri, Bob?
Kita harus tahan sini, Bas. Bener-bener.
Oh iya.
Tahan ini.
Ayo. Oke. Kita berikan ya.
Info gua kalau butuh bubble, info gua. Infoin gua terus kalau butuh bubble.
Ini di bawah nih. Flash, Gibi di belakang ini.
Jangan lihat semua
Ini.
lah.
Iya.
Gua nggak ada peluru lagi.
Kalian aja,
ada peluru lagi gua.
Peluru apa?
Like atau heavy.
Nih.
Nah, tembakin dia, tim atas ke sini. Ulti Valkyrie, belakang.
Iya.
Bas, bagi heavy dikit, Bas.
Coba gua loot real quick.
Ada yang bawa kita. Oh, enggak yang sih. Ada yang atas.
Jack, kalau bisa main di gua nanti.
Peace.
Yap.
Kalau bisa nanti lu ulti ya, Pis.
Iya, yang mana?
Pas aja ulti Valkyrie, coy. Kira-kira stag gua bubble ulti ya.
Bubble.
Aman gua.
Aman enggak?
Aman. Ulti bisa
Cara
bes. Ulti aja bes, bubble aja bes.
Ulti sini.
Iya, udah.
Dia bakal ulti kita juga,
Itu dia ngulti.
Iya.
Hati-hati. Nyantai.
Kena ulti gua, ada yang kena ulti gua, 2 orang.
Astar. Gua ngecil. Gua
Gibi, almost crack.
Gibi. Selling gua. Ada Valkyrie belakang.
Di mana flash? Costing elo, 5 flash.
Fokus satu.
Costing 5 flash,
Gua main sini. Liatin. Gibi
almost crack.
Push.
Kasih.
Hampir crack.
Woi.
Di belakang ini dia.
Lo costingnya
Di belakang ini. Push. Nice Bas, 1v1
Nice, Bas.
1v1 lo.
Nice.
Sil.
Udah, Sil.
Bro, udah belakang.
No.
Gua mati.
Sil.
Gua mati.
Kok bisa kena tepus sih? Kok bisa dekat banget anjing lah.
Udah, gua udah nembak dia.
Peluru gua habis ya karbin gua.
Sama. Karbin gua kasih pelurunya ke Bobby semua.
Enggak, kalau R3 anjing tai lah. Gue percaya sama kalian anjing.
Peluru gue cuma 60 Bob, karbin gue tadi. Habis itu udah 0.
Lo karbin gue kasih semua ke lu. Pelurunya. Tinggal 21/0 apa 18/0 lah deh.
Tapi mereka ngapa nggak ulti Valkyrie ya? Bingung gak gue?
Nggak tahu gue.
Nggak, mereka harusnya pack gitu. Emang gue nggak tahu tadi.
Ini tim ini Bob, tim ini. Ya wajar. Tim ini si bangsat ini emang gak jelas juga kan?
Controller ya Valkyrie?
Nggak tahu. Iya,
Roller gua.
Tuh, udah gua hit 92 Valkyrie yang masih nembak lu. Pas di kanan tuh Bob.
Lu nggak ada bubble kan tadi? Terus bubble.
Nggak ada, tadi kan bubblein sih Bas.
Stabil bisa.
Pas di ulti GB juga.
Jadi kita
Bad luck banget kena stack aksa anjing.
2 dia lempar langsung gitu, kena sekali. Untung kena S1 cuman.
Ya tapi pecah juga kan, jadi gua keluar bubble.
Tapi dia kok bisa upside kayak itu lu tadi dipukul dari mana, Bob? Dari mana lu?
Dari kanan. Udah gua tembak.
Bukannya ada yang jaga kanan.
Gua apa sih? Nggak tahu gua. Tiba-tiba di kanan gua.
Gua juga tadi kan fokus ke tengah dulu. Nggak fokus kanan. Pas gua lihat kanan, Valkyrie nembak Bobby segitunya, gua hit juga pas 92 malah.
Dia senjata dekat lagi kontrol lah.
Iya.
Karena gua rempek ke tok tembak. Karena gua apa? Rempek gua reload, gua mencet 1 kan, enggak ada peluru.
Bukannya masih ada peluru tadi. Rempet tuh berapa peluru tadi?
Peluru rempet ada, reload tapi reload. Karbin gua nggak ada peluru. Gua mencet 1 gua nggak nembak anjing, habis peluru rupanya.
It's okay bro, nice try. Bad luck kena stuck aja kita.
Nice try.
Tapi weird juga sih Bob, sebenarnya dia harusnya ulti Valkyrie gak gambling Bob.
Iya. Mungkin gak ada ulti dia pas mungkin. Dia kan habis ulti tadi. Mungkin.
Enggak dia sih.
Ada
dari
sih
awal.
Causticnya gua hit 56 plus. Gak mati dong.
Tadi mereka belum ada yang crack lagi, 1 doang yang crack baru tadi ya.
Ya tapi causticnya modal silbas gua hit 76 pas itu. Makanya lu hit berapa ada tik mati dia. Causticnya awalnya udah lo gua bikin flash gitu. Cuman pas dia nge-push lu gua hit 76.
I mean, he would just feed face on the height and drop the ult.
Yeah, that's what I would do for sure. Now here we go. Kraber has no bullets, so Drop's not going to pick this up.
Oh my god.
And Nasuke going down.
Runs through the window and gets laid out by Frex's wingman.
And now Frex is going to be the one to watch here. He is the Caustic, and late game Caustic is the one to watch. Here we go. 4 shots getting taken by Frex, almost taking down one of the players on
One from Unite does get knocked though, and Unite is gone.
Unite is eliminated immediately.
They're fighting on ultimate height here. SSG just needs to third this.
I don't know what SSG is doing. Dropton's now are playing so safe right now. If they peek at all, it's going to be huge. GW getting some knocks right there on the Dogma. Dogma going down as the 2 other are going to be fighting. SSG is going to look to third party here. Matsu Trash going down by the hands of Denial. Min going to be going down by the hands of Yuka. And SSG takes the bubble from the top side height. It's going to look down on everyone here, as it most likely is going to be an SSG win for game number 1.
Crypto coming out here.
Drop still has his bubble with a great use of taking everyone else's bubble instead of using his own. As Reject goes out in third, and GW is the last team alive. Is it a 3-man? I do not think so. I think it is a duo. Here we go.
They drop down, that's already knocked.
Here, and they're going to get both KP and it's
just
a solo.
And
that was so
easy win for SSG.
Well played. How much easier can it get for the SSG boys? They watch everyone else fight. They watch everyone just do the work for them. They come in with the Caustic. They come in with the Gibraltar, not even using the ultimates at all. Get 2 free KP on the GW.
And Frex just sipping his coffee.
Frex sipping his coffee. Like I said, he doesn't drink coffee. Frex only eats ham and cheese sandwiches. He has the palate of a 3rd grader. I swear to God. Every time I play with him in rank, he says, "Oh, what are you eating?" He's like, "Chicken nuggets." I swear to God, man, that kid literally has never ate a food other than ham and cheese and chicken. But He is sipping that coffee, bro. Wonder if it's cold brew, because goddamn, the ice in his veins was amazing.
That's a 21-point win for SSG.
A big dub here in our first game of the
Tadi
losers bracket.
seingat gue tuh bahas karena bahasnya bilang enggak aman-aman. Tapi si Muammar udah terlanjur bilang ini terlanjur nge-call untuk bubble. Bahasnya di awal bilang bubble, tapi setelah dia tahu dia aman dia bilang udah aman-aman. Judi gimana pakai channel point. Di sini bisa judi guys, judi halal.
If you win a game, you generally advance to the next stage. So it's not everything. There are still 5 more games to play, but it's a great start for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I think in the last 2 games,
Ada
it's been like
32
points, 33 points, very close to that cutoff to being in the top 10 and advancing over a 6 series game,
Mereka tuh
right?
sebenarnya
So
apa ya?
considering, you know, we've had that 2 games in a row, let's say that plays out here.
Oh, mereka ke 10 guys.
Points.
Mereka masih ke 10, nice. Good start.
More than halfway there.
Lufa, oke, gua aja ya. Gua aja biar remote-nya bisa ikut.
That circle right to the end. They got to that position first. They were the first team there. That's why they get those placement points. Picked up some kills along the way. In fact, really, when you look at sort of the top 5 there, Unite, Reject, Game With, really showing APAC North and not going to go down without a fight. GMT, they continue their good run. Same with obviously Space Station. Team Burger, they wrap up sort of the top 6 as we make our way to the other side of the graphics. Some absolutely big names, Genome here. Raccoon, Team Empire, CLG.
Start the prediction. Prediction mau apa nih guys?
To get here as well, all struggling there in match 1.
NRG as well. I mean,
killnya berapa itu?
Team Empire, I think actually is the one that's perturbing me the most, Xenox, because they just played so well on day 1 and there was such
sama-sama 3 poinnya. Oh tapi players punya placement sih. Masih belum aman guys.
Very even
Satu
spread
kill
of damage and kills. What a team effort. 3 kills, 3 kills.
Satu doang kan dari yang tadi si Muammar.
Sort of 1200 damage.
Thank you for the follow, Mochi. Welcome to the show and hope you enjoy. Ganjil genap. Dewa mati duluan berarti. Oh, ganjil genap. Apa mau kill? Mau kill atau placement? Mau kill. Total kill squad. Oh, oke. Total kill squad.
So it's looking like finals could be on the cards for them still. Though 5 matches to go. That was only match 1 of losers bracket round 2. We're going to go to short break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2.
Ganjil genap. Berapa menit guys? Mau berapa menit? Mau berapa menit? Mau berapa menit biar bisa? 10 menit apa ya? Biar panjang. 10, oke. Sudah guys, silahkan yang mau judi, terbuka lebar, yuk. Yang mau judi, yuk. Siapa tahu hoki. Ayo bisa prediction sekarang juga judi. Judi ngajak-ngajak. Total kill squadnya mereka berapa? Ayo. Mau ganjil, mau genap. Yang menang dapat channel point banyak. Silahkan dipredik guys. Wih, gila udah banyak tuh yang banyak ganjil ya. Yang bikin jago player ini soalnya hampir tiap match lawan cheater. Gak salah. Dan apa ya, Valorant tuh juga gitu. Mana judinya anjir, bisa diklik kok. Bisa diklik di mana ya? Hello, I'm back. Hi, Hazelnut, what's up? Welcome back. Jangan lupa hashtagnya anak dewa, hashtag Indopride, Indoproud. Gimana Pak? Atau enggak lu close aja dulu Twitch-nya, nanti baru buka lagi. Atau enggak ya itu di channel point tuh.
Swear to God?
Yeah.
So I used to play a lot of different things. I think the closest game that I went pro in was probably League of Legends.
No, wait, you went almost pro in League and then went pro in Apex?
Yeah, but this was like season 3 or something.
Oh, okay. League is terrible.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it's a great
It is.
game, but that game mentally will torture you. Literally one of the worst games I've ever played mentally in solo queue.
Yeah, no, that's basically why you're in the army.
Yeah. Now, dude, I want to talk a little bit. I was telling you how Team Liquid is a very similar play style to you, and obviously the NA teams NA viewers are very familiar with how Team Liquid plays. But do you want to explain kind of what Alliance does without giving away your strats? Obviously, like to the viewers, what is your game plan when you're playing with Alliance? What do you guys like to do? How do you like to position yourselves? Just explain to the chat.
The best way to explain our plays is probably we loot up a lot. We get a lot of loot. We land thermal on World's Edge, so we just get a lot of loot and then we basically brute force our way into zone. Like, we usually like to play zone 3 so that we can get like specific knowledge of where the zone is actually pulling. Because World's Edge is a little bit RNG, like Storm Point is way easier to predict, but World's Edge go a little bit everywhere. So it's a lot harder to predict. So playing zone 3 gives you that specific knowledge. This is where it's going. And then once you know that, you know, you brute force your way in, you take one of the gold spots and then play for late game.
I like that a lot. So pretty much what you're saying is you wait for the beacon knowledge and then you commit to a spot.
Yeah.
Pretty much a really good strategy in my mind. I think that's a very good way of playing those edge. Like you said, it's very RNG, very, you know, just don't really know where the map's pulling, etc. But for Storm Point, I want to get your opinion on it. Do you like playing Storm Point over World's Edge? Do you have a favorite out of the two, or do you not really give a shit?
Ya kenapa ya? I've been pretty heavily a bit against Storm Point at the start, but it's growing on me.
Harusnya kenapa gua harus ngapa-ngapain gitu?
Like the thing is, World's Edge is way more of a fair map.
Harus dilakuin.
Like,
Kenapa?
Way more competitive in general. However, Storm Point it's fun, man. It's actually growing on me. So
yeah,
it's kind of I kind of like it now. I kind of like it now. At the start it was frustrating at the start when everybody's just inting, you know. Nobody knows what they're doing. Everybody's trying new shit and just running it down mid. But that was growing on me. But I'm still a World's Edge fan. Like,
100%.
The late games are just way more fun on World's Edge because it's like way more cover, like way more teams can be there, and then it's like a lot more strategical compared to Storm Point, where it's like the zone we just saw ends in the middle of the open with fish water.
Yeah.
Like it's
I know, I hate those zones, dude. Fish farms to me is just not a fun zone to watch. Greek actually really likes fish farm zones. I'm not a huge fan. But before we get you going to it, I have two questions. One, if you could change one thing about competitive Apex that you don't like, how would you change it and what would you change?
As of right now, I would change the Valk ulti. The Valk ulti right now is just a get out of jail free card. Like it's not strategical, it's not nothing. You just we need to get out of here, Valk ulti, you know?
Okay.
So the first thing I would do is lower the height of the Valk ulti because it's actually way higher than jump towers.
Yup.
So make that, because right now if you Valk ulti, you reach 450 meters on the playground. So I'll probably lower that to like 300 because it's the same as jump towers. So jump towers are pretty balanced, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and then I would probably make it a little bit like
kayak apa ya,
change
Jos?
the startup of the
Soalnya
Valk
kan
ulti a little
aku
bit.
lagi
Because
suara TV ada juga. Jadi kayak
because the one thing I propose is bubble Valk ulti, and then you're out.
Enggak, sebenarnya aku tuh nggak ngapa-ngapainnya karena kan lagi live streaming yang menonton nggak ada. Terus ya ngapa-ngapain gua?
Alliance_Hackies on everything basically, and I stream almost every day.
And let me tell you, man, this guy is so fucking good. So make sure you go and watch him. He carried me and Coxie's ass through like a 7-hour RP session, and you know how bad Coxie is. So if we're getting RP with Coxie, and this guy is unbelievable, bro. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you.
And we'll get you back in here again in a little bit. For sure.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thanks.
Aku balik lagi ke atas. Alright guys. Weh?
Dude, the loot so bad.
Alright guys.
Gampang closing flatland lah. Bang crafting flatland. Biru. Hah?
Oke.
Ngelek. Biru tuh.
Like lu nggak ada yang butuh like.
Enggak bakal.
Gua pakai core aja.
Lawan apa dia di bawah ya?
Pejoy. Banyak like ammo nih. Senjatanya nggak ada tapi.
Nih, sandal level 3 sama barrel nih. Aduh, belum ambil galon lagi, kontol.
Di cascade ini nggak pernah di tengah-tengah sini ada zona.
Masukkan zona sini, masukkan zona bangsat juga, jauh juga.
Yo.
Kalau ada EB semua kita ya.
Iya. Gua ambil galon mau crafting. Flatline sama body gua. Sabar. Oh ada body doang nggak jadi. Mobil. Mobil ammo. Udah. Ini baterai siapa nih?
Yo.
Sabar gua bawain dulu baterai siapa nih. Nih.
Ayo Dewa Yuna.
Bangsat habis.
Duh, baterai siapa tuh?
Atau udah ambil lah. Ini buat bimbing.
Mau ini kan? Cek ring.
Apa?
Oh ya ring.
Cek ring.
Barel tadi ada yang pakai nggak?
Enggak.
Apa?
Di mana barelnya, Bas?
Di bawah itu.
Di bawah lantai Bes. Terus level 2 diambil. Masukin gua, Bes.
Mana gua tahu anjing?
Udah. Nah.
Ini deh. Dia udah cek ring. Gua liatin dia kemana.
Oke.
Ke arah kiri. Sabar.
Gua
mau jalan doang ya?
Pakai poismed dah. Bentar.
Cek ring dance ya.
Oh, ditembakin dia ya?
Tahu dia.
Setting. Suara.
Kita enggak dikasih cek ring dia apa?
Cek.
Putih kasih kayak di tengah-tengah.
Mau cabut kah? Mau ajar kah?
Ganti.
Kalau ajar gua ngapri, Bob. Gua apa ya?
Jauh banget sabar.
Oh, udah jauh dia.
Ya.
Gua kira deket anjing.
Hidupin.
Ini ada water juga dalam ini ya. Putih
baru
satu
kali ini ringnya.
Putih 2 ya. Masukin zona.
Ring baru kali.
Mau cek dulu aja nggak?
Ayo cek dulu
aja ya. Putih 2 deh ya.
Ya.
Reject.
Oke. Sini dari
ada shotgun nih.
United.
Ya, gue fast ada nih.
Enggak, shotgun lain aja. Kalau lo pakai
Gue mau
aja.
cara lain. Iya, gue harus pakai shotgun sih enak.
Ini peluru energi nih guys.
Terus cancel tuh fast.
Iya.
Yo, let's go.
Tadi di atas ada yang tembak-tembakan.
Oh.
Mah, what the fuck? Nyari ujung-ujung apa dia? Oh, mau crafting dia tuh, Bob. Di antena.
Oh.
Wih, dapat sini enak banget nih. Perang orang sini tadi.
Oke.
Dapat sini sabi kasih Bob. Langsung kita ambil sini, Bob. Ambil 3 rumah nih. Nanti
boleh.
kayak kemarin gua ngambil situ main sendiri.
Gold.
Dengan
Udah belum sih?
FL tumbang.
Betul. Ambil sini dulu kali.
DW.
Kalau tak biar aman, Mas Din.
Tank. Red.
Mati. Orang perang di luar sana nih.
Kabur.
Ada yang perang di sini tadi ya.
Jalan aja terus.
Ya.
Siaga lu.
Tuh ada baterai harusnya nggak ada.
Ambil ya, gua merumah sebelah. Kosong. Ada baterai, Bob. Ada baterai. Ultimate 3, ada ultimate.
Ambil aja.
Amankan ini kita.
Ada mana? Bolt 2.
Itu ada karbin nih.
Gua jaga dam.
Ada karbin Lex 3 nih guys.
Gua butuh ini, full cell.
Sama gua butuh cell.
Ya. Gua 4 doang.
Cell. 2, Bob.
Oke.
Ada orang kiri.
Ada tim sini anjing, ada tim sini, kanan kiri.
Buset kenal lagi.
Sini.
Dia putih nih, kiri satu.
Ini
ada
berisik.
Buat lu, Bob.
Ini ada tri lagi, Bob.
Ada ultimate lain,
berisik.
Ada leg ungu nih.
Ada tim lain.
Enggak mau.
Lu pakai lah, kasih gua deh.
Apa?
Like.
Ya lu pakai aja. Lu oh gua. Ya udah.
Gak mau.
Ya udah gua pakai ini nih. Heavy ammo sama flatline banyak, Bob.
Ya.
Kalau nggak taruh dulu situ. Lu pakai dulu yang itu.
Ya udah, boleh. Enggak ada sel lebih kan di sana?
Udah enggak ada.
Terbang deh, coy.
Yang di atas fuck banget anjing, Bes.
16 squad 55 orang.
Lah, balik lagi lah.
Enggak tahu.
Oh, buat ngecek doang deh.
Sini ada 2 tim, sini 1 tim nih, Bob. Sini 1 nih, sini. Ada kanan tuh. Tuh dia perang-perangan tuh, lempar bom doang.
Gua yang lempar.
Oh, lo yang lempar.
Ini.
Nanti lah kita dulu, Cih. Sampai close ring.
Lu mau PK enggak, Bas?
Mana boleh? Gue pada pipis. Gua tapi Eva pipis.
Enggak apa-apa.
Enggak mau.
Gua percaya lu PK.
Mana?
Mana?
Apa sih anjing?
Oke.
Jangan dihabisin amu gua monyet.
Enggak, 20 doang.
20
Biar
doang.
genap gitu.
Ya mainnya 20 doang.
Net lagi.
Gak usah ngepick ya.
Gila.
Dia nggak ada S ya?
Lu
Dia
liatin
apa sih tadi caustic ya?
Pis, iya,
Iya.
Pis, lu liatin dia terus, Pis. Jadi
Iya,
kalau
iya.
lu misalnya, jadi kayak mana kalau lu di push S, lu siap-siap kayak mana cara lu mau bisa ke nge-stick ke kita.
Mungkin
Nggak ada
kalau
S, nggak ada S deh.
mungkin enggak ada S, enggak ada S.
Oke.
Mungkin kalau
Valkyrie.
udah nge-push Valkyrie, gua dari sini dah. Terus bubble di
Pokoknya
bawah
lu
bubble jalan.
jangan ngelawan.
Iya ya, langsung lari.
Kalau bisa ngelawan ya ngelawan, tapi
Kalau
udah nggak bisa ya udah lari aja.
Kalau lu dapat free aja, dapat free kill
Ada lag
satu
nih di
gitu.
bawah. Apa itu?
Enggak ada, habis lagi gua ambil.
Dia ngabisin sel kita nih orang.
Dia enak sih wingman.
Shotgun
Bisa nek macam nyicil.
level 1.
Flatline.
Harus sabar sih goreng.
Flatline. Hah? Flatline.
Kena gak tuh anjing? Gua nggak ada sel. Sabar, buat 100.
Nyal.
Ini ada kan nih? Baterai berapa?
Battery 2. Au.
Wingman dia nggak ada obat tuh anjing. Kena mulu.
Ya dia nembak Mamar ke jendela. Mamar nembak dia ke tempat yang gede. Susah lah. Seneng lah, enak the wingman. Getek. Kalah apa sih nembak. Ada siren lagi kok di bawah kalau siren.
Di bawah mana?
Dia kak mapis kayak ini.
Syringe here. Syringe here.
Teng.
Lu dengerin stepnya baik-baik, Pis. Kita
Iya,
ngomong
Hah?
supaya lu denger stepnya.
Enggak sambil dengerin ya. Tuh, Gibia masih sana. Ngepick hati-hati ya. Di tempat tadi batu sini.
Enggak, kita cuma harus nunggu ring 1 menit 48 detik ya. 2 menit lah, 2 menitan. 2 menit 15 detik.
No.
Gua 1
Goreng.
2 aman lah.
Ini
No.
ini
2 menit 15 detik maksudnya?
Shield cell.
Iya, close ring.
Tunggu.
Ini kan 1 menit lagi, Mas, bukan 2 menit lagi.
Ya kan itu close doang, belum selesai sampai close. Tengah sudah. Belum sisa healing lu berapa ya, Mapis?
Silsel 5 baterai doang. Gua nggak ngompek emang guys. Sini bisa ngeliat nggak sih dari lubangan? Oh bisa coy. Keluar bisa. Keren.
Kita nggak ada yang escape ya?
Nggak ada, Bos.
Oh, nggak ada. Kebuka nggak tuh?
Udah, diem dulu sih.
Aduh, ngepingnya kok di sini.
Udah.
What? Ya Allah, apaan sih?
Botok lagi di bawah lah, Bob. Udah aman.
Pedes. Jangan bilang zona kita.
Nah kita kayak ini, bagus lah kalau zona kita.
Kayak jangan gue yang sendirian deh main. Kalau
zona
kita.
kita,
Bas, buka, Bas.
Oh, iya.
Mau main sini? Main sono aja kan sih?
Boleh.
Biarin enak, Pas.
Boleh.
Ya, main
Nggak enak
di
anjing main sini.
di rumah
siapa sih?
di rumah gue bagus. Iya, spam terus gak bakal muncul gua.
Udah gue sama lu Pes dah, gue sama lu udah Pes. Itu pintu Pes. Jadi kalau apa-apa kita bisa tipin ntar. Kontol nih.
Tuh lihat tuh, pecah. Jago banget anjing.
Ya lu jago dah, lu paling jago kontol. Tahan pintu aja Pes, tahan pintu aja Pes.
Ayo, oke.
Move this way.
Diam sini cukup.
Gibraltar.
I need an extended heavy magazine.
Terus mau nggak ada anjing.
Nggak ada.
Data kali kesekit nih orang babi.
Naik balon dia, naik mobil dia ngapain?
Ya, kayak zona sini nih memang.
Zona kita segini kalau gue mah. Kalau sih, atau zona sini. Terus zona sini ya.
Bisa di ring sini anjing.
Nggak tahu, pokoknya kriptonya pasti udah cek zona tuh kriptonya.
Dah. Jepret. Gintil. Ngambil sini kak, sini dah, arah sini. Bisa nggak, Bulan?
Sini.
Arah sana, Bob. Arah sini.
Dari arah mana?
Dari arah sini, arah channel kita ngambil kali atau mana? Menurut gue sih nggak ada orang yang nebak zona sana sih menurut gue. Tapi nggak tahu dah ya. Menurut gue sana kosong karena nggak ada yang nebak sana.
Ini ada orang tanda gua.
Dari tanda gua itu.
Ya arah sana pokoknya Bob, arah sini menurut gua. Dulu gimana?
Mau naik multiple dari sini.
Oh. Cuman gua harus bubble sih kayaknya. Wall ya nggak sih?
Bisa nih di gua. Belum ngeliatin.
Oh, bapak kau.
Sekarang.
Bebas terlalu.
Dari gua aja nih.
Sebelum diisi menurut gua, sebelum ada yang ke sana nengok zone.
Ya
dari gua sini aja.
Boleh udah.
Ayo cepet sini.
Baru gua lagi menghindar-hindar dulu nggak ditembak.
Putar. Kosong nggak situ? Duh, memek kena gak gua tuh? Itu perang.
Iya.
Baik ada bisa TP tuh.
Ada TP lagi,
Udah ada. Sini udah ada, Bas. Mau kah? Nggak bisa ya? Di sini. Udah sini, diam. Udah sini dulu, diam.
AFK.
Awas jendela. Jangan sampai ketahuan.
Ada yang terbang?
Pasti dia nge-scan kita kok terbang.
Tunggu. Lihat kita cari posisi kalau kita ketahuan di sini fakta kita kemana?
Sini. Tanda gua. Ya nggak sih?
Oh iya, kita ke belakang itu bisa, Bas. Ke belakang kon.
Oh bagus kan? Ya udah.
Bagus.
Tar aja. Kalau ketahuan kan?
Iya.
Jangan bubble ya, Pis ya. Nanti
Iya,
kalau
iya.
ulti sana di sana, kita perlu bubble di sana bukan di sini soalnya. Ntar.
Oke.
Dia perang, Bas.
Ada TP lagi sih di penjembatan kan, Bob? Ya kan?
Ya ada TP lagi dari nyempatan.
Bisa TP nggak sih kita?
Bisa TP, Bas. Ayo. Ultes. Ayo cepet.
Udah kelar.
Baru kelar. Di TP lagi dia. Sini.
Kanan. Jangan terlalu masuk.
Santai.
Gua dapet kill. Bisa balik.
Belakang TPS.
Iya kah?
Di mana?
Ke bawah jembatan.
Nih. Tembak.
Gua baterai.
Kita harus sambil sini.
Yuk.
Harus.
Liatin gua.
Iya.
Belakang gua orang.
Masa iya, Bis?
Kita harus
Ada.
Kita harus sabar.
Kita ada bubble. Depan.
Santai,
Ini
Bob.
bubble.
Ayo ke sini.
Enggak ada bubble.
Sabar, Bob.
Lihat belakang, Bob. Lihat belakang ada. Belakang ada.
Tunggu.
Sini.
Ada shield cell enggak?
Agak 3.
4 dong gua.
Enggak ada dia. Mana dia?
Ke arah sana berarti dia.
Balik
Itu
lagi
berarti
dia,
dia yang
balik.
dari sana, Bas.
Ayo, gua ada bubble.
Ayo, enggak usah. Pakai sini di sini.
Pakai bubble.
Sini.
Bubble depan.
Baterai gua.
Iya.
Gila.
Aman.
Ini sakit banget.
Ini gua.
Kita bisa main sini enggak sih?
Iya. Kita di ulti.
Kita belakang dulu, Bob.
Jangan mati.
Dia mau nge-push sih, Bob kayak.
Enggak, jangan tembak
Dua
ini.
timnya ada ini.
Tanda gua jangan
Ada.
ditembak. Iya, tanda gua jangan ditembak.
Dia perang nembakin lagi dia.
Coba Bas, lihat Bas. Enggak bisa dia di sini
Dua
mana.
harus anjing. Sini ada berapa tim kira-kira berkali harus itu?
Ada satu tim sana.
Apa, Bob?
Di tengah-tengah ini ngeres.
Iya, santai
tahu,
aja,
tahu,
Bob,
tahu.
santai
Ini
aja, Bob.
gibi lihat. Di kanan.
Nengkel gua lihat belakang kita nanti dia, coy.
Iya.
Gua coba agam aja nih, Bob. Enggak ada. Enggak bisa enggak nengkel kah?
Kita nggak bisa ya?
Nggak bisa. Nanti kita bisa ada ulti escort. Lihat belakang dulu
Ada
sih
ulti,
kita
ada
nih.
ulti. Iya harus liatin belakang.
Enemy far. Don't let them
Yang belakang bisa perang.
Di sini ujung sini mana tuh? Ujung sini di mana tuh?
follow me.
Yang belakang perang.
Dan TP belakang kah?
Sabar.
Sabar belum kuat ya. 34 detik tapi ya. Please jangan terlalu.
Ya. 20 detik ya. Gua bisa ulti Valkyrie.
Ya.
Bisa bubble aja sih.
Iya,
Kita cancel dong, ada enggak? Baterai, baterai enggak usah.
Last, kok enggak ada baterai?
Harus bubble sih.
Enggak ada baterai ya. Last nih.
Kalian itu langsung ulti kalau
ada
ulti.
baterai sih enggak? Ada sih enggak? Sabar kali, Bob. Dikit lagi. Ulti balik lagi.
Ulti Valkyrie gua belakang. Ayo.
Sabar. Ayo.
Bubble gua hilang nih.
Bin, mana bin? Jelek ya? On. Sini bantu sini, Bob. Bukan ada Bob.
Atas sini kali.
Ada ini, ada atas sini bisa nih, sih bantu sini. Sini coy.
Main bawah sini. Main bawah sini. Please, ulti kanan, please. Ada enggak?
Bubble.
Enggak ada bubble. Ada juga.
Aduh, payah, Cok.
Santai. Ulti dia, santai.
Gua ngedak, Bob.
Mandi gua, Nice, Bas. Santai, Bas. Di bawah sini. Nyantai. Diam. Wah. Dia drop di kita juga, anjing.
Siapa sih dari itu?
Player.
5 poin.
5 poin kah? Iya.
Gua dapat 1 juga tadi si Crypto solo.
Nice. Gua kira lu mati, Bas.
Agak gua langsung TPS melarikan diri soalnya Papis gak ada bubble, kita open gitu kan.
Iya.
Dia ngambil situ juga nggak anjing lah.
Yang belakang kita ya tadi?
Iya.
I'm batting, Sam. Not with you, I'm batting. Good, give you.
There's still a team on the
You're
rock.
by yourself completely.
Payah banget, Regnya, Cok.
I'm cracking them. Are you good?
One's flash.
Regnya tuh.
He's in the bubble though.
I'm gonna try to find bubble. You're fine. He's from
Bang,
behind. Get back to you, good job. They're gonna fight there.
They're not pushing.
They're not pushing? Alright, I'm gonna get back inside. Can we look for underneath the rock over here? Like right here?
Careful, everyone's looking at it. That's a different team holding like it's a different team.
Okay, we're gonna have to fight for that. That's in. That rock right there. Back right there in the middle of the open. We need to start pressuring this team.
Below the rock?
Yes. They're in a corner right in front of us. Back at 30. I just got erased. Jesus Christ, dude. Wingman, by the way. I think we need to get to this corner right here. Like after here. You have 20 seconds to heal. You're fine. We're gonna get to this corner and we're gonna swing them with Costical. Are you gonna have Costical?
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, there's a rat right here, southwest right here, Rocker. Can we shoot him together and get the TP? I'm healing. Hit him 75. They TP'd above somewhere.
I'm
not gonna give you up for this. You're not going to? No. We just gotta win the fight versus this team here. Okay, Caustic's trying to get barrels out. Can you guys watch this swing?
Yeah, I'm looking at. There's a Valk with a wingman.
Let's Valk hold, I think.
Come to me.
Bubble here.
Bubbling.
Alright, Fred in here. I'm dead. Just try to run here. Try to keep running here. This kid doesn't fucking miss the wingman. Okay, do you see why I didn't want to fight?
Unfortunately for NRG, they fall in 8th place. Can't find too much more players. Now Triple Red, they have been taking advantage of this high ground position. But Genome, can they find victory?
It's a very good chance for them, I would say. Xenos, you can see the zone keeps closing in, and we were talking about, do they have playable space? I think they actually did. The rest of the rock was just pushing forward, and now the other teams are just having to fight for low ground, and I can tell you, that's not where you want to be.
CLG gone, game with as well follows it all down, so it's only 2 up at the moment for Space Station. Empire involved, same with AD Raccoon, but players still with that high ground. This is where they can really punish all of these teams.
You know, we were talking earlier about how much ammo they had left on that charge rifle, and it has lasted them all the way to the end game. say PKMK. You can see huge amounts of damage, 5 kills on Leo as well.
They only got the 3 points in match 1. They are surely going to pick up a lot more here in match 2 and potentially book themselves a place in the finals if they can find a big win here.
3v3v3, Burger have managed to use the caustic to play that position down low and keep the space for themselves. They commit a bubble for some loot.
Wow.
Interesting decision. Oh, I'll have to talk to them about that one later. There's got to be something behind that. In the meantime, Empire also down low, trying to work out how to play this, and I just don't know how any of these teams, basically, they're just going to have to outlast the high ground until it comes, until players are forced to drop. If they can't do that, I can't see anyone else winning.
Well, there's not too much time for players, though. I can see them on the map feed here. They haven't got a whole lot of time before that zone's going to push them off. But hey, maybe we are going to see Burger get on top of them now and turn the tide the other way. PKMK loses out, same as Hardeki. Empire, can they third party? Can they be the team that catches both Burger and players?
Well, Burger, it felt like they didn't want to take the fight, but players decided they saw an opening. I don't think they fitted through it, though, because Team Empire are just coming off the back, and this is going to be one of the easiest cleanups in a fight I've seen in a while, actually. Oh, man. Empire, look, all credit to them. They made it to the end game and did very well and just hit off to the side there, but as far as I could see, there was still high ground available, and I'm not quite sure why players dropped off there.
Oh, well, let's not worry about that one. Let's celebrate Team Empire finding success here in match 2. They'll take the win. They don't care how. They get the win. They've got 4 more matches. Probably going to have to do as much now as well compared to some other teams. That is a big amount of pressure lifted off their shoulders. They had 0 points from match 1, Gino. They didn't have anything going into match 2. They'll have a lot going into match 3.
I mean, we were giving them a lot of shtick, right? And they've certainly hit back
Udah menang
at us
goblok.
and probably any of the other critics.
Udah di final. TSM mana?
Oh, mate, don't worry about that one. Let's, of course, celebrate for Team Empire. This is their chance of redemption today, right? This is their way of refinding some form, getting their way into the finals. A big result for them. It wasn't an easy one. If you think back towards the mid-game of this one, they had to make that choice. Do you third party early in the middle portion, or do you rotate for position? They went for position, and in the end, that worked out well for them. They found their kills in the late game too. So 23 points in total.
Udah dibilangin jangan jauh, kontol.
That's around the early 30 points. They've done a lot here.
And look at I feel there was a lot of kills going a lot of ways in this game, and players who had the fantastic spot up the top only finishing with 7. I say 7. I mean, 7's a fantastic
14 points is pretty good.
effort, right? But I just honestly would have expected more out of that position. It felt like they converted, but perhaps not as well as they could have.
What I will say there for players is a lot of teams, of course, it was such an open area to the point where they don't want to then push into the sightline of players. So they really did have to work for it in the end. These teams, of course, the bottom 10 from this match for match number 2. Not a whole lot of points, but Daewoo United 5 points, Kick with 3 from a couple of early fights, Odik with 4 despite going out early. Those points matter. Every single point adds up. You need to be getting points on a rather consistent basis if you're going to the finals.
Well, you need probably more than 5 on average. So someone like Daewoo, that's barely keeping their heads above water.
That's better than 0, better than 1. You'll take 5, especially if you go out rather early. A team, though, that did not go out rather early is Team Empire. They had a lot of damage in the end. I think they maybe even went a little under the radar for us in that match. We had eyes, of course, on the likes of NRG, then players after them. But, you look at Cleve, 6 kills, 1,600 damage, all of them having a large amount of damage. A big game from them.
I like how you say under the radar when we were sort of criticizing them for their radar usage earlier with the Bloodhound pick, but it's almost been the story of the tournament, the ups and downs for Team Empire as they flex between compositions and flex between doing really, really well and frankly not so well.
Obviously for Team Empire, a big chunk of points for them there in match 2. They probably don't need too much more. A team that really doesn't need a whole lot more now, though, is Space Station. 32 points. They lead the way. That's basically what we would almost estimate the cutoff to be in the end when all 6 matches are played out. So you would have to think Space Station should be going to the finals, and the teams directly below them should be following them as long as they can continue to get some consistent points.
If it was a first past the post system, Space Station probably already be there. The interesting thing to me here, Xenox, is the shift in the teams who have gone through and the regions they come from. We're seeing some APAC South, some EMEA there as well, and the APAC North teams have dropped down a little bit.
These teams, though, Gino, these teams right now are on the chopping block. 10 places where they will be going home. You want to be on the other graphic if you want to play in the finals tomorrow. Of course, some of them, actually, you know what? The majority of them do have some points from the first 2 matches, so they're not out of it. And the other thing I say, I was on the desk before and I was talking about consistency and about being able to get points. A lot of these teams do have the capability of having those big games, those pop-off games. While you would love the consistency, they can still do it.
Exactly, consistency, right? You know, they have the pop-off games and then sometimes they don't, and they had just enough of that to get through to this losers bracket round 2. Do they have just enough of that to make it through to tomorrow's games and the final 20 teams in the ALGS Split 2 playoffs?
We're going to go to a short break. When we do come back, though, it will be our final match of Storm Point here for the losers bracket round 2.
Gue udah ngecas belum sih? Astaga.
Life
if you don't
right
get
now.
good sleep tonight, I think you will shut down tomorrow.
Well, the finals tomorrow aren't till later, right?
Yes.
I might go to the bar tonight. The Hennessy might bring me back to life. Does Sweden have Hennessy?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I fucking love Henny. It's the only thing I like is Henny, bro. I hate beer. I hate all liquor, but goddamn, A nice little Henny. Oh, shit, you know what I'm saying? I love me some Henny, bro. Hey, Omar, if you watching this stream, bro, shout out Brooklyn with the Hennessy. What'd you say? Oh, I don't know, bro, but I know my boy Omar from Brooklyn.
Bro, being sponsored by Hennessy would be crazy.
My boy Omar would go through that in 3 seconds. Omar, if you watch the stream, I don't think you have since I moved out of Brooklyn, but man, we love our Hennessy.
Dude, if I was sponsored by Hennessy, I would use it like mouthwash.
Nice, dude.
Then we'd have to get you out, buddy, because that's just not okay. And that's also just not a nice thing to wake up to is Hennessy mouthwash.
I'd do it.
I know you would, buddy. I know you would. Okay, guys, here we go. Game number 3 starting up. Our last game on Store Point. Listen, chat, I know we were very professional in our first day yesterday. We are very tired, and the jokes have been running rampant all day. I hope you are still enjoying the cast. I hope you're still enjoying the analytics and the breakdowns we're giving. We're trying to give a fair balance here. We will be a little bit better tomorrow. We'll have a little more fun tomorrow, too, but a little more analytic. But we are just trying to relax a little bit, not scream our head off, not be too crazy. But I think we're doing a really good job today.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, too. You know, we have... Huh?
You should show them.
No.
It is a balloon right now. This man has
Stop looking at it.
This man has a thumb infection, and his thumb is 3 times the size of mine. Refuses the doctor, refuses the medic here.
So going into Storm Point here, game number 3. Once again, chat, the bottom 10 teams from this lobby are going home.
Yep. Chat,
Going
bottom
home.
10. Going home. So, chat, here's the worst part about not being able to play in the finals day. You're not only going home, you're going home on the 2nd. So you have to wait for the finals day to go through, and you might watch from here, which I think is a little bit nicer to watch than from your hotel room. But you have to wait a full-ass day and then go home and take a 12-hour plane ride home from Sweden for some of these people, and that sucks.
And I'll tell you what, from what I've seen so far on the way down here, lots of these players, right, that are going home most likely have to go through the Paris airport, which I repeat, has taken more luggage than successful trips they've had so far to Sweden.
Listen, SSG losing all of their bags, scurrying with an 8.5 hour layover.
Why did you say it like that?
I stuttered, dude. Shut up.
Vaxlon losing his luggage.
Everyone, just the Paris airport is literally yoinking bags. FBI, check these guys out. Someone is hitting a fat lick and a heist weekly at the Paris airport.
I don't know who does their job less, the employees at the Paris airport or
hideouts.
Happy birthday to Hideouts, though.
Today's his birthday?
It was yesterday.
Oh, no.
I messaged him, your bad friend.
Oh, dude, Hideouts.
Happy birthday, Hideouts. We love you. It's all jokes.
Hideouts, so serious job. We do love Hideouts here. That guy's actually like the backbone of Apex. One of them, along with Ghost Ayami. He actually works probably harder than anyone else I know. The only reason we say this, chat, I want to make this very clear. The reason we make fun of Hideouts saying that is because Hideouts will work 13 to 14-hour shifts, 6 out of 7 days a week, banning like 50,000 people, and then someone will just tweet at him after he has a horrible week saying, "Do your job, idiot." Or
Hideouts has actually stayed up 24 hours before banning just to tweet about a show that he was enjoying and got 10 responses on his tweet saying, "Do your job and stop watching TV."
So we do that as a joke. Hideouts actually does do his job very well. So if anyone from EA is watching this, just know and respawn that Hideouts is literally the GOAT. That guy is single-handedly saving Ranked. Before Hideouts came to Apex Legends, Ranked was borderline unplayable. So, shout out Hideouts. We love him so much. Thank you for being here, buddy. Happy late birthday. But that's your fault, dude, that you didn't tell me it was your birthday. And I'm going to blame that one on you. What? All right, I didn't check my phone, man. What am I
Yeah, we're overseas.
We're overseas, dude. I don't even know what week it is.
I honestly don't know what day it is.
Wait, my birthday might be in like 4 days. What's the date today?
Your birthday's in less than a week, and so is mine.
When's your birthday?
3 days after you.
8.
Yeah, and yours is the 5th. And LCQ for you is the 6th. And then I play on the 7th.
My birthday's in like 5 days. Oh my god. Dude, I'm turning 25.
We should go out.
Not a chance in hell. But 25, man, I'm old as hell, dude.
Yeah, you are, geezer.
Dude, you're 26, turning 27.
I'm still in my prime, though. You're well past.
I haven't even begun to peak.
You peaked in 8th grade.
No, I didn't. In sports, maybe. But here I am, not peaking, because this is my golden years. You peaked in 2nd grade when you won the spelling bee contest. Don't you dare dap me up. That's the smartest you've ever been. Up until that point now, you're probably spelling vacuum with 2 O's instead of a U. Guess what? That's how I went on a spelling bee.
You don't know when I peaked. Okay?
I spelled vacuum in 3rd grade, dude, in the spelling bee contest. V-A-C-O-O-N. And I was devastated getting out of it. And the kid next to me spelled television. And guess how he spelled it? Guess how he spelled vision? You want to guess it?
No.
I-S-H-I-N. Television. And the kid cried hysterically.
At the end of the day, we could have 30 more birthdays and still not be older than Noko.
I could have 15 million birthdays and still be younger than Noko. All right, let's go. Game number 3 popping off here. Sorry, guys. Little like you said, man, the jokes are flowing tonight. The banter's going crazy. We are trying to lock it in and get through this. Greek has a fight with a bottle of Purell later tonight.
I don't think I can feel my face right now.
What if I slapped it? I'm not going to do that. That's a bannable situation. All right, FC.
Go crafting.
Ya.
Gua bisa nih
Bisa,
crafting.
lagi.
Hai, ini ada ultimate anjing.
Mana?
Nggak tahu, nggak pernah
Gua
ngeping dia.
ngeliat.
Silcel 2, 4 aja di bawah nggak di pingnya anjing.
Tapi itu gua nggak lihat kayaknya, apa nggak lihat atau lupa mungkin.
Peler lu di
Mambil
sini.
situ kah?
Mana?
Sana gua.
Boleh bos, menurut lu aja Bob, gua percaya kok. Lu ambil
Ya,
barang.
menurut lu aja. Mana yang bagus
Tapi
menurut lu?
sudah
Gas?
ada belum sih? Yang dari
Harusnya
the wall gitu.
kalau emang zona sana ada pasti yang nungguin.
Iya,
Entah
kalau
dari
zona
the wall, entah dari Northpad. Soalnya dekat-dekat sana harusnya ada. Dari Thunder Rose, dari comment center tuh.
Ya, anjing ada. Kalau gua ragu sih langsung ambil, takutnya nggak sana nih. Kita harus balik lagi, sedangkan di sana ramai, ya kan? Tapi kalau misalkan di sana emang di sana bagus, kita langsung ambil sana juga. Ya, makanya itu, gua ragu gitu.
Bang, ada yang
Gimana?
ada ngedrone dia crypto. Iya. Balik ini dia.
Ada
Mana
nggak di
nggak?
atas?
Di tanah gua, di tanah gua.
Nggak ada di atas, nggak ada di atas.
Dia penju dari sini nih.
Di sini, di sini.
Atas sini masih ada nggak sih belakang sini tadi? Enggak ya?
Sabar dulu Pas, ini ada orang nih dekat.
Ya tahu gak? Ya gua nanya, makanya gua mau pikirin lagi nih. Masih di mana info dia nyari info gua. Dalam dia.
Ini crypto yang tanah gua. Gitu banget.
Turun deh.
Gibinya biru.
Keluar deh. Kena gibia sini, kena Q gua. 18 biru. Valkyrie sini.
Target acquired. There.
Gibia sini nih gibia.
Gibi 65.
Lu sendiri. Hati-hati. Gua nggak bisa ke tempat lo, Bob.
Iya.
Empat dua tuh drone-nya gua hit, tinggal dikit lagi hancur tuh.
Manggil drone tuh. Valkyrie lu masih sendiri ya, Valkyrie tuh, Valkyrie sini nih. Ya kan, masih nggak?
Di mana ya?
Tadi Valkyrie kan tadi, masih nggak?
Ke atas ya, Fakri. Kamu spek.
Gua ditengok GB mulu gua. Gua
Gibinya di mana? Gibinya di mana?
Nih jadi lagi.
Nyindar.
Belok
Di kanan dia kripnya.
Hati-hati, lu hati-hati kena bimbing squad lain bis dari belakang.
Iya.
Lihat,
Bentar dong, iya.
Valkyrie di atas lagi.
Di atas nih. 63 emas dia.
Kita ngapus
Emas
Valkyrie
ya.
bener-bener sia-sia, anjing gua pada ulti sebentar sia-sia banget kalau ngapus Valkyrie-nya.
Valkyrie emas ya.
Takutnya nggak mati.
Takut dia ya, tak mati dia langsung turun, takut nggak jigel-jigel takutnya. Percuma nih kalau ngapus Valkyrie. Kalau di building.
Bangsat, gua lagi ngeliat mana.
Di mana Gibi-nya? Valkyrie di atas ya?
Valkyrie di atas.
Wih, kena headshot gua, sabar gua. Kaget gua, kena headshot gua. Memek.
Nyantai aja.
Hehehe. Fair aja.
Enemy here.
Tembakin terus, Pis.
Ya, nggak muncul lagi dia.
Turun Gibi, turun deh, Bang. Turun, Bang. Jatuh kemana tuh? Lu udah lihat ya, lu nak sana ya.
Gua nggak bisa ngelihat temannya.
Enemy far.
Info.
Ke atas Valkyrie.
Gue lihat Gibi grip tadi bawah tadi. Mana dia?
Ke atas dia mungkin.
Valkyrie masih di sana. Kayaknya temannya mau maju deh. Valkyrie ngebet nembak aduh. Hati-hati aja.
Fokus.
Lihat zona ya guys ya. Tapi
Ya.
kita masih enak kasih menurut dulu kita.
Masih enak.
Extended light magazine here. Level 2.
Pakainya di atas.
Iya.
Ini saya bawah nih.
452 kali anjing.
Valkyrie di bawah ya, udah ke bawah dari sini. Lu lihat.
Enemy far off.
Tuh Valkyrie di bawah.
Kriptonya di atas.
Lagi
semua.
tadi di mana, Pis?
Di sini. Di
Tengah,
rumah gua.
tengah,
Di tengah.
sini.
Enemy here.
Di mana siapa yang di atap?
Kripto. Gibi-nya biru.
Tiga-tiganya di atas deh.
Iya ya. Gua liat Gibi, Valkyrie sama ya.
Sudah terlalu lama tim lain belum datang ya?
Ulti Valkyrie, lihat. Valkyrie-nya on strike.
21 biru, 16 biru.
An enemy
Rumah tuh dia.
fired. There.
Peluru gua tinggal 10.
Ngambil rumah itu dia, rumah kita sebelah ya. Dia.
Iya.
Belakang
Ayo,
enggak ada
terbang,
yang
terbang,
ter-
Ambil sini.
Rame banget, rame banget.
Pistik.
Iya. Stick ke gua aja kalau.
Ke Muammar atau ke Kapis atau ke
Di gua aja, di gua aja.
Oke, kita.
Lepas body kalau bisa lepas body, Pis, dari sekarang.
Jangan pintu aja.
Go ganti senjata lag, Pop. Enggak ada ammo lagi anjing. Habis. Paling kalau ada wingman atau apa mau ganti. Ada terbang.
Zona kita nih, zona kita.
Ini rumah ini aja anjing.
Zona kita,
Atas bawah itu dia.
zona kita. Iya, zona kita.
Valkyrie di
Chill
atas,
ya.
Valkyrie di atas ya.
Iya, nanti.
Kalau last ring di kita enggak ada yang nge-grip, kita AFK aja aman, coy.
Bas, senjata lu apa aja? Bagi satu dong.
Land women, please.
Lu mau kasih gua wingman enggak?
Kasih ganti apa?
Enggak ada senjata lagi. Triple tag 4 ammo ya.
Ada senjata kan di bawah?
Ntar. Teratur sini.
Alternator here.
Ada airnya di sini, cuman enggak ada ammo.
Lu triple tag berapa lur ya? Shotgun lu berapa? Shotgun lu berapa lurnya? No. Ribet juga nih.
Ada orang anjing.
Prolor
emang
tuh,
ada.
prolor mau enggak lu?
To this spot.
Ya udah.
Sabar.
Kalau enggak lu aja yang prolor biar gua wingman.
Sabar. Baru gua ambil Bob. Apa lagi satu itu, Bob? Rusuh anjing.
Ada kayak mau gue bawain.
Wah, pintu dihancurin ya.
Nih, Bob, EPS.
Pakai apa kok?
Aku ini memang. Kau perlu banyak kan? Nih.
Optics. Triple take
Mata
here.
kau nggak perlu banyak 27.
Kita
Berapa tuh?
nyantai banget, Cok.
Nih.
Mending lu kasih gua wingman dikit aja.
Aduh, memek kau. Itu aja pegang lah.
Ya udah. Nah, ya taruh sana.
Memek.
Sini aja, taruh sini aja body gua. Nah.
Tuh, nice ring. Udah sini dah, Wingman mana? Drop. Udah kan?
Udah kali satunya dong. Ya gitu sayang nggak sama lo.
Aduh, memek lah. Tembak bis.
Nggak mau habis ammo banget si kontol.
Like gua 100 doang.
Ini 2 tim Jepang apa nih anjing? Aduh, memek kali bah.
Yaudah biarin.
Nggak, ke rumah sebelah deh,
Lu hancurin kok pintunya.
Biarin ya.
Biar gasnya hilang terus.
Iya.
Bas bisa TP situ gak sih Bas? Dari sini?
Apa?
Coba.
Apa?
Sini.
Dari jendela TP
Iya,
bisa.
Ini ke sini. Itu dihitung nggak?
Nggak bisa situ.
Kalau ke bawah bisa.
Ke bawah bisa. Mana aja bisa, ya. Asus. Biar dibuka ini, biar dibuka. Mas kau. Kau jaga atasnya Ki, Pak.
Ini bisa ngeker itu pas dari situ.
Masa?
Iya bisa.
Siapa mau ngeker dari sini?
Ini di pintu ini nih, kostiknya nih.
Kali kostik kontol nih, Pak. Udahlah, tutup ya pintu, Pak. Gimana kau mangjing. Ya kena. Jangan lupa armor coy, jangan lupa armor.
Iya.
Pas pernah lupa ngetek armor lupa mati bodoh, gitu kan?
Gua isi dulu anjing.
Ini bakal banyak mati sih ini, 30 kali gimana enggak? Iya enggak sih?
Iya.
Atau udah?
Sel kalian berapa?
1.
Gua 4
harus tim sana sisanya sedikit.
Sel lu berapa, Bas?
Asar gua 3 nih, udah ngomong ke.
Baterai gua 4.
Gua juga. Baterai gua 2.
Sel lu 2, Bas.
Tim sini mana? Iya, sel gua 9.
Bagi dong kontol 9.
Sel berapa?
4. Si Bobby 4 juga no.
Tuh, yang 1 tuh. Nih Bob. Banyak kalian kontol kalian. Tuh Bob, tuh sisal Bob. Bakal lu sisal. 1. Tim sini ada nggak sih?
Nggak ada. Kosong kan tadi udah pindah.
Tim sini sama sini dong kan?
Iya. Rumah ini sama rumah depan.
Open nih.
Valkyrie nggak pakai armor. Valkyrie nggak ada armor. Nggak pakai armor dia.
Ini. Belakang kita.
Kaget gua astaga ya Allah. Bawa kita Bob. Sumpah gua ngapa kaget tadi. Iya bawa kita kanan. Temannya mana Valkyrie kayaknya. Gue coba nyulik Valkyrie, kalau dapat kalau Valkyrie nanti kalau dia gak gerak anjing nggak ada pakai armor tadi dia.
Bawa kita banget nih.
Ya gue sini deh.
Bawa kita banget.
Di kita di spandu awas spandu.
Nyantai.
Di spandu awas gue nyari di spandu dia, di spandu kita dia. Tahu kan lo? Spandu kita.
Iya.
Gak kena gue gasnya, mana? Tadi fakta sih kita zona nggak sih kayak?
Enggak.
Gantiin please. Tahan pintu ntar please.
Apa?
Tahan pintu dong.
Iya.
Gua mau coba cari mana gua bisa TPS, biar ya guys ya.
Oh.
Kita bisa ke atas nanti.
Atas mana box itu?
Atas kita, rumah kita.
Oh, atas rumah, iya.
Iya. Atas
Kita
rumah kita.
Terus main bawah sini.
Iya. Ya udah pas gantian lu
atau
jaga
main
pintu.
sini nih nanti, Bas.
Open sih, open dari rumah nggak sih, Bob? Itu.
Enggak kan ada mobil. Lu bisa gak tapi TP ke situ?
Bisa.
Bisa lah, serius.
Sabar, gue nyari. Bisa nih, bisa.
Bisa.
Sabar, hilang
lagi
ya.
Itu kali 3 dipakai kah?
Ada, pakai.
Enggak, pakai aja.
Bisa gak?
Bisa tadi hilang tuh dia.
Ya udah tapi nanti.
Bisa.
Ini rame banget nih dari kita.
Nanti kita rame banget
itu aja ya. Lihat belakang ya, nanti lihat belakang. Dengar. Rumah ini ada. Rumah tenda gua ada, di sebelah gua ada, di sini ada.
Orangnya ada multi Valkyrie apa anjing?
3 tim di kita. Mungkin yang paling belakang ini ulti Valk, pasti ulti Valk.
Yang bawah kita nih Kastik 3 lagi dia.
Iya. Dia pasti bakal jalan duluan deh kayaknya. Ntar gua bubble depan.
Kayaknya lu ulti GB dia, Pis. Nanti kita
ulti GB
nanti gua ulti GB.
Nanti dia bubble duluan kan kita TP baru kita yang bubble.
Iya.
Mau dari atas gak TP-nya?
Iya dari atas ya. Dari atas.
Masih ada nih. Masih ada sini, masih anjing.
Awas lihat Valkyrie-nya tuh, terbang.
Turun bak.
Nyantai. Itu ulti lu, Pis. Bukan.
Cil,
Bukan kan? Bukan. Kita harus sambil atas
Dia
ya.
bakal buat santai ya.
Dia ada yang ulti Pak. Heal full.
Dia balik semua. Ini nggak tahu gue mana. Dia terbagi dia. Lihat. Santai kita fokus.
7-3. Pas ini ke gua.
Fokus sortir aja. Pes. Bawa kita, Bob. Mana, Bob? Bawa kita.
Bawa kita. Lo. Lihat. Sabar. Atas. Ini temannya. Jangan. Bas, TP dari window.
Ayo.
Nyantai. Mati kah? Mati. Ayo.
Sini. Di gua. Cil. Kita tembak belakang.
Iya, Goldie dia.
Tembak belakang deh.
Di gua aman ya.
Gua di sini.
Ya.
Kam sini bagi gua.
Nyantai.
Turunin. Bob.
Di gua aja, Turen.
Enggak bisa gua.
Nyantai, Pis.
Player left.
Oh. Gua enggak ada apa-apa loh.
Jangan ke Bob, jangan ke mobil dah, jangan ke mobil dulu dah. Mobil lah. Sabar dulu, full dulu, Bob. Nanti baru gua kita kalau.
Nanti gua rest bisa gak, Bis?
Mungkin bisa,
Nggak
sabar
bisa.
dulu.
Nggak tahu. Kayaknya bisa deh.
Lihat dulu. Boleh.
Boleh dulu aja. Nggak ada.
Udah. Boleh.
Rest gua ada bubble.
Backpack lah ya, Bob ya? Enggak. Bubble rest gua.
Gua nggak ada shield. Si Poppy rest gua buat darah.
Nggak ada ulti Bob ya?
Nggak ada. Ini Bob, gua drop baterai.
TP belakang nggak sih kita? TP dulu nggak? Belakang.
Sabar, Bas. Kesini dah. Sabar. Ada yang dari rumah lihat.
Sini aja.
Kita bisa ambil sini nih nanti. Sekarang sih juga bisa. Stuck tanah gua.
Ayo.
Kanan perang.
TP. Ambil aja.
Nggak bisa nyantai. Kita harus main sini. Lihat di belakang, hati-hati. Hello.
Ya, step.
Jauh di belakang. Hati-hati dari belakang, nyantai.
Gua nggak ulti.
Kita harus main sini. Iya.
Cil ya, kan coy, santai kita.
Kesana dulu enggak?
Kita masih ntar.
Gua main dulu.
Aslo.
Cok, liatin belakang.
Pagi, crack.
Give me low. Gua miss, santai. Lo banget teman gua.
Wah, santai.
Sabar, Bob. Kita di kiri juga.
Ini latih, give me belakang.
Wah.
Bubble res. Bolong habis ya.
Res.
Santai. Neto belakang.
Enggak ada.
Kiri juga.
69 kosek. Krek kosek.
Udah kanan.
Belakang satu.
Player left. Nice.
Belakang lu,
Atas kiri. Chill. Heal.
Ini, Bob.
Armor.
Heal, Bob.
Belakang lu. Nice.
Sabar. Stop. Chill. Ayo dulu, Bob.
Itu kena tuh dia. Sabar. Sabar gua masih.
Enggak santai. Heal. Sini, Bob.
Oh. Nice, plus 5.
10 poin.
Nice one, bro.
Nice, bro.
Gua nggak tahu lu sampai kenok bakal pas. Tadi harusnya ke gua.
Iya, gua pas gua mau jalan, enggak ada yang liatin gua.
Udah, kami liatin.
Dia nge-pergi banget pas gua tengok ke kalian.
A 13-point game, and they got 22 points, second place.
Yeah.
That is a very big game. Very, very, very big game for the Energy boys.
GMT with the W. Did they need the points, or were they were doing already, right?
No, GMT was only in 7th place.
Oh,
They
yeah?
actually need a big win there too. That's going to help out Energy so much. They're going to get bumped up to maybe even a top 7 situation here, maybe even more moving forward. This could be even a top 5 for Energy in the overall standings for this bracket. And look at the scores now. We roll in with the overall scores. Hopping in immediately here, we got GMT moving forward in first place with 33 points. Space Station in second with 32. Energy hopping in third place overall, chat, with 26 points. It's a big game for the boys. Game with in fourth, Team Burger in fifth, Team Empire in sixth, Players in seventh, Fennel in eighth, and in ninth we have Dewa Team Unite in 10th.
So as we see here, NRG with one big game bumps them up to third.
all the way. All the way up to third. It's a big game for Energy, the best game we have seen over the last 2 days. It's about damn time, man. Actually, the second best game because they finally won one on the first day. But, man, it has been hard to watch as an Energy fan. So all you Energy fans, chat, definitely deserve that one. Definitely deserve that one for sure. It's about damn time to show now.
Yeah, that's a big game for Energy. Hopefully the momentum carries through. We're going to World's Edge now, which I believe NRG is more comfortable on World's Edge than they are Storm Point.
Yeah.
But we watched them earlier, and they did not play well on World's Edge.
Yeah, a lot of bad Valcodes. Really bad Valcodes coming out for Energy there. I mean, they are having a sturdy lead. They're 9 points above 10th right now, and I think they do qual, even if they do bomb these next 3 games. I don't see them not qualifying in this situation. I don't think they're going to bomb. I think there's one more good game at Energy, at least in these 3, which is absolutely huge. Love to see that, man. Any codes?
We do indeed have some coders.
Short break? I'll take a pee then.
Same.
What the hell? Invalid token. Did I type it wrong? Definitely did.
I will be right back.
Go for real. I'm gonna have. All right, chat. We're about to be stationless here. I gotta pee so bad. I keep holding it in, and it's been absolutely brutal for me, dude. Do I keep typing this in wrong? Dude, what is happening?
GG Dewa. Dewa GG.
Dude, what is happening? I can't type the code in. Oh, I missed the letter the whole time. Dude, no I didn't. What the f is going on, bro? Alright, the code is
menit nanti gue balik bakalan harusnya udah main lagi.
This
Guys,
game 3 is actually
I'll see you
very
guys. I'll be right back.
impressive. That's a highly efficient gamut that they've run there.
So that's
dude, okay, I think it's actually just bugging on my game.
Of course, 3 more matches. Now we'll send it over to the panel where they can break everything down.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much, Jensen. Well done bringing us through our 3 Storm Point map games. Well, gents, we are back here. We have seen some greatness in this losers bracket round number 2. Evan, we are going to talk about GMT in a second, but let's turn back the clock for a moment and take a look at our leaderboard. Just kidding, this is our present, as we say. We got to talk real quick as we are looking at our leaderboard. Bring it to me here, Rain Day. I see GMT right up top, but Space Station just behind.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that on day 1, when I first picked them to perform, they did. I would have been very, very happy at the top of the tower. I unfortunately have CLG in this one. They're not going to represent me very well. My angst continues. But GMT, I think, honestly, have been one of the greatest stories here. I think, in general, being able to be connected to Strafey, who's at home.
That's right.
Can't be here. I know the whole world wants him to be here just so that they can show their best foot here, their best foot forward, their best opportunity to succeed. The fact that they're still doing it with Matey.
Predik gue bener, Cok.
Del and Nasky.
Bener sih, masuk nih final nih.
There hasn't been a player that's been happier, that's been
Gue mimpi, emang final ini.
than Nasky, and that's kind of
Iya, Cok, asli, Cok. Predik gue aja tepat banget tadi. Di dekat Fafa kan pasang kill berapa kan? Gua setting genap kan, Jos. Gua bilang di komen, ini bener nih 6 gua bilang kan. Beneran 6, Cok.
But the thing is, well, okay, so one win. I think a win is a lot to ask, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Only one team can win. There's only 3 chances to win, so maybe it comes down to being consistent in the next 3 games with some kills at the very least. That has to be. Can't be.
Predik gue bener, Cok.
In these remaining games, otherwise you're just really going to limit your chances to so close to 0.
Bener nggak tuh?
And it's not even going to be funny. And if
Nampil.
you get down to 2 games or 1 game and you have to find a win, otherwise there's no chance. There's going to be so much hesitation. Like that's not a situation anybody wants to be in. We can see that AD Raccoon are almost creeping up towards that.
Dewa nanti di posisi 5 dia.
But will a lot change in these next 3 games? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell.
Di game ke-6 dia dapat posisi 5.
Here, Killer Pigeon. That is a story that will stick with me forever. But now we're moving on to World's Edge. World's Edge, as we talk about, we've seen online teams be very consistent. We've seen teams go back-to-back, Storm Point to World's Edge, and win. But we haven't seen that yet here on LAN.
No, it has been quite the switcheroo, and I think the thing to look out for is especially Team Burger showing some progress. You have to keep in mind that Team Burger and Ad Raccoon, they only just ended up down here, right? Like they were 11th and 12th. Like it was that close, and I don't think the point differential was that big. So I'm glad to see Team Burger turn up. Raccoon kind of disappointed. I mean, they've got a high reputation to keep right now. APAC has been the region I think has been surprising everybody here. But the other ones that I've been keeping an eye on, maybe it's because I guessed them, I went for the prediction on them. But SSG, that survival time is still high.
Vibing. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm so tired though, chap. I ain't gonna lie. Is it a green screen? I don't know how I feel about that.
Thing I say, I was on the desk before and I was talking about consistency and it's pop-off game.
And then sometime round 2.
First off, I want to say something, chat. I saw some people saying, why is Wig calling Swedish food shit? First off, not calling Swedish food shit. I just hate candy. Don't give me candy. I haven't even had Swedish food being here, so I have no idea. The only thing I had was Max, which is a fast food restaurant, and that shit was gas. I hate all that. First off,
bro, being sponsored.
Hey, Omar, we want good chicken nuggets. Shout out Brooklyn. Hennessy Swedish. What is that? I'm saying I called Swedish food shit. Oh, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Bro, being sponsored by Hennessy would be crazy.
My boy Omar would go through that in 3 seconds. Omar, if you want to I think I have since I moved down to Brooklyn, but man, we love our Hennessy.
Dude, if I was sponsored by Hennessy, I would use it like
the food here at
mouthwash.
this place has been
Nice, dude.
We have to
like the catering in this place is
This was them.
also just not a nice thing. I had beef stroganoff today. That's yes, but I had it today. Is that Swedish?
Kamu lihat komen lucu nggak?
That's Swedish. Okay, guys.
Tadi kan aku sambil live streaming mati-mati ya kan.
Don't like hotel eggs, man.
Terus aku nggak sengaja jatuh dari kursi ke record anjing.
I'm not calling Swedish food shit.
Bedebuknya ngocek bangsat. Dar gitu.
American food. That's all I was eating. I am yet to go to Swedish food. I'd love to try Swedish foods.
Biarin.
I've had that before. That's great. I have that at IKEA, but I have never been to Sweden before. So what do you want from me? What's the berry that is from Sweden?
Sumpah gua malu kali, Cok.
Dude, that's unbelievable. We need to talk about that. I would eat the crap out of lingonberries daily. That's better than raspberries and strawberries.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what you have with like potatoes and meatballs and everything.
Where are you from?
I mean, I'm around the what's it called?
Yeah, but I'm actually where?
Yeah, I'm like from Borås.
Udah males dah gua.
So it's like
Tidur-tiduran gitu, Cok.
Okay, that's actually awesome. All right, chat. Well, I just wanted to make that clear. I'm gonna go take a walk.
Let's go, Dewa.
Well, ask him everyone. I ask him, dude. Not calling the food shit in Sweden. Stop saying that. Just haven't had Swedish food yet.
Get him köttbullar med potatismos och lingon. Yeah, that's what he's been eating. I think he's tried that already. He's tried it already. Can you even buy surströmming anymore? I heard you can't buy it anymore. I heard it's like banned or something like that. I don't even know. I don't even think you can buy it anymore. Hey, I see some regulars from my chat on the screen. Let's go. Let's go. It's crazy CGI hackers. I know. Technology, man. Fucking 2022. Prove it's a green screen.
Udah rusak. Kursi gua udah rusak. Kursi gua udah rusak nih.
Recommend kebab pizza? Yeah.
Anjing, suaranya patah-patah.
Have you tried that yet? Wait, have you tried pizza here yet? You gotta try kebab pizza with fries.
I saw. So, two things. I saw on the food app Fedora that I saw there's like a bunch of kebab stuff.
Yeah.
Is kebab big here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love kebab. That's actually so good.
Bakalan bagus.
Kebab pizza sounds really good.
Yeah, kebab pizza with fries on, and then like a medium.
Teori dari
Oh,
Lencan.
you know what I really liked, dude? I really liked when I got the chicky bits. I thought those were pretty like okay. The burgers here were really good, but I liked the hamburger sauce. I don't know what that was.
Man, I was lucky, dude.
I liked it a lot.
I was kind of lucky, dude.
I know, bro. I was on the app and I was on a list, and I had. Oh man, I had like a sauce that starts with
crazy.
I don't know what it was. It was really good. I just like bought like 30 different sauces because I love sauce. I'm a big sauce guy. I had also at breakfast today. It was I don't know what kind. It was like a yellow fruit. And I had it on my pancakes, and it was like a kind of like a jelly. It was yellow. It was really good. I don't know what that was either. What?
Honey melon?
It might have been like honey melon. Yeah, that was really good. It was delicious. It was like a spread. I had that Nutella. It was so good.
Yeah, you gotta try chili béarnaise sauce. That is my absolute favorite.
Chili béarnaise?
Yeah, chili béarnaise.
Ooh, that sounds fancy.
That is good.
It's good?
That is good.
What do you put it on?
Anything. Fries, burger, like put anything.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
When you go to Max, you have it as a side.
Oh, you can have Max?
Yeah.
Dude, Max is really good. That's better. I think that's better than Five Guys and better than I'm not kidding. I thought the Max was better than Five Guys In and Out. I think Shake Shack's a little bit better, but that was I'm not kidding. The burger was unreal.
That's my mic and my pilot.
Also, they had a apple pie milkshake with like fresh apple slices that I was sipping through that straw.
Yo!
First day.
Ooh.
I was literally dead. I just literally went there immediately.
Oh.
Really good.
Let's
Not a green screen.
fucking
Not a
go.
green screen.
Get here.
Why is hockey's mic?
Get sit on.
I don't know. I think you just talk lower than I do, so they're not used to it. To be honest. Yeah. Well, it's because I scream exactly all the time. So you guys are saying Hockey's mic is low. It's not low. It's just that I talk a little louder than him. He's a very calm, composed. I'm all over the place and I'm high in the It's just two completely different people. That's why he cares. He's composed. I'm just not. Is that a green screen? No. Maybe. Find out. What is Yuki doing? I'm probably modeling for YouTube.
I think they're in the bar taking a beer. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They deserve it, bro.
They're vibing.
Yeah, good. They deserve it, to be honest. The screaming dude's mic is too loud then. Yeah, we get it, dude. Can you touch the window?
Genome.
Just touch the window.
No.
There's a bunch of handprints, but just touch the window. Worst, dude. This illusion's gonna keep going on for sure. I know I'm just hanging out. I'm not really meant to be here. Just vibing right now, waiting for all the teams to join up, and then Greek will get back in. What's your take on being a commentator these past couple days? It's been great, dude. It's been actually amazing. Hackies, did you enjoy the games? Do you think the games were good quality this week?
Group stage was kind of easy. The winner's bracket.
SG. Space Station.
Do you feel like any
Gaming.
so far, good or bad?
Ganti sore.
You're like, wow, I did not expect them to do this.
I mean 4-7.
Mana? Kalau bro. Let's go. Tes.
Yeah, so far.
I mean everybody.
Halo? Halo? Ini udah gak terdol. Tes.
I wonder why. Do you think that these teams are just not used to like the NAU comps, or what do you think it is? Like teams just adjusting better?
Hello?
Could be. I mean 4-7, to be fair, they're still playing their Apex playstyle. They're like Watson Crypto, they're playing like that, and they're still doing really well. So or like other teams are like
Hello?
trying to adapt to the NAE meta, but they're just not as experienced in it.
Okay, that's
fair.
4-7 is like staying in their lane, doing what they're good at.
Tes.
Other teams are like expanding as teams.
Tes. Hello?
Okay, so you think
Hello?
that's shutting them down? It's like trying to be trying to overcome
Hello?
some things.
Hello?
I think if they
Hello?
stay in their lane and
Hello?
they're used to it,
Hello?
I think so too. I think
Hello?
I was watching that with ADR a bunch and watching that.
Kok nggak bisa?
A lot of times I feel like they're like
Tipen?
really trying hard to make a play. Or
Hello?
something that was like a little out of their range. And they were really defeating this just fine. Yeah, 100%. Totally. 100%.
Tes.
Oh yeah, what team do you think didn't do well? They were like, whoa. Hey, we're not trying to encourage y'all. We don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Oh!
No.
You want to read that, bro? He said someone retired. That's all I'm saying.
Hello?
Hey, bro, you ain't
Hello?
wrong there, dude. Oh my God, actually insane. Damn, that's actually crazy. I mean, that's definitely the surprise of the tournament for me too. Yeah, for sure. I know.
Get shit on. Hello? What the fuck? Hello? 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 Hello?
I love the G2 players, and we obviously have a virus.
Shit.
So I want them to be bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Huh? Hello? Hello?
No, I don't want to contest. We have
Oh, yeah.
We're contesting both G2 and Quiz. We're getting them both out, so we are vibing tomorrow.
Hard chilling, baby. Good shit, man.
We have not. We can only blame ourselves.
Test.
Yeah, that's literally it. No contest, nothing, no RNG base. Hey, bro, it's fucking been a pleasure. Let's get Green back in here, man. We got the Gamer 4 kicking off. Green, go or no?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Peace, chat.
Yeah, chat. Make sure you check him out. Hackus again. Alliance_Hackus on Twitch. Check him out. Streams on EU Hour. Plays ranked every day, and he's probably better than your favorite streamer.
Oh.
Your favorite streamer.
Hello? Hello?
All right, game number 4 kicking off here. Let's get at it, dude. Let's go. We're going to see what's going to happen. Is anyone contesting on World's Edge?
Yeah.
Are you familiar if anyone's going to contest on the side of the map? Or on this map?
Test. Now.
I don't believe there should be any.
I don't believe.
Should be good to go. Very curious if anyone does. Try to
Gak bisa gua. Coba ke dalam. Gak bisa gua. Crack satu Bob. Pan BT, Bob. Sabar. Tadi pokoknya lu masih bisa. Oh. Sabar. Enggak, gua kira lu di dalam.
Jangan tusun,
Gua
woi.
tungguin gitu tau enggak? Nahan pintu ada senjata. Gua enggak tahu lu ada senjata. Lu berdua bisa ngerus lagi itu dalam gua. Iya. Dia keluar gua enggak tahu dia ngapain. Gua udah tahan pintu padahal. Gua mikirnya tuh ada yang dari belakang, gua niatin nunggu sini, cuman enggak ada, gua niatnya gua bokong. Tau enggak? Buat lu nahan pintu, entah lu nembakin kayak gitu, difokus kan bisa. Pokoknya tadi nyantai aja. Lu terlalu terburu-buru. Kita bisa.
You already know how many points these players have as players themselves moving in, not only with the turbocharger on the Havoc, but looking out for blood, getting the first knock here. The Jetta going down, players now, Hardeki moving in to find the opportunity, getting ping from far away, perhaps another squad actually already in the area.
Yeah, we know how fast these teams are rotating in these ultra competitive lobbies. Hardeki now finding himself in a fight, 1v1, ring around Posey, pockets full of Posies, connects for 140, is Hardeki, punches him right in the face. And Hardeki says, I'm here to play.
And the shield reset, the dome to safely get away with it too. We saw some shots getting taken up from afar. They want to immediately go right back to high ground the moment they are able to restabilize. See who is coming up number 6, who wants the heat here from players, because they're looking to really show up after a bit of a difficult performance so far from this team. Now overall 7th place. They want to be able to place in that top 10.
Yes, they are. Typically players split this loot the same exact way with Invictus Gaming traditionally in However, it's not Invictus, it's not their neighbors over in the United Kingdom. It's Unite from Korea. Don't you know it? As they take out one player, one team eliminated from this lobby already, and Hardeki and Co are going to profit with 3 kill points.
Love it. Now you can see them double purple egos, one blue here for PCAM. It's Team Empire actually, the team that was actually trying to poke at them from afar. They didn't fully send it because they saw that the fight had already begun, but I like how they're now resorting to the Mad Maggie. We saw them have a really successful game number 2 there, but now taking out the big guns, taking out what we usually don't get to see, the Caustic this time around, the Wraith on top of the Mad Maggie. So it's nice to see Team Empire having such a diversity in compositions.
It's the only team running a rotorless comp all weekend long. You gotta admire it. We're gonna jump on board with Otic. They're gonna find themselves in a fight against Game With. So the team from South America looking to be potentially the only team to be playing in the grand finals tomorrow from SA, putting an entire continent on the map right now is Otic, and in there 18th place overall. They gotta do something real big here in World's Edge.
See them now breaking a shield here over to the side, not trying to overextend, utilizing the natural cover
right
here. Does get that crack.
Doesn't want to fully send it just yet. Has a Nox gas though, just building up that damage for the Evo shield. You can see Wars here only still rocking the white Evo themselves, having to be careful with this rotation and whether they want to keep sending it forward here or if they're just going to utilize this opportunity to try to ease their way in to scan the beacon. It's going to be so important for them to decide if they want to stick by Geyser.
Yep, they're going to slow things down here. And as they slow down, we will
slow down.
It's the calm before the storm
Hello?
starts to hit. When we say the storm, it's going to rain. Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the stage a little bit. We got 10 spots remaining in the match point finals as it currently stands. GMT, SSG, NRG on top in top 3. NRG, well, they were in the bottom 10. They popped off with a huge 13 kills, second place finish to put themselves with 28 points. I tweeted out, I predicted NRG because I think they have the potential. I believe they still have that raw slaying power. We will see if they can live up to their expectations here. You heard Sweet in his Sound on Tape video series saying, hey, some people are online teams only. NRG proven that's not that.
Right, they have to. They have something. I mean, trying to. They have something to prove here. They're starting to ramp things up a bit now after their performance in game number 3. GMT Esports. I love this for them because this is what we see from the North squads throughout the last 2 days, taking the edge here for this next circle because it provides them so much option whether they want to keep pushing forward here. They have the information of that next circle, but they're going to be out of the being able to get pinched by multiple squads within that angle. Chaco taking a lot of damage. Kick now with the portal, just trying to restabilize here, knowing that there is another squad picking them from afar. There is a beacon, I'm wondering here. I see a lot of pings going down, kind of blocking the image, but it does look like there is a beacon right on top of Big Mod, which is important, seeing how many crypto squads we have within the area alone.
That's a great point. You heard perspective from Hockey's earlier on the analyst desk saying, you know what, with so much crypto,
you know what I do?
Teams that like to get God Spot and play for God Spot.
Get Sita!
Why? Well, crypto is going to completely destroy you with EMP on EMP on EMP. And we know
why lose?
Teams love to play that crypto team comp. Now, one thing that's important to note about Kick, big drop on, so they are just big showing it. Drop top, big fight going on right now. Team Empire are going to get eliminated. That's big. That's a top 5 team taken out by Reject. And it's going to be
that team!
For his team.
Only Junkie here too, though. So see if he has the opportunity to get the res here. Maybe it's by Geyser with a lot of teams already getting his scan of the weekend. You already know a lot of teams are making their way over in this direction. The EMP, just in case to cover anything necessary here, as Reject is going to try to restabilize. It's insane here to see. Just blocking the doors. They're going to have a lot of food in case you want to go for those quick shield swaps.
That's right. So, let's see. If they decide to stay here in Geyser, if they like their positioning, or if they will reposition, the zone may pull north towards them, might not. As finishing that thought there, Kick drops Big Mob, but Elevate drops right below them in Lava City. Elevate, a team that is known to be very versatile. I've been impressed by their ability to actually adapt and drop in different locations based on the lobby they are playing in. Chat with them last night. They kind of spoke to that adaptability and versatility, and Lava City is a place that they are fairly comfortable with, so we'll see how they will fare as Elevate and themselves as a team with a lot to prove.
Players still within the area, even though Team Unite had gotten the res on those 2 players, that players themselves were able to claim their heads. You see the 2 KG right above the screen there, so they're sneaking out by the border. As Unite now, they see Leogri. Leogri's moving in. He's by himself though. PKMK now trying to rejoin him. Hardeki pulling a pretty aggressive angle right up ahead here. They're just trying to take control over this high ground. You can see Leogri not overextending, but he does hear them right below him.
Yeah, of course. Hears and sees them. See sight and sound here for players as we're on Leogri right now. Very spread, so you know he's not trying to take this fight just yet. Hardeki going to try and close the gap, but Hardeki threw a nade at something earlier. It seems like he's aware of a rat or a player or someone that's nearby knowing every single crevice in the corner.
What is going down over here?
I know. Hardeki's seeing ghosts. That's what's happening. He's in Imperial Howl. He's in Yo, haunting him in his sleep.
Man, nightmares. They're really coming to haunt you out here, Hardeki. Meanwhile, the rest of the players, BKMK and Leogri, they've been around Unite. They've seen Unite like they're saying,
alright, no one there. Come on.
We need you here. We gotta get a 3rd man over. And not only that, Hardeki's got the turbocharger on the Devo. He's got the gold extended energy bag. I'm in danger. And they got blue Eagle shields. And that's intel that players knows, even though they got the res here. That's just more KP going into their pockets.
Hardeki says, bot mode activated. Not going to miss a shot here. And that's what Hockey's mentioned earlier. He said, hey, Watson's effective on World's Edge because the buildings are much bigger. It's easier to destroy Watson fences. We saw that in Fish Farms earlier with GMT. PKMK can take a lot of damage. Gets hit with a brick. Going to use a shield bat to heal back up. We'll be back to full. And I don't know how long players can take this fight. Hardeki says enough with the madness. Let's just go.
I mean, they got their one knock already. You want to confirm it, if anything, here. Unite may just run away at this point, but he's talking about fighting for a long time. He beams them down with the devotion. Now he's taking it off angle to see what's going on with this third party.
And he knows they're going to be healed back up right now, so he's not going to make the unwise decision to push. A lot of new players do that. If you're a bronze, gold-ish, platinum player, take notes here. As Hardeki pushes and continues to melt.
Energy
somehow gets out of dodge here and resets. Energy's nearby, and Energy can profit.
Energy now trying to restabilize themselves as Hardeki puts in the beamage with the Devo here. See players now just taking the real estate that they took away from Unite. We see this a lot, just sharing up this real estate, but this building's not in that next circle, and these players want to try to fight for some of that beacon control if they have the opportunity to get that intel, which isn't over here right now.
Yeah, and what was a two-team dance becomes a ballroom dance here as NRG joins the fight. Might as well swing dance, because they are trying to do what they can to work their way around. Wide angles here from Leogri. Connects for a bit of wingman shot. So much damage being put in right now by players, but it's not enough for a knock just yet. I like their patience to not overextend, because they would have gotten dominated by NRG. And it looks like Unite's just continuing to run away with their tails between their legs, which we decided yesterday is called raccooning.
The trash pandas.
Crazy raccoon.
Managing to get out of that situation. Just
Can we make that a thing? We say ratting. Can we say raccooning is when you're running away?
I love it.
From a fight. Can we make Apex community? Is that cool? Hashtag raccooning?
I'm about it. As long as we call the exterminator to take care of this business, just like players trying to take care of their own business. 3 KP already in favor. Hardeki still has blood, though, in the waters.
Oh
He's got the Devo. You're really going to try to contest that right there. He knows he needs to go hide behind the crate. Missing some of those last shots now as they close in the gap with the dope. The Cosmic Nosgas is not going to do anything as Hardeki's just going to queue in.
He might go off the teleport there, but not going to be able to do so. Just going to give his teammates a chance to close the gap here. Gap is closed. High ground achieved from Hardeki. They are like Terminator right now. Target activated. And look at this Unite squad just continuing to run. It's the right decision, right? Obviously, because they just got res. They don't have a ton of loot, but some way they're going to survive. Caustic Gas is going to help them.
That's Energy over to the other side, just managing to get away. They had come in for the fight originally, and then they backed away.
Whereas Unite doesn't. So maybe that is Energy over Unite. I think you're right about
Unite is down a player, because we saw that PKM with the grenade had gotten that knocked dirty, that player. They had ran away as Energy was moving in. They had the glimmer in their eyes for the opportunity for the third party, but with Hardeki and the Devo, the respect after hearing the Devo just unleash, you saw them just give him that space. Hardeki with the great decision, though, to disengage, not push into that Nox gas from the barrels right there.
Yeah, well, no Unite's nearby. NRG able to escape for now. Zone's going to be closing in on them, so Energy might find themselves in a dangerous spot here. Long-range poke being put through with the wingman from Leogri, who's not missing. No Unite's nearby. Seemingly with it. This is NRG. Firm. Close to their east. It looks like NRG wants to completely avoid this, but you know that this player's squad is relentless.
A lot of fans looking at Energy. Looking at Energy to perform here. I mean, just in that last game, they got second place with 13 kills. Waking up a little bit here, you can see how Sweet is feeling. They're going to just take the longer rotation, and still getting beat from far away with the Devo. It's just so lethal. Now they're going to be able to circle them. Hopefully they can get to the geyser in time where they can re-stabilize, since they're forced to play out of the circle. Still getting beat from far away with the Devo. It's just so lethal. Now they're going to circle them. Hopefully they can get to the geyser.
Energy loves that Devo. Not able to connect for anything. They do
sahur
have
adik, selamat sahur. Sahur
Guys,
terakhir.
this geyser, it looks like.
Semoga kita masih bisa ketemu di bulan Ramadan selanjutnya. Amin.
Connect for anything. They do have one nearby.
He's crawling away. He's by the crates right there, crawling away. Energy's still in the area on purpose, so that way they could try to get that res. But you could see the way that players is playing this as a bait.
Oh, Nathan was knocked. It was a knock.
It was Nathan. Yeah, it was Nathan crawling towards the bins, maybe trying to get to the mouth of the cave in case Energy could wrap around. But players is not going to just let him get away like that. They know that they're just going to be able to use this as the corner of the circle to put in more of that pressure onto Energy. So now they have to make the decision. What do they do? Do they wait it out?
That's right, but guess who's nearby? It's ADR, or AD Raccoon, the best team in APAC North, the Korean God Squad. Selly, of course, getting replaced by Karan Pool, who's known to be a dominant player. Played with them in Split 1, where they won in Split 1. Played really, really well in that series. They can be cautious right now as players, perhaps a little too hungry for this fight. My apologies, I actually looked down on the computer, blinked, and missed the fact that Nathan got knocked there. So that's 1 kill point, and right now it's looking really bleak. This is a desperate rotation for NRG. Rocker's going to survive. No, he's not.
Nope, and into the doors too, right in front of there. Meanwhile, the barrage coming in. You talk about AD Raccoon, the crypto EMP to delete the dome as the bombardment is raining from above. Players in trouble. PKMK gets taken down as Hardeki tries to take some extra cover. It was only Leogri that is fully up and healed. They're playing off the ledge. The crypto drone gets taken out, but they don't get fully sent on.
That's right, but they did get the intel from killing that crypto drone, so Hardeki has to drop from that spot, which is actually a really good ledge. And now they're forced to fight a 2v3. If anyone can do it, it's Hardeki and Leogri. It's the duo of this player's squad. And look at the damage from Hardeki. 2v3, making it a 2v2 right now. If they can get a knock, they got to play off that damage, though, and they won't be able to. So Leogri and Hardeki, unless they have a Valk ult, are in a really tough spot.
They're going to restabilize immediately here. Looking at AD Raccoon, they're not going to continuously poke, especially Leogri having the wingman to follow up that potential from the Devo is just so lethal. Hardeki, though, with a grenade on top of it. He actually predicted where he was going to be out of that phase. That's actually crazy there. Just predicting the trajectory.
As a Michael Jordan fan, I will admit, that was quite the Kobe grenade. That was quite the Kobe grenade right there. Not going to lie. And my man Hardeki got yeeted. You saw he got yeeted like a little bit, 10, 15 feet. Leogri does hit the Valk ult, and I actually question that decision from Hardeki to just kind of panic run. Instead, it could have hit the Valk ult, it seems like, and looks like Karan Pei
and not like this. You know, you gotta heal up your shields a little bit, okay? Even though you got 6 shield cells, it's about sending a message.
And bye-bye Leogri as well. Also from APEC North, V3, Vega.
Players eliminated. Leogri, the only player left from that squad, gone. V3 Vega now moving into that same position. The team running the Watson. Let's take a look at the replay right here at the very end with AD Raccoon tossing the grenade. Yeah, they predicted the trajectory. The moment they saw him get away in that position, they knew there's only so many places he's going to go. And they knew that he probably wanted to go to try to take the high ground to get away from them there too.
I did not know Koreans were that good at basketball.
Actually insane.
Technically it's baseball, but still. I know the Japanese are really, really good at baseball, but the Koreans can hold their own as well. I thought they were just great at League of Legends.
Actually crazy to predict that right there from AD Raccoon. They're going to be able to loot up Hardeki's stuff before they take the high ground themselves. Look at the circle, too, that we have currently here. We see where that next circle is going to be pulling. We see 3 crypto squads within the area that could get the potential information off the big mod beacon that's right there. That's also being contested. GMT, with their early rotate, have not moved from that position to Space Station, who have been right behind GMT. Second place overall in the leaderboards right now. Want to keep maintaining a lot of those points as they face off against the squad inside Big Mod.
Yeah, this is a big fight for Space Station, who's been dominating this lobby. They dominated the last lobby. Let's go ahead and jump into one of the fan favorite teams, one of my favorite orgs. It's Space Station.
They're peeking in the corner. Back ulting. Did they Valko from high?
Yo, listen, can we run across over here right now?
Yep.
Run across. Just run across. It doesn't matter. Run across.
Selling.
Well, what's good here, bro? Can we just maybe like walk in and fight for this low ground on the fucking rock here?
Probably.
I think we just do that, right? I feel like
we're in on this low ground.
Yeah, I feel like we just do that instead.
I'm down.
Just watch behind us, okay?
I'm charging Rampage.
Yeah, charge that bitch.
Play here. Play on me.
I'm 4-5.
I'm 4-5. I don't want to get shot from the eggshell. I don't want them to like start focusing us.
Okay. But yeah, we're just gonna do that, okay?
Do we have nades?
No,
I have 1 arc and 3 thermites.
I have no nades.
Give me the arc.
These guys might drop. Get ready. They might drop here. I think
they Valk ulted.
No, I hear people still on us.
They're Valk ulting.
Look right.
Yeah, we need to like start.
We need to go there. We need to go there now.
Yeah, look, portaling. Cracked him.
He's flush.
Cut that port.
Frex, watch out from the left.
Oh, fuck. I thought we were going.
We can't.
Yeah, I thought we were going. They're pushing.
30.
It shows you.
Stay in bubble. There, he's getting shit out.
Yeah, he's dead.
You can play right here. Drop.
I'm dead.
Fuck,
good luck,
man.
good luck,
I thought we were going together.
You can't just run in the open.
Yes, I know, but if we're all running together, like...
Not on the same page right there as SSG.
I know, you heard the comms. They thought something different. They thought they were going to run out in the open. They felt confident to maybe have that opportunity until they saw so many squads in this area, but Zenile is still alive. It's still not done here for Space Station. Reply Totem get taken out, and Space Station's looking at all the action and said, hey, did you guys forget about me right here? Zenile's trying to clean things up a little bit before he's forced off of the high ground.
Yeah, the lamppost strategy came back. Shout out to those who remember the lamppost meta from the Team Liquid days and the Team Liquid plays, but unfortunately not going to work out there because he shot too early. I would just be chilling. you know, enjoying the view. No, but jokes aside, V3 Vega going to profit here with quite a few kill points. That's massive for the APAC North team in 12th place going into this game. And by the way, Players was in 9th with 18 points. V3 had 15 in 12th. It is neck and neck right now, and right now, APAC North is performing. Korea and Japan playing so incredibly well.
I love it. Reject over by the other side of V3 Vega. They got the Kraber in their hands. Talk about sitting comfortable, just taking the time. Look at these Watson fences. Beautiful out here. Just a work of art from Jigen, just trying to find an opportunity. The moment that door opens, oh, he saw the opportunity. He sees it. It's like it's Christmas, but unfortunately misses out. He got out of the scope in the moment that they opened the door too. Unfortunate timing.
I feel like that always happens to me when I'm sniping. I feel like other people have all types of great situations, but the shot's gonna connect for Jigen right there. Hits one on Jung Hee, his rival from APAC North, so that's going to be a nice knock, which might open the door for these teams to fight. And guess who's there? E6, a team that had such high expectations. Former 69 IQ squad, such a good team. And, misses that one.
So close, so close. He was standing right there in place. There are a lot of teams making the rotate as the circle's closing in right behind their backs. They're funneling outside of that room. AD Raccoon playing off of the side of the circle here. The northern side more so than anything, where they know they're not going to get contested other than that team off to the right here. Elevate, though, in the thick of it. They're between two squads, forced out to use the dome. Nailus has no shields here, and this is trying to cover them off to the side as Team Unite now finally poke their heads outside of the train with the Watson composition that they've been running.
It is seemingly all APAC North here left in this game as AD Raccoon is popping off. 5 kills already. Team Unite, who was under duress from Players earlier, are alive as well. Same with V3 Vega. With 6 squads remaining here, Unite gets knocked, CLG as well, and it's going to come down to yet another dome center finish.
Actually crazy. Apex so strong with these type of circles here. By Big Mod on the outskirts, sending out all these Art Stars, gets the knock onto CLG. Vatro out, CLG out, 4 squads left. V3 Vega are going to be able to get the loot here by the death boxes as Elevate make their way over, but low on health in general.
Yeah, no North America, no EMEA. It all comes down to South America and APAC North in this one. Elevate trying to put their country on a map. Brazil is watching as V3 Vega flanks wide right, and unfortunately will put Elevate to rest here. Great shots, great swing, great plays for V3.
The pings too, you can hear the comms coming in just off of their pings alone. Unite still alive. AD Raccoon trying to contest Unite that have the slight high ground, but they're in a situation where they can easily get pinched right here by V3 Vega. They have to look off to their left. They have to look out for some of these crypto EMPs that are going to come out soon. Just the patience and the respect between all these teams. And this is the difference of playstyle that we see across all the regions.
Yeah, that's right. We have Unite. We have V3 Vega. Both Japanese teams against the Koreans. It's Obli, Kanpu, and of course Parka. 3 staples in the Korean scene. So incredibly talented. Of course, they lost Selly. They say it doesn't matter. Karampu can perform just as well. He's done it before in these moments. On board with F-Chan now. F-Chan, Saku, and Legetta. Legetta known to be one of the top players in the APAC North region as well. They're going to try and slowly play this edge.
Look at this respect. Look how they're easing into this here. AD Raccoon, they only have the truck for some cover, little to no cover. They're going to be in the line of sight of both Team Unite and V3 here. They have the bubble. They already put it down. F-Chan still putting in some of that pressure. You see the Rampage. He's got 56 bullets left here, more than enough to put in that pressure. The redeploy, though, so risky. Right close to the circle here, too.
Yeah, V3 is profiting from the demise of their peers. They play them every week in Pro League, and right now they are farming. It's going to be nothing but kill after kill for V3 Vega, and they are your champions of game number 4.
And they play that with such confidence, too. You heard them just hold on to the outside shell of that dome. You saw them clean up the last player of players there on Leogri, and then they just situated themselves, waited for all these players to just come into their line of sight because nobody wanted to contest them there. They were just on fire, especially with those Kraber shots that we saw from the team.
Legetta, Saku, and F-Chan, phenomenal performance right there. I don't know how many kills they got, but nonetheless, they showed up. And I take that back. Tatsu, 1 tappy, and Jigen is what I meant to say. Second place finish for Team Unite. As aforementioned, a great performance. They were coming in with 15 points in 12th place. That gives them at least 12 plus the kill points they got. It's gonna be huge.
Fallout, 15 kills in total.
You gotta be kidding me.
They got 15 kills in total that game. That is actually insane. Jigen, getting 9 himself.
feeling
They
himself.
denied so much of that KP from a lot of our squads. I can only imagine what the overall leaderboard is going to look like now after that game number 4. Only 2 games left to determine who our top 10 squads are going to be going on to the finals tomorrow.
Absolutely.